Chapter 101, Vegito forcibly separated. Pico. Why is this guy so arrogant? Krillin smiled bitterly, it's not like Goku's style at all. Is his fusion Vegeta in the dominant position? Tien Shinyan guessed. Is there any dominant position in the fusion? Krillin was puzzled. It's possible, maybe Vegeta's thoughts are dominant, otherwise Goku shouldn't be so arrogant. Tien Shinyan inferred. Yeah, Tien's analysis makes sense. Leaping nodded gently. Tien Shinyan couldn't help but distance himself from Leaping. Who are you calling Tienj? That's what Jiaozi called. Leaping, you are such a bitch, don't you know what's going on? Vegeta is in the leading position, why not Goku? Is it because Vegeta's strength has surpassed Goku, so after the fusion, he is the leader? Krillin thought. After a short silence, Vegito looked at Fang Yun with a smile. What's that look in his eyes? Is he going to challenge Fang Yun? Krillin muttered in a low voice. Fang Yun wiped off Vegeta's arm back then, Vegeta should still hold a grudge, right? Tien Shinyan's face was sweating. Fang Yun, didn't your magic disappear? Run. Let's stop him first. I believe he won't do anything to us. Krillin said hurriedly. Krillin, do you think running is my style? Fang Yun smiled. Krillin. Fang Yun, we should settle the score. Vegeta had a smile on his face and looked at Fang Yun with interest. I don't believe you can still wipe me out now. There are so many things you don't believe. Fang Yun smiled lightly and waved his hand lightly. Swish. Suddenly, Vegeta's body trembled slightly. Snap. Vegeta's body suddenly appeared like Sun Wukong. Everyone was stunned. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Snap. Vegeta appeared out of thin air. However, Vegeta's eyes were in a state of confusion. After a brief confusion of 3 or 5 seconds, Vegeta finally woke up and looked around. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Suddenly, the earrings on Vegeta and Sun Wukong's ears were also wiped off by him. Fang Yun also had a sudden idea. Wipe the earrings off and restore them when needed, just like an infinite storage space. What's going on? What happened? Vegeta asked puzzledly, where's Cell? Sun Wukong was also a little confused on the spot, and didn't come back to his senses for a while. Fang Yun, what happened? Krillin asked. Nothing, I just wiped out Vegeta in Vegeto's body, so the fusion naturally failed, and then restored Vegeta, it was such a simple process. Fang Yun smiled. Fang Yun, didn't you say that your magic would be ineffective for a while? Krillin asked in surprise. Did I say that? Fang Yun thought. Krillin. Picnic. Tien Shinyan. You said it yourself. You don't admit it now. You are so shameless. I remember that I seemed to have merged with Vegeta just now. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with brilliance, staring at Vegeta without blinking. Vegeta's face changed color slightly. You fucking cockroach, what's that look in your eyes? Don't look at me like that. At the same time, Vegeta's back was covered with cold sweat, and his face was as white as a sheet of paper. It's terrible. Vegeta also remembered it at this time. The Veget who merged with Kakarot was easily restored by Fang Yun. The Veget who kicked Cell away with one kick, could actually be wiped out by Fang Yun? While Vegeta was shocked, he was also lucky and frightened. Fortunately, he didn't have a brain twitch to challenge Fang Yun before. Otherwise, he would definitely be wiped out. But, how can he prevent being wiped out by Fang Yun? Vegeta decided that as long as he could escape, he would study it carefully after returning. It seems that ordinary Super Saiyans cannot resist Fang Yun's erasure. An idea flashed in Vegeta's mind. Ordinary Super Saiyan? Why don't I try to surpass Super Saiyan? If I can surpass Super Saiyan, can I resist Fang Yun's erasure? Yes. I can. Me. Vegeta. Fighting Nation Saiyan. The most talented warrior. How could I be erased by a little magician like you? The corner of Vegeta's mouth raised an unnoticeable arc. However, Vegeta made a tragic discovery immediately afterwards. Fang Yun seemed to be looking at him. Vegeta was startled and lowered his head in a hurry. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. By the way, how is Cell? Krillin asked hurriedly. Cell was kicked away by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, and he hasn't appeared yet. Tian Xinyan pondered. Veget was so handsome just now, I wonder if he kicked Cell to death. Yam Sha's face flushed. Vegeta! What the hell is that expression on your face? Go and have a look. Piccolo felt something was wrong and shouted, maybe he has already run away. Swish, swish, swish. Several people flew into the sky and flew quickly to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived at the place where Cell was unconscious, everyone frowned. Sure enough, Cell disappeared. Cell disappeared. Sun Wukong and others looked around and searched everywhere, but they couldn't find Cell's whereabouts. I can't find him. There's no breath. Krillin shook his head. Where will he go? Tian Xinyan said in a deep voice. Hey, he won't be wiped out by Fang Yun, right? Li Ping guessed. Sun Wukong and others quickly returned to Fang Yun's side. Erase Cell? It's not mature enough now. Fang Yun shook his head, he should have hidden his breath and found a place to hide. He is so powerful, why does he still need to hide? Krillin muttered. Is he afraid of Vegeto? Piccolo said. Not far away, in a dark corner. Cell hid his breath and stared at Fang Yun and others with hatred. Damn it! He actually used the fusion to deal with me. Cell clenched his fists and said, is he afraid of Vegeto? Piccolo clenched his fist. Cell did not go out rashly. Cell was afraid that the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta would appear again. After being kicked by the guy named Vegeto, Cell felt that he was almost dead. Fortunately, his vitality was relatively strong, and he woke up in time. Chapter 102, Whis. Obviously, the fusion is very likely to be formed through the ear ring. Cell secretly guessed, another possibility is that the man named Fang Yun led it. Now, as long as I kill Fang Yun without anyone noticing, he and the ear ring will disappear. In that case, the guy named Vegeto will no longer exist. Thinking of this, Cell quietly pointed his hand at Fang Yun's body. As long as I release a beam of energy, I will definitely kill Fang Yun without anyone noticing. Cell smiled lightly. However, just when Cell wanted to release the energy, he suddenly found that Fang Yun turned his head and looked at his position. What? How is it possible? Fang Yun found me? No way. It must be a coincidence. Yes, it must be a coincidence. Fang Yun, what's wrong? Krillin asked curiously when he saw Fang Yun suddenly turn around and look somewhere. I always feel like someone is watching me over there. Fang Yun pointed to where Cell was hiding. Cell's face changed color, and he hurriedly moved back and hid his body. Did he really find me? Why is this happening? My breath is clearly hidden very thoroughly, okay? Who is this guy? By the way, Fang Yun, can we do the fusion again? This way, we can destroy Cell. Krillin asked. Cell's heart sank. This time, no matter what, we must kill Sun Wukong and Vegeta as soon as possible before they put on the ear rings. Or, when Fang Yun takes out the ear rings, kill Fang Yun together. Of course, but the fusion is time limited. Fang Yun smiled. What? Time limit? How long? Krillin asked. The longest is 1 minute. Fang Yun replied. Is it so short? Krillin exclaimed. Is 1 minute too short? Tian Xinyan wiped his sweat. So, if you want to defeat Cell, you need to work hard on your own. Fusion is only used to solve temporary crises. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Defeat Cell Krillin felt too difficult. After hearing what Fang Yun said, Cell's eyes flashed with a strange light. So, fusion can only last for 1 minute? I will go out and kill them now? Then, Cell hesitated a little. If I kill Sun Wukong and the others now, the universe is so big, where will I go? I might as well find a way to complete my body as soon as possible. Only when I, Cell, become a complete body can I dominate this planet and this universe. Wait. Where is person number 18? Cell looked around carefully, but was surprised to find that number 18 and number 16 had disappeared. Cell's face changed color. When did they leave? Oh no. Just now, I was only concerned with destroying Sun Wukong and the others, and I didn't even know when number 18 left. No, I have to find number 18 as soon as possible. This time, even if I vomit my intestines, I will absorb her. Crush. After a few jumps, Cell left the scene at a high speed. Humph, I want to surpass it. Vegeta clenched his fists and trembled. Vegeta, what are you talking about? Sun Wukong asked. I want to surpass the Super Saiyan. Vegeta said in a deep voice. Vegeta, we too think the same thing. Sun Wukong laughed, I thought so just now. Tisk. Vegeta snorted coldly. I know a good place to practice, Vegeta, let's go there to practice. It takes a year to practice inside, which is equivalent to 1 day outside. Sun Wukong suggested. What? There is such a place. Vegeta widened his eyes. You guys come too. Sun Wukong called, that place is on the temple. Okay, come to think of it, I haven't been to the temple yet. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Everyone thought about it carefully. Fang Yun really had never been to the temple. 10 minutes later. Fang Yun and Sun Wukong and others came to the temple. Vegeta asked himself to practice first, and Sun Wukong did not object. Vegeta went in first, and the rest of the people could only wait patiently for the time being. Fang Yun walked around the temple. It's true that standing high can see far. Fang Yun sighed. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. You said that as if you could see below. Li Ping, look over there, there is a beautiful girl taking a hot spring bath. Fang Yun said to Li Ping, and pointed to a certain position below zero. Li Ping. By the way, Li Ping, do you like women or men now? Fang Yun asked. It's women, of course it's a woman. You're so annoying. Li Ping said loudly. Krillin wiped his sweat. Tian Xinyan also had cold sweat on his face. You like women, why didn't you react when I said there was a beautiful girl taking a hot spring bath? Fang Yun asked with interest. How do you want me to react? Li Ping said angrily. Krillin, there's a beautiful girl changing clothes over there. Fang Yun called out to Krillin again. Where? Where? Krillin's eyes flashed with a strange light. Look, that's the reaction. Fang Yun smiled. Li Ping. The seventh universe, destroying the realm of gods. Weiss held the scepter in his hand. And on the crystal ball suspended above the scepter, a picture appeared. The content on the picture was exactly what Fang Yun had said and done in the temple just now. Weiss looked at Fang Yun in the crystal ball silently without speaking. Swish! Weiss waved his hand gently, and the painting style in the crystal ball changed. The next moment, a beautiful girl emerged from the crystal ball. The girl had silver white hair, tied in a ponytail, blue skin moist and smooth, and her appearance was off the charts. It was the angel Bardos from the sixth universe. Weiss, what do you want to talk to me about? Bardos asked. Sister, can you come over on May 6th when you have time? There is something very important that I want to discuss with you. Weiss said politely. I'm very busy. Bardos didn't want to move. If sister doesn't come, I'll find someone else. You'll regret it if you miss it. Weiss laughed. What is the important thing? Bardos didn't understand. Weiss didn't speak, but just moved his lips a few times. Bardos' eyes widened at the time, and his face became exciting. I'll be there. Bardos greeted. Okay, I'll wait for her sister. Weiss nodded. In less than 10 seconds. Shua. Led by a green fat man, Bardos appeared in the destroyer god realm of the seventh universe in an instant. Weiss. You came really fast. You actually asked your universe's king god Fuwa to send you. Chapter 103, Myers, I'll borrow your spaceship. Thank you, Lord Fuwa, you go back first, I can fly back by myself. Bardos thanked. Bardos is polite, then I'll go first. Fuwa nodded slightly, and disappeared in a flash through teleportation. Weiss, where is he? Bardos looked at Weiss with some expectation. Sister, take a look first. Weiss said, and the crystal ball on the scepter in his hand once again showed the picture of the clouds above the earth. Bardos looked over carefully, without blinking. A minute later. It seems to be him. I just didn't expect him to appear on Earth. Bardos' eyes sparkled. Am I seeing right? Weiss smiled. I'm not sure yet, I have to go to the scene to confirm it. Bardos nodded gently, then looked up at Weiss with a puzzled look. Such a good thing, why don't you go by yourself, why do you look for me? Ahem, it seems that he already has 2 wives. Weiss wiped his sweat, he should not be interested in men. Bardas. A short silence. You can dress up as a woman, we angels can change our appearance. 01 Bardas said with a smile. Wes. I don't want to be a woman. Wouldn't it be nice to be a man? Hee, just kidding. Bardas laughed. Wes wiped his sweat. This joke is not funny at all. Or, you should find the slave Martin of the 12th universe, she is the most beautiful woman in the god realm. Bardas said. Not necessarily, I think he likes women like my sister. Wes chuckled. Bardas glanced at Weiss silently, and his face flushed. Sister blushed. Weiss joked. Ahem, I remember that Myers seemed to be a patrolman in the Milky Way. Bardas changed the subject. Yes, sister. Weiss nodded. Bardas was thinking about something with his chin up. What are your plans next? Weiss asked, should I report this to my father? Don't worry, I want to go to Earth first and meet him to see if it's him. Bardas pondered. Swish. Then, Bardas transformed into a yellow-skinned girl. At the same time, Bardas' clothes were changed to the most common style on Earth. Of course, the scepter in Bardas's hand was received by her in a different space. Wes, how is it? He shouldn't recognize me in this outfit, right? Bardas chuckled. Change the color of your hair, too. Wes suggested. Swish. Bardas' hair quickly turned black. How about this? Bardas asked. With his current divine power, I don't think it's possible for him to recognize his sister. Wes nodded gently. By the way, is Beerus still taking a nap? Bardas glanced at Beerus' castle. Yet. Wes laughed dryly. He's so lazy. Bardas said casually, okay, I'll leave first. Swish. After Bardas finished speaking, he immediately turned into a brilliant flame and flew quickly towards the Earth in the Milky Way. Just as Weiss was silently observing Fang Yun through the crystal ball on the scepter, Fang Yun suddenly had a very strange feeling. It seems like someone is observing me. Fang Yun frowned. Fang Yun, what happened? Clin asked. Clin, I have a friend who is just like you, who likes to pry into other people's privacy. Fang Yun looked at Clin and said. Ah? Fang Yun, you still have such a friend, do you still keep in touch often? By the way, do I know him? Clin asked several questions in succession. He is dead. Fang Yun said. Clin. Fang Yun, you are too much. I am just concerned about you. Fang Yun looked around carefully again. Still couldn't see who was observing him. Is there something wrong with my perception? This time, why didn't I feel where the person observing me was? Fang Yun can be sure that it is not the Kai King God who is observing him. If it is not the Kai King God, who else could it be? Galaxy, Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Sister. Myers looked at Bardas who had descended, and greeted him in surprise. Sister, how come you have time to come here? I was passing by and came to see you. Bardas smiled. Sister, this new look is quite unique. Myers looked at Bardas' black hair and yellow skin, and couldn't help but admire it. You mean this new look is a bit out of place? Bardas asked with a smile. That's not what I meant. I think it looks pretty good. Myers scratched his head. How is it? Are you used to the training here? Bardas asked. It's okay. I'm used to living here. Myers nodded, I'm now the #1 elite member of the Galactic Patrol. Bardas glared at Myers. You are an angel. If you can't even reach the first elite, you'd better not be an angel. As the two were talking, Jack knocked on the door and walked in. Is this Mel's sister? Such a lovely girl. Jake's face turned slightly red. Mel's. Are you a member of Jake's team? Hello. 000 Bardas nodded politely. Hello. Jake responded quickly, and then said to Mel's, your sister finally came here, why don't you treat her well? We have very delicious food here. Oh? What kind of food? Bardas asked. Sister, we do have excellent food here. Since you are here, stay and try it. Mel's nodded and whispered in his ear, the food can reach the 7th level. An hour later. The dining table in Mel's room was full of food. Bardas tasted it silently, and a happy look appeared on his face. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. It's really rare. Bardas ate with relish. If sister likes it, come often in the future. Mel's replied with a smile. Mers, you eat too. Bardos called. Bardos ate for more than 3 hours before he felt that he had eaten enough. After eating and drinking, Bardos gave him some advice on the angel training. Before leaving, Bardos took out his scepter and quietly observed Fang Yun. Still in the temple on earth. Bardos patted his forehead, are you not going to go down? After a short silence. Mers, borrow your spaceship. Bardos called. Chapter 104, Bardos comes to Earth. What do you want a spaceship for? Where are you going? It would be much easier to fly there? Why? Is it difficult? Bardos asked. No problem, of course no problem. Mercer laughed, then asked, but why does my sister want to use a spaceship? Nothing, I'm just tired of flying in the universe, and I want to take a spaceship and enjoy the scenery along the way. Bardos smiled. Earth, temple. Ahem, 20 hours have passed, why hasn't Vegeta come out yet? Krillin approached Goku. Vegeta, is it so difficult to surpass Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong also heard Krillin's voice, and couldn't help sighing, and looked at the distant God and Piccolo, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. God and Piccolo have been in this position for 19 hours, right? Krillin laughed dryly. What do they want to do? Tien Shinyan's face was sweating. Don't want to fight? But if you want to fight, you should have started a long time ago. Li Ping said with the orchid finger. Tien Shinyan immediately distanced himself from Li Ping. Don't get so close to me. You sissy. Not far away. I saw Piccolo and Angel standing opposite each other. Both stood there motionless, without speaking, and there was not much expression on their faces. The two have been in this position for 19 hours. I heard the great elder of Namek once said that if Piccolo and the god were assimilated into one person, they might not lose to the Scions. Krillin pondered. I think Piccolo wants to assimilate with the god. So, after assimilation, Dragon Ball will no longer exist, right? Tien Shinyan guessed. It should be, Krillin nodded, but now what we need more is a powerful warrior. The god seemed to have heard Krillin's words and glanced at him. Krillin quickly covered his mouth. I didn't say anything. Don't look at me. As Krillin said, perhaps, a more powerful warrior is what we need most at the moment. The god smiled and looked at Piccolo and said, Vegeta has been in there for nearly 20 hours, and it has been almost a year. He has not come out yet. It can be seen that it is very difficult to surpass the Super Saiyan. What do you want to say? Piccolo frowned. Do you really think that I want to assimilate with you so much? I am desperate now, okay? I have decided, I will assimilate with you. The god seemed to have made up his mind, looking at Piccolo and said. What? Piccolo was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. I hope that after assimilation, we can defeat Cell. The god pondered. I hope so too, I will do my best. Piccolo nodded gently, then, how about using my body as a basis? You are younger and stronger than me, I have no objection. The god replied, I will provide you with energy and wisdom. The corners of Piccolo's mouth raised a shallow arc. Put your hand on my chest. The god called. Piccolo gently put his hand on it. Hey! The god whistled, and the whole person turned into a shadow, and quickly sank into Piccolo's body. Piccolo panted heavily, silently feeling the changes in his body. After a short silence, Piccolo gradually calmed down. Is this assimilation? The gods and Piccolo have merged into one. Sun Wukong looked at the new Piccolo in surprise. I feel that Piccolo's aura has greatly improved. Krillin pondered. Will he surpass Goku? Tien Shinyan guessed. Really? Has he surpassed me? Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement, and he walked towards Piccolo. Sun Wukong, do you want to challenge me? Piccolo smiled. Well, I'll try, after assimilating you. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay, I just want to try my own strength. Piccolo smiled slightly. Boom! Powerful energy burst out from Piccolo's body. Pop! Sun Wukong did not hesitate at all, and directly became a Super Saiyan. Piccolo waved at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong no longer hesitated at all, and flew towards Piccolo. Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong launched an attack on Piccolo. Piccolo easily dealt with it. 10 seconds later. Pico punched Sun Wukong in the chest. Puff. Sun Wukong spit out a mouthful of acid water, the golden flames on his body dissipated, and he returned to normal, and fell softly to the ground. Are you okay? Piccolo asked. It hurts so much, Sun Wukong shouted, holding his chest and stood up firmly. So strong. He defeated Super Saiyan Goku so quickly. Krillin was shocked. The legend of Super Saiyan has been broken, Tian Xinyan sighed. Brother Tian, what you said is so philosophical. Ye Ping came over and said. Tian Xinyan glared at Li Ping. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, son Gohan didn't know what to do. Only Fang Yun looked at the two of them calmly. Fang Yun had expected Piccolo to have such strength. How is it? How do you feel about my strength? Piccolo looked at Son Goku and asked. Very powerful, it has surpassed me. Son Goku told the truth, however, I think Piccolo's current strength is about the level of Android 17, and it's hard to beat Cell. Pico's face was sweating. You really know how to tell the truth. What, just the level of Android 17? Krillin asked in surprise. If it's really just like this, then their assimilation is wasted. Tian Xinyan shook his head. Yes, I also found that my strength is only a little stronger than No 17. Piccolo did not hide it and told the truth, so, after Vegeta comes out, I also plan to go to the Room of Spirit and Time to practice for a year. Swoosh! As he was talking, a spaceship suddenly appeared above the temple. What is it? Spaceship. Piccolo looked up at the sky and muttered in surprise. The rest of the people also looked up and looked at the spaceship. What's going on? How did a spaceship land? Is the person coming an enemy or a friend? It landed. Krillin said vigilantly. There is no breath fluctuation on the other party. Tian Xinyan said. Is it another android? Li Ping exclaimed. Li Ping was also psychologically traumatized by the continuous appearance of androids. Chapter 105, Bardos. There is no breath, it may be just an ordinary person. Picker guessed. Crack. The hatch of the spaceship opened. The next moment, Bardos jumped out of the spaceship. It's a beautiful girl. Krillin's face, the complexion turned red. Who is she? Tian Xinyan didn't know her at all. Never seen her before, Sun Wukong shook his head. Let's find out her identity first, Piccolo pondered. Fang Yun, do you know her? Krillin asked Fang Yun. The moment Bardos appeared, Fang Yun also looked over silently. Fang Yun looked familiar with this girl. However, Bardos had changed her appearance, and changed into a galactic patrol uniform, plus a head of long black hair, and the ponytail was changed to a shawl style. Fang Yun really couldn't recognize her. I don't know her. Fang Yun shook his head. Hello everyone, I am Galactic Patrol Bar, please take care of me. Bardos bowed slightly and greeted everyone present very politely. Galactic Patrol? What is it? Tian Xinyan scratched his head. I suddenly remembered that Miss Bulma once said that a galactic patrolman came to Earth and gave Bulma's family a spaceship. By the way, Fang Yun should know more about this matter, right? Krillin turned his head and looked at Fang Yun. I remember it too. Sun Wukong nodded. Fang Yun didn't say anything. Why didn't I know that the galactic patrolman had such a beautiful girl? Bar? Fang Yun had never heard of this name. You are talking about the Jack patrolman, right? Bardos took over and nodded slightly. I also heard about this from the Jack team. At that time, it was thanks to Miss Bulma's family. They provided the Jack patrolman with fuel for the spacecraft's power system, otherwise the Jack patrolman would be trapped on Earth. Hearing Bardos' words, everyone present immediately had no doubts. In fact, Sun Wukong and others had nothing to doubt. From the looks of this girl, she is a very friendly type, not like the embodiment of evil at all. Patrolman Bar, are you here to help us deal with Cell? Krillin asked with a red face. What a beautiful girl. I wish you could be my girlfriend. The headquarters got the news that a monster was born on Earth, so they sent me here to see if I can help. Bardos nodded gently. So, is this monster called Cell? Do you have detailed information about him? Can you provide it to me? Bardos spoke very politely. All of a sudden, everyone present had a good impression of her. Immediately, Krillin took the initiative to come over and told Bardos about Cell and the androids in detail. Bardos had already learned all the information about Cell through the scepter, and at this time he pretended to listen carefully. Then, Bardos asked the names of everyone present. "My name is Krillin, please take care of me." Krillin said with a red face. "Please take care of me." Bardos nodded gently. "Klin, why are you blushing?" Le Ping came over and whispered in Klin's ear, "Are you attracted to Patrolman Bear?" Le Ping, shut up. Klin stared. Ho ho ho, Bardos smiled. As an angel, she could hear Le Ping's voice clearly even if it was very low. A human who couldn't be more ordinary actually fell in love with her. Bardos thought it was normal. "I am an angel, and there are many people who like me." Of course, Bardos couldn't possibly be attracted to Klin, but she still nodded and smiled politely. "Patrolman Bear, this is Fang Yun." Klin introduced. "Hello, please take care of me." Bardos stretched out his hand and said to Fang Yun. Everyone present was slightly startled. This was the first time that Patrolman Bear took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands. When Patrolman Bear got to know the other people, he didn't mean to shake hands. Even when a brainless and rude person like Gaku took the initiative to extend his hand, Patrolman Bear had no intention of paying attention, but just smiled politely. Now, Patrolman Bear actually took the initiative to extend his hand to Fang Yun. Krillin looked at Fang Yun with envy. "I also want to shake hands with Miss Bear. You look familiar, have we met before?" Fang Yun did not intend to extend her hand, but just silently looked at Bardos opposite. Bardos' heart sank. Could it be that he recognized me? No way. With his current divine power, how could he recognize me? No way. Definitely not. I also think Mr. Fang Yun looks familiar. Has Mr. Fang Yun been to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol? Bardos asked. No. Fang Yun shook his head. Bardos smiled. I have never been to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Who are you fooling? How could you know me? Maybe, I have an ordinary face. Bardos chuckled. How could that be? You are obviously very good looking. Fang Yun smiled, stretched out his hand and held Bardos' hand tightly. Really? Thank you Mr. Fang Yun for the compliment. I will be proud if you say so. Bardos' face flushed, looking even more charming. For a moment, Krillin was stunned. Tian Xinyan's face was also a little ruddy. Yakahei's expression did not change at all, as if he had not yet recovered from when Fang Yun and Bardos' hands touched. Fang Yun felt that this beautiful girl was a little suspicious. Her hands seemed to be shaking. What was she trying to do? What was the origin of this girl? Forget it, let's observe first. Bardos's hands did shake a little. The reason for the shaking was that Bardos was excited and excited. It was him. It was really him. Finally found him. How could I not be excited? Even, Bardos' tears were about to fall in excitement. Fang Yun. What's your expression? Why are you still brewing tears? Ahem, I'm really sorry, Mr. Fang Yun looks like a friend I knew before. Bardos knew that his emotions were a little out of control, and he quickly explained. What about Patrolman Bar's friend? Klin asked. Dead, Bardos said. Fang Yun kicked Krillin away with one kick. You are the only one who talks too much. Bardos. Sun Wukong. Picker. So cruel. Krillin fell to the ground and was about to cry. Why did you kick me? Patrolman Bar said that, you blame me? Damn it. No wonder Patrolman Bar favors Fang Yun. It turns out that Fang Yun looks a lot like Patrolman Bar's dead friend. Krillin felt lost. Chapter 106, Bardos. By the way, Patrolman Bar, what are your abilities? Show us so that we can deal with Cell. Sun Wukong asked. Me? Abilities? Bardos thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Fang Yun. Bardos. Why are you still holding my hand? Let go. You already have 2 wives, why are you still holding me? Weiss is right. Women are more attractive to you. Actually, I don't have any great skills. I mainly rely on this gun to attack my opponents. Bardos said, and took out the pistol in his trouser pocket. Krillin. Son Goku. Pico. Tian Xinyan. The group of people were completely speechless. Gun? Are you using this gun to attack people? Do you know that your gun is useless to us? It's useless to us, let alone Cell. Forget it, let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, she came to Earth to help out with good intentions. Fang Yun silently looked at Bardos. Why did the posture of this woman holding the gun just now look a bit like Myers? Fang Yun couldn't help but shudder. Oh my god, this woman is not Myers himself, right? Fang Yun knew clearly that Myers was an apprentice angel. In addition, Fang Yun also knew the angel's special abilities. As angels, they can help people have children and bring people back to life. Therefore, it is still possible to transform into a beautiful girl. Fang Yun couldn't help shaking the hand that he had just held with Bardos. Now Fang Yun is thinking about a question. If it is really Mers who came to the earth, then what is his purpose? Just to deal with Cell? Is it worth it for the angels to take action against such a small boss? Go deal with Moro, why are you running to the earth? Fang Yun decided to observe. Of course, in order to confirm the other party's identity, Fang Yun quietly waved to Bardos. Fang Yun planned to see if he could erase this patrolman bar. However, when Fang Yun used the power of erasure, he was surprised to find that patrolman bar was standing there intact. It is indeed a god. It is very likely to be an angel. Currently, Fang Yun's power of erasure has only reached the gold level. Only when he reaches diamond can Fang Yun erase the king of the worlds and the god of destruction. To erase an angel, the erasure ability needs to reach the star glory level. Fang Yun was a little upset when he met someone he couldn't erase. However, what made Fang Yun feel fortunate was that it seemed that when he just erased Patrolman Bear didn't notice anything. It can be seen that even if the other party was an angel, she didn't realize that he had already thought of erasing her. Of course, if Fang Yun could really erase Bardos, he would restore her after erasing her. Wukong, Vegeta came out of the room of spirit and time. Just then, Mr. Popo, who was guarding the door of the room of spirit and time, shouted to this side. What? Vegeta came out. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. By the way, we have another companion, his name is Vegeta, he used to practice in a strange place, 1 year in that place is equivalent to 1 day outside. Krillin introduced it to Bardos in a flattering way. Oh? Mr. Krillin is talking about the other dimension, right? Bardos nodded slightly, there is such a magical place on Earth. Another dimension. Krillin was stunned. Jane simply put, it is a special space. Bardos smiled, turned his head to look at Fang Yun, and blinked. What do you think, Mr. Fang Yun? Fang Yun nodded and subconsciously took a step back. You are not really Mel's, are you? You are a man, blinking at me, what do you mean? Fang Yun really wanted to kick this unknown woman away. But when he thought that he was not her opponent yet, he felt a little tired. No. I have to advance quickly. If I don't advance, I will be bullied by the angel. Next, as long as Cell absorbs Vegeta, Cell can complete his body. Then, he will wipe him out. Vegeta stepped out with endless smiles and confidence on his face. How is it, Vegeta? Have you surpassed the Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked hurriedly. Zero, please ask for flowers. Of course. Vegeta smiled, I will destroy Cell right now. Kakarot, I advise you not to go in. There is no point in training there. Do you mean that you can easily destroy Cell? Sun Wukong smiled. Yes. Vegeta nodded, does anyone know where Cell is now? That guy has hidden his breath. When saying this, Vegeta glanced at Fang Yun inadvertently. But soon, Vegeta shifted his sight and did not dare to look Fang Yun in the face. Vegeta thought about it. Although I have surpassed the Super Saiyan now, there is still a big gap between me and Vegeto. Even Vegeto's fusion can be easily wiped out by Fang Yun, so I'd better not provoke him now. 000. Wait until I defeat Cell, and then think of a better way to deal with Fang Yun. Vegeta actually surpassed the Super Saiyan in the 3rd month of entering the spirit and time. For a period of time afterwards, Vegeta has been practicing his transformation. Then, Vegeta patiently studied how to prevent being wiped out by Fang Yun. However, Vegeta studied several plans and felt that none of them were suitable, so he simply gave up for the time being. Therefore, Vegeta came out relatively late. In Vegeta's view, the most important thing at the moment is to kill Cell. What if that guy finds Emily and absorbs Emily as well? Vegeta dare not think further. It's a headache. Cell has indeed hidden his breath, and it's hard to find. Sun Wukong scratched his head and turned to ask Piccolo, Piccolo, Can you see the situation below? You should be able to find Cell's location, right? Although I can see everything below, I can't find a person among the countless people if he hides his breath. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face, but I'll still try to look for it. Maybe I can find it if I'm lucky. Where will he go? Tian Xinyan frowned. By the way, what is Cell's purpose? Krillin asked hurriedly. Seeing that no one spoke, he immediately answered himself. The reason why he hid his breath and avoided us is that he was afraid of Vegito on the one hand, and on the other hand, he should want to find number 18 as soon as possible and absorb number 18 to become a complete body. Chapter 107, Bardos, you can bear this. Number 18 and number 16 left quietly when we were fighting Cell. I guess they found a place to hide. Piccolo nodded in response. Number 16 was seriously injured. If possible, he would probably return to the laboratory for treatment. It should be called repair. Krillin guessed. But Dr. Gero is dead. Who will repair him? Tian Xinyan asked. Maybe number 18 can repair him. Krillin pondered. You want to find Cell? Why bother? As a member of the Galactic Patrol, it shouldn't be difficult for BAER to find someone. Fang Yun smiled and greeted Sun Wukong and others. Everyone immediately looked at Bardos. Bardos. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. This is your human business. I'm just here to eat melons. The reason why I said I came to help was for Fang Yun. Do you really think I came to help you? I can try, but I may not find it. Bardos smiled. Who is this woman? Vegeta was stunned. She is Galactic Patrol BAER. Krillin introduced. Oh? This is really a grand event, even the Galactic Patrol is out. Vegeta smiled lightly. Vegeta, have you heard of the Galactic Patrol? Krillin was stunned. I heard about it a long time ago. It is said that it is the messenger of justice in the galaxy. But the Galactic Patrol is just a show, and they dare not provoke Frieza at all. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Bardos heard Vegeta's sarcastic words and looked at him. What? Am I wrong? Vegeta chuckled. It's not that the Galactic Patrol doesn't dare to provoke Frieza, it's because Frieza is working for someone and they have reached some kind of verbal agreement before. Bardos smiled. Oh? Frieza is working for someone? How come I don't know? Vegeta smiled. Frieza is working for someone? Is it true? This woman is really good at bragging. So, who is this person you are talking about? Vegeta asked with interest. With your current status, you are not qualified to know him. Bardos replied with a smile. Vegeta's face turned ugly at that time, and he was shaking with anger. Damn it! Can you find Cell? If you can, find him quickly. Vegeta shouted. Vegeta believed that if the other party was a man, he would definitely beat him up. However, the other party was a woman. Vegeta had been training on Earth for so long that he could not bear to attack a beautiful girl. You dare to yell at me? Bardos was so angry that his nose was crooked. I am the daughter of the High Priest and the Angel of the Sixth Universe, but I was yelled at by a little human? Should I beat this Vegeta to death? However, Bardos was still very self-restrained. He took a deep breath and ignored Vegeta. We can't even fight, Fang Yun sighed. Patrolman Bar, you are so patient. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Krillin. Fang Yun, you're going too far. Are you hoping that Patrolman Bar will be bullied by Vegeta? Can you bear such a pretty and lovely girl? Tian Xinyan said nothing, cold sweat dripping down his face. Let Patrolman Bar challenge Vegeta? Isn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? Let's not do it, right? Fang Yun, you're really good at picking fights. Sun Wukong looked at Bardos thoughtfully, then at Vegeta, with a bit of expectation in his eyes. Bardos. Bardos looked at Fang Yun speechlessly. What do you mean? Does he already know my origins? Impossible. With his current divine power, it is absolutely impossible for him to know my identity. It's such a pity, if only I could read his inner thoughts through mind reading. However, how can I read the thoughts of the noble and lofty Lord De Quan? Mr. Fang Yun is right. If you provoke me again, I will be rude to you. Bardos snorted coldly and said to Vegeta. Oh? How can you be rude to me? I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you can break my defense, I, Vegeta, will follow you in the future. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Hey, I saw Cell! Piccolo suddenly shouted. What? Found Cell? Great! Vegeta turned his head and looked at Piccolo. As for standing there and letting Bardos hit him, Vegeta was just saying it out of anger. I am now a warrior who has surpassed the Super Saiyan. How can I be as rude as a woman? Now, in Vegeta's opinion, the most important thing is to kill Cell in front of everyone, so that he can feel more accomplished. Piccolo, where is Cell? Tell me. Vegeta walked to Piccolo's side. Piccolo was standing at the edge of the temple, looking down. Seeing Vegeta coming up, Piccolo pointed to a certain location below. It's in the mountainous area over there. It seems that he is looking for No 18. Piccolo called, I'll take you there. Let's go quickly. Vegeta snorted coldly and flew rapidly downward. Piccolo also followed Vegeta without any hesitation. Gohan, it's our turn to practice next. Son Goku called to his son Gohan. Yes, Dad. Son Gohan nodded. Son Goku and his son entered the room of spirit and time. A certain mountainous area. Cell hit his breath and floated high above the mountainous area. Damn it, where did number 18 go? I've also looked for them in Dr. Gero's research institute, but there's no trace of them. Cell muttered to himself, normally, number 18 ran away with number 16. Given No 18's personality, he shouldn't abandon the injured number 16. Number 17 and number 18 in this era are different from the era I was familiar with in May and July. Just as Cell was muttering about No 18's whereabouts, he suddenly sensed two powerful auras flying towards his location. Who is it? Who's coming? Cell frowned, is it the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta? It doesn't seem like it, two completely unfamiliar auras. Swish! Cell found a place and hid first. Cell was really a little afraid that Vegeta would appear again. That guy was too scary. In Cell's opinion, the only way to defeat Vegeta was to become a perfect body. However, Cell would never have thought that even if he became a perfect body, he would still be several dimensions behind Vegeta. Cell and Vegeta are not of the same weight class at all. Chapter 108, Bardos. Swish! Swish! Vegeta and Piccolo fell from the sky and appeared near where Cell was just now. Where is he? Vegeta looked around and found no trace of Cell. What a cunning guy, he should have sensed our breath and hid in advance. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Find him, find him! Vegeta shouted. Piccolo snorted coldly. Your orders are like this S-tone, I'm not happy at all. You'd better find it yourself. I won't serve you anymore. In a dark corner, Cell silently looked at Piccolo and Vegeta in the sky. Strange, is it Piccolo and Vegeta? Why does the aura feel completely different from before? Cell frowned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Cell looked carefully again. It seems that except for Piccolo and Vegeta, no other warriors came. Cell could vaguely sense the other warriors, they were all high in the sky, far away from here. As for where they were, Cell didn't know. Cell didn't need to know the location of Son Goku and the others. 01. The most important thing now is to find number 18 quickly and absorb him, so that it can become a complete body. This is a good opportunity. As long as I kill Vegeta, Sun Wukong will not be able to merge with Vegeta, and the guy named Vegeta will not appear. Cell's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Cell, I know you are nearby, come out. Vegeta shouted loudly. Temple. Mr. Fang Yun, who do you think will win, Vegeta or Cell? Bardos asked with a smile. What do you think? Fang Yun asked. Judging from the intensity of energy, Vegeta's energy has far exceeded Cell's current energy, so I think, if nothing unexpected happens, Vegeta will win. Bardos smiled confidently. What if you lose? How will you compensate me? Fang Yun lowered his voice. Bardos. Why should I compensate you if I lose? You are overdoing it. How do you want me to compensate you? Bardos did not get angry, but turned his head to look at Fang Yun with a smile, blinking his eyes and showing a cute and playful smile. Fang Yun. You are not angry? What is the reason for her to come to Earth? Also, is she transformed by Mel's? No, Fang Yun decided to find a way to confirm whether the bear in front of him is a man or a woman. How to confirm? It seems that it is really difficult to confirm. If it is really Mel's who transformed, he can completely make it look real. Fang Yun had a headache. Mr. Fang Yun, are you okay? Bardos asked. No. Fang Yun smiled. But why do I feel that Mr. Fang Yun is worried? Bardos asked again. It's not a big deal, I just feel a little tired after seeing you. Fang Yun told the truth. Bardos. Why are you tired when you see me? Don't talk to me. Fang Yun said. Bardos. Krillin. How can you treat a girl like this? You are so unromantic, I really don't know why Tais and Bulma followed you. What a scumbag. Krillin despised Fang Yun in his heart. Mr. Fang Yun is too cautious. Don't worry, I really have no ill intentions. Bardos lowered his voice and whispered in Fang Yun's ear. Fang Yun didn't say anything. I'd better improve my Omni King's magical power as soon as possible. I can't erase this guy, I feel uneasy. Fang Yun immediately looked down. Not long after Vegeta's voice fell, Cell quietly appeared behind Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, Cell is behind you. Piccolo shouted loudly. What? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and looked back hurriedly. Cell didn't hide, but just looked at Vegeta with a smile. Strange. Why do I have a very strange feeling after seeing Vegeta? It feels like someone has met his first love, and his heart is surging. Pa. Cell spit out a mouthful of saliva. This is really disgusting. I actually have this idea about Vegeta. Did my brain get damaged by the time and space storm when I traveled through time? Vegeta. How dare you humiliate me? I will let you know why flowers are red later. He, Vegeta, you are quite courageous. You dare to come here to die. Cell smiled and glanced at Piccolo again, and your strength has improved a lot. How did you do it? Humph. Piccolo snorted coldly, without any intention of answering. Cell, I will let you see the results of my training now. Vegeta smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Oh? Then I'll wait and see. Cell crossed his arms and looked at Vegeta with interest. Pop. Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, let me feel your breath after you surpass Super Saiyan from a close distance. Piccolo whispered. Boom. Suddenly, endless breath emerged from Vegeta's body. So strong Piccolo's face changed slightly. What? What's going on? Cell's pupil shrank. Boom. Vegeta's breath continued to flow out. At the same time, the golden light on Vegeta's body became thicker and thicker. This Cell stuttered. How is this possible? It's only been a day. How did Vegeta improve his strength? In less than 10 seconds, Vegeta had already improved his breath to the extreme. There was an endless smile on Vegeta's mouth, and because of his pride, his mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Cell was shocked and his pupils were filled with endless doubts. Above the temple. Is this Vegeta's breath? Krillin was so scared that his whole body trembled. It's so scary. Tien Xinyan's face was sweating. Brother Tien Jiaozi was so scared that his face turned pale. Brother Tien, I'm so scared. Li Ping came over. Get out. Tien Xinyan shouted. Only Fang Yun and Bardos were relatively calm. The two stood at the edge of the temple and watched what was happening below silently. Ignorance is really a kind of luck. Kellen sighed. Kellen, what do you mean? Who is ignorant? Li Ping thought Kellen was talking about himself, and was immediately unhappy. Stupid, I didn't say you. Kellen shouted, and glanced at Fang Yun. I see. Li Ping nodded, you mean that Fang Yun and Patrolman Bear can't sense the breath, so they don't feel anything. Chapter 109, That piece of forest is too annoying. Kellen wiped his sweat. Ahem, that's not what I meant, don't get me wrong. Kellen waved his hand. I'll punish you to lose the capital of being a man. Fang Yun said, waving his hand gently. What did you say? Kellen was shocked. Then, Kellen pulled his pants and took a look. Ah, it's gone. Kellen exclaimed. Let me see, let me see. Li Ping was so happy. Get out. Kellen kicked Li Ping with a flying kick. The next moment, Klin rushed to Fang Yun's side and begged bitterly, saying that he would never dare to do it again. I don't want to become like Li Ping. I might as well die. 1 hour, after 1 hour, I will restore you. Fang Yun said lightly. Thank you very much, Fang Yun. Clin cried. You wiped out all my damn thing, and I still have to thank you. I am so tragic. Fang Yun deliberately wiped out a certain organ of Clin's body in front of Bardos, mainly to see how she would react. As a result, the woman looked very calm, as if nothing had happened. Fang Yun thought carefully. Yes, she must not know what she wiped out, right? What a mistake. I should have wiped off Clin's arm just now. The forest below seems to block the view a bit. Fang Yun sighed. Yeah, it's not a good look. It's not good to see them fighting. Bardos nodded gently. Then disappear. Fang Yun said, waving his big hand gently. Below. Vegeta's face was full of smug smiles. Pico was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. Cell was even more terrified. Cell, I'm going to attack. Vegeta smiled. Swish. At this moment, the area around Cell and Vegeta, about 10 miles in radius, immediately turned into a flat land, leaving nothing behind. After seeing the changes around him, Vegeta's confidence on his face suddenly disappeared. It's Fang Yun. What does he want to do? Vegeta quickly checked his body. Fortunately, no parts were lost. However, what Vegeta couldn't understand was why Fang Yun wiped out the nearby flowers and plants. Yes, Fang Yun was watching his performance in the temple. These big trees seemed to affect his vision, right? After figuring out Fang Yun's original intention, Vegeta was relieved for the time being. Pico also quickly checked his body. Originally, Piccolo didn't plan to check. But seeing Vegeta check, he checked too. Fortunately, Fang Yun was not targeting him. It's too scary, okay? In the blink of an eye, everything nearby disappeared. Even summer flies and mosquitoes. What's going on? The rocks and flowers nearby are gone. Cell widened his eyes, even mosquitoes disappeared. Why do I feel that this scene is a bit familiar? Cell scratched his head. Cell, what you should worry about most now is your own safety, not those flowers and plants, right? Vegeta smiled. Swish. Vegeta smiled lightly, dodged and rushed to the opposite side of Cell, and punched Cell in the abdomen. Suddenly, Vegeta's fist sank deeply into Cell's stomach. Cell looked down at Vegeta, his face full of shock. Bang! With a muffled sound, Cell flew backwards, and at the same time, acid water in his mouth kept spraying out. Hey! Vegeta's figure flashed and appeared right above Cell. Vegeta crossed his fingers and clenched his fists, smashing down fiercely. Boom! Cell's body hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole on the ground. Pop! Vegeta landed at the edge of the pit. He looked at Cell in the pit with a smile. Hey, Cell, stand up. Vegeta smiled gently. Cell bared his teeth, flew out of the pit angrily, and glared at Vegeta. Damn it! Why can't I beat him? Cell wondered. What on earth is wrong with this Vegeta? Why did he improve his strength to this level in just one day? How is it, Cell? Show your true ability. Vegeta was very proud. Wow! Cell's breath burst out. Bang! Vegeta kicked out and hit Cell's head. Cell flew backwards again, his head rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. Cell got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I thought you were so great, but it turns out you are just a straw bag. Vegeta looked disdainful. What did you say? Cell was so angry that his whole body was shaking. What? Am I wrong? Vegeta sneered. Wow! Cell was furious and punched Vegeta with a powerful punch. Bang! Seeing the flying fist, Vegeta blocked it lightly and easily resisted Cell's attack. What? Is this all your strength? You really disappoint me. Vegeta sneered. Bang! Vegeta kicked out again and hit Cell in the chest. Cell slid backwards and fell to the ground. Pico was stunned. Vegeta, too powerful. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Are you Vegeta? Cell asked loudly. No. Vegeta pointed at his nose and said with a smile, I am Super Vegeta. Cell. Well, I'd better get rid of you as soon as possible. Vegeta's eyes showed murderous intent. Damn it! If I become a complete body, I may not lose to you. Cell bared his teeth, feeling very unwilling. Vegeta was slightly startled. I don't accept it. Cell shouted loudly. You said, if you become a complete body, you can beat me. Vegeta looked at Cell and said. Pico frowned, his heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. Yes, after I become a perfect body, my strength will be greatly improved. Cell clenched his fists. The computer told me that my speed, my energy, my wisdom, and all my aspects will evolve to an extremely perfect level. Oh. Vegeta smiled and kicked Cell to the ground again. Look, there is such a big gap between us, you can defeat me after becoming a perfect body. How many times do you want me to say it before you believe it? Cell got up and shouted at Vegeta. Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you. Vegeta snorted, but I have no obligation to help you find number 18-3. Chapter 110, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The thing I was worried about finally happened. Vegeta, you idiot. Shut up and do your own thing. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo. Vegeta, do you know the consequences of doing this? Piccolo said with a dark face. I don't know, and there's no need to know. Vegeta chuckled, don't you want to challenge a higher opponent? Pico was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but he could do nothing. Okay Cell, go quickly, I hope you can find number 18 as soon as possible, don't let me wait too long. Vegeta said with a smile, if it takes too long, Kakarot will come out, and we won't have so much fun. Son Goku? His breath has indeed disappeared. Cell was stunned for a moment, where did he go? You don't need to ask so much, he just went to a place to practice, just like me. Vegeta smiled, okay, I'll give you 3 hours to find number 18. Am I kind enough? No need, I've found it. Cell smiled slightly. Found it? Where? Vegeta was stunned. Here. Cell grinned, and suddenly 003 raised his hands and put them on his cheeks. Vegeta suddenly had a bad premonition. Piccolo's face turned pale. This action is Sun Fist. Cell shouted. Damn it. Vegeta was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. I asked you to find number 18, what do you mean by performing the Sun Fist? Swish. Just when Vegeta was a little confused about Cell's intention. At this time, Cell appeared behind Vegeta without anyone noticing. At the same time, Cell's long tail suddenly swallowed Vegeta below. The tip of the tail turned into a bell in an instant, wrapping Vegeta tightly. Although Vegeta's strength far exceeds Cell. However, Vegeta never expected that Cell would come to absorb him. When Vegeta came to his senses, he suddenly found that his energy was no longer easy to burst out. Gulp gulp. In just a blink of an eye, Cell completed Vegeta's subsorption. Cell also had a sudden thought. Why don't I absorb Vegeta? Since I feel a surge of emotion when I look at Vegeta. Then I will absorb him. Maybe, a miracle will happen to my body. Cell thought so and did so. When Piccolo's eyes regained their sight, he was so surprised. Oh my god, am I seeing right? Vegeta was absorbed. Cell absorbed Vegeta? Boom. Just when Piccolo was wondering, Cell suddenly burst out with amazing energy. At the same time, Cell's body changed rapidly. Cell is going to become a perfect form? How is this possible? Piccolo was so surprised. For a moment, Piccolo stood still because of fear, and even lost the idea of running away. Boom. A strong aura emerged from Cell's body again. When he looked again, Cell had completed his evolution and became a perfect form. Cell just looked at his body calmly, feeling the endless terrible energy in his body. I've done it. Me. Cell, the android. I've become a perfect body today? The computer told me. I am indeed a perfect body. That's right. It's just that I didn't absorb number 18. I absorbed Vegeta. Can I become a perfect body by absorbing Vegeta? Cell was excited, but also a little confused. It seems that there is no direct conflict between Dr. Gero and Vegeta. Why absorb Vegeta? Forget it, never mind. Anyway, I have become a perfect body. I finally completed the final evolution. Cell looked extremely excited, and smiled at Piccolo, who was already stunned. What a pity, you are the only one who witnessed my perfect body. Cell smiled lightly, looked at Piccolo, and said with interest. Above the temple. Finally, Cell is complete, Fang Yun exclaimed, tears were about to fall. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Vados had a face full of question marks and looked confused. How can you be more excited than Cell? Who completed the evolution of the body? Also, how did Cell absorb Vegeta to become a perfect body? Let me sort it out. Vados was a little confused about the situation. Although Vados was an angel, he was an angel of the 6th universe after all, and he had almost no attention to the 7th universe. Before coming to Earth, Vados also made up for some information about the 7th universe. Otherwise, Vados would really be blind. Even so, from the information provided by Whis, Cell had to absorb androids 17 and 18 to become a perfect body. Now, Cell actually absorbed Vegeta as android 18. What's going on? Krillin's face became extremely ugly after sensing Cell's powerful aura. Vegeta's aura disappeared. Cell's aura is even stronger. Tian Xinyan said. What happened? Li Ping raised his orchid finger. You seem very excited, Mr. Fang Yun. Bardos said with a smile. Yet. Fang Yun nodded and waved to Cell. How can I not be excited? I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, the people who should be wiped out have been wiped out. The span of this upgrade is a bit long. It spanned more than 10 years. Below. Pico was trembling with fear. Pico admitted that he was not even a match for Cell in the second form, let alone this perfect Cell. Vegeta, you deserve it. Piccolo bared his teeth. Hehe, Piccolo, you also understand that it is futile for you to run away. It seems that you are very smart and know that you can't run away. Cell pointed his hand at Piccolo, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Piccolo didn't resist. Piccolo knew very well that it was useless even if he resisted. The gap between him and Cell was too big. Okay, go to hell. Cell said, and was about to kill Piccolo on the spot. Swish. However, just when Cell was about to attack, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Nothing was left. Pico's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of shock. Where are the people? Why did Cell disappear? What's going on? Pico thought that Cell appeared behind him by moving at high speed. Pico hurriedly looked back. Still no one. The problem is that the gap between him and Cell is so big, there is no need for him to do anything unnecessary. Pico was anxious. What exactly is going on? Pico's face was full of confusion. Chapter 111, Platinum. Temple. Hey? Cell's aura disappeared. Krillin exclaimed. It really disappeared, what's going on? Tian Xinyan was also puzzled. Just now, Cell's aura clearly increased significantly. Why did Cell suddenly hide his aura again? The question is, where is Vegeta? Why is Vegeta gone too? Fang Yun wiped Cell away with tears in his eyes. Sure enough, just as Fang Yun felt, his Omni King avatar successfully advanced from gold to platinum. Platinum avatar, strength is 10 times that of Beerus. Oh my god! This time, Frieza is not used as the unit of strength. Instead, it is replaced by the god of destruction Beerus. At the same time, in addition to the improvement in strength, Fang Yun also has a new skill creation. That's right. Creation. You can create everything. This is the platinum level. Above platinum, there are diamonds, stars, and kings. Just platinum, have some other abilities of the Omni King surfaced? Creation? Fang Yun silently felt this magical ability called creation. Creating everything. It's getting more and more interesting. This time, after advancing to the platinum avatar, in addition to creation, Fang Yun's erasure ability has also been greatly improved. Now, Fang Yun can wipe out a planet with a wave of his hand. Now, the only thing Fang Yun cannot wipe out is the gods above the Kaishin and the god of destruction. For example, angels, high priests, etc. Fang Yun needs to further improve his magical powers to wipe them out. In addition, the conditions for advancing from platinum to diamond have also changed greatly this time. The conditions for advancement are no longer to erase a certain person as the main task. This time the conditions for advancement are very vague, recruiting 2 powerful guards, and the guards must be convinced and loyal. Just a few simple words. 2 powerful guards? For Fang Yun, it is not difficult to recruit guards. It should not be difficult to make them loyal and convinced, right? Let's talk about this later. Try to erase the magical power first. Fang Yun was eager to try, and wiped out the moon with a wave of his hand. Then, Fang Yun waved his hand again. The moon magically came back again. No one knew that the moon had disappeared. Moon! Who did I offend? Can the erased planet be restored? Fang Yun was very happy, and he waved his hand again and wiped out the sun. The sky suddenly became dark. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. What happened? Krillin exclaimed, did someone summon the dragon? Picnic and the gods have assimilated into one person. Didn't the Dragon Ball disappear? Where did the dragon come from? Tian Xinyan wiped his sweat. But why is the sky dark? Krillin was stunned. There is no light at all. Why do I feel that the air is a little cold? Li Ping shivered. The temperature has dropped. What's going on? Krillin's face changed color. Then, Fang Yun waved his hand again. The disappeared sun was restored. The warm sun was shining. Everything was as before. The temperature that had dropped before returned to normal immediately because it was too short. Well, it's interesting. Fang Yun smiled. Bardos. You actually wiped out the sun. Bardos wiped his sweat. Fang Yun, do you know what happened just now? Klin asked hurriedly. It's not a big deal. I was just idle and wiped out the sun to see what would happen if the earth lost the Sunday. Fang Yun said with a smile. Klin. Tian Xinyan. Li Ping. Jiaozi. Just brag. You wiped out the sun. Why don't you wipe out the Milky Way? Why don't you wipe out the universe? Meeting such a boastful person, Klin and others were speechless. Of course, Klin and others would not believe that it was Fang Yun who wiped out the sun. After a brief shock, Bardos looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Something's wrong. What's going on? His divine power actually increased by several levels at once. It's over. I don't know if he can recognize me. I have to be careful. Bardos was beating his heart. Or, I should leave quickly and come back in my true form? Vados's beautiful eyes kept blinking. Sure enough, Vados got what she thought. Then Vados saw Fang Yun staring at her silently. Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. Vados felt nervous. Zero, please give me flowers. Patrolman Bar, you seem scared. Fang Yun looked at Vados with a smile. Fang Yun waited secretly. My current strength is 10 times that of Beerus. I don't know if I can beat her. She should be just an apprentice angel, right? Fang Yun found that although his all-powerful ability had been improved, he still couldn't see through the essence of this woman. With his own strength, which was 10 times stronger than Beerus, it seemed a bit difficult to deal with Whis. However, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with a Mers, right? Besides, as an apprentice angel, Mers didn't dare to burst out all his angelic power. If he did, he would disappear. How about it? Try it? Of course, before trying, Fang Yun still quietly used the eraser on Bardos. 00. Sure enough, there was no effect at all. This made Fang Yun more certain that the other party was at least an apprentice angel. Fang Yun's heart moved. I have a new idea. Patrolman Bar, I'm short of a guard now. How about you be my guard? Fang Yun glanced at Bardos and asked with a smile. Fang Yun didn't hide his words. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone present to hear. Klin. Fang Yun, you're going too far. You let such a beautiful girl be your guard. She's the galactic patrolman. Is it appropriate for you to do this? Klin was about to refute Bardos, but suddenly thought of a part of his body that had disappeared. His heart trembled, and the words on his lips were swallowed. I won't say anything. Bardos looked at Fang Yun without blinking. Why are you looking at me like that? Just say whether you agree or not. Fang Yun asked. Are you serious? Bardos asked back. Do you think I'm kidding? Fang Yun smiled. Do you really want me to be your guard? Bardos asked again. What? Is there a problem? Fang Yun said with a smile. No problem, Bardos nodded, hiding his excitement. Swish. The next moment, a piece of paper with special material suddenly flashed in Bardos's hand. Fang Yun was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Why can't I understand? Then, Fang Yun saw that Bardos handed the paper to him with both hands. Chapter 112, Bardos. Fang Yun took it and quickly glanced at it. What the hell? Is this an agreement? On it was written the agreement to appoint a guard. I hereby appoint Patrolman Bearer as a guard to protect Fang Yun, take care of Fang Yun's food and daily life, and never give up. The signature was Fang Yun's name. Just press a handprint, and this agreement will take effect. Fang Yun. What's the situation? Why are you more active than me? Also, you protect me? Can you beat me? Fang Yun felt that he was not calm at all. Bar? Is it this bar? When Fang Yun heard bar's name, he thought it was the bar in Barduk. Now, judging from the literal meaning, Fang Yun suddenly thought of someone. She is the angel Bardos from the 6th universe. Fang Yun looked at Bar Patrol carefully. If, change her skin color to blue. If, dye her hair white. If, put her hair in a ponytail. If, change her clothes to angel costumes. Wait a minute. Fang Yun said, took out his mobile phone and took a photo of Bardos. What are you doing? Bardos was stunned, a little unable to keep up with Fang Yun's rhythm. Why are you taking pictures of me? Fang Yun quickly used his mobile phone to modify Bardos's appearance through the beauty software. Fang Yun changed the hair and skin color of Patrolman Bear, and changed her hair to white and tied it into a ponytail. Oh my god, isn't this Bardos? Fang Yun quickly put away his phone. Fang Yun looked at Bardos silently again. It's Bardos. I was wondering why he looked familiar. Fang Yun slapped his forehead. I didn't realize it. But, Bardos, what are you doing in the 7th universe? Why don't you stay in the 6th universe and come to our 7th universe to join in the fun? Why do you still want to be my bodyguard? And you made an agreement? Mr. Fang Yun, just press your handprint. Bardos laughed, but didn't feel Fang Yun's change of mentality. Seeing Patrolman Bear chasing Fang Yun to be a bodyguard and solemnly taking out the agreement, Clin and others present immediately felt 10,000 points of critical damage. Fang Yun's guard? This beautiful girl, why do you want to be his guard so much? I need a guard too. I also need a beautiful girl to be my guard. Isn't this a devil's contract? Fang Yun would not press the handprint, just waved his hand. Swish. The agreement paper disappeared magically. Bados. What the hell is the devil's contract? Okay, stop pretending, I know who you are. Fang Yun smiled lightly. Bados's face changed color slightly. Is he recognized? How could it be? Although his divine power has increased now, it shouldn't be so easy to recognize me, right? How did he do it? Bados pretended to be very calm, looking at Fang Yun, showing a confused face. It seemed to mean, I don't know what you are talking about. What did Fang Yun say just now? Clin's gossip mind rose again. It seems that he knows who Patrolman Bar is, Tian Xinyan said. My guess was right, that girl is also a cyborg. A cyborg created by Dr. Jero. Li Ping exclaimed. Krillin and others glanced at Li Ping. Are you overthinking it? Mr. Fang Yun, were you talking to me just now? Bardos looked at Fang Yun and asked after a brief silence. Yes, not you. Fang Yun took out his cell phone and showed the photo he had just made to Bardos. At the same time, Fang Yun was ready to fight. You think you are an angel, so I am afraid of you? You are an angel, you can't fight with all your strength, right? If you dare to have ill will towards me, do you believe that I will beat you so hard that you can't tell which way is which? When Bardos saw the photo Fang Yun had put together, he was stunned. I was really discovered. Hehe, I was recognized, Bardos scratched his head. Swish. Then, Bardos no longer hesitated and suddenly changed into a set of clothes. The angel's divine outfit appeared. The next moment, Bardos's hair changed from black to silver white. The hair automatically changed from long hair to a ponytail. Swish. Bardos's skin color also changed to blue in an instant. Greetings, Lord De Quan. Bados bowed. I'm sorry, I hadn't fully confirmed the identity of the Great King before, so I had to dress up as Patrolman Bear. Please punish me, Great King. Fang Yun was confused. Let me sort it out. What Great King? How come I don't know? I just have the power of the King of all. I don't know the Great King of all. Did you recognize the wrong person? Fang Yun's heart was beating. What is going on? Why can't I keep up with the rhythm of Bardos? Hehe, it's okay, I believe you are also out of good intentions, and since you have admitted your mistakes, there is a saying that it is great to know your mistakes and improve them. I am optimistic about you. Fang Yun did not scold Bardos for this. Didn't you see that Bardos was so polite? Besides, she even apologized to him. The key question is that she also called herself the Great King. The Great King? What does it mean? Please tell me in detail. However, due to his identity, Fang Yun couldn't ask directly. This kind of thing will always come to light one day. Perhaps, Bardos may have recognized the wrong person. Seeing that Bardos suddenly changed her appearance and became a blue-skinned beauty, Clin and others present were all stunned. What's going on? Why did she change her appearance? What is the origin of this girl? And what is the Great King? Why did this girl call Fang Yun the Great King? Why does Patrolman Bar look like she owes Fang Yun 5.7 a lot of money? Li Ping pondered. Blue skin, white hair, even cuter. Krillin's face flushed. Li Ping. I'm telling you something serious. Why are you still staring at that girl? Is she as cute as me? No no no. I'm a man. Why would I have such a thought? Damn Fang Yun, it's all your fault. The Great King? She calls Fang Yun the Great King. Tian Xinyan was also puzzled. Could she be Fang Yun's tribe member? Jiao's a guest. The skin color is different, obviously not of the same race. Tian Xinyan shook his head. Brother Tian is right, they should not be of the same race. Jiao's nodded. Thank you, Great King. Bardos thanked him quickly. Yet. Fang Yun nodded solemnly with his hands behind his back. Chapter 113, I am the King of Great Perfection. Bardos was a little confused about Fang Yun's attitude. What does this mean? Why can't I understand? A brief silence. The two looked at each other. Lord King of Great Perfection, do you remember everything? Bardos asked tentatively. What do you think? Fang Yun replied with an ambiguous word. Ahem, it's good to remember it. Bardos smiled awkwardly. According to the agreement, the first person by your side will become your personal bodyguard. Swish. As Bardos said, a flame flashed in her hand, and a piece of agreement paper similar to the one just now appeared in her hand. Bardos handed it over with both hands. Did I say such a thing? Fang Yun tried to calm himself down. Bardos, you really want to be your bodyguard? Wouldn't it be nice to be your angel? Why do you have to be a bodyguard? What are you trying to do? Yes, I did. Bardos laughed. I don't remember this one thing. I'll tell you when I remember it. Fang Yun waved his hand. Swish. Suddenly, the agreement paper in Bardos's hand was erased again. Bardos. Why did you erase this again? 01 I just want to be your personal bodyguard. Why is it so difficult? Tell me, what are you doing on Earth? Fang Yun asked directly. Lord De Quan said that whoever finds you first and is recognized by you can serve as your personal bodyguard. Bardos pouted and was unhappy. Well, I don't remember this. Fang Yun shook his head. How could I remember this? I didn't say anything. You got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary person with the power of the Omni King. I'm not the Great Omni King you mentioned. However, Fang Yun was still very satisfied with the title of Great Omni King. Why add the word great in front of Omni King? According to Fang Yun's understanding of the Dragon Ball world, whenever there is a great word, it proves that the status must be higher than the previous one. For example, there is a great Kai above the Kai. For example, there is a great destroyer. For example, there is an archangel. For example, the great priest has the word great in his name, and his strength is said to be similar to that of the Omni King. Of course, Fang Yun has not fully confirmed the great destroyer and archangel, and it is not clear whether they really exist. In short, the title of the great Omni King is definitely not ordinary. The Omni King can wipe out a universe with a wave of his hand, so what will the great Omni King do? Fang Yun was a little bit expectant in his heart. No, what am I expecting? The great Omni King is not me. Forget it, I'll pretend to be the great Omni King for a while. Who asked Bardos to come over here on his own initiative? Ahem, Bardos, you look better with yellow skin. Fang Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at Bardos. Really? If I become yellow-skinned, can Lord De Quan appoint me as a guard? Bardos asked excitedly. Do you really want to be my guard? Fang Yun looked at Bardos and asked. Yet. Bardos nodded vigorously. Lord De Quan, you know that as an angel, you can't use too much angel power, otherwise you will disappear automatically. However, if you become your guard, this setting will disappear by itself. Let me think about it. Fang Yun nodded seriously. So that's it. No wonder Bardos chased him to be a guard. She didn't want to disappear because of the explosion of all angel power. But, you are so powerful, who can threaten your position? Whis can knock Beerus unconscious with a light slap, so Bardos's strength should be above Whis. You are the guard of the great king. Are you going to participate in the martial arts competition to find a husband? Fang Yun would certainly not agree. What if Bardos really becomes his guard and accidentally explodes all the angelic power? Then Bardos disappears. This is really tragic. Then the high priest will come and ask, where is my daughter? Should I say that I don't like her and she wiped her out? Okay, Lord Great King. Bardos nodded. I am the first god to see you after you were reborn. Reborn? Fang Yun has learned a lot of important information from Bardos. Could it be that the Great King died? Reborn again? What the hell? Tell me more in detail. Before you came to me, I met the King of the Worlds. Fang Yun replied indifferently. Bardos. Look, this is the Patara earrings I got from King Kai. Fang Yun took out the earrings. Bardos was speechless. Krillin and the others were completely confused. Why did they feel that Patrolman Bar owed Fang Yun a large sum of money? Also, what exactly is the Great King? Now is not the time to consider Fang Yun's identity. That Cell's aura is completely gone. What tricks does he want to play? Krillin said in a deep voice. His aura was too terrible just now. Has he become a perfect form? Tian Xinyan's face was sweating. Swoosh. As he was talking, Piccolo flew up from below and landed on the ground of the temple. You are right, Cell, has become a perfect form. Piccolo nodded gently. Pico? You are back? Where is Vegeta? Why did Vegeta's aura suddenly disappear? 003 Krillin asked hurriedly. Vegeta deserved it, and was absorbed by Cell. Piccolo wiped his sweat. This Vegeta, let you pretend. As a result, he was absorbed by Cell. Vegeta was absorbed by Cell? Let me figure out what happened. Krillin was a little confused. Is there such a thing? Tian Xinyan's face was also stiff. Absorbed? Vegeta was absorbed by Cell? It's terrible. When I think of Cell's disgusting appearance, I get goosebumps all over my body. Li Ping held his face and exclaimed. Krillin, Tian Xinyan, and Jiaozi all looked at Li Ping silently. This Li Ping is completely useless. Then what? Piccolo. Krillin asked, did Cell absorb number 18 as well? Not really. Piccolo shook his head. Cell absorbed Vegeta and became a perfect body. Ah. Krillin widened his eyes. Can you become a perfect form by absorbing Vegeta? Cold sweat dripped down Tian Xinyan's face. I don't know what happened. Piccolo shook his head. But what about Cell? Krillin asked again. I don't know what happened, he suddenly disappeared. Piccolo said. Disappeared. Krillin suddenly realized something and looked in the direction of Fang Yun. Chapter 114, Angel Power, 1 Guy Combat Strength. Cell disappeared? Could it be that he was wiped out by Fang Yun? Don't look at me. Fang Yun greeted lightly. It's not you? Fang Yun. Krillin asked. Okay, I'll show my cards, it's me. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin. Pick. It's time, and you're still joking like this? Ahem Fang Yun, can we stop joking? This matter is very serious. We need to find out where Cell is now. Krillin stepped forward and laughed. Look at you, you don't believe me when I tell the truth. Fang Yun sighed. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, a green figure emerged at the scene. It was the erased Cell. What? It's Cell. Krillin, Piccolo, and others were completely stunned. Oh my god, was it really erased by Fang Yun? You restored Cell now, what do you mean? Cell had just recovered from the erasure and looked around carefully. Where is this place? What happened to me just now? Cell was quite surprised. Then, Cell looked at Fang Yun and others present, with a gleam in his eyes. I know, you made me disappear just now, right? Cell looked at Fang Yun coldly. I got a few memory fragments from Vegeta that I absorbed. You actually know magic? You can make people disappear inexplicably. Yeah, you're right. Fang Yun nodded. However, I have become a complete body. You can only make me disappear for a short while. Your magic is not enough to make me disappear forever, am I right? Cell sneered. Fang Yun's eyes widened. You are so talented. How did you come up with this reason? Vados. Is this guy called Cell's brain broken? It was the Great King who restored you, right? You actually think it is not enough to make you disappear forever? Also, that is not magic. That is a realm you will never know. Not only that, your earring also has magical powers. Cell chuckled and pointed his hand at Fang Yun's body. Fang Yun put his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Magician Fang Yun, you are finished, I will kill you now. Cell smiled coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Vados, don't you want to be my bodyguard? Let me see your strength. Fang Yun called out to Bardos. Vados. Is it appropriate to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? But Bardos looked around. It seems that he is the only one who can deal with Cell on the scene. Of course, Lord De Quan can also deal with him easily. It's just that his divine power should not have recovered to its peak. If Lord De Quan is really injured, it will be difficult to explain. Let me do it. Pop. Vados took out a pistol and pointed it at Cell. Don't move. Bardos shouted tenderly. Seeing Bardos take out a pistol and point it at Cell, Piccolo and the others were stunned. Stop it. You pointed a gun at Cell, are you here to make fun of me? Galactic Patrol, don't you know how powerful Cell is? Cell's face froze, and he looked at Bardos silently. Where did this blue-skinned woman come from? What if I move? Cell looked at Bardos with interest. I will shoot. Bardos smiled. Try to shoot, I will never dodge. Cell laughed, thinking Bardos' words were so interesting. You will die. Bardos sighed, I never kill anyone. What did you say? Cell was stunned. I will be killed by a shot? Are you here to make fun of me? Cell laughed. No one would believe it. Of course Cell didn't believe it. Swish. Vados pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot out from the muzzle and headed straight for Cell. Cell's face was filled with shock, and his expression changed again and again. What is this? Why does it look so scary? No. This thing. Puff. How could Cell avoid Bardos' attack? With a muffled sound, Cell's shoulder was pierced by a gun. Cell's face turned pale and he felt the piercing pain. Damn, this is not an ordinary gun. Cell was so angry that he trembled all over. Vados had already appeared behind Cell. Bang! Vados kicked Cell and made him fall several times on the ground. When Cell stopped, he had completely fainted. Speaking of which, I haven't fought with anyone for a long time, and my movements are a bit rusty. Bardos patted his hands. Piccolo. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Several people were completely stunned, staring at Bardos without blinking. That was the perfect Cell. She shot him through the body. Then, she kicked him unconscious? Am I dreaming? Are the Galactic Patrol so powerful? Today, Piccolo and others have experienced the power of the Galactic Patrol, so much so that for a long time, Piccolo and others thought that the Galactic Patrol was as powerful as Bardos. Your gun is good. Fang Yun looked at Bardos. Hehe, inject a little bit of angel power into this gun, and it can exert its divine power. Bardos smiled and nodded gently. Angel power? What does it look like? Let me see. Fang Yun called out. Snap. Without the slightest hesitation, Bardos flashed a white flame in his hand, and a sesame-sized white light dot emerged. Lord De Quan, please look, this is the angel power. Angel power is calculated according to points. This is 1 point of angel power, which is equivalent to one guy's combat power. Bardos explained, before I came here, I put 1 point of angel power in this gun, which can be fired 10,000 times, so the shot just now actually consumed 0.0001 points of angel power. Bardos had nothing to hide in this, and said it in front of everyone present. What is she talking about? One guy's combat power. Clin scratched his head. Is combat power calculated in Gai? Gai, what is it? Tian Xinyan was also at a loss. Pico shook his head gently. What is Gai? I haven't heard of it either. One Gai is 1 trillion. Bardos replied thoughtfully. Pico. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Several people were dumbfounded. Just brag. Although you killed Cell in 1 second. But such a small light spot, you said it has a combat power of 1 trillion? Who are you kidding? Chapter 115, Bardos. Fang Yun glanced at a few people. A bunch of ignorant guys. How can the power of angels be compared with ordinary combat power? Immediately, Fang Yun took this 1 point of angel power and felt it a little. Creation. Fang Yun muttered. Pa. Suddenly, a bit of angel power suddenly appeared in Fang Yun's hand. Bados's beautiful eyes widened, full of expectation. Look, what's the difference with your angel power? Fang Yun said, throwing the angel power he created to Bardos. Thank you, Lord De Quan. Bardos took it as if he had found a treasure, and said excitedly, there is no difference, Lord De Quan, did you give it to me? Fang Yun. I just asked you to identify my creative ability. You are so good, you accepted it without any courtesy. Forget it, I'll give it to you. Fang Yun can't take back the things he gave away because of his status, right? Shua. Fang Yun used his creative ability again. Then, another bit of angel power was created. Creation is so magical. Bados. Bado's face was also full of surprise. After the rebirth of the Great King 007, his creative ability is much stronger than before. Shua. Fang Yun simply created a pistol from Bardos. Then, Fang Yun stuffed this 1 point of angel power into the pistol. Picker and others were confused. Does Fang Yun have the ability to copy? Why didn't we know it before? Fang Yun pointed the pistol at the moon. Moon. Don't point it at me. Why do you always point it at me? Fang Yun hesitated for a moment and pointed the pistol at the sun again. Sun, sun. Shua. Fang Yun fired. A white light shot rapidly towards the direction of the sun. Bardos. Ahem, Lord De Quan, if you want to destroy the sun, 1 point of angel power is not enough, at least 2 points are needed. Bardos said, also, this gun divides the angel power into 1/10,000th, so the sun will not be destroyed. Fang Yun ignored it, fired a shot, and looked at the sun silently. Although the sun did not seem to be in a big deal, after enduring this 1/10,000th of angel power, the light was slightly dimmed. Not bad, this angel power is quite fun. Fang Yun nodded with satisfaction. As long as you are happy. Bardos responded. What else is fun? Fang Yun asked. Can you create this? Bardos said, and a bright light suddenly appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Fang Yun with both hands. Fang Yun took it silently and felt it a little. Fang Yun felt that this strange energy was very special. It seems that this energy is not of an offensive nature. Lord De Quan may have forgotten that this is the realm of the true God. It is the superpower unique to angels and high priests. It can have various abilities, such as changing appearance, resurrecting people, helping women give birth, etc. There is nothing that the realm of the true God cannot do, only what you can't think of. Bardos lowered his voice and whispered in Fang Yun's ear. Fang Yun nodded gently and tried to create the realm of the true God that Bardos said. However, what made Fang Yun a little puzzled was that this creation didn't work. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't create the realm of the true God that Bardos said. Could it be that creation is also divided into levels? I'll study it first, and when I research it first. Fang Yun smiled. Vados. Don't research it. Create some true God domains for me. I need them. At this time, Piccolo and others had already walked to Cell's side. As for Fang Yun's matter, Piccolo and others were surprised, but it was more appropriate to get rid of Cell as soon as possible. Kill him. We can't let him harm the world. Piccolo's face showed murderous intent. Yes, Piccolo is right. Krillin nodded. I have no objection. Tian Xinyan responded. Such a disgusting ugly monster, kill it quickly. Yahei also agreed. Pico bared his teeth, concentrated all his energy on his fist, and blasted a powerful punch towards Cell's neck. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. When I looked again, Cell opened his eyes. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Yakahe. How did you wake him up? Pico's face changed color. What? That was my full strength attack. He was actually awakened. Piccolo felt 10,000 points of critical damage. Cell rubbed his head and got up from the ground. Then, Cell saw his shoulder that had just been pierced by the gun. Yet. Cell groaned, and then recovered his injured shoulder through regeneration. What? He can regenerate. Krillin exclaimed. He has Piccolo's cells in his body, it's normal for him to regenerate. Tian Xinyan said. Pico, did you attack me just now? Cell looked at Piccolo with a smile, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be asleep, right? Pico's face became more and more gloomy. What the hell, I punched him, and he was fine, but he was also awakened. That blue-skinned little girl, your attack just now was good. Cell looked at Bardos with murderous intent. Bardos glanced at Cell lightly, too lazy to argue with him. But, Cell, will not die. Cell sneered, you can only knock me out at most, but it's not that easy to kill me. Bardos ignored him. For Bardos, the most important thing is to become Fang Yun's bodyguard. Once you become the bodyguard of the Great King, you will have supreme benefits. It's not just as simple as exploding angel power. Fang Yun looked at Bardos silently. How come Bardos looks like he is looking forward to creating the realm of true gods? True God realm? This thing is interesting. Unfortunately, you are looking forward to it too early. I can't create it now. Blue-skinned little girl, I'm talking to you, you keep silent, are you afraid? Cell snorted. I'm not a little girl, I've lived for tens of millions of years. Bardos winked at Cell. Cell. Krillin. Pico. You're such a boaster. You've lived for tens of millions of years? Why didn't you say you were immortal? Little girl, you've completely pissed me off, Cell. I'm going to show you my terrible energy. Cell was so angry that his nose was crooked, and his aura surged. Chapter 116, Bardos, don't follow me. Bang. Cell turned over several times again, fell to the ground, and fainted again. Pico and the others were completely stunned. If Bardos's attack was a fluke the first time, they could barely accept it. But this time, this patrolman bear kicked Cell in his perfect form with a simple kick. Can this be a fluke? The strength is there. It's so boring. I'm leaving. The rest is up to you. Fang Yun stretched and flew up slowly. Swoosh. Fang Yun flew quickly towards Baizai Mountain. I'm leaving too. Good luck to you. Bardos said, and quickly caught up. Pico and the others looked at each other. Don't leave. Be a good person to the end, and get rid of Cell quickly. What if you leave Cell here and he wakes up again? Pico and the others hurriedly walked to Cell's side with caution. After exploration, it was found that it was not so easy for Cell to wake up. Don't alarm him. At present, the only one who can kill Cell is that patrolman Bar, so we have to wait for Goku to come out. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Yes, we still have Goku. How long will it take for Goku to come out? Krillin asked quickly. Goku has only been in there for an hour, Tian Xinyan said. Krillin wiped his sweat. Why are you following me? Fang Yun turned his head and looked at Bardos. Lord King Daquan, you said you wanted me to be your guard. Bardos came up. I said I would consider it. Fang Yun replied. Will you give me priority? Bardos asked expectantly. Yet. Fang Yun nodded. Lord King Daquan, am I beautiful? Bardos smiled and blinked at Fang Yun. It's okay, Fang Yun glanced at Bardos, didn't I tell you to change your skin color? Okay. Bardos changed his skin color to look similar to that of Earthlings. That's right. Fang Yun nodded, feeling much better. Bardos. Do I have to keep my yellow skin forever? Go back, go back. Fang Yun waved his hand and ordered him to leave. Why are you here now? At least wait until Beerus wakes up before you come here. You came out during the Cell era, and you left Sun Wukong and the others with no place to use their skills. The main problem is that if you stay with me, it will be difficult for me to study the realm of the true God. Fang Yun was eager for Bardos to leave earlier. Ah! Lord Daquan wants to drive me away. Bardos began to shed tears. When I need you, I will naturally summon you. Fang Yun replied. Bardos. After a short silence. Okay, Lord Daquan, please remember me. Bardos bit his lip, revealing a pitiful look. I will. Fang Yun nodded. Then, I'll take my leave first, Lord Daquan. Bardos waved his hand. Go, go. Fang Yun nodded again. Swoosh. Bardos turned into a bright flame, and in an instant he sank into the starry sky and disappeared without a trace. Looking at Bardos leaving, Fang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. King of Daquan? You recognized the wrong person. How did you become an angel? Forget it, never mind. Fang Yun knew that the most important thing now was to improve his own magical powers as soon as possible. You must have the ability to erase angels. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing to be bullied by angels. Recruit 2 powerful guards? Who should I recruit? Sun Wukong and Vegeta? They are too weak now. I don't know how long it will take for them to grow up. At least according to the current timeline, it will take at least 10 years. Fang Yun can't wait that long. By the way, how could I forget such an important person? Fang Yun's eyes lit up. I don't know if it will work at such a long distance. Fang Yun paused for the time being. Shua. Fang Yun waved his little hand. Erase. Adrit Planet. Today, Pibala officially succeeded the position of the Great Elder of Adrit. Before, he was an intern. After several years of internship, Pibala has the ability to serve as the Great Elder. Pibala is giving a speech to his compatriots in Adrit. You must remember that the instant movement of our Adrit people must not be used on alien planets. Pibala said to his compatriots with a serious face, once used, you will be punished by God. 0 Please give flowers. Everyone nodded solemnly. Just then. Swish. Pibala disappeared in a flash under the gaze of many compatriots. All the Adrit people were speechless. Didn't they say that teleportation to alien planets is not allowed? The compatriots of Yadrit could clearly sense that Elder Pibala's breath disappeared and did not stay in Yadrit. It must be teleportation. Are you risking your life? Elder Pibala, you are going too far. Earth. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Swish. Pibala's figure appeared beside Fang Yun. Pibala, long time no see, are you okay? Fang Yun greeted with a smile. Pibala was a little confused. 00. Fang Yun? I don't want to see you. Every time I see you, nothing good happens. Hey? What is this place? This is definitely not Yadrit. Also, what happened to me just now? I seem to have suddenly fallen into endless darkness. So scary. It's Fang Yun, what's going on? Is this Earth? Pibala looked at Fang Yun and asked. Yes, Earth. Fang Yun nodded. Strange, how did I get to Earth? I didn't perform teleportation. Pibala wondered. I just wiped you out, and then restored you to my side. It seems to have the same effect as teleportation. Fang Yun replied. Pibala. You wiped me out. You restored me again. The same effect as teleportation? It's not the same effect at all, okay. Pibala shouted loudly. It's almost the same. Fang Yun smiled. It's much worse. Don't erase me for no reason, it's scary. Pibala wiped his sweat and shouted hysterically. Hey? You became an elder. Fang Yun saw the elder ring in Pibala's hand. Pibala nodded angrily. Where is the former great elder? Is he dead? Fang Yun asked. Resigned. Pibala shouted. I'm glad he's okay. Fang Yun nodded. Pibala. Can we have a good chat? You will kill the world if you chat like this. What do you want from me? Pibala asked with a dark face. It's nothing big. I want you to take me to the planet Wampa. Fang Yun smiled. Chapter 117, Weiss. No. Pibala shouted angrily. You haven't harassed me for so many years, and now you want me to help you and erase me. By the way, I remember that you have 2 suns in Yadrit. The 2 suns almost overlap, so the night and day are also shining together. Fang Yun said with a smile. What do you want to say? Pibala felt bad. Your planet has 2 suns, which makes the average temperature of your planet around 26 degrees, because the sun of your planet is smaller than the sun of the Earth, and the heat emitted is limited, but if the two suns overlap, it just makes up for the lack of temperature. Fang Yun said with a smile. Don't mess around, Fang Yun, I have helped you a lot. P. Bala wiped his sweat. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the sun above Yadrit, far outside the Milky Way, disappeared out of thin air. The sun disappeared, and the temperature dropped suddenly. It's summer, why is the weather suddenly cold? Someone muttered. Is the cold air coming? Some Yadrit people speculated. No, there is no cold air in this season, okay. It's not that one of the suns is gone, the former Great Elder sighed. Wampa planet, right? I'll take you there now. P. Bala wiped his sweat. Of course, P. Bala didn't know what happened on Yadrit at all. It's just that I don't know the location. What are the characteristics of that planet? P. Bala pondered. There is a person with extremely strong aura on that planet. You should be able to find it if you feel it well. Fang Yun smiled and lowered his voice. By the way, he is a scion. Scion? Okay, I understand, I'll try. P. Bala nodded and released the sensing. 10 minutes passed. P. Bala opened his eyes, shook his head gently, and said that he didn't sense it. The universe is so big, doing this is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. P. Bala sighed, Fang Yun, it's not that I don't want to take you there, it's that I really can't find it. Got it. Let's go to King Kai and ask him to help us find it. He knows the location of the planet Vampa. Fang Yun suggested. King Kai. P. Bala wiped his sweat. Fang Yun, you are going too far. Are you afraid that other gods don't know that I am teleporting you? Fang Yun, who are you looking for on the planet Vampa? Can't you just erase it and restore it? P. Bala suggested. That's not good. Fang Yun shook his head. P. Bala. P. Bala was about to cry. You know it's not good, but you still erased me? Go to King Kai's planet. Don't worry, I will speak well of you when the god of destruction wakes up. Fang Yun patted P. Bala's shoulder. Okay, P. Bala wiped his sweat. Swish. P. Bala brought Fang Yun and appeared on the planet of King Kai of the North in an instant. King Kai was taking a nap. The gorilla Bobris saw a stranger coming and hurried forward to wake King Kai. What's the matter? Bobris, I'm taking a nap. King Kai shouted unhappily. King Kai opened his hazy eyes and saw Fang Yun and P. Bala. Fang Yun? How did you get here? King Kai knew Fang Yun and was a little surprised. But soon, King Kai saw P. Bala. After a little identification, King Kai recognized P. Bala. You are P. Bala, the newly appointed elder of the Yadrit people, right? King Kai greeted. Greetings, Lord King Kai. P. Bala bowed. I have heard that the Yadrit people have all kinds of magical skills. You brought Fang Yun to my planet through teleportation, right? King Kai greeted with a smile. Yes, Lord Kai. P. Bala responded respectfully, his body trembling slightly. Really amazing. King Kai nodded slightly and asked, by the way, what do you want from me? P. Bala was stunned. What? King Kai, don't you know that we Yadrit people are not allowed to use teleportation on alien planets? Great. P. Bala couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I want you to help find a planet called Wampa. Fang Yun stated his purpose. Wampa? Okay, I'll look for it. King Kai nodded slightly, the two tentacles on his head trembled, and began to explore the entire universe. Planet Beerus. Sister, what did you do? Why can't I see him? Whis asked in surprise when he saw Bardos flying over. Can't see it. Bardos was slightly startled. Yes, sister, look at Zero. Wes took the scepter and wiped the crystal ball on the scepter. A large group of brilliant light like diamond flashed on the crystal ball. Then, there was nothing. It can only mean that the power of the Great King has been improved to the extent that we can't spy on him. Bardos said calmly. Is it really the Great King? Weiss asked. Yes, it should be right. Bardos nodded gently. Is my sister a guard? Weiss asked with a smile. Bardos. Can you not know whether I have become a guard? Although I am not a guard of the Great King now, but the Great King the Master said that he would give priority to me. Bardos replied. It seems that I have to go and pay my respects to the Great King. Weiss pondered, maybe, I also have a chance to become the guard of the Great King. You and I know this matter, don't tell other angels first, especially Brother Korin. Bardos lowered his voice. Oh, and Marty knew. I understand, how could I tell them? Weiss nodded. And Makarita. Don't tell her either. Bardos reminded again. Don't worry, if my sister and I can become the guards of the great king, ho ho ho, it would be great. Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. Yeah, let's work hard together. Bardos nodded. 5.7. The planet of the North Kai King. Found it, at that location. King Kai pointed to a distant direction. P-Bala immediately released the induction and sensed the breath in the direction pointed by King Kai. Soon, P-Bala sensed an extremely powerful breath on the planet Vampa. Thank you, Lord Kai, I have found the breath on the planet Vampa. P-Bala replied. Thank you. Fang Yun nodded and stepped forward to hold P-Bala. Lord Kai, we are leaving. Sorry to bother you. P-Bala waved his hand. Okay. King Kai smiled slightly. Swish. P-Bala took Fang Yun to teleport, and disappeared in a flash. In just a moment, P-Bala appeared on the planet Vampa with Fang Yun. Broly looked at Fang Yun and P-Bala who appeared near him with a confused look on his face. Chapter 118, Broly, press him to the ground and rub him. It's been 30 years. It's been 30 years. Finally someone appeared on the planet Vampa. Great. So, I, Paragus, can return to the planet Vegeta? Paragus' eyes were filled with tears. Hey? Something is wrong. How did they get here? It doesn't seem to be on a spaceship. Who are you? Paragus hurriedly asked. I'm here to find Broly. It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk to me. Fang Yun said. Paragus. You speak so directly. Can you chat? What did you say? Paragus was so angry that his face looked very ugly. Do you know that I am Broly's father? What's your attitude? Do you believe that I will let Broly kill you? No, Broly doesn't need to do it. I can easily kill you. Wait a minute, let you pretend for a while. Looking for me. Broly was stunned for a moment, looked at Fang Yun, and asked in not very fluent words. Broly, you are going to be rich. Fang Yun said. Broly scratched his head, not understanding what Fang Yun meant. In short, I want to appoint you as my guard candidate. Fang Yun said seriously. P-Bala. Fang Yun, you asked me to bring you all the way here just to find a guard? P-Bala was about to cry. If you want to find a guard, you can find one on Earth. Why did you call me here? I thought you had something important to do. I'm very busy. I'm the great elder of Yadrid now, and I have my own things to do. P-Bala felt that he was not calm at all. Also, Fang Yun, what's the point of you looking for a guard? You can wipe out someone with a wave of your hand, isn't it redundant for you to have a guard? P-Bala thought a lot, of course, it was just a thought, but he didn't say it out. Broly. Broly was speechless. I'm your guard? Or a candidate? Then, you said I'm rich? Broly looked at Fang Yun silently, thinking that this person was really interesting. Ha 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 ha. Paragus laughed wildly at that time. Who is this guy? Isn't he too good at pretending? Let my son be his guard? And he is a candidate for guard? Broly, don't talk nonsense with him, push him to the ground and rub him. Let him know what will happen if he provokes us. Paragus immediately issued an order to Broly. Broly glanced at Paragus and did not act immediately. I haven't figured it out yet. It won't be too late to fight when I figure it out. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly. Swish. Suddenly, a huge lake behind Paragus mysteriously disappeared. Paragus turned his head and looked behind him, his face became very interesting. What kind of magic is this? With a wave of his hand, a lake as big as this disappeared? Paragus suddenly reacted. Oh my god, the insect eggs grown in this lake are our food, right? Now that the lake and the insect eggs are gone, what do we eat? Don't talk, or I'll wipe out your vocal organs. Fang Yun said to Paragus indifferently. Paragus was about to speak, but after hearing Fang Yun's words, his face changed again and again. Wipe away my vocal organ? Is it true or not? Who are you kidding? Paragus waited carefully for a moment, and finally closed his mouth, not daring to speak. Paragus decided to wait and see. Broly, think about it quickly. Fang Yun urged, there are people stronger than you who are vying to be my bodyguard. Your hesitant attitude makes me very unhappy. Broly. A short silence. It's okay for me to be your bodyguard, but the premise is that you need to defeat me. Broly looked at Fang Yun and said. I can defeat you, why do I need a bodyguard? Fang Yun replied. Broly. You make a lot of sense. I don't know how to refute it. I can't fight. Fang Yun sighed, I don't know how to do things like Qigong waves, energy bombs, Big Bang attacks, etc. It's a pity. Broly. You are so honest. P-Bala just watched Fang Yun pretending silently. You can't fight? That's right, you can't fight. But, you can wipe out everything with a light wave of your hand. You are even better than fighting, okay? Forget it, let's do this. To satisfy your aggressive mentality, you try to attack me with all your strength. Fang Yun said to Broly, but it's best not to play long-range attacks. I'm not good at long-range attacks. Then I won't be polite. Broly looked at Fang Yun and said, I am also good at hand-to-hand combat. Come on. Fang Yun put his left hand behind his back and waved to Broly with his right hand. Boom. Broly's aura exploded. Then, Broly whistled in the direction of Fang Yun. Bang. Broly's fist hit Fang Yun's finger heavily. Fang Yun just stretched out a finger and easily blocked Broly's fist attack. Although Fang Yun can't release Qigong waves or something, his physical strength is 10 times that of Beerus. Not to mention 10 times of Beerus, even if it is similar to Beerus, it is more than enough to deal with Broly now. What? Paragus was stunned. Broly's eyes widened. Is it my turn to attack? Fang Yun smiled and gently bent his fingers. Bang! Fang Yun flicked a finger at Broly's forehead. With a muffled sound, Broly flew backwards at that time, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on this planet Vampa. Bang! Broly's body hit a monster on the planet Vampa. Ugh! The monster was severely injured and vomited all over the ground. Damn it! Broly was beaten. Boom! Broly's body was full of endless energy, and a powerful aura bloomed. At the same time, Broly's body became stronger. It's bad. Broly is going to lose control. Paragus shouted loudly. Didn't I tell you not to speak? You've already said 2 sentences, and you can say 1 more. If you say more, I'll make you dumb forever. Fang Yun turned his head and glanced at Paragus. Paragus ignored him, took out the remote control, and quickly pressed it, trying to calm Broly down. Hey? Why didn't he respond? Paragus quickly looked at Broly. Strange. Where is the special necklace on Broly's neck? Paragus was surprised to see that Broly's necklace mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 119, Broly, your father is dead. This is a change that absorbs the energy of the giant ape. Without turning into a giant ape, you have the power of the giant ape. No, he's gone berserk. P-Bala's face changed color. Boom. Broly flew towards Fang Yun at a high speed, and his body was twice as big as before. At the same time, Broly's fist was aimed at Fang Yun's forehead and attacked him heavily. Pa! The next moment, Broly's fist hit Fang Yun's finger. Too weak, too weak. Fang Yun shook his head. What? Paragus turned his head and looked at Fang Yun, shocked. Broly has become like this person can actually catch Broly's attack with 1 finger? Who is he? Bang! Fang Yun drove his finger again and hit Broly's forehead. With only a muffled sound, Broly's body flew backwards, bounced on the ground several times, and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Broly stood up and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Paragus shouted at Fang Yun. Look at you, you have to challenge my bottom line. Fang Yun sighed, I've already told you not to talk anymore. I've given you 3 chances. I've done my best. So, from now on, you'll become mute. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand. Suddenly, Paragus's vocal organ mysteriously disappeared. Paragus widened his eyes and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Paragus looked stunned, as surprised as he could be. Asshole! You dare to make me mute? I'm going to kill you. Paragus was furious and quietly took out a laser gun from behind. This was the weapon of the Scions back then, and the laser energy was very powerful. This person isn't it powerful in close combat? I'll let you taste the power of this gun later. Roar. Broly roared, stood up and flew towards Fang Yun. Bang bang bang. Broly launched a fierce attack on Fang Yun. Fang Yun still stretched out a finger and easily blocked Broly's attack. Paragus watched silently. Now is the best opportunity. While Fang Yun is fighting with his son Broly, I will get rid of this guy. Swish. Paragus aimed at the back of Fang Yun and fired a shot. The light directly hit Fang Yun's back. Then, there was nothing else. How could this kind of energy intensity break Fang Yun's physical strength? Fang Yun turned his head and glanced at Paragus. Well, since you don't know whether to live or die, I'll let you help your son when you are dying. Fang Yun took out the pistol he created. Swish. Fang Yun pulled the trigger. Puff. The angel's power penetrated Paragus' heart without any hindrance. Paragus' eyes widened, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground, his whole body twitching, and it was obvious that he was dead. Broly was dumbfounded, and stood there, looking at his father in astonishment. Paragus kicked his legs and died. Broly's pupils shrank sharply, and he hugged his head with both hands. Wow! Golden flames bloomed around Broly, and he became a Super Saiyan. The next moment, Broly turned into a golden light and whistled in the direction of P-Bala. P-Bala. It was Fang Yun who killed your father, go find him. I'm just here to eat melons. What are you looking for me for? P-Bala hurriedly used instant teleportation to escape. Broly looked around and flew towards Fang Yun. Fang Yun, run quickly, his energy is already against the sky. P-Bala shouted loudly in the distance. However, a scene that shocked P-Bala happened. Fang Yun still took out a finger and easily blocked Broly's fist. Bang! Fang Yun slapped him. Broly staggered a few times and fell to the ground. P-Bala. Fang Yun, is he so powerful? I underestimated him. Submit or not? Fang Yun stepped forward and stepped on Broly's chest. Broly bared his teeth and wanted to resist. However, no matter how hard Broly tried, he couldn't get up. Fang Yun, he is still in a rampage state, there is no way to answer you. P-Bala shouted. Well, let's first erase the rampage factor in his body. Fang Yun pondered. P-Bala pricked up his ears. Rampage factor? Can this be erased? Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Broly's eyes. At the same time, the colorless look in Broly's eyes also completely returned to normal. I don't accept it. Fang Yun shouted. You killed my father, I will not forgive you. Broly said coldly, the golden light on his body trembled, and it was possible to dissipate at any time. If you are willing to be my guard, I can revive him. Fang Yun smiled. Really? Broly's eyes lit up. Do you know the Dragon Balls? There are 7 in total. If you gather all the Dragon Balls, you can revive him. Fang Yun said. If you can revive my father, I am willing to be your guard. Broly nodded. You are wrong. You are a guard candidate. You have not become my official guard yet. Fang Yun corrected him and moved his feet away from Broly. Broly. Guard candidate? What does that mean? Forget it, let's wait and see. Then, let's go back to Earth. Fang Yun said to P-Bala. All right. P-Bala did not object. When can my father be resurrected? Broly asked. Don't worry, you are about to leave the planet Wampa. You said you resurrected your father. How pitiful is he to be alone on this planet? Fang Yun sighed, it's not too late to resurrect him when you return to the planet Wampa in the future. You are right. Broly nodded gently. P-Bala. I am afraid that when Broly returns to the planet Wampa, his father will have been reborn, right? Forget it, this is their business, I'd better not care about it. Shua. P-Bala took Fang Yun and Broly and returned to Earth immediately through teleportation. Thank you, P-Bala. Fang Yun expressed his gratitude. No need. P-Bala hesitated for a moment, took out a piece of purple crystal, handed it to Fang Yun, and explained, Fang Yun, if you need my help in the future, just crush the purple crystal and I will teleport here immediately. Chapter 120, Bardos. P-Bala didn't want to be erased again. It's terrible. The world after being erased is like falling into the abyss. I couldn't see the bottom. What was even more terrifying was that it was all dark. No, it should be more accurate to say it was hollow. Bala thought, if Fang Yun wanted to ask for his help, would he not help? It would be better to give him a crystal and let him summon me. Okay, this is much more convenient. Fang Yun nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Bala waved goodbye. Go ahead. Fang Yun replied. Swish. Bala disappeared in a flash through teleportation. But in less than 10 seconds, Bala came back. I didn't crush the crystal. Fang Yun asked curiously. Bala. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Fang Yun asked. Fang Yun, give us the sun back. Bala smiled bitterly. Well, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that I accidentally wiped out one of your Yudrit's sons. Fang Yun nodded and waved his hand again. Okay, it's back. Bala. Don't joke about this. If I go back a little later, all our people will be frozen to death, okay? Fang Yun brought Broly to Goku's home in Baizai Mountain. Bulma, Master Roshi and others are still in Goku 010's home. No one knows what happened. Seeing Fang Yun coming back, Bulma and others hurried forward to ask what happened. It's not a big deal. A monster was born. Fang Yun explained, Goku and Gohan went to the room of spirit and time to practice, and they will come out to deal with the monster tomorrow. After hearing this, everyone was slightly relieved. Yes, with Goku here, no one can be his opponent. Brother-in-law, who is this? Bulma looked at Broly behind Fang Yun curiously. His name is Broly, and he is one of my new guard candidates. Fang Yun smiled. Guard candidate. Bulma wiped her sweat. Brother-in-law, what do you want a guard for? I really don't understand. People who don't know Broly naively think that Broly is just an ordinary person. What? Guard candidate. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in the jungle in the distance. Then, a girl with a silver ponytail flew quickly from the jungle. It was Bardos. After going to Beerus planet, Bardos quietly returned to Earth. No, I will definitely be the guard. I can't watch the guard position being taken away by other angels. Bardos decided to observe Fang Yun secretly. Who made the power of Lord Daquan not fully restored? He will definitely not find me. Vados soon found out that Fang Yun would definitely appear at the home of Goku in Baizai Mountain. So Vados waited patiently here. Sure enough, Fang Yun appeared. He also brought back a stranger. Vados didn't know Broly and didn't know where this person came from. However, when Vados heard Fang Yun talk about Broly's identity, he exclaimed and jumped up. Lord Daquan, you are too much. I am so beautiful, I am so cute, and I am so powerful. You don't choose me as a guard. You actually chose a human. What do you mean? Vados ran to Fang Yun's side at a high speed. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Why are you back again? Fang Yun asked with a smile after seeing Vados appear. Who is she? Bulma had a bad feeling. This girl is so beautiful. Besides, she seemed to have a fairy spirit, as if a fairy descended to the earth. What a lovely girl. Hermit Kame's eyes sparkled. Really beautiful. Wulong looked at Bardos without blinking, and a red face appeared on his pig face. Lord Daquan, you said that you would give priority to me. Bardos looked unhappy. Lord Daquan, how could you break your promise? Can this human be as strong as me? I didn't say I wouldn't consider you. You are all my guard candidates. Fang Yun nodded. Ah? All. Bardos felt that he was not calm at all. Am I and a human being merged into the guard candidates? I am an angel. Bardos glanced at Broly. In the distance, deep in the jungle. Whiz. Why is this happening? Why didn't things go as I expected? Lord Daquan, what kind of guard are you looking for? Just a human. Weiss felt a headache. Wes, like Bardos, quietly hid in the distance, knowing that Fang Yun would return to Baizai Mountain. Strange, I feel like someone is watching me in the dark. Fang Yun turned his head and glanced diagonally behind him. Bardos almost didn't hesitate at all, and the scepter suddenly appeared. Swish! A beam of light shot out quickly and hit Weiss's position. Wes! Sister, you're going too far. Why are you hitting me? Boom! The place where Whis was raised to the ground. However, Whis's movements were faster. At the moment of the explosion, her figure flashed and she rushed away. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What a fierce girl! No one? Bardos asked knowingly. With Bardos' ability, after Fang Yun said that, he had already keenly sensed that Whis was hiding over there. Well, did I sense it wrong? Fang Yun also looked in that direction thoughtfully. Lord De Quan, am I qualified as a guard? Bardos laughed. Broly. What did I miss? This woman reacts so quickly. I said, you are also one of the candidates for guards. Fang Yun smiled. Now, Fang Yun will never let Bardos be his guard. If Bardos really becomes his guard. Bardos felt that his angelic power could burst out with full force. Then, after bursting out, Bardos disappeared. The high priest came to ask for people, who can I go to for justice? Fang Yun can't even wipe out the god of destruction and the king of the worlds now, let alone the high priest. Keep a low profile. Must keep a low profile. I'm so powerful, why should I find an angel as a guard? As long as my magical power is upgraded to the king, it won't be too late for me to find an angel as a guard. At that time, the whole universe will be at my disposal. But how many guard candidates does the great king want? Bardos asked. At least 5, 6, 7, or 8 should be prepared. Fang Yun pondered. Bardos. So many candidates are needed? Chapter 121, The Great King is the greatest god in the universe. Why can he follow the great king? Bardos was indignant and even wanted to slap Broly away with a scepter. What? Do I need to explain this to you? Fang Yun frowned. I dare not. Bardos apologized quickly. Go ahead, go ahead. When I need you in the future, you can show up again. Fang Yun waved his hand. I'll take my leave then. Bardos said, without stopping for a moment, and turned into a brilliant flame, disappearing in a flash. Master came and the others all stared with wide eyes, watching Bardos flying into the starry sky and disappearing, feeling incredible. Who is this woman? How can she fly so fast? Broly also looked at Bardos flying away in surprise, with confusion flashing in his eyes. Brother-in-law, who is she? Bulma asked curiously. Her name is Bardos, and she is an angel. Fang Yun said. Angel. Bulma was stunned. Aren't angels the kind with wings on their backs? I don't think she has wings either. You're talking about the angels on Earth. They are different in nature. I'll tell you slowly later. Fang Yun shook his head. We've been out for so long. We should go back. But why does she call her brother-in-law the great omnipotent king? Bulma asked again. What is the great omnipotent king? The great omnipotent king is the greatest god in this universe, no, to be precise, the greatest god in the entire universe. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Master came. Oolong. Why are you still exaggerating? The greatest god in the universe? Isn't the greatest god King Kai? When did the great omnipotent king appear? Swoosh. Swoosh. Two brilliant flames streaked across the starry sky and landed on the Beerus planet. Whis, I didn't expect you to run to Baizai Mountain too. Bardos stared. Hehe, didn't my sister say she was going back to the 6th universe? Who knew that my sister also went to Baizai Mountain? Weiss laughed. Forget it, I don't have anything to argue with you. Bardos shook his head gently, besides, you were the first to discover Lord De Quan. Lord De Quan has only 2 vacancies for his guards, and I think our 2 siblings are just right. Weiss said seriously. You're right. Bardos replied, but, what does it mean that the human named Broly appeared next to Lord De Quan? In fact, I don't think Broly's appearance is necessarily a bad thing. Weiss analyzed. What do you mean? Bardos asked. Sister, think about it. Weiss smiled and said, if only the 2 of us angels go to recruit guards, and the rest are humans, sister, do you think we 2 have a greater advantage? Or do those humans have a greater advantage? Bardos' eyes lit up. Yes, of course the angels have a greater advantage. No matter which aspect, angels can easily crush humans. Sister, you are in this world. Weiss smiled, why bother to compete with a human? It's just that I feel that Lord De Quan seems to be very wary of me, but I treat him sincerely. Bardos sighed slightly. That's because Lord De Quan's divine power has not yet fully recovered, right? I think that Lord Daquan may not have the ability to erase us now. Wise guest, sister, think about it, if a god who Lord Daquan can't erase suddenly appeared, would you be more vigilant if it were you? Bardos' eyes lit up. One word revealed the dreamer. Bardos felt that what was said made a lot of sense. Yes. No wonder Lord Daquan wanted to drive him away. That's because he didn't have the ability to erase himself. So, what are your plans next? Bardos asked. Swish. The crystal ball on the scepter in Wiss's hand flickered, and two people emerged. Who are they? Bardos was a little confused about what Wiss meant. Sister, how about looking at them? Wiss smiled. Look at what they do. Bardos asked. They are the artificial humans created by Dr. Jero on Earth, number 17 and no 18. Wiss introduced, Sister, have you seen that cell? The monster called Cell absorbed number 17 to become what it is now. 0 Please give me flowers. Wiss said, and a projection appeared on the crystal ball of the scepter. In the projection, it was the situation of Cell absorbing number 17. Look, sister. Wiss said, and the camera split again, showing Fang Yun's wish to summon the dragon and change Cell's physique. Changed the wish. Bardos didn't understand what the Great King was going to do. Sister, you should have discovered that Cell originally needed to absorb number 17 and number 18 to become a perfect body. Wiss smiled, but the Great King changed it to absorb number 17 and Vegeta to become a perfect body. Bardos already understood, but looked at Wiss in confusion. What do you mean by saying this? 0.0. From this, it can be seen that the Great King favors Miss number 18. What do you think, sister? Wiss gave his answer. Bardos' eyes flashed with a strange light. Wiss, do you mean to make me become no 18? Bardos understood now. It just so happens that these two androids have no aura. If my sister disguises herself as number 18 and appears beside Lord Daquan, at least others will not be suspicious. If my sister says a few good words to Lord Daquan, and brings number 17 with her, then I will disguise myself as number 17. In this way, the appearance of the two of us will at least make Lord Daquan let down his guard, right? Weiss smiled. You're right. Bardos nodded, but don't forget, if Lord Daquan tries to erase us, our identities will be exposed. Don't worry, sister, Lord Daquan will not easily erase his friends. Wiss smiled, at least, I have never seen Lord Daquan erase Miss Bulma and Miss Tais, or their families. What will happen to the two androids if we become them? Bardos asked, besides, wasn't number 17 absorbed by Cell? Okay, I won't go to Earth to find Lord Daquan for the time being. Wiss thought for a while and replied, after destroying Cell, I will revive number 17 through Shenlong and then replace him. As for number 16 and number 18, if they are not okay, bring them here to live for a while and help clean the palace of Lord Beerus. Chapter 122, Don't Mess with That Cat. Swish. Bardos does what he says. For Bardos, it was too easy to find number 18. As Bardos flew, he looked at the crystal ball on the scepter. Soon, Bardos found number 18 and number 16 in a deep forest. Swoosh. Bardos flew across the sky and quickly landed beside number 18 and the injured number 16. Who is it? No 18's face changed color and looked at Bardos vigilantly. Number 16 stood up with gritted teeth and prepared for battle. You're injured, robot. Bardos sighed softly, and the flame on the scepter in his hand flashed and hit number 16. What are you doing? Number 18 was shocked. Pop. Under no 18's gaze, he saw that the injured number 16 was recovering quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the small part of no 16's head that had disappeared was also completely restored. How do you feel now? Bardos smiled and looked at number 16. Number 16 widened his eyes and felt his body. Then, number 16 looked at Bardos opposite him in surprise and quickly leaned over to thank him. You're welcome, it's just a small favor. Bardos smiled. Thank you, thank you. Number 18 also extended his hand in a friendly manner. What's the name of this lady? Number 16 asked politely. You can call me Bardos. Bardos smiled slightly, and the scepter slid gently in the air. Pop. A transparent flying cube appeared on the scene. Come with me, I'll tell you more on the way. Bardos called. Number 16 and number 18 had never seen such a strange thing before, and they were all shocked. Just come in. Bardos walked in first. Number 16 and number 18 also followed with a suspicious look on their faces. What is this thing? It's amazing. Swoosh. Just as the two of them entered the flying cube, Bardos, it was the driving cube that flew into space quickly. The two androids were shocked. Flying into outer space already? Isn't the speed too fast? Due to some special reasons, I need to live on Earth for a while instead of number 18. During this time, please let number 18 and number 16 live on my brother's planet first. Bardos explained. Replace me? Live on Earth? Number 18 was a little confused. What can I replace? Yes. Bardos nodded. How are you going to replace me? Number 18 asked with a smile. We don't look alike at all. Swish. Bardos transformed into a girl who looked exactly like number 18. Number 18. Number 16. And change her appearance? Who is this girl? Number 18 widened her beautiful eyes, with a look of disbelief. Now? Are they exactly the same? Bardos smiled. Sure enough, there is no difference. Number 16 also looked at number 18, then at Bardos. Do you know what happened on Earth? Number 18 tried to calm himself down. You are talking about Cell, right? He wants to absorb you to complete his evolution, right? Bardos smiled. You know you will become like me? Aren't you afraid that he will absorb you? Number 18 asked. Don't worry, he can't beat me. Bardos smiled. Cold sweat broke out on No 18's face. Cell can't beat you? Really? Before is Beerus planet, which is also where my brother works. Bardos pointed to a floating cube planet in front. Swoosh. Bardos landed on Beerus planet with two androids. This is my brother Whis, he will arrange for you to do something. Bardos said to number 18 and number 16. Hello, my name is Whis. Whis said politely, actually, what you are asked to do is very simple, just to help tidy up Lord Beerus' palace. However, Lord Beerus is taking a nap, and his temper is not good at all. It is also possible that you will be beaten to death by him if you are not careful. So, please be careful. Number 18. Number 16. You brought us to your brother's planet, did you treat us as cleaners? WIS, then I'll leave it to you here 0. Bardos greeted. Okay sister. Whis nodded. You must be careful, there is a cat sleeping in that castle, it's very powerful. Bardos reminded again. Number 18. Number 16. A cat sleeping in? Very powerful? How powerful? Is it as powerful as Cell? Don't make fun of me. Who would believe it? Swoosh. Bardos turned into a ray of light, rushed into the vast starry sky, and flew quickly towards the earth. Come with me, I will briefly introduce you to the next work. Weiss called. Number 18 and number 16 looked at each other. We are powerful artificial people. Now we have to be cleaners? The two decided to take a look first. After all, this planet looks very strange, and this person named Weiss is unknown. The two followed Weiss and entered the castle. Sure enough, number 18 and number 16 soon noticed the cat sleeping in the castle. To be precise, this is a cat man. That's Lord Beerus. You must be careful. Don't provoke him. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Whis lowered his voice and told the two people, the work you have to do is very simple. It's mainly to clean Lord Beerus' room, provided that it doesn't affect his sleep. H.U. 5.7. Whis was talking when Beerus suddenly stretched and sneezed. Bang! A powerful destructive energy emerged, flew out from the window, and bombarded a star in the distance. Pop! The star seemed like a soap bubble, and it broke at the time, leaving nothing behind. Number 18 was so scared that his face turned pale. Number 16 widened his eyes and looked terrified. Just a sneeze made the star disappear? What is the origin of this cat? Run! Lord Beerus is going to get mad. Whis called from afar. Number 18 and number 16 looked closely and found that Whis had already run far away. Number 18. Number 16. The two hurriedly left the castle at a high speed. Chapter 123, Bardos. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus destroyed 3 planets in a row, then stretched and went back to sleep. Number 18 was pale. Number 16 was dumbfounded. Earth, Bulma's home. Home is so big, and you two didn't come back all night. Did you go to the hotel? Taisai looked at Fang Yun and Bulma curiously and asked. Sister, what are you thinking about? Bulma shouted in a delicate voice, Gaku almost died. My brother-in-law and I went to visit Gaku. I didn't tell my sister because I was afraid she would worry. Fortunately, my brother-in-law saved him. Gaku almost died? What happened? Taisai asked a little puzzled, did he encounter a terrible enemy? No, he just had a viral heart disease, which is incurable. Bulma sighed, it was my brother-in-law who wiped out the virus in Goku's heart, and Gaku was completely cured. Fang Yun, you can wipe out the virus. Taisai was surprised. Don't say it's a virus, I can easily wipe out the sun. Fang Yun smiled. Tais. Bulma. Why are you still blowing it? Broly stood behind Fang Yun, silent. While talking, Bardos turned into number 18 and fell from the sky, landing in the yard of Bulma's house. Who is she? Taisai looked at number 18 who appeared at home with a surprised face. I don't know her, Bulma shook her head gently. Who is it? How come Bardos just left and a girl appeared? Also, this girl looks pretty. Bulma had a bad feeling in her heart. Fang Yun also looked at number 18 without blinking. Why did number 18 come here? I think it's safer here, can you take me in? Fang Yun. Bardos looked at Fang Yun, trying to pretend to be the cold look of number 18, and the words he said were quite realistic. Don't worry, Cell has become a perfect form, and he won't absorb you again. Fang Yun never thought that the number 18 in front of him was transformed by Bardos. Cell has become a perfect form? Didn't he become a perfect form by absorbing me? Am I not here well? Bardos pretended to be surprised and asked Fang Yun. Even, sweat slid down Bardos's face. Bardos believed that with his current acting skills, he could definitely win an award. Cell became a perfect form after absorbing Vegeta. Fang Yun smiled, but he didn't doubt it. Perhaps, it's because Cell mutated when he evolved after absorbing number 17, and absorbing Vegeta can also become a perfect form. In other words, he won't absorb me again? Bardos asked knowingly. Lord King of the Great Hole, you are such a liar. It was you who changed Cell's physique through the Dragon Ball, okay? Yes, so you can rest assured. Fang Yun nodded. Then, I stay here, you don't object, right? Bardos asked as if nothing had happened. It's up to you. Fang Yun smiled. Bardos was ecstatic. What was said was indeed right. Lord King of the Great Hole really likes girls like number 18. But then, Bardos felt a little disappointed. I am a dignified angel, the daughter of the High Priest, with outstanding looks, but I didn't expect that I am not as good as a transformed human. It's not fair. Then I won't be polite. Bardos has already figured out No 18's personality, and his demeanor when speaking is almost the same as No 18's. Hey, this is my home. Bulma pouted, looking unhappy. It's okay, I'll follow Fang Yun and won't bother you. Bardos smiled. Bulma. Tais. Whose girl are you? How shameless. This is my home. What do you mean you follow Fang Yun? The next day, around 10 a.m. Earth, the temple. Picker, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi and Leaping all had red eyes. The five of them almost didn't sleep all night. I didn't dare to sleep. Cell was lying there. What if he wakes up? Even Mr. Popo, I kept rubbing my eyes. I'm so sleepy. That galactic patrolman, you're going too far. Wouldn't it be better if you just killed Cell? You have to leave a tail for us. And Fang Yun, it would be better if you just wiped out Cell. Do you think it's appropriate to leave Cell here? Pico and the others watched Cell vigilantly, and didn't dare to go over and disturb him. If they woke Cell up with a punch like last time, it would be a tragedy. Hey, Goku and Gohan came out of the room of spirit and time. Mr. Popo shouted loudly, his voice full of excitement. What? Goku came out. Krillin looked expectant. Old son, you finally came out. Piccolo was also relieved and looked at son Gohan with some surprise. Is that Gohan? He can become a Super Saiyan? While talking, Goku and Gohan, dressed as Super Saiyans, appeared beside Piccolo and the others. Strange, Vegeta's breath is gone. Cell's breath has also become very weak. Gaku was puzzled. Dad, Cell is lying there. Gohan pointed to Cell lying on the ground not far away. Gaku. What's going on? He seems to have fainted. Gaku asked. Here's what happened. Krillin 010 had to explain what happened in detail. Vegeta was absorbed by Cell. Cell became a perfect body because of this. Gaku felt a little unbelievable, scratched his head and said, and that Galactic Patrolman Bar actually kicked. Can you knock Cell unconscious? Are the Galactic Patrols so powerful? Gohan also had sweat on his face. It seems that a lot of things happened during the day we went in. Old son, do you have the ability to kill him? Piccolo asked, get rid of him as soon as possible while he is sleeping, so as not to bring endless disasters to the earth. I don't know how strong Cell is. Sun Wukong pondered, but I can try. He will regenerate. Ordinary attacks can't kill him. It's best to bombard him with a huge energy and blow him into slag. Piccolo suggested. Gaku nodded. Swish. Just then, Fang Yun, Bardos and Broly, who were dressed as number 18, fell from the sky and landed on the temple. Fang Yun, you are finally here. Give it back to me. You said you would give it to me in an hour. It's been more than 10 hours. Krillin stepped forward. I will get used to life without it slowly. Fang Yun patted Krillin's shoulder. Not used to it at all. Krillin shouted, I don't feel anything when I see a woman now. Chapter 124, Let you taste the fighting power of one guy. Krillin. Can I tell you? Didn't you see there was another beautiful girl at the scene? Forget it, give it to you. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly and restored Krillin's body. Krillin was very excited. Only Krillin at this time could understand this feeling of losing and regaining. I think it doesn't matter whether there is a look or not. Li Ping stroked his hair. Krillin. Fang Yun, how come you have time to come to the temple? Sun Wukong asked. It's not a big deal. Number 18 said she wanted to see the perfect Cell, so she brought her here. Fang Yun smiled. Bardos had thought it through. He must perform well in front of Lord Daquan. If he was in Bulma's house with Bulma and Tai's sisters, he would not have the advantage at all. Therefore, Bardos thought of a reason to see the perfect form of Cell and asked Fang Yun to take him to the temple. Fang Yun, where is Patrolman Bar? Krillin asked. He's back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Fang Yun replied. Ah? Back. Krillin said in a lost voice. This is Sun Wukong looked at Broly behind Fang Yun. Broly looked calm and didn't speak. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Broly. He's my bodyguard. Fang Yun greeted. Guard? Krillin was stunned. Pico and the others were speechless. When did Fang Yun recruit a guard? Veto's mood suddenly became bad. Didn't we agree on this? Let me be your guard. Lord Daquan, you announced in front of everyone that this human is your guard, what do you want me to do? Is this the perfect Cell? Is he sleeping? Veto's walked up angrily and kicked Cell in the head. Pico. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Are you an idiot? Are you trying to wake Cell up? Sure enough, after this kick, Cell opened his eyes. Pico and the others turned pale with fear and immediately prepared for battle. Number 18? Am I seeing right? When Cell opened his eyes, he was surprised and happy. I actually saw number 18? But then, Cell became alert. Cell suddenly remembered that the terrible woman had kicked him unconscious. What was the origin of that woman? Cell looked around and was surprised to find that the woman was not at the scene. No need to look for her. The patrol officer you are looking for has returned to the headquarters. Fang Yun smiled at Cell. Really? Cell was so surprised. But she left this gun behind. Fang Yun said, and a pistol appeared in his hand, pointing the muzzle at Cell's body. Cell. Let me give you a brief introduction to the power of this gun. Fang Yun pondered, in fact, the energy intensity in this gun, if converted into combat power, is about one guy. What do you mean? How could Cell know what one guy means? You can understand it as 100 trillion combat power. Fang Yun said. Cell. Sun Wukong. Fortunately, Krillin and others have heard about it a long time ago and have become accustomed to it. It's hard for you to have a clear understanding of this number now. Fang Yun smiled, it doesn't matter, just try the power. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yun pulled the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, Cell was shot into a hornet's nest by Fang Yun's pistol. Despair appeared on Cell's face. Why? I'm a complete Cell. Can't I even dodge the energy shot out by this gun? Cell, you can't do it. Fang Yun sighed, I thought you were very powerful in your complete form. Wow. Shayla was furious, and quickly recovered his body through regeneration, and then rushed towards Fang Yun at a high speed. Hey? No more bullets. Fang Yun pulled the trigger, but no energy was ejected. Bardos. Who are you kidding? Your gun can attack 10,000 times, okay? Bardos glanced at Broly, who was in a daze behind Fang Yun. Guards, guards. Hurry up. Lord Daquan is testing you. Look at you. You are standing there stupidly. Broly has lived on the planet Wampa for 30 years. How could he understand the ways of the world? He didn't react at all. Come and help me. Fang Yun exclaimed. Bardos. Lord Daquan, based on their current strength, if you stand there and let them fight together, you won't be able to break through the defense in less than 10 years. The way you exclaimed is almost better than my acting skills. Fang Yun, be careful. Sun Wukong was shocked and naively thought that Fang Yun's pistol really had no bullets. Of course, Sun Wukong had some selfish motives. After practicing in the Room of Spirit and Time for so long, he came out to fight Cell, didn't he? Now was the best opportunity. Boom! Sun Wukong's breath burst out, and he kicked Cell. Cell was grabbing towards Fang Yun, and when he saw Sun Wukong rushing over, he immediately raised his left arm and blocked Sun Wukong's attack. Snap! At the same time, Cell grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle with his right hand. Bang! Cell grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle and smashed it heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong bared his teeth and slapped Cell on the head with his backhand. Cell lost a tooth at that time, and the hand holding Sun Wukong couldn't help loosening. Bang! Sun Wukong took the opportunity to counterattack and kicked Cell in the chest. Cell slid back a distance and slowly stopped. Sun Wukong, not bad, I'm impressed. Cell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Sun Wukong coldly. Same here, I didn't expect that you, who has become a complete body, have improved your strength to this extent. Sun Wukong smiled. Fang Yun, you are lucky to let Sun Wukong save you. Cell sneered, but don't think that what happened just now is over. After I kill Sun Wukong, it will be your turn next. If you and Wukong want to fight, this temple will be destroyed by you. Fang Yun sighed, this temple is not easy to build. I hate to see buildings destroyed, especially the flowers and plants on the temple, they are all lives. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Yu Bing. How many buildings and flowers and plants have you wiped out? Are you starting to sympathize with these flowers and plants now? Humph, what did I think you were going to say? Cell smiled softly, I'll tell you, I think it's fun to fight here. Chapter 125, Bardos. How about this, I'll create a new battlefield for you. Fang Yun said, waving his big hand gently. Creation. Fang Yun created a hemispherical ring out of thin air. The ring just floated above the temple, appearing transparent. What is that? Cell was stunned for a moment. Go fight there. Fang Yun called out. If you let me in, I'll go in. Cell sneered, I, Bardos, will not obey your orders. Fang Yun looked back at Broly. Broly was also slightly stunned. Fang Yun. This guard is not qualified. My eyes, don't you understand? Do you really want me to say it? Bardos was secretly happy in his heart. It's better to eliminate this Broly quickly. In that case, I can become the guard of Lord Daquan. Stupid, Fang Yun means that you should throw him in. Bardos couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but said to Broly. Ah! Broly suddenly reacted. You should have said it earlier. It would be better if you just said it directly. Swoosh! Broly flew towards Cell without any hesitation. Fang Yun looked at Bardos. Am I right? Bardos smiled calmly. You reacted quickly, no 18. Fang Yun said with a smile. Nothing, I just can't bear it. You, a guard, react very slowly. Bardos smiled. Strange, why do you give me a feeling that something is wrong? Fang Yun thought. Bardas' heart skipped a beat. Oh my god! Is it exposed? No way! Was I found out so quickly? No. I have to stay calm. I must stay calm. I can't take the initiative to admit my identity just because Lord Dequan said that casually. It's wrong, you don't understand the changes of women. Bardas snorted. Li Ping, do you understand? Fang Yun turned his head and asked Li Ping. Li Ping. Fang Yun, you are too much. I am a man. Broly rushed forward and punched Cell. Humph, again come here, an idiot who doesn't know how to live or die. Cell looked at Broly with disdain. Bang! Cell kicked Broly in the chest. There was a dull sound, Broly was hit and slid backwards. Boom! Then, Broly raised his energy to the extreme without any hesitation. What? His aura is so strong. Cell was stunned, who is he? Swish! Broly flew towards Cell. Cell punched Broly in the chest with a heavy punch. Broly's body trembled slightly, as if nothing had happened. Cell was stunned. Bang! Broly kicked Cell with a flying kick. Cell whimpered and dived headfirst into the transparent ring above. Broly looked up and returned to Fang Yun obediently. From the time Broly attacked to the time he kicked Cell onto the ring, Broly didn't even transform, he just used his normal state to beat Cell. Who is he? Cell was horrified. So awesome, what's your name? Sun Wukong looked at Broly in surprise. Broly. Broly replied indifferently. After I defeat Cell, we'll have a good fight. Sun Wukong said excitedly, his body slowly flying up, then, let me have a good fight with Cell. But Fang Yun, is the ring you built solid? Krillin asked curiously, it won't be broken, right? As Krillin was talking, he saw an amazing burst of energy from Cell in the ring. Ha 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 ha, Fang Yun, you are so naive. Cell laughed wildly, do you think that if you let me fight in this ring, I will stay here obediently? Let me tell you, I can easily turn this ring into slag. As Cell spoke, energy surged and endless breath bloomed, which was amazing. Don't say this transparent ring, I will also turn the entire Earth's temple into slag. Cell laughed, Fang Yun, this is your own fault. No. Get out of here. Piccolo shouted, there will be a big explosion here. Oh no. This is trouble. Krillin exclaimed, ready to run away. How terrible. Yamping was so scared that his orchid fingers suddenly appeared. Damn it. Tien Shinyan also looked terrified. Everyone. Hurry up and hide far away. Sun Wukong called out. Boom. The next moment, a huge amount of energy emerged from Cell's body. The huge energy immediately swept across the entire ring. Piccolo and the others were terrified and flew away. Only Fang Yun, Bardas, and Broly stood there calmly, unmoving. Fang Yun glanced at Bardas. Number 18 is not afraid? By the way, she doesn't have an energy detection radar in her body, so it's normal that she doesn't know how powerful Cell is. Bardas. Don't look at me. Am I pretending to be too calm? Fang Yun, what does he want to do? Bardas asked tremblingly, why did they all run away? It's okay, I'm here, you won't get hurt. Fang Yun took Bardas's tender hand and comforted him. Bardas's face flushed. Cell's powerful energy bloomed with extremely vast energy on the hemispherical ring. Then, there was nothing else. How could the ring created by Fang Yun be easily broken through by someone like Cell? Sun Wukong and others were stunned. Cell's energy attack did not cause any damage to the ring? How is this possible? What material is this ring made of? What's going on? Cell, can't break through a small ring. Cell felt that he was not calm at all. Cell, stay in there. If you can win 3 games, I will let you go. Fang Yun smiled. What did you say? 3 games. Cell widened his eyes. Don't worry, I won't participate, and that patrolman bar won't participate either. Fang Yun smiled slightly, the main participants are these few people on the scene. Are you sure? Cell asked. Fang Yun ignored him and turned to look at Sun Wukong. Fang Yun, you are amazing. You can trap him with a ring. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with brilliance and clenched his fists. Okay, the first of the 3 games depends on me. I will deal with him first. Come on. Fang Yun nodded. But how do I get in? Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at the ring suspended in the sky. Chapter 126, Broly normally beats the perfect form of Cell. Can I fly in directly? I'll try. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then flew up. Pa! Sun Wukong's body directly penetrated the barrier of the ring, entered the ring, and stood opposite to Cell. Cell, let me fight you well next. Sun Wukong said. Cell glanced at Sun Wukong and smiled. Alright. Perhaps through the battle with Sun Wukong, the energy of the two of us will collide with each other and destroy this ring. Boom. Both of them burst out with amazing energy. Endless the aura, centered on the two people, bloomed on this ring. Bang bang bang. Son Goku and Cell started a fierce battle on this ring. Boom boom boom. The energy of the two people hit the transparent barrier of the ring from time to time. The whole ring looked shaky and could be broken at any time. But what made Cell feel sad was that the ring never saw a crack. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. Huff huff. Son Goku and Cell were both panting heavily, very tired. It seems that old Sun seems to be a little inferior. Piccolo said in a deep voice. What are you talking about? Give Goku a senzu bean, he will definitely be able to defeat Cell at this time. Yamhei said with the orchid finger raised. Krillin remained silent. Sun Wukong, you are indeed not simple. Much more powerful than I thought. Cell looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, except for Fang Yun, no one among them is my opponent. Of course, Fang Yun also plays that kind of boring magic. If he dares to fight me head-on, I will make him die miserably. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wukong was so tired that he was panting and didn't respond for a while. Krillin, give Wukong a senzu bean. Li Ping called out. No, this is not the spirit of martial arts. Krillin shook his head gently. At this time, what kind of martial arts spirit is needed? Li Ping sighed. Sun Wukong, you look like you have consumed a lot of energy, it's okay, you can eat a senzu bean, I won't blame you. Cell laughed. Swish. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, the golden light on his body disappeared, and he returned to the ordinary Super Saiyan form. What are you doing? Cell was stunned for a moment, looking at Sun Wukong and asked. I admit that I am not your opponent, so I admit defeat. Sun Wukong looked at Cell and said. What did you say? You said you want to admit defeat. Cell looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Yes, I admit defeat. Sun Wukong nodded, I have already experienced your strength. Strange guy, you admit defeat now. Cell was a little unsatisfied, looking at Sun Wukong and asked, if you admit defeat, who are you going to let challenge me? Sun Wukong turned around. Hey, Fang Yun, if I win 2 of the 3 games, can I leave? Cell asked Fang Yun. Yes. Fang Yun nodded, thinking, but in the second game, you may be finished. And? Your joke is not funny at all. Cell smiled and didn't care, so, Sun Wukong admits defeat, and I have already won 1 game. You can understand it this way. Fang Yun responded. Vados. This Cell is really stupid. Lord Daquan, this is like playing a cricket fight. Are there any crickets that negotiate conditions? Even if you win, it all depends on whether the master is happy. If he is happy, he may still keep you. If he is not happy, he may just wipe you out. Cell, you are too naive. Broly, can you fight Cell? Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Broly and asked. I will deal with him. Broly asked Fang Yun for his opinion. Go if you want to. Although you are a guard, I will not restrict your personal freedom. Fang Yun smiled. Okay, I didn't have enough fun just now. Let me deal with him this time. Broly clenched his fists. Swish. Broly flew onto the ring. Pop. A gap opened at a barrier on the ring. Sun Wukong flew down from the gap. Broly stood opposite Cell, with sparks flashing in his eyes. Boy, you really shouldn't come up to die. When I fought you just now, I didn't use all my strength. Cell sneered. Neither did I. Broly smiled. Hehe, you arrogant guy. I, Cell, will let you see how terrible I am. Cell's aura surged. 0 Please give me flowers. Broly didn't transform either, and directly raised his energy to the extreme. Bang bang bang! Broly and Cell started a fierce battle on the ring. Sun Wukong and others were stunned. How could this Broly be so powerful? He was going to beat Cell. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Broly grabbed Cell's neck and rubbed it on the ground of the ring. Bang! Then Broly hit Cell's chest heavily with his elbow. Cell raised his limbs slightly. Broly took advantage of the situation and grabbed Cell's ankle, throwing him back and forth. Cell screamed miserably. Bang! Broly kicked Cell and sent him flying. 0. Cell's body hit the transparent barrier hard. Puff! Blood spurted out of Cell's mouth. Broly? Who is he? Krillin exclaimed. Krillin, look, Broly has a tail too. Tien Shinyan said in a deep voice. What? A tail? Is he a scion? Krillin was stunned. It should be the scions. Piccolo frowned and nodded slightly. Didn't Vegeta say that there are only him, Goku and Gohan left among the scions? Krillin pondered. You believe what Vegeta said? Piccolo chuckled. Ahem, Fang Yun, where did you find the guards? Krillin leaned over to ask Fang Yun. Planet Wampa. Fang Yun smiled. Planet Wampa. Krillin was stunned for a moment, a little confused. What planet is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Wow! On the ring, Cell was full of resentment and forced his energy up again, and his body became bigger. The next moment, Cell attacked Broly with a punch. Broly blocked Cell's attack lightly. Bang! Broly kicked Cell in the head. Cell suddenly felt dizzy, and then covered his head, shaking back and forth. Ugh! Cell opened his mouth and spit out a person. Hey, Cell spit out Vegeta! Li Ping exclaimed. What? Son Goku was also surprised. Chapter 127, Bardos. It's really Vegeta. Vegeta was spit out. Tien Shinyan was also shocked. Brother Tien, look, Cell is no longer a complete form. Jiaozi said hurriedly. He has changed. Tien Shinyan nodded. Son Gohan was silent. After spitting out Vegeta, Cell's body changed rapidly and returned to the semi-finished product before. Huff, hi, hi. Cell gasped heavily. Still fighting? Broly asked calmly. Wow! Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Cell was furious. However, Cell took a glance and suddenly saw Bardos, who had turned into number 18. Cell thought. Why am I so weak? It's okay that I can't beat a woman. Now, I can't even beat this guy named Broly. And I can't even break the ring created by Fang Yun. Cell felt 10,000 points of critical damage in his heart. The computer once told me that once I, Cell, become a perfect body, I will be the most powerful existence in the universe. But I am so embarrassed. I finally know the reason. I absorbed Vegeta to become a complete body. No wonder I am so weak. If I absorb number 18, I will become a real perfect body. Number 18 is over there. I must find a way to absorb number 18. Fang Yun, Cell, give in. Cell tried to calm himself down and said to Fang Yun. Sun Wukong. Did you hear it right? Cell actually admitted defeat? Pico's eyes widened. But if you think about it carefully, Cell has been beaten like this, how can he not admit defeat? Oh? This is not your style. Fang Yun smiled. From now on, I am willing to be your little brother and obey your orders. Cell bowed and saluted. A young man is teachable. Fang Yun smiled, in that case, I will let you go. Swish! Fang Yun opened a gap for Cell. Cell flew down from the gap in the barrier and landed opposite Fang Yun, saluting again. And at the moment when Cell lowered his head, he squinted at Bardos, who had become number 18. Bardos! This monster! You actually want to absorb me? You are so bold. What should I do? Should I kick him to death? That would expose my true identity. Fang Yun, thank you. From now on, I, Cell, will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new man. Cell responded respectfully. Is Cell good now? Why don't I believe it? Krillin pondered. I don't believe it either. His aura is still so evil. Tien Shinyan said in a deep voice. Anyway, let's see what the situation is. It will be a disaster if we keep him. Piccolo shook his head and didn't believe Cell. Goku didn't say anything, always feeling that Cell had a special conspiracy. Will Cell not want to? Gohan seemed to have thought of something. Sun Fist. Cell suddenly raised his head, put his hands on his cheeks, and an extremely dazzling light appeared on his head. Goku and others shouted that it was not good. He wants to absorb No 18. Gohan said hurriedly. Hehe, after your eyes recover, I have successfully absorbed No 18. Cell smiled lightly, and his tail swept towards Bardos. However, just when Cell had just made this move, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Ugh! Cell retched. No. I will absorb number 18 even if I vomit my intestines today. Cell endured the pain and wanted to absorb number 18 again. Ugh! However, as soon as Cell had this idea, he felt an inexplicable nausea. It was like eating a stink bug. Very disgusting. Wait, when Sun Wukong and others' vision returned to normal, Cell was still retching. This is impossible. How is this possible? Cell shouted loudly, why? Why is this? Why do I retch when I want to absorb No 18? Nothing, I just transformed you through Shenlong when you were asleep. Fang Yun smiled, so, you can't absorb number 18, you can only become a perfect body after absorbing Vegeta. What did you say? Cell looked at Fang Yun in astonishment. So, there is no need to question whether your perfect body is fake. Fang Yun smiled, after you absorbed Vegeta, you are indeed a real perfect body. The reason why you are so weak is very simple, Broly is too powerful. You are lying. Cell shouted loudly. Why don't I believe it? Look, why don't you believe me when I tell the truth? Fang Yun sighed, looking at Cell with interest. Also, do you know how you came to this era? You know. Cell was stunned. I brought you here. Fang Yun smiled. This is impossible. This is impossible. Cell didn't believe it. Look, you don't believe it again. Fang Yun sighed, I just thought you were a little lonely in the future, so I brought you here. Cell's face froze, and his expression changed again and again. After a short silence. Hehe, the victory or defeat is another matter. Cell sneered. Then, Cell's body expanded rapidly. In less than a few seconds, it was like a balloon, expanding its body. Ha 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 ha. Cell laughed wildly. You are finished. Cell was excited. Not good. Sun Wukong's face changed color, as if he realized that the situation was not good. Ha ha ha, in 20 seconds, I will explode. The earth and all of you will be buried with me. Cell laughed wildly, although I can't beat you, I will be satisfied if I can drag you to die together before I die. There are still 8 seconds. What should I do? Piccolo's face became more and more ugly, the earth is going to explode. It's over. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Krillin hugged his bald head and shouted. Brother Tian Jiaozi trembled all over. Childish. Fang Yun sighed and waved his big hand gently. Swish. The expanding energy in Cell's body was gently wiped away by Fang Yun. Suddenly, Cell's body returned to its original appearance. What? Cell widened his eyes and his face became extremely ugly. How is this possible? Where is my energy? Where did my energy go? Don't be surprised, I just wiped it out. Fang Yun smiled. Cell was in mourning. Energy was wiped out? How could his magic be so powerful? Ah! Can Fang Yun even wipe out such powerful energy? Krillin was stunned. Chapter 128, Bulma regains youth. Is Fang Yun so powerful? Tian Xinyan was stunned and chuckled, humph, have we always underestimated him? Uncle Fang Yun, is there anything else you can't erase? Son Gohan whispered. Fang Yun smiled. Piccolo was speechless, cold sweat dripped down his face. A short silence. We can't let Cell harm the earth anymore, Goku. Kill him. Piccolo shouted. Son Goku nodded solemnly. Son Goku knew very well that Cell was hopeless. Keeping him would only kill more innocent humans. Boom. The flames in Son Goku's hands burst out, and the powerful energy roared towards Cell. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Cell shouted loudly. Shua. Powerful energy appeared on Cell's body in an instant. Cell's body was shattered and turned into slag. Cell, dead. Hey. Gaku and others also breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence. By the way, Piccolo, can you recover to the state before you assimilate with the god? Gaku looked at Piccolo and asked. I'm sorry, no. Piccolo shook his head. If we could separate, the god would not have confronted me for more than 10 hours. It's a headache. I want to revive the people killed by Cell. What should I do without the Dragon Ball? Gaku scratched his head. Wukong, take this. Fang Yun casually threw the purple crystal of Pibara to Gaku. What is this? Gaku was stunned, not understanding what it was. Try to crush it. Fang Yun said. Okay. Gaku nodded. Crack. Sun Wukong exerted a little force, and the purple crystal shattered immediately. Then what? Sun Wukong was stunned and asked. Shua. At this moment, Pibala's figure flashed and appeared beside Sun Wukong. Everyone present was slightly stunned. Who is this person? How did he appear? Bardos was also a little surprised. But he was relieved soon. It turned out to be a Yadrit star? We also have one in the 6th universe. Fang Yun, you are looking for me? Pibala asked with a dark face. It's only been less than a day, okay? Why are you looking for me? Let me introduce this to everyone. The first one is Pibala, the great elder of the Yadrit people. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. Hello everyone. Pibala responded politely. Wukong, let Pibala take you to Namek. You bring a new god from Namek, and the Dragon Balls on Earth will be revived. Fang Yun suggested. Ah? Go to Namek? Can Pibala take me there? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, I can take you there. Pibala nodded with tears in his eyes. Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Sun Wukong thanked him quickly. Fang Yun, I'll take my leave first. Pibala said to Fang Yun. Give us another piece of amethyst. Fang Yun said. Pibala. After a brief hesitation, Pibala took out a piece of amethyst and handed it over with both hands. Go, go. Fang Yun put the purple crystal away. Shua. Pibala took Sun Wukong to teleport, and they appeared on Namek in a flash. Sun Wukong was stunned. This is really Namek, how did you do it? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Nothing, this is called teleportation. As long as you sense the opponent's spirito, you can move to his vicinity in an instant. Pibala smiled. Spirito? What is it? Sun Wukong asked. It's what you call chi. Pibala explained. Can you teach me teleportation? Sun Wukong pointed to his nose and asked. Pibala was slightly stunned. Then, Pibala was ecstatic. Why not teach teleportation to this man named Sun Wukong? If Sun Wukong learned teleportation, Fang Yun would not bother me anymore, right? Of course, no problem. After returning to Earth, I will take you to learn teleportation. Pibala nodded. You are a good person. Sun Wukong was very excited. Afterwards, Sun Wukong brought back a new god, Dende, from Namek. After returning to Earth, Pibala took Sun Wukong directly to Yadrit to learn instant movement. Pibala didn't want to stay on Earth for a moment. Who knows what Fang Yun will arrange for him? Let's run away quickly. Gohan, go back and tell Mom that I will go home when I learn instant movement. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Dende, I'll leave the Dragon Ball to you. Dende nodded gently. Son Gohan. Dad, you're going too far. At least go home and say hello to Mom. After Dende succeeded as the new god, he immediately resurrected Shenlong. The new Shenlong can fulfill 2 wishes. The first wish, to resurrect all humans killed by Cell. All people killed by Cell were resurrected, including Android 17. Tell me your second wish. Shenlong asked. Let Bulma regain her youth. Fang Yun said to Shenlong. Okay, no problem. Shenlong's eyes flashed red. Picker. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Everyone was speechless. The second wish, to restore Bulma's youth? The problem is, Bulma is not very old. Suddenly I remembered that Bulma must be 35 or 36 this year, right? Krillin 017 scratched his head. I hate Krillin so much. It's rude to talk about our girls' ages. Li Ping shouted angrily. Krillin wiped his sweat. Let's go. Fang Yun called to Broly and Bardos. The three of them immediately took off. Bulma's home. Bulma stared at her sister Tais without blinking. Bulma, why are you looking at me like that? Tais asked. Sister, it's not fair. Bulma sighed, I'm younger than you, but from the looks of it, I'm several years older than you. Next time, let Fang Yun collect the Dragon Balls to restore your youth. Tais smiled. As they were talking, the sky became dark. What's going on? Did the dragon appear? Bulma hurriedly ran outside and looked up at the sky. The appearance of the dragon now means that the monster called Cell has bin destroyed, right? Taisai guessed, what a pity, I should follow Fang Yun to see the monster called Cell, so that I can write it in the novel. Sister, you already have a lot of novel materials, okay? The marvel provided by my brother-in-law alone is enough for my sister to eat for several years. Bulma sighed, besides, our family is not short of money. You are right, I still portray the story of Marvel well. Taisai nodded. Chapter 129, Vegeta. The two sisters were chatting. Swish. Suddenly, Bulma's image changed. Bulma turned into an 18-year-old girl in just a moment. Why do I feel that my body is full of vitality? What's wrong with me? Number 18 said to himself in surprise. Bulma, look in the mirror now. Tais said quickly. Look in the mirror. Bulma was stunned. When Bulma stood in front of the mirror and saw herself in the mirror, she was stunned. Whose house is this, little girl? So cute, so pretty, so youthful and energetic. Am I seeing right? Am I also rejuvenated? Bulma stroked her face, which was already wrinkle-free. Bulma, that's great. Fang Yun should have made you rejuvenated. Tais said with a smile. Brother-in-law still loves me. Bulma giggled. When Fang Yun returned home, Bulma gave Fang Yun a hug as soon as possible. Brother-in-law, you are so nice. Bulma said softly. Planet Beerus. Cell is dead. Cold sweat slid down the face of the icy beauty number 18. Died just now? Why does it feel like a dream? Such a powerful Cell was killed just like that. Although number 16 didn't say anything, her face was full of shock. Are you familiar with the work assigned to you now? Whis took back the scepter and asked the two androids. Number 16 and number 18 nodded together. Well, I'm going to leave for a while, you must be careful. Weiss smiled. I understand. Number 18 responded. Swoosh. Wes stopped talking and immediately turned into a bright flame, sank into the starry sky, and disappeared in a flash. Looking at Weiss disappearing quickly, number 16 and number 18 looked more and more shocked. After a short silence. Who is he? Cold sweat slid down No 18's pretty face. I don't know, there is no energy fluctuation on his body. Number 16 shook his head. But number 16, do you think we can be his opponent if we really fight him? Number 18 asked. Although we haven't fought, I think 10 of us are not enough for him. Number 16 said in a deep voice. What? Is he so powerful? Number 18 was stunned. Earth, Temple. Vegeta finally woke up. Vegeta also quickly learned from Krillin about some things that happened after Cell absorbed him. Damn it! So, even the perfect Cell can be wiped out by Fang Yun. Vegeta trembled all over. Vegeta, I advise you not to challenge Fang Yun. He can even wipe out Cell, and it will take him only a few minutes to wipe you out. Piccolo watched coldly and couldn't help but advise. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, and immediately soared into the sky, sank into the clouds below and disappeared. Pa! Golden light bloomed around Vegeta, and he became a Super Saiyan. Swoosh! Vegeta turned into a golden light and accelerated his speed. I want to become stronger. I, Vegeta, must become stronger than Cell. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta learned from Krillin that Kakarot was only slightly inferior to the perfect Cell. It seems that Kakarot has surpassed him again. Although Vegeta and Son Goku have no actual contact, Vegeta can infer how powerful Kakarot is from the powerful aura emanating from Son Gohan. Even a little Son Gohan is so powerful, let alone Kakarot. I want to become stronger. Vegeta bared his teeth. I'll set a small goal for myself first, surpass Kakarot. Swish! Vegeta streaked a golden light across the sky. A few minutes later, Vegeta landed on Master Kame's island. Yes, it's here. Vegeta landed next to the sword, silently staring at the sword lying on the ground. Now that my strength has surpassed the Super Saiyan, can't I still lift this broken sword? Vegeta snorted coldly and stepped forward to grab the hilt. This time, the sword finally moved. Vegeta's eyes lit up. Moved? This sword didn't move at all before. Vegeta continued to increase his energy. Suddenly, Vegeta picked up the sword with great effort. What is this? Why is it so heavy? Vegeta was shocked. Then, Vegeta waved the sword for a while. Who? In less than a minute, Vegeta was panting heavily. Damn it! I can move the sword, but the energy in my body hasn't changed at all. Vegeta bit his back teeth and said, these earthlings. They lied to me that as long as I could pick up this sword, I would get the power of the artifact, but nothing happened. Vegeta snorted coldly, threw the sword aside, and flew into the sky, leaving the island. Kakarot went to Adrit. Humph, what's the point of going to such a boring planet? Vegeta snorted and clenched his fists. Kakarot, you wait for me, when you come back, I, Vegeta, will leave you far behind. A short silence. And Fang Yun. You wait for me. When my strength reaches a level that you can't erase, I will settle accounts with you. Vegeta clenched his fists. Swish. Vegeta sped up. A few minutes later, Vegeta landed in a small town. Emily, I'm back. Vegeta shouted. After the voice fell, a girl quickly ran over and hugged Vegeta. Don't hug me like this, it's embarrassing. Vegeta blushed a little and turned his head. But, Vegeta, soon as he turned his head, he suddenly saw a bright flame falling from the sky in the distance and falling into the forest in front. What's going on? What was that just now? Vegeta was a little worried. Is it a new enemy that has appeared? What if it is? That person is not far from here, but he will threaten Emily's safety. Emily, you wait here, I'll go over there to take a look. Vegeta said, and immediately flew up and flew towards the bright flame in the distance. Soon, Vegeta hid in the woods and saw two people appearing in the forest. That person is number 17? Wasn't he absorbed by Cell? Vegeta muttered in his heart. But then, Vegeta figured it out. Yes, he was absorbed by Cell, and was killed along with Cell, and then resurrected through the Dragon Ball. Vegeta pondered, and looked at the tall man next to number 17. Who is he? Blue skin? Never seen it before. Chapter 130, Makarita. This is what happened. Please follow me. Whis looked at number 17 and said politely. While saying this, Whis glanced at the place where Vegeta was hiding. What? Was I discovered by him? Vegeta was so surprised. I have hidden my breath, how can I still be discovered? It must be a coincidence, right? If number 16 and number 18 are also in the place you said, it's okay for me to go and see. Number 17 nodded. Swish. Whis slid lightly with the scepter. Suddenly, a flying cube was released by Whis. Let's go. Whis called. Number 17 widened his eyes. What is this thing for? When number 17 stepped on the flying cube quickly moved into the starry sky. Number 17 was stunned. Isn't the speed of this thing too amazing? Flew away? Who is he? A strange guy. Vegeta frowned, forget it, for now, that person should have no ill intentions, let him be. Whis took number 17 and flew quickly towards the direction of Beerus planet. Whis met a female angel on the opposite side during the process of traveling from the human world to the god realm. Whis, what are you busy with recently? The female angel on the opposite side stopped, looked at Whis with a smile, and glanced at number 17 again. Strange guy. What is Whis going to do with a human? Wow, it's Makarita. Whis laughed, I'm not busy with anything. Isn't Lord Beerus taking a nap? I found a few humans to help clean his palace. You are so lazy, Makarita said with a smile. Yeah, I've been a little lazy lately. Whis nodded. What about you? Makarita, what are you busy with? Me? What else can I do? As angels, maintaining the balance of the universe is our main task, isn't it? Makarita smiled. Yes, yes. Whis replied. By the way, Whis, have you seen Bardos recently? Makarita looked at Whis and asked. Sister Bardos? She came to planet Beerus a while ago. Didn't she return to Universe 6? Whis asked knowingly. I don't know. I went to play with Bardos when I was free. But Bardos is not in Universe 6. Margarita shook her head gently. Where could she go? Whis scratched his head. Wis, you said, Lord Grandmaster, could he have been reborn? Margarita guessed. Wis's heart sank, but on the surface, he was not panicked at all. It seemed that the matter of Lord Grandmaster had nothing to do with Wis. Weiss, you don't know anything, do you? Margarita asked while looking at Weiss. What can I know? Oh, you are too kind, Margarita. Weiss said with a smile. The rebirth of the Great King is a great opportunity for all of us gods. Margarita laughed. Yes, if you know the whereabouts of the Great King, you must tell me as soon as possible. Weiss smiled. Of course. Margarita nodded. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two angels said goodbye. Weiss landed on Beerus planet with number 17. Number 17 was just listening to a book of heaven. What angels, what great king? Number 17 had never heard of it. Who are they? However, what made number 17 feel relieved was that he really met number 18 and number 16 here. The three androids finally got together. Mr. 17, your job is the same as theirs. You are mainly responsible for cleaning the palace of Lord Beerus. Be careful. Whis smiled, I have something else to do. I have to leave for a while. Don't wake Lord Beerus up. Number 18 and number 16 nodded vigorously. Number 17 was confused. Lord Beerus? Who is it? Swoosh. Whis left as soon as he said he would, turning into a bright light flame, in a flash, disappeared into the starry sky. Who is he? Number 17 asked puzzledly, and who is the Lord Beerus he mentioned? Lord Beerus is a cat. Number 18 said. A cat? Could it be a pet cat he keeps? Number 17 guessed. I don't know if it's a pet cat, but this cat is very powerful. It sneezes and a sun disappears. Number 18 looked serious. Number 17 widened his eyes and looked stunned. The sun disappeared after a sneeze? This is too scary. On the way back to the 11th universe, Margarita felt more and more that something was wrong. What is Whis doing? Margarita said to herself. Why would he bring a human to Beerus planet? Besides, Wis's eyes seemed to be hiding something. There must be something wrong. No, I have to go and confirm it. Swoosh. Margarita flew quickly towards the direction of Beerus planet. Just when number 18 and number 16 were about to take number 17 to get familiar with the working environment, Margarita fell from the sky and landed beside the three people. Hello. Margarita greeted. Hello. The three androids said hurriedly. Seeing that Margarita's dress was very similar to Whis, the three knew that she should be of the same race as Whis. Besides, number 17 had seen Margarita on the way here. Where's Whis? Isn't he here? Margarita asked. He went out for something. Number 17 replied. Did he say where he went? Margarita asked with a smile. No, he just said he went out to do something, and didn't tell us where he went. Number 17 replied. Number 18 glanced at Margarita silently. This little girl is pretty. It's the same appearance as Bardos. Humph, I won't tell you that Weiss and Bardos went to Earth. I won't tell you that Bardos has become like me. Margarita quickly looked at number 18. Oh? Bardos has become like you? On Earth in the Milky Way. Margarita was slightly startled. No 18's face changed color. Can she read my inner world? It's too scary. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Margarita laughed, and then held her chin and whispered, I said there was a problem, and I was right. Number 18. Thank you, little girl, you are so cute. Margarita smiled. Swoosh. Immediately, Margarita turned into a bright flame and flew towards the direction of the earth. Number 18 widened her beautiful eyes, an endless surprise appeared in her eyes. Chapter 131, Margarita, you come to be my bodyguard. She can read my inner world. No 18's face was covered with cold sweat. What? Mind reading? Number 17 said in a deep voice. They have areas that we can't reach. No 16's face changed again and again. 10 minutes later, Margarita appeared above the earth, silently observing the blue planet. Vados is on Earth. Makarita smiled, her eyes penetrated the clouds and fixed on the girl who looked exactly like number 18 in Bulma's home. Makarita smiled. With Makarita's eyesight, it was easy to see that number 18 was transformed by Vados. In addition to Vados, Makarita also saw Whis appearing nearby. Whis turned into number 17. Then, Makarita silently looked at Fang Yun beside Vados. Could he be the reborn Great King? Makarita whispered, "That's right, Bardos and Whis are by his side, it must be true." Below, in Bulma's home. Hey? Something doesn't seem right. Fang Yun suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. What? Can he see me? Makarita's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly found a place to hide. Hey! Makarita breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the power of the reborn Great King has not yet recovered to its peak. Otherwise, he would definitely find it. What? Bardos also raised his head and asked. It seems that someone is watching me in secret. Fang Yun scratched his head. Bardos' heart sank. Oh no! It seems to be Makarita. Why is she here? How did she know? Bardos looked at Whis hiding in the dark angrily. Whis covered his face. This is trouble. Makarita also knows about it. This is terrible. What should I do? What should I do? Weiss was a little confused for a moment. Then, Bardos met Weiss hiding in the dark under the pretext of going to the toilet. Weiss. How did Makarita know? Bardos asked angrily. I met her on the way back to the God realm. Maybe she got suspicious. Weiss sighed. Why are you so careless? Bardos stared. Who knew she would show up? Weiss covered his face and said, besides, if Makarita went to find you and you weren't here, I'm afraid this series of events would be linked together and make her suspicious. Forget it, it seems that I can't hide it anymore. Bardos shook his head, at least, it doesn't affect me much at the moment. Why did you say that, sister? Weiss asked. Women's intuition. Bardos chuckled. Wes. Women's intuition. Bardos returned to Fang Yun. Just then, Makarita fell from the sky and landed near Fang Yun. Makarita did not pretend to be someone else, but appeared in her true identity. Fang Yun was stunned when he saw Makarita appear. What happened? Makarita is here too? Why don't you stay in the 11th universe and run to the 7th universe? If Bardos came to if it's the Earth, it's more or less understandable. But it's a bit unbelievable that Makarita appears on the Earth. Vados is an angel from the 6th universe. The 6th and 7th universes are originally companion universes. It's normal for them to visit each other. But it's a bit strange for you, an angel from the 11th universe, to go to the Earth of the 7th universe. Seeing Makarita falling from the sky, Vados's face changed slightly. Why do you come here so suddenly? Why don't you change your image? Who is this lady? Fang Yun asked. Hello, my name is Makarita, and I'm an angel from the 11th universe. Makarita bowed. Oh, I thought you looked a bit like Vados, so you are an angel from the 11th universe. Fang Yun smiled. Vados. Lord Daquan knows me, how could he not know Makarita? No, Lord Daquan must be deliberately fooling Makarita. It's so fun. What's the matter? Fang Yun asked Makarita. No big deal, I just came out to relax. Makarita laughed. Fang Yun. You are an angel, you came out to relax? Fang Yun looked at Makarita without blinking. Zero, please give me flowers. Not to mention, Makarita is really good looking. She belongs to the type that Fang Yun likes. By the way, I'm short of a guard, Makarita, would you consider being my guard? Fang Yun greeted. Makarita's eyes suddenly lit up, full of expectation. Vados pricked up his ears. Lord Daquan, you are too much. You said you would give priority to me. Wes. What did I miss? As soon as Makarita showed up, Lord Daquan wanted to recruit her as a guard? Is this the advantage of appearance? Really? Makarita's eyes lit up. It's fake, I just said it casually to see if you and Vados have the same reaction. Fang Yun replied. Zero. Makarita. Vados. Wes. You came all the way from the 11th universe to find me, you don't want to be my guard, do you? Fang Yun looked at Makarita and asked with a smile. Makarita nodded gently. Yeah, you are an honest girl, I like you. Fang Yun replied. Bados. What did I miss? Lord Dequan likes honest girls? I am now dressed as number 18, but I must not let Lord Dequan know. Will Makarita not tell anyone? Thank you for the compliment. Makarita smiled. If you want to be my guard, stay with me tonight. Fang Yun called. Makarita. You don't seem to be happy. Fang Yun asked with a straight face. This seems a bit unruly. Makarita's face flushed. What's unruly about accompanying me to recite poems and write couplets at night? Fang Yun asked. Makarita. Ah? Reciting poems and writing couplets. Makarita smiled awkwardly. What do you think? Fang Yun asked back. Makarita was about to cry. Fang Yun thought about it carefully. Even Makarita came over and asked to be a guard. Maybe I am really the reincarnation of the great king of all omnipotence? No, I am me. How could I be the reincarnation of the great king of all omnipotence? Fang Yun himself was unfaithful first. Chapter 132, High Priest. But Fang Yun felt strange again. If I am not the reincarnation of the great king of all omnipotence, it is understandable to say that Bardos alone made a mistake. The problem is, now even Makarita made a mistake? By the way, there is also Weiss. How could Weiss not know? This is Weiss's 7th universe. 3 angels, did they all make a mistake? Fang Yun was a little overwhelmed for a moment. I just want to practice the power of erasure in silence. Please stop harassing me, okay? How about this, if you really want to be my guard, Makarita, I will give you a candidate for the guard. Fang Yun looked at Makarita and said. Okay, thank you. Makarita bowed and thanked him. Go back first. Fang Yun waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave first, Lord Dequan. Makarita bowed again, glanced at Bardos behind Fang Yun, and immediately turned into a bright flame and quickly disappeared. After Makarita left, Fang Yun looked back at Bardos with a thoughtful expression. Why are you looking at me? Bardos pretended to be calm. You seem very calm about the appearance of Makarita. Fang Yun looked at Bardos with a smile. Is she very powerful? Bardos' heart sank. Oops. I did act too calm. Number 18, we knew each other before you were transformed. Do you remember? Fang Yun asked. Yes, at that time you flew to our house and Lapis and I thought you were a Superman. Bardos said with a smile. Humph, I had investigated this kind of thing clearly before I came here. Lord Dequan, do you think I'm stupid? Yes, I held your hand and told you that I would marry you after you became No 18. Fang Yun said, holding Bardos's little hand. Ah! Bardos was stunned. Did you say that? Why don't I remember it? Bado's face flushed. How about we have a wedding night tonight? Fang Yun looked at Bardos with deep affection. Ah! Wedding night? Bardos shuddered. Don't you want to? Fang Yun asked. Isn't it that I haven't thought about it yet? Bardos smiled bitterly. Okay, stop pretending. I recognized you a long time ago, Bardos. Fang Yun smiled. Bados's body trembled slightly. What? Recognized? How is it possible? There is also someone hiding behind that big tree. Come out. I can sense your presence. Fang Yun turned his head and looked at the direction where Weiss was. Weiss wiped his sweat and flew over quickly. Fang Yun looked over silently. Is it number 17? What is he doing here? Fang Yun never thought that the number 17 who appeared in front of him was transformed by Weiss. Wow, meet the great king. Weiss said, and his body changed rapidly, returning to his true appearance. It's Weiss, I thought it was No 17. Fang Yun smiled. Weiss. Oh my god. How could I be fooled so easily? Swish. When Bardos saw Weiss return to his true appearance, he stopped pretending, and his body flashed and changed into his own appearance. It's you guys, I was a little suspicious at first. Fang Yun sighed. Bardos. Weiss. It turns out that the Great King didn't see through our identities. How sad. He took the initiative to admit it. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Wow, there will be great opportunities around the Great King, this is an unwritten news in the God realm. Weiss smiled slightly. Where is the real No 18? Fang Yun changed the subject. There will be great opportunities around the Great King? How come I don't know? Will there be opportunities by following me? Forget it, let's talk about this later. Number 18, number 17, and number 16 are all on the planet of Lord Beerus. Whis said hurriedly. Go back to where you came from. Don't follow me for now. When I need you, I will naturally find you. Fang Yun sighed and waved to the two people. By the way, let number 18 and the others come back as well. Yes, Lord Great King. Whis bowed. Understood. Bardos also nodded slightly. Whis and Bardos looked at each other. The two stopped talking and saluted Fang Yun again, then turned into two bright flames, sank into the starry sky, and disappeared without a trace. Whis, what exactly does Lord Great King mean? Bardos was a little confused about what Fang Yun meant. Sister, maybe the Great King feels that the time is not ripe. Let's go back first and don't disturb the Great King for the time being. Whis sighed softly. I think if we continue to disturb him, the Great King will be angry. By then, the two of us will really have no chance to be guards. You have a point. Bardos nodded gently. After Whis returned to the Beerus planet, he sent the three androids number 18 back to Earth. Bardos returned to the 6th universe. Makarita even returned to her 11th universe. The Milky Way Earth in the 7th universe has regained its tranquility. However, it didn't take long for the news about the rebirth of the Great King to spread throughout the God realm. The Temple of the Great King. Lord, you have heard about it, right? Asked the High Priest. Yes, I heard that the Great King of all was really reborn. The King of all nodded. It is said that he is on Earth in the Milky Way of the 7th universe, right? Yes. The High Priest replied, from the current situation, the power of the reborn Great King of all has not been fully restored. I am afraid that it will be difficult to recover to the peak state without 30 to 50 years, let alone surpassing himself. The King of all nodded and looked at the High Priest and said, by the way, High Priest, I also heard that many angels are eager to try and plan to become the guards of the Great King of all. This I didn't manage this well, please punish me, Lord Omni. The High Priest apologized quickly. 5.7. It's not your fault. The Omni smiled innocently, however, it would be better to have a clear rule that all gods are not allowed to interfere with the great Omni King's training on Earth. Understood. The High Priest promised. On this day, the God realm released a message. If angels, gods of destruction, and King of the worlds disturb the great Omni King's training, they will be deprived of their godhood. Of course, if the great Omni King takes the initiative to find them, that's another matter. The High Priest gave the order, and the gods dared not disobey. The 7th universe, King of the worlds. King of the worlds Sheen also received this order. However, Sheen was a little confused. The great Omni King? Who is it? Why haven't I heard of it at all? Jebbet, where did you get this information? Xian asked curiously. Chapter 133, High Priest. Lord Kaishan, there is news that has been transmitted to our Kaishan realm from somewhere. I don't know how it came from. Jebbet shook his head. Could it be that, besides me, there are gods more powerful than me? The Kaishan held his chin in thought. No way, even if there is, it is probably the great Kaishan, right? Or the previous Kaishan. Jebbet guessed, but aren't they all dead of old age? So confusing, great omnipotent king? What is it? The Kaishan was a little confused. Why don't I know what the great omnipotent king does? Forget it for now. What great omnipotent king? It's just a figment of the imagination. The Kaishan decided to ignore it. The most important thing at the moment is to keep an eye on the seal of Majin Bu, especially be careful of that guy named Fang Yun. If he releases Bu, the entire universe will be in danger. Although we can't observe Fang Yun now, we can always observe Bu's seal. Jebbet nodded gently, as long as there is any movement in the seal of Bu 01, we will go there immediately. You are right, Jebbet. King Kai smiled, fortunately, Bu's seal has not been moved recently. Yes, we can be safe for a while. Jebbet nodded and smiled. After the cell incident, the earth really calmed down. Gaku went to Idrit to learn instant movement and would not be able to come back in a short time. While Vegeta was practicing hard, he went shopping with Emily and gradually got used to life on Earth. Gohan went to school to study, temporarily putting aside his training or fighting. Pico stayed in the temple and lived with the god Dende. Krillin returned to the island of Kame Sennin and continued to practice in the way of Kame Sennin. However, Krillin and Kame Sennin were surprised for a long time after seeing that the sword on the island had been moved. The two speculated who moved the sword? Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi returned to her own place and lived a peaceful life. Li Ping dressed up and even put on women's clothes to admire her beauty in front of the mirror. Fang Yun lived a comfortable life in Bulma's house as before. However, what made Fang Yun a little puzzled was that recently, neither Bardos, Makarita, nor even Whis came to disturb him. These three angels didn't even show their faces. Fang Yun was a little surprised. I said a few words, and you left? I can't, right? But it's better to leave, so that I don't have to spend a lot of energy to deal with them if they stay by my side. Time passed day by day. God Realm, the temple of the King of All. Lord King of All, after my observation for this period of time, it seems that it is not him. The high priest wiped his sweat. No? How could it be? Besides me and the great King of All, who else has the ability to erase and create? The King of All was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help asking. I can't say for sure, anyway, he is not completely the reincarnation of the great King of All. The high priest shook his head gently. If not, then let him be. The King of All nodded slightly. Universe 7, Beerus Planet. Bardos and Whis sat together drinking tea. Sister, have you heard? Whis looked at Bardos. What? Bardos asked. Father said that Fang Yun may not be the great King of All. Whis pondered. What? He is not the great King of All. Bardos spit out the tea she had drunk at that time, widened her beautiful eyes, and looked incredulous. Father did say that. Whis nodded. Impossible, I have had contact with him, it won't be wrong. Bardos still didn't dare to believe his judgment. Maybe, we are really wrong? Weiss pondered, do you still remember the aura of the Great King? Why not? I knew that the Great King was going to be reincarnated, so I remembered it a long time ago. Bardos replied. That's strange, why did father say it wasn't Fang Yun? Weiss was a little confused. Is it really wrong? Bardos wiped his sweat. After working on it for several days, I almost got myself into trouble. It turns out that Fang Yun is not the reincarnation of the Great King. Although Bardos was a little skeptical about his father's words, he knew very well that his father never lied. High Priest, there is no need to lie about such things. High Priest, he would not make up such a boring lie to prevent the angels from contacting the Great King. Since his father said so, Bardos estimated that there was probably something wrong. Then we worked in vain. Bardos smiled bitterly. That's right. Weiss sighed. Then, where is the real Great King? Bardos looked up at the sky. Maybe, in another universe. Weiss guessed. If it is really in another universe, then I'm afraid we have no chance to meet him. Bardos looked miserable. Wes. Yes, no chance. This is the worst ending. Forget it, let's go back. After saying this, Bardos turned into a bright flame and disappeared in a flash. Time flies. A year later, Son Goku mastered teleportation and teleported back directly from Yadrit. That day, Vegeta found Son Goku and the two had a good fight. Soon, Vegeta left in disgrace and practiced harder. Another 6 years passed. Son Gohan has grown up, turned 16 years old, and entered Orange Star High School in Orange Star City to study. That day, Son Gohan brought back a message from his classmates, saying that the world's first martial arts tournament has been reopened. In fact, the martial arts tournament was reopened 3 years ago, but Son Goku and others didn't pay attention to it. The world's first martial arts tournament? Speaking of it, I miss it very much. Son Goku scratched his head. Dad, should we go to participate? Son Gohan asked. Speaking of which, Son Gohan is a little tired from studying these days, and is looking forward to participating in a martial arts tournament and having a good fight. Will your mother agree? Son Goku is a little confused. Chi-Chi will definitely not agree. If you win the championship, there will be a lot of bonuses. It is said that the champion will get 10 million. Son Gohan said with a smile. 10 million? Is it a lot? Son Goku has no sense of numbers. Enough for our family to eat for a long time. Son Gohan scratched his head and smiled. Chapter 134, Number 18. Gohan, Go tell mom. Son Goku nodded. Son Gohan immediately told his mother the news. Chi-Chi heard that there would be so much bonus for winning the championship in the martial arts tournament, and she immediately agreed. But Gohan, it's a bit boring for only the two of us to attend the martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong held his chin and pondered, you go and tell Piccolo, Krillin, and the others. Dad, are you going to find Uncle Fang Yun? Sun Wuhan's face changed slightly, don't let Uncle Fang Yun participate. He will just wave his hand and we will disappear. How can we fight? I'm not asking Fang Yun to participate. I want Broly, who is next to Fang Yun, to participate. Sun Wukong smiled. Broly? The one with the long tail. Sun Wuhan was stunned for a moment. Dad thinks that this Broly is unfathomable and may have surpassed Dad now. Sun Wukong pondered. Ah? No way? He has surpassed Dad. Sun Wuhan couldn't believe it. Gohan, think about it. Broly could easily defeat Cell 7 years ago. Son Goku replied, 7 years have passed. Although our strength has greatly improved and we can easily defeat Cell 7 years ago, don't forget that Broly should also be growing. At least Dad thinks that Broly can't stand still. Broly has a tail. Vegeta said he is not a Saiyan. Son Gohan scratched his head, but why do I feel that he seems to be a Saiyan? Maybe Gohan, you are right. He may really be a surviving Saiyan. Son Goku nodded, okay, I'll go see Broly and Vegeta and tell them about the martial arts tournament. Yes, Dad, I'll tell Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin right away. Son Gohan replied. Swish. Son Goku teleported and appeared next to Broly in a flash. It stinks so bad. Son Goku quickly covered his nose. Broly. Hey, I'm in the bathroom, what are you doing here? Broly looked at Sun Wukong with a dark face. It's an accident, purely an accident. Sun Wukong scratched his head. After coming out of the bathroom, Sun Wukong told Broly about the martial arts conference. Martial arts conference? What does it mean? Broly didn't know much about this kind of thing. How should I put it? It's that people in this world compete in the ring to compete for the world's number one. Sun Wukong explained. It seems quite interesting. Broly pondered, but I have to ask the boss's opinion. The boss you are talking about is Fang Yun, right? Sun Wukong said. Broly rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who else can I talk to? After so many years of living on Earth, Broly has changed from his previous character of few words to a little more talkative. Oh? The world's number one martial arts conference. Fang Yun looked at Sun Wukong thoughtfully after hearing the news. Ahem, Fang Yun, please don't participate. If you just wave your hand, we will disappear, and it will be boring to fight. Sun Wukong is quite straightforward and expressed his concerns. In all these years, when have you seen me participate in a martial arts competition? Fang Yun smiled. That's right. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Go Broly, I don't object. Fang Yun agreed to Broly's request. Thank you, boss. Broly thanked him quickly. Broly, I'm waiting to fight you. Sun Wukong's face was full of expectations. By the way, I have to notify Vegeta. Go. Fang Yun nodded. Swish. Sun Wukong disappeared in a flash through teleportation. What martial arts competition? Vegeta asked calmly. This is a kind of martial arts competition held on Earth, Sun Wukong explained. Gohan and I will participate. Gohan has also notified Piccolo and Krillin. I believe they will go too. Humph, boring. Vegeta snorted, why don't we find a place to have a good fight? Why limit ourselves to the ring? Different, Sun Wukong scratched his head, by the way, Broly is also participating. Broly? The Saiyan you are talking about? The follower next to Fang Yun. Vegeta sneered. Yes, it's him. Is he really not a Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked. Saions will not be someone else's younger brother. Vegeta smiled. Sun Wukong. Why do I remember that you used to be Frieza's younger brother? Forget it, I won't say it. Kakarot, what's that look in your eyes? Vegeta said angrily. But Broly has a tail, is he really not a Saiyan? Sun Wukong changed the subject. A person with a tail must be a Saiyan? You are so ridiculous, Kakarot. Vegeta smiled, the universe is so big, there are so many people with tails, you ignorant guy. Whatever, it doesn't matter if he is not a scion. If he is a scion, he can defeat the perfect form of Cell in normal state. What if he becomes a super scion? Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Vegeta's face changed color. What the hell? How could I forget this? Kakarot is right. If he is so powerful in normal state, wouldn't it be against the will of heaven to become a super scion? I hope he is not a scion. You think too much, Kakarot. Vegeta chuckled. Even if he is a scion, it is impossible for him to become a super scion so easily, right? Do you really think that super scions are everywhere now? That's right. Sun Wukong nodded slightly and asked, Vegeta, so you agree to participate in the competition? Vegeta, go and participate. I heard that the top few winners of the competition will get bonuses. Vegeta's wife Emily advised. Vegeta glanced at Emily. Our family is almost unable to make ends meet. Emily sighed softly. Well, since you are all participating, I will also join in the fun. Vegeta smiled. Okay, Vegeta, see you at the martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong waved his hand and was about to leave. Kakarot, do you think you are very powerful just because you have learned teleportation? Vegeta snorted coldly, you will definitely lose to me in this martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong looked back and smiled. Shua. Sun Wukong left by teleporting. A certain island force. Oh? The world's #1 martial arts tournament. No 17's eyes lit up after seeing the prize money of the martial arts tournament. This is not a small amount of money. Number 18 also had some expectations on his face. Let's go and participate. Number 17 suggested. Chapter 135, Biddy Lee. I have no objection. Number 18 nodded and asked number 16, you should also participate, no 16. Okay, I will participate too. Number 16 nodded slightly. Just don't know if Fang Yun and Sun Wukong will participate. Number 17 pondered. Even if they participate, it's okay, right? Number 18 smiled, we have seen a guy as powerful as that cat, what else is there to be afraid of? You're right. Number 17 nodded. After so many years, I really don't know who they are. Number 16 sighed, are they really gods? Above Bulma's house. A jet plane drew a white line across the sky. Pop. Just then, a puff of green smoke came out of the cabin of the plane. Whose unlucky child is this? The plane seems to have a problem. Fang Yun raised his head and looked at the sky silently. Brother-in-law, the plane seems to be falling towards our house. Over there is Dad's dinosaur park. I'm afraid that group of dinosaurs are going to run away. Bulma wiped her sweat. No problem. Fang Yun smiled and waved his big hand gently. Swish. The falling plane was easily wiped out by Fang Yun's wave of his hand. Brother-in-law is still so free and easy. Bulma said with a smile. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Someone fell from the plane, Bulma continued, it seems to be a 020 girl in a skirt. Claude Herma, do you mean to wipe off her skirt? Fang Yun asked. Bulma. Brother-in-law, you are going too far. The girl is in free fall and is about to fall to her death. Brother-in-law, is it really appropriate for you to make this joke now? Brother-in-law, save her. Bulma couldn't bear it. Well, okay. Fang Yun flew up. Swish. Fang Yun quickly appeared beside the falling girl. Hey? Isn't this Satan's daughter Bidalai? Why did she appear here? Ah? You can fly too. Bidalai looked at Fang Yun who appeared beside her and was slightly surprised. A little bit. Fang Yun smiled. Save me. Bidalai found that Fang Yun was just watching her fall silently, so she had to say quickly. Pa. Fang Yun stepped forward and grabbed Vidal's hand, slowly stopping her from falling. Then, Fang Yun brought Vidal down from the sky and landed beside Bulma. Thank you for saving me, my name is Vidal. Vidal introduced herself, I almost fell to my death because of a malfunction in the plane on the way. Speaking of this, Vidal looked at the place where the plane fell. Hey? Where's the plane? Didn't the plane disappear? Just now, Vidal even lost her life, so naturally she wouldn't pay attention to where the plane went. After all, falling from such a high place, although Vidal knows some kung fu, if she falls, she will probably be disabled even if she doesn't die. Where did the plane go? Vidal was a little surprised. Hello, my name is Bulma. Bulma smiled. Hello, my name is Vidal. Hey? Bulma? Vidal was slightly stunned, and looked at Bulma opposite without blinking. After a short silence, Vidal was surprised and happy. You are Bulma. Vidal's face was full of excitement. Hee, brother-in-law, I'm a celebrity. Bulma blinked at Fang Yun. When I passed by the sky just now, I saw your building and guessed that this might be the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. As a result, I accidentally failed to control the plane, causing problems with the plane and causing it to crash. Vidal explained the reason for the situation. I didn't expect this to be the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. I didn't see it wrong. Bulma smiled, her face somewhat proud. I am a very outstanding scientist. It is natural that someone admires me. Excuse me, Miss Bulma, is your sister at home? Vidal asked with some anticipation. My sister? Bulma suddenly felt uneasy. I like Miss Taiza's books. I even bought a full set of Marvel. Vidal looked at Bulma excitedly. Bulma. I am a great scientist and inventor. Am I not as famous as my sister? So sad. My sister went out to make a script and has not been home recently. Bulma sighed. Ah? When will she come back? Can I ask her for an autograph? Vidal asked. Let's talk about it when my sister comes back. Bulma looked unhappy. I like the Black Widow written by Miss Taiz. She is a hero in my mind. Vidal clenched her fists. I believe that one day, I will become a strong woman like that. Bulma. Black Widow is chivalrous? Are you sure? Forget it. What's the point of me getting angry with a 16-year-old girl? I am almost 40 years old. Although my appearance remains at 16 years old. But my mentality is very mature. Do you have an airplane capsule here? Can I buy one? Vidal asked. We are the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. Let alone airplane capsules, we have spaceship capsules for sale here. Bulma drank it. Then I'll buy an airplane capsule. Vidal wiped her sweat. I didn't say I was going to travel in space. What do I need a spaceship capsule for? Miss Taiza's sister is so fierce. Strange, didn't I hear that Taiza's sister is nearly 40 years old? Why does Miss Bulma look so young? Bulma took out an airplane universal capsule. By the way, do you know how to get to Bayazai Mountain? Vidal asked. Bayazai Mountain? What are you going to Bayazai Mountain for? Bulma asked quickly. My classmate lives in Bayazai Mountain, I'm going to find him. Vidal replied. Your classmate is not Son Gohan, right? Bulma reacted quickly. Hey? Do you know Son Gohan? Vidal's eyes lit up slightly. Well, it's nothing, I also watched him grow up. Bulma smiled. Watch him grow up? Vidal wiped her sweat. Gohan seems to be about the same age as you, right? No, it is rumored that Taiza's sister is almost 40 years old. But, she looks too young, right? So, you told Gohan about the world's first martial arts tournament, right? Bulma asked. You also know about the world's first martial arts tournament? Vidal was surprised. Are you close to Son Gohan? To be precise, we have a good relationship with Son Gohan's father. Bulma smiled. No one. Chapter 36, Vidal. No wonder you can fly. Vidal looked at Fang Yun. You went to Gohan to learn how to fly, right? Fang Yun looked at Vidal and asked. Ah? How did you know? Vidal looked at Fang Yun in surprise. If you want to be a hero, it's not enough to just learn how to fly. Fang Yun said. What do you mean? Vidal didn't quite understand. I mean, you still need to get stronger. Fang Yun said. Get stronger. Vidal was stunned for a moment, and said confidently, I'm very strong. If I could fly, I believe I wouldn't necessarily lose to Gohan. Bulma. Brother-in-law, this girl is really boastful, Bulma sighed. Then let her learn something new. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Vidal, I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding of what it means to be powerful. What misunderstanding? My father was the champion of the last world #1 martial arts tournament. I also helped the police catch criminals and defeat many vicious people. Vidalai clenched her fists and said confidently. Then, can you blow this up with one punch? Fang Yun said, and with a light wave of his hand, a 3-meter-high stone appeared out of thin air beside him. Fang Yun placed the big stone opposite Vidalai. Vidalai was stunned. How did this stone come out? It seems to have appeared out of thin air. How magical! Is he a magician? What did you say? Blow up this big rock with one punch. Vidalai's eyes widened, and she stepped forward and gently patted the rock. The texture of this rock is very hard, as if it is made of pure marble. If it is an ordinary stone, maybe I can give it a try. Fang Yun smiled. What? From what you said, you can blow up this rock with one punch. Vidalai looked at Fang Yun with disbelief. Broly! Fang Yun shouted. Swish! Broly came from a distance at a high speed. Vidalai's pupils shrank slightly. Who is this person? Where did he come from? Broly, blow up this rock with one punch. Fang Yun said, pay attention to control the strength. Broly, blow up this rock, isn't this simple? I can even blow up a planet. Boss, are you kidding me? Bang! Broly punched the stone. Crash! Suddenly, the big stone broke into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Vidalai widened her eyes, looking stunned. Was this stone really blown up? Who is this guy? If he punches me, will I be killed? Vidalai was so scared that sweat slid down her face. Broly, Broly, you have been with me for so many years. Fang Yun sighed, you still don't master your strength well enough. Not skilled enough. Broly was stunned for a moment. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand, and a big stone that looked exactly the same appeared in front of him. It's easy to blow up a stone, but you can try to break it into pieces with one punch. Fang Yun said, and punched the stone lightly. Shua! Suddenly, the big stone turned into fragments on the spot, like fine dust, and fell to the ground. The wind blew, and the dust disappeared. Broly nodded vigorously. Beside him, Vidal was shocked, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Fang Yun in disbelief. If Broly shocked Vidal, then Fang Yun made Vidal feel incredible. With one punch, the stone was ground into powder. It was terrible. Go, practice well, it will be of great help to improve your strength. Fang Yun said, and with a flick of his hand, 100 more stones exactly like the previous ones appeared in the distance. Broly hurried over to practice. Vidal widened her eyes again. How did those 100 stones appear? Is it really magic? What a magical magic! Can I learn Kung Fu from you? Vidalai said excitedly, I suddenly realized that Gohan is probably a million miles behind you. You can't learn my Kung Fu. Fang Yun smiled, but you said that Son Gohan is a million miles behind me, which is almost true. No matter how hard he tries in his life, he can never surpass me. Vidalai wiped her sweat. You are so real. Why can't I learn your Kung Fu? Vidalai asked puzzledly. I can't explain it to you. Fang Yun smiled. Vidalai. If you really want to become stronger, I can send you to a place to practice. Fang Yun thought for a while and said. 0 Please ask for flowers. Where to go? Vidalai asked. Yard rat. Fang Yun smiled. Yard rat? What is that? Vidalai was puzzled. A planet outside the Milky Way. Fang Yun replied. Ah? Are you kidding? Vidalai was tired. Planets outside the Milky Way? The best we humans have ever reached is Mars. Okay, you've already run to the outside of the Milky Way? Pa! Fang Yun crushed the amethyst directly. P-Bala instantly appeared beside Fang Yun. Seeing that P-Bala suddenly flashed out, Vidalai was surprised again. Fang Yun, what do you want to talk to me about? P-Bala said with a dark face. It's not a big deal. Take this girl to your place to practice for 2 months and come back after 2 months. Fang Yun said, by the way, let her learn more about how to control Spirito. 00. P-Bala. Is there a problem? Fang Yun asked. No problem, Fang Yun, in fact, you can ask Sun Wukong to send her directly, so I don't have to run errands. P-Bala wiped his sweat. P-Bala, do you think it's easier to call Sun Wukong to come over, or to crush the crystal to let you come over? Fang Yun smiled. P-Bala was about to cry. Go, practice well, and work hard to realize your dream. Fang Yun smiled at Vidalai. Ah! 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 Vidal didn't react. Well, we'll leave. P. Bala waved his hand, took Vidal and returned to Idrit in a flash. You know what, this little girl looks cute. Bulma thought. Well, she looks pretty good. Fang Yun nodded. Bulma. Brother-in-law, you are so honest. How can I see from your meaning that you want to take her as your own? Brother-in-law, you already have my sister and me. Brother-in-law, are you embarrassed? 2 months later. Vidal was sent back by P. Bala. When P. Bala was going back, Fang Yun asked him for another piece of purple crystal. Vidal's face was full of confidence. Fang Yun, look, I have learned to fly. Vidal floated in the sky, looking at Fang Yun excitedly. Chapter 137, King God. Well, congratulations. Fang Yun nodded. There's more. Vidalai laughed, looking at a big rock in front of her, and flames emerged from her hands. Boom! The big rock was blown to pieces on the spot. Hee, how about it? Vidalai said happily, I can easily destroy a big rock now. Vidalai, you can just play by yourself, don't go to any martial arts conference this time. Fang Yun sighed. What do you mean? I have practiced for 2 months just for this day, and you won't let me participate. Vidalai looked unhappy. I don't care, I want to participate, not only to participate, I also want to win the championship. Pa! Vidalai said, falling from the sky. By the way, Miss Tais hasn't come back yet. Vidalai asked. She came back the day before yesterday, and went out again yesterday. Fang Yun said. So busy. Biddy Li was a little disappointed, and then pouted, I want to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Even if you don't let me participate, I will secretly sign up. Brother-in-law, just let her participate. It's so meaningless to compete with a little girl. Bulma advised. I just said it casually. If she really wants to participate, I won't stop her. Fang Yun smiled. The world's #1 martial arts tournament officially kicked off. The 7th universe, the Kaishan realm. Lord Kaishan, it's bad. Jebet lost his voice. What's the matter? Kaishan asked hurriedly. Lord Kaishan, I just got a terrible news. I heard that the magician Bibidai has a son who is a better magician than him. His name is Babadai. Jebet's face was covered with cold sweat. What? What did you say? Kaishan's pupil shrank. Just 2 days ago, Babadai secretly went to Earth, found Bu Seal, and hid it. Jebet's voice was trembling. Kai's eyes widened, and after hearing this terrible news, he was immediately as if he had lost his parents. Jebet, didn't I tell you to pay close attention to Bu Seal? Why are you so careless? Kai scolded. I was keeping a close eye on Bu Seal, which has always been there, but the cunning Babadai used magic to change an identical Bu Seal. He really had replaced it with another one. Jebet's face changed again and again, and this Babadai is very well hidden. I looked for him in many places, but couldn't find his whereabouts. This damn guy. King Kai clenched his fists and asked, so, do you know what he will do next? To unlock Bu Seal, pure energy is needed. There is a high probability that Babadai's people will look for this energy from the humans participating in the upcoming world #1 martial arts tournament on Earth. Jebet said. In that case, let's pretend to be ordinary people to participate in the martial arts tournament, find a way to provide Babadai's people with a little energy, and then follow them, find Babadai and kill him. King Kai made a prompt decision. Lord Kai, this is a good idea. Jebet nodded. How long will it take for the martial arts tournament to start? King Kai asked. Tomorrow. Jebet replied. Let's go to Earth. King Kai said. Swish. The two of them moved instantly and appeared on Earth in a flash. The next day, Sun Wukong and others gathered at Bulma's house and flew to heading in the direction of the venue of the world's first martial arts tournament. Beidel? Are you Beidel? Sun Gohan was surprised when he saw Beidel. You just found me now. Beidel smiled. Why are you at Bulma's house? Sun Gohan asked curiously. Keep it a secret. Beidel's face was full of confidence. By the way, didn't you notify Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi and Yam Shai? Sun Goku looked around and didn't find the three of them. Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi went into seclusion after Cell's incident. Krillin smiled, as for Yamshai, you know. Is Yamshai still pretending to be a woman? Son Goku asked innocently. Ahem, yes. Krillin laughed. Krillin, do you think pretending to be a woman is fun? Son Goku asked curiously. It's not fun at all. He's sick. He needs to be cured. Krillin said loudly. Really? Sun Wukong looked at Krillin, but then again, Krillin, if you wear women's clothes, you don't look like a woman, do you? Wukong, are you bored? Krillin stared angrily. Why doesn't Krillin look like a woman? Wulong asked on the side. Because Krillin has no hair. Sun Wukong smiled. Wukong, you're going too far. Krillin stared and looked at Master Kame on the side. Master Kame, you kid. What are you looking at me for? Do you believe I will break your legs? Fang Yun, didn't Tais come? Krillin hurriedly changed the subject. Tais went to the filming site 2 days ago to guide the filming of The Avengers. Fang Yun said. Since Fang Yun told Tais the story of Marvel, Tais has written these stories of Marvel into novels. Now, The Avengers is officially ready for filming. As the original author of Marvel's story, Taisai naturally had to go to the scene to give guidance. Avengers. Vitali's eyes lit up. I've seen the trailer of this movie, and there are many heroes in it. Hehe, this classmate of Gohan, you may not know that compared to those heroes of Marvel, in our eyes, they are actually nothing. Krillin greeted with a smile. Really? Are you also very powerful? Vitali looked at Krillin and asked. Of course, I should be the most powerful existence on Earth. Krillin smiled. You are the strongest. Vitali looked at Krillin in surprise, and could not think that this 5.7 bald head was the strongest existence here. Vitali did not know science. Therefore, Son Gohan and others were counted as Earthlings. So, you are stronger than Fang Yun? Vitali asked. This Fang Yun is not considered an Earthling. Krillin wiped his sweat. Ah? Fang Yun, aren't you an Earthling? Are you an alien? Vitali looked at Fang Yun and asked. You can understand it this way. Fang Yun nodded and did not deny it. Is it true? Vitali was a little unconvinced. Not only is Fang Yun an alien, but also those present, Krillin continued. Krillin, you talk too much. Fang Yun said. Krillin covered his mouth immediately after hearing this and dared not speak again. Vitali was a little surprised. This bald guy was so afraid of Fang Yun? Chapter 138, The Real God, Invincible. Okay, let's work hard together and achieve good results. Sun Wukong came out to be a peacemaker. Humph, Kakarot, don't be so proud. Vegeta snorted, my current strength is far beyond yours. Really? That's great. Sun Wukong smiled. 20 minutes later. The helicopter that Fang Yun and others were riding landed at the venue of the martial arts conference. The hatch opened and Fang Yun walked out with everyone. Come to think of it, we haven't been to the martial arts tournament for a long time. After so many years, the tournament has changed a lot. Krillin said with a smile. Yes, there are big changes. There are more people than before. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Remember the last martial arts tournament, it was still Goku and Piccolo competing for the world's first place. Krillin smiled. Piccolo glanced at Krillin and said nothing. Next, everyone went to sign up. Fang Yun did not sign up. This kind of martial arts tournament is not worth watching for Fang Yun at all. When Sun Wukong and others still set their goals for the first place in the universe, Fang Yun had already positioned his own pattern in the entire universe. I am the great king of all. My goal is to become the greatest god in the universe. What can the most powerful person in the universe do? Isn't he vulnerable in front of God? Before crossing, Fang Yun had already seen the Moro chapter of Dragon Ball Super. Moro is so powerful, facing the king of all, isn't he destined to be wiped out? Not to mention the Omni King, even the god of destruction Beerus can easily beat him. Back then, when Vegeta had just realized the Super Saiyan Blue condensation, he was still shouting at Beerus. Then what happened? Vegeta was beaten badly. Vegeta was knocked down by Beerus with one move. Super Saiyan Blue condensation can beat the combined Saiyan. Also, there are tens of thousands of combined Ja in the comic version. When the king of all makes a move, he just waves his hand, and the combined Jia and the universe he is in all disappear. This is the power of God. The real God is invincible. I'm also signing up for the competition. Number 17 came up and smiled at the registration office. And me? Number 18 looked calm. Number 16 also nodded and signed up for the competition. Aren't you androids? Sun Wukong looked at the 3 androids in surprise. What? Sun Wukong, do you have any objections? Number 17 said with a smile. No, that's not what I meant. So, are you also coming to participate in the competition? Sun Wukong was a little excited. Of course, otherwise why do we sign up? Number 17 chuckled. Then let's cheer together. Sun Wukong extended his hand in a friendly manner. This time, I will win the championship. After number 17 finished speaking, he turned around and left with number 16 and number 18. The 3 androids didn't know about Fang Yun. When Weiss was observing Bardos in front of number 18, Fang Yun's appearance could not be shown. The 3 androids left quickly. What an arrogant guy. Krillin gritted his teeth, held his head and sighed to the sky. Damn, this is trouble, my chance to get the reward is less. What do you mean? Bai Dai asked. The 3 of them are very powerful. Krillin sighed. Really? I can't sense the spirito on them at all. Bai Dai pondered. Spirito? What is it? Krillin was stunned for a moment. Sun Wukong looked at Bai Dai in surprise. Do you know spirito too? Sun Wukong looked at Bai Dai and asked. Yes, because I've been to Idrit. Bai Dai smiled. You've been to Idrit? Sun Wukong was surprised. No wonder, I said that the aura on you is a little unusual. Bai Dai smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. What? Videl, you went to Idrit? Sun Gohan asked curiously. Yes, Fang Yun sent me there. Videl's face flushed when she mentioned Fang Yun's name. That's right, Uncle Fang Yun has a good relationship with the great elder of Idrit. Sun Gohan nodded. Goku, what is spirito? Krillin asked. It's what we call chi. Son Goku explained. Is that so? Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you talking so mysteriously? Isn't it just chi? What's spirito? After registering, the contestants entered the waiting room for the preliminaries together. Fang Yun accompanied Bulma to the stands of the ring. There are so many people. There weren't so many people before. Bulma exclaimed. The scale has expanded a lot. We used to stand to watch the game, but now we have seats. Wulong said. Oh my, there are more boring gimmicks. Master Kame said with a smile. Which row are we in? Wulong asked Bulma. The 10th row. Bulma looked at the ticket. Isn't this seat too far back? The viewing effect is not very good. Wulong said. You are the one who has too many problems. Bulma said angrily, do you believe that I will let my brother-in-law deal with you? Wulong quickly shut up and shivered with fear. What Wulong said is right. The viewing effect in the 10th row is indeed a bit worse. Fang Yun pondered and waved his big hand gently. Swish! A circular suspended object suddenly appeared above the ring. The suspended object was white, and there were sofas and coffee tables inside. Let's go up there to watch. Fang Yun called out. Swish! After Fang Yun finished speaking, he held Bulma and flew up. Turtle Hermit did not hesitate at all. He grabbed Wulong's arm, jumped up, and jumped onto the suspended object built by Fang Yun. Kikai also jumped up. When several people landed on this suspended platform, they were surprised to find that this platform was transparent when looking down from here. It seemed that the position they were in at this time was a bit like a god's perspective. Brother-in-law, I am wearing a skirt today, Bulma exclaimed. Don't worry, you can't see anything when looking up from below. Fang Yun smiled. Is that so? But they all raised their heads and looked at us. Bulma wiped her sweat. It's normal. There is suddenly such a thing on the ring. They are naturally very curious. Fang Yun smiled slightly, in this case, let's satisfy their curiosity. Swish! Fang Yun waved his big hand again. Suddenly, the circular platform suspended in the sky disappeared mysteriously. The audience in the stands were all stunned. A white circular platform suddenly appeared above the ring, and then several people jumped on it. Then, this thing mysteriously disappeared. Even the martial arts conference organizing committee was extremely shocked and had no idea what was going on. Chapter 139, Feeling that the bloodline was suppressed. Since science cannot explain it, let's classify it into quantum mechanics. Some experts analyzed that there might be too many masters on the scene, and there was a magical energy collision between them, which produced quantum changes and gave birth to such a strange thing. As for the person who jumped up, it was an illusion. That was also the quantum development caused by the collision of energy. The audience was half believing and half doubting. Whatever, we are just here to watch the fun. The waiting hall for the preliminaries. The strength tester has been properly prepared. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Satan, the champion of the previous session, to demonstrate the use of this instrument for us, said the staff. After the voice fell, Satan appeared on the scene wearing a champion robe. The current Satan is not as famous as in the original Dragon Ball. After all, the Satan here has never fought with Cell. Cell has never held any Cell game competition. Bang! Satan waved his fist and hit the tester. The tester vibrated and showed a high score of 138. The scene was shocked. This score, in the eyes of normal humans, is already very remarkable. Okay, next, please ask all the preliminaries to take the test. The staff called. When Biddy Lee lightly punched a high score of 398, the scene was in an uproar again. Who is that little girl? She looks so cute, but why is the strength so strong? She seems to be the daughter of Satan. I have heard that she has helped the police in Orange Star City to do a lot of good things. Satan's daughter? A tiger father has a dog daughter. Bang! 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 Next, Sun Wukong and others stepped forward to test the scores, and they all controlled the strength to avoid breaking the machine. Everyone passed the preliminary test smoothly. Let's go eat something first, Sun Wukong suggested. Okay, I'm a little hungry. Krillin nodded. Just after eating and drinking, Sun Wukong and his group came out of the restaurant and saw two strangers. The two people were one tall and one short. The tall one had red skin. The shorter one was lavender in color, his body was suspended in the air, with a faint smile on his face. Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Who are they? Krillin was stunned. Hello, are you Sun Wukong? King Kai Shin landed and looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong. Who is this person? How did he know me? I'm Shin. Shin smiled slightly, he's Jebet, and we also passed the preliminaries smoothly. Sun Wukong and others were all confused. Shin? Jebet? I've never heard of him. Sun Wukong, I've heard about you. You're really not simple. I'm impressed. Shin smiled and stretched out his hand. Shake hands. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand. The two hands touched each other. When his hands touched with Shin's, Sun Wukong could clearly feel the energy fluctuations on King Kai Shin's body. This person is not simple. Although not as strong as me, he gives people a very sacred feeling. Who is he? Much stronger than I expected. Shin smiled. Sun Wukong, you didn't disappoint me. Sun Wukong didn't know how to answer. I look forward to fighting with you. Shin let go of his hand. Sun Wukong smiled and didn't speak. See you in the game. Shin said goodbye. Humph, a mysterious guy. Vegeta watched coldly and snorted. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face. Piccolo, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong asked. I always feel that that person is not right. Piccolo wiped his sweat. Not right? Why do you say that? Sun Wukong asked puzzled. I can't tell what's wrong now, but I have a feeling of blood being suppressed like in Tai's novels. Piccolo said in a deep voice. The bloodline is suppressed. Krillin was frightened and asked quickly, is it your Namekian mortal enemy? That's not the case. It's not the suppressed Namekian bloodline. It feels like the suppressed bloodline of God. Piccolo frowned. The bloodline of God. Krillin's voice trembled a little, what a joke, are they gods? It's possible. Piccolo nodded. This joke is not funny at all. Krillin complained, it's okay for those 3 androids to participate in the competition, but now even the real God has appeared. God? Tisk, what's that? Vegeta smiled, Vegeta, can easily defeat him. Everyone looked at Vegeta and ignored him. Thinking back then, you were too arrogant. What was the result? Wasn't it absorbed by Cell? Now, are you starting to show off here again? About 10 minutes later, the martial arts tournament officially opened the grouping. First match, Krillin vs number 17. Krillin fainted on the spot after hearing the news. Who can't I fight against? I'm fighting against that android number 17? Are you kidding me? The group list has been written, please look at the big screen. The referee said. The big screen at the martial arts conference also showed the list of contestants. Fang Yun silently, brother-in-law, who do you think will win the championship? Bulma asked. Xian, he is here as expected. Fang Yun smiled. Xian? Is he very powerful? Bulma asked curiously. It's okay. Fang Yun smiled calmly. Brother-in-law, do you mean, will he be the champion? Bulma asked. Not really. Fang Yun smiled, Xian is the king of the worlds, a god above the 4 kings of the worlds. Ah? King of the worlds. Bulma was stunned. However, this time the draw happened to draw Goku and Vegeta to fight together. This game is worth watching. Kame said. Fang Yun, the king of the worlds you mentioned is competing with your little brother Broly. Can your little brother Broly do it? Wulong asked. You will know after you take a look. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's #1 martial arts tournament has officially begun. The referee stepped onto the stage with a microphone. Before the game, I believe many viewers saw the mysterious floating object appearing above our stage. After careful research by experts, it has been confirmed that it was a quantum change caused by the collision of the energy of the contestants. So, what you saw was just a phantom, not a real one. Fang Yun, you are really talented. Can this be explained? Chapter 140, Broly knocks down King Kai with one move. After all, the floating object has mysteriously disappeared now. Although many people saw someone flying up, I'm afraid it was an illusion. Since it is a quantum mechanical collision caused by the collision of energy on the scene, it means that this conference is full of strong people and the competition will be very exciting. Please wait and see. The referee said with a smile, okay, no more gossip, let's officially start the competition of this conference. Please welcome the first contestant, Krillin vs contestant No. 17. The audience shouted loudly and cheered for the 2 contestants. Krillin participated in several martial arts competitions in his childhood and achieved excellent results. After many years, what results will he achieve when he participates in the competition again? The referee said with great interest. Krillin walked towards the ring with a sad face. Come on, Krillin, said Sun Wukong. Krillin was about to cry. I still want to come on? No matter how strong I am, I can't beat number 17. Krillin was as depressed as he could be. The 2 quickly stepped onto the ring. The game begins. The referee announced. Bald, it would be better to admit defeat directly, but you have to come up to be abused. Number 17 smiled. Wow 023. Krillin's body burst out with extremely powerful energy, and he pounced on number 17 with his teeth and claws. Bang! Number 17 kicked out and hit Krillin's chest. Krillin flew backwards on the spot, bounced on the ring, fell out of the ring, and was easily eliminated. Referee. Krillin, you are too weak, aren't you? After so many years, haven't you made any progress? Is that number 17 also an alien? Videl asked. Is he an earthling? Son Gohan wiped his sweat. Didn't the bald guy say that he is the strongest earthling? Videl looked confused. How do you say that? Number 17 and his friends are equivalent to the Hulk or Spider-Man. They have been transformed by a doctor of science, and the energy they possess is even stronger than we were back then. Son Gohan explained. So that's the case. Videl nodded, not quite understanding. Second match, Broly vs Sheen. Broly? Who is he? He seems to be in Son Goku's team. Sheen glanced at Broly. Broly looked calm and stepped onto the ring step by step. Lord Kaishin, isn't it easy for you to defeat that kind of guy? Jebat smiled, except for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the rest of them are just so-so. Okay, it's my turn next. Sheen nodded, Jebat, keep a close eye on Babadai's people. I understand. Jebat replied. Sheen stepped onto the ring. The game begins. The referee announced. Broly? I won't show mercy. Sheen smiled at Broly. Boom. Broly didn't say anything nonsense, and directly burst out amazing energy, an endless breath spread out. What? Sheen's face changed. Swish. Broly flew towards Sheen at a speed that made Sheen's face look even uglier. Bang. Broly's fist hit Sheen's chest heavily. Puff. Blood spurted out of Sheen's mouth, and his body slid backwards. Pa. Broly grabbed Sheen's neck with his big hand and smashed it down. Boom. Sheen's head came into close contact with the ring. Sheen felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Sizzle, sizzle. Broly would not show mercy, pushing Sheen's head and sliding on the ring. After a circle, King Kai already languishing. Broly lifted up the Kaishin high, walked to the edge of the ring, and let go. Pa. The Kaishin fell off the ring and was eliminated. Lord Kaishin. Jebbit was shocked, and hurriedly flew up and picked up the Kaishin. Swish. Jebbit quickly performed a healing technique to treat the Kaishin. Jebbit's healing technique was very effective, and soon cured the Kaishin. The Kaishin stood up from the ground. Broly's strength has increased again. Sun Wukong looked over silently, his face slightly changed color. Humph, it is indeed much stronger than I thought. Vegeta glanced at Broly sideways and snorted coldly. Who is this guy? I have never seen him before. Number 18 said curiously. He has a lot of energy, so don't be careless. No 16's face changed slightly. The next round will be between the two of us. Number 17 said in a deep voice. On the ring. Broly. You wait. Jebbit was so angry that his nose was crooked. Broly glanced at Jebbit, ignored him, and turned away. Just wait, who's afraid of who? Stop right there. Jebbit was furious. Jebbit, forget it, forget it. Sheen quickly grabbed Jebbit and smiled slightly, the stronger he is, the more useful he is to us. But Lord Kaishin. Jebbit didn't know what to say. You were beaten like this by him, do you think it's appropriate? Where is your face as the greatest god in the universe? I hope he can be of some use to us. Sheen smiled. Even if he is strong, compared with Majin Buu, Jebbit shook his head slightly, obviously not optimistic about Broly. Indeed, he may not be Buu's opponent, but as long as we find Babadai's hiding place in time, we can prevent Buu from resurrecting. Sheen lowered his voice and smiled at Jebbit. Let's go, if we lose, we lose. We didn't take this game seriously. Besides, when I fought him just now, I didn't have time to use my divine power. If Lord Kai uses his divine power, that guy may not be Lord Kai's opponent. Jebbit smiled. Okay, let's continue with the third game. The referee was briefly confused for a few seconds and continued to announce, the next game will be between Videl and Supi. Come on, Videl. Son Gohan said. Don't worry, I won't lose to him. Videl smiled confidently and stepped onto the ring. Supi also appeared in front of Videl with a ferocious face. Jebbit, look, is it him? Sheen just found that Supi was a little bit wrong. Yes, it must be him, Lord Kai, look at the mark on his forehead. Jebbit said. He looks like an earthling. Sheen pondered. Maybe Babadai has greatly stimulated his potential energy. Jebbit guessed. Keep an eye on his movements. Sheen said. Chapter 141, Kai. The third match starts now. The referee shouted. At the beginning of the match, Videl punched and kicked Spubiki. A minute later, Videl broke Spubiki's neck with one kick, and his head turned behind him. The audience at the scene were all terrified, and their eyes widened. She killed someone. It's terrible. However, Spubiki didn't die. He pressed his head with both hands and twisted it hard. Crack. Spubiki's head turned back again. Vidal's eyes widened, her expression full of shock. Who is this guy? Why is he playing like this? Hee hee. Spubich looked at Vidal with a smile. Vidal was stunned. Swish. Spubich soared into the sky, appeared above Vidal, and pointed his hand at Vidal. What does this guy want to do? Vidal said in a deep voice. Boom. A Qigong wave blasted down from Sububich's hand. Vidal's face changed color. But then, Vidal smiled lightly. What did I think it was? It turned out to be Spirito. Vidal smiled and slapped it hard. Bang. The Qigong wave launched by Sibubich was slapped away by Bidalai. Sibubich's eyes widened. Shua! Bidalai flew up and appeared right above Sibubich. Give it back to you. Bidalai threw her hand and a Qigong wave flew down quickly. Boom! The Qigong wave hit Sibubich on the spot. Sibubich fell heavily to the ground of the ring. Bang! Bidalai flew down quickly and kicked Sibubich. Sibubich flew backwards, fell out of the ring, and was eliminated. Bidalai won. It's really different after the special training in Yudrit. Sun Wukong said with a smile, watching Krillin glanced. Wukong, do you mean that Vidal's strength has surpassed mine? Krillin asked with a dark face. That's not the case. I think if Krillin can go to Yudrit to practice for a while, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Sun Wukong suggested. Forget it, I'm not as warlike as you scions. Krillin shook his head. The fourth game is the same as the original, it is still Jebit vs Sun Gohan. That guy is nothing great, right? Broly can easily beat that short guy. Krillin smiled slightly, Gohan will definitely have no problem defeating that red-faced guy. I will try my best. Sun Gohan nodded and flew onto the ring. Jebit silently looked at Sun Gohan. Let's start, Sun Gohan, let me see your powerful energy. Jebit's expression was calm. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Sun Gohan said, the aura on his body surged, and he was about to bombard in the direction of Jebit. Jebit looked at Sun Gohan calmly. Hey, do you want to fight? Sun Gohan frowned. I've heard that you can become Super Saiyans. Can you show me? Jebit looked at Sun Gohan and said. Do you know Super Saiyans? Sun Gohan was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently, okay, as you wish, I'll let you see it. Snap! Golden light bloomed around Sun Gohan, his hair stood up high, and he became a Super Saiyan. Now, you can fight me well, right? Sun Gohan said coldly. Jebit looked at Sun Gohan silently. What a powerful energy! These Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. Hey, I may need Sun Gohan's energy later, so no matter what happens. I hope you don't act rashly. King Kai called out to Son Goku and others. Humph, why should we listen to you? Vegeta snorted. I am the king of the worlds, the greatest god in the universe. King of the worlds said calmly. What? King of the worlds? Vegeta's face changed color. King of the worlds. Goku and others were also quite surprised. The title of King of the Worlds really scared Goku and others present. There were only 3 androids, and they were still confused. King of the Worlds? Is he of high status? Is he stronger than the man called Whis we met? Number 18 pondered. A god who can be beaten by Broly, I think his strength is average. Number 17 guessed. I wonder who is stronger, that cat or Broly? Number 18 asked with interest. That cat can destroy a star with a sneeze. Can Broly do it? Number 17 asked back. 0 Please give me flowers. Number 18 made a careful comparison. It seems that Broly can't do it, right? Let alone Broly, it is impossible for everyone present to do it, right? Just when Son Gohan had just burst out with powerful energy and turned into a Super Saiyan, Spinach and his companion Yamua quietly flew towards Son Gohan. Yamua was holding a strange instrument with a straw in his hand. Who are you? Son Gohan also noticed the actions of the two and immediately prepared for battle. Hey! Kaishin's hands surged with divine power and covered Son Gohan's body. Son Gohan's body was fixed at that time. Snap! Spinach rushed forward and hugged Son Gohan tightly. 0. Yamua inserted the straw of the instrument in his hand into Son Gohan's waist. Son Gohan screamed and fell softly to the ground. At the same time, Son Gohan's hair quickly returned to black. Don't move. If you don't want to die, be honest. Spinach threatened the people around him. Soon, after the instrument absorbed Son Gohan's energy, the two flew into the sky and flew away. Gohan! Son Goku was shocked. Don't worry, Gohan will be fine. Jepitel will make Gohan recover soon. King Kai shouted, now, I'm going to catch up immediately. If you want to hear the story, follow me. Swish! King Kai flew up and chased in the direction of Yamua and Spinach. Okay, I'll go and see. Son Goku said, flying into the sky. Damn it, Kakarot, what about our match? Vegeta shouted. Let's find another place to compete when we have time. Son Goku turned around and said. Besides, my goal is to defeat Broly, not you. Son Goku really didn't regard Vegeta as his opponent. My opponent is that Broly. The Broly who once defeated Cell. Above the ring, on the suspended platform. Gohan. Chi-Chi screamed loudly and was about to jump down to help, but was held tightly by Kame-sensei and Oolong. Brother-in-law, it seems that something major is going to happen, Bulma said in a deep voice. Chapter 142, King Kai. Don't worry, with me here, no matter how big the problem is, it can be solved. Fang Yun smiled and stood up. I'll go and join in the fun, it's useless here. I won't go. I believe nothing good will happen. Bulma shook her head. If you don't go, stay here. No one will hurt you on this platform. Fang Yun said. Brother-in-law, then you should be careful. Bulma nodded. Swish. Fang Yun flew down and landed beside Biddy. Fang Yun? Where did you go just now? Biddy asked hurriedly. I was watching from there. Fang Yun smiled and pointed to the transparent circular platform in the sky. Up there? I didn't see you. Biddy scratched her head. By the way, you were not injected with serum or something, and your body mutated, so you became stronger, right? Just like the 3 androids. You are so imaginative, Biddy. Fang Yun smiled slightly and asked, by the way, I'm going to watch a fight, are you going? Watch a fight? Biddy was stunned for a second. It's Kaioshin and Son Goku and the others. Fang Yun said. Okay, I want to see it too. Biddy nodded. Let's go. Fang Yun pulled Biddy into the sky. After Jebit treated Son Gohan's wounds, the two quickly caught up. Among the warriors at the scene, only 3 androids were left. Where did Son Goku and the others go? Why did they watch their son being stabbed and remain indifferent? Number 17 was speechless. It seems that something important has happened. Number 16 looked up at the direction where Son Goku and the others disappeared. Fang Yun also flew away. Number 18 said, should we go over and join in the fun? It's good that they left. None of the remaining people are our opponents. The top 3 are ours, and we can get a lot of bonuses. Number 17 smiled. What? Magician. Son Goku was stunned. Magician? Vegeta was also slightly stunned. Ahem, the name of magician is very familiar to us. Krillin laughed dryly. Pico didn't say anything. How come another magician appeared on the earth? After hearing the words of King Kai, several people were a little surprised. I know who the magician you are talking about is. You are talking about Fang Yun, right? King Kai smiled. Lord King Kai, do you know Fang Yun? Sun Wukong asked. I met him once a long time ago. King Kai smiled bitterly. Of course I won't tell you that a long time ago, I was beaten by Fang Yun. The magician I am talking about has nothing to do with Fang Yun, don't think wrongly. King Kai explained. Yet, Fang Yun, what should I say? Krillin scratched his head, if you say he is a good person, he is not particularly good. If you say he is a bad person, he is not bad. Broly. What do you think? Bang! Broly kicked Krillin with a flying kick. Krillin Sun Wukong exclaimed. Fortunately, Broly did not take it seriously, and Krillin soon came back in a dusty state. Krillin wiped his sweat and his face became uglier. If you dare to say something bad about my boss again, I will kick you to death. Broly said coldly. Krillin sniffed and wanted to cry. Krillin, are you okay? Sun Wukong asked with a wry smile. It's okay. Krillin wiped his sweat. Lord Kaioshin, please continue. Sun Wukong said. The magician Bibidai created a Majin Buu. This Majin Buu is very powerful and is an incarnation of evil. His birth brought endless crises to the universe. Kaioshin explained. Later, even Bibidai could not control Majin Buu, so he had no choice but to seal him up while Buu was sleeping. Bibidai brought Buu to the primitive earth, preparing for Buu to destroy the earth. Lord Kai and I took advantage of this time to find Bibidai and kill him. Jupiter explained to Son Gohan, Fang Yun, and Videl, and looked at Fang Yun speechlessly, and finally couldn't help saying, Lord Kai and I have paid a lot of attention to Buu's affairs. It's a pity that the magician Bibidai is too cunning. He made a fake Buu and left the real Buu behind. But he secretly took the real Buu away. Son Gohan didn't say anything. Vidal's face also changed color. Didn't I say that even if Majin Bu wakes up, it's not a big deal? Fang Yun smiled slightly. Fang Yun, don't underestimate Majin Bu, he is very powerful. Jebet said in a deep voice. Why are you so arrogant? You are really ignorant. Don't you know how powerful Majin Bu is? Forget it, stupid humans, how could they know how powerful Majin Bu is? Back then, there were 4 Kaishans who fought against Majin Bu together, but they were still easily defeated by him, so we must not underestimate the enemy. Jebet sighed. What we didn't expect is that Bibadai has a son, who is a more evil magician than him, Babadai. Kaishan said. In other words, now we have to find a way to stop the magician Babadai awakens Majin Bu, is that what he meant? Piccolo asked. Yes, that's what he meant. Kaishan nodded, I hope everything goes well. About 5 minutes later. Fang Yun and others caught up with Kaishan and his group. Fang Yun? You're here too. Kaishan laughed dryly. Have you heard of the melon-eating crowd? I'm just one of them. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Kaishan. You're here to be a melon-eating crowd? If Bu really wakes up, how can you eat this melon? Kaishan was speechless. Forget it, let him be. Looking at the expressions of Son Goku and the others, it seems that they also disdain Bu. A group of ignorant guys. They landed. Shinkai suddenly said. Then, under the leadership of Shinkai, everyone slowly landed on a nearby mountain. In the distance, Yamu and Subichi landed steadily. Everyone looked from a distance and found signs of the ground being loosened. It's a spaceship. It turns out that they hid the spaceship underground. What a cunning magician! Shinkai said in a deep voice. Creaky. Just then, a small door in the distance suddenly opened. Then, the magician Babadai and a tall man walked out of the door. After seeing the tall man, Shinkai's face changed color. Jebet's pupils also shrank. Oh no, it's the Demon King Dopura. Shinkai said in a lost voice. Chapter 143, Shinkai. Demon King? Sun Wukong was stunned. If you are the most powerful beings in the human world, then in the demon world, the Demon King is the most powerful. Kaishan explained, clenching his fists, damn it, I didn't expect that even the Demon King became Babadai's subordinate. This is going to be difficult. Can Babadai control someone as powerful as the Demon King? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Babadai should have controlled Dopura through his evil. People with pure hearts like us will not be controlled by him. Kaishan said. As he was talking, the head of Spubiki below suddenly exploded and died on the spot. Yamo was so scared that he flew away. Swoosh! A beam of light shot out, killing Yamo on the spot. The next moment, Babadai left with a smile and an energy-absorbing device. Only Dabura was left at the scene. Dabura's mouth curled up an evil arc, with endless amusement in his eyes. Oh no, we've been discovered! Vegeta shouted loudly. Swish! Dabura came quickly and pointed his hand at Jebet's forehead. Jebet was stunned. Boom! The light in Dabura's hand burst out, killing Jebet instantly. Puh! 01. Dabura spit out several mouthfuls of saliva in succession, shooting at Fang Yun, Vidalai, Krillin, and Piccolo respectively. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, Dopura's saliva disappeared out of thin air. Dopura was confused, his eyes widened, and he felt endless confusion. What happened? Where is my saliva? Where did it go? Why did it disappear? Jebet! The face of the King of the Worlds became extremely sad, and he shouted loudly, and immediately warned, be careful, don't be touched by his saliva, otherwise you will be petrified. However, after the King of the Worlds Hien said this, he was surprised to find that Dopura's saliva disappeared. What's the situation? By the way, Fang Yun. Fang Yun can erase a lot of things. He can easily erase the flowers and plants in the King of the Worlds, let alone Dopura. After the King of the Worlds reacted, Sun Wukong and others also came back to their senses immediately and looked at Fang Yun. Oh? I can tell from their eyes that you just eliminated my magic. Dapper narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Yun. Dopura's saliva can petrify some humans. Therefore, Dapper calls his saliva magic. After all, Dapper is the king of the demon world, and his ability to petrify is considered a kind of magic. You are the first person to spit at me. Fang Yun looked at Dapper with a dark face. You are so disgusting. Dapura's face became even darker. Why are you still cursing? That's magic. What do you know? You can eliminate my petrification magic. Dapper said coldly. Interesting, I'll let you see how terrible I am. Bang. As soon as Dapper's voice fell, Broly flew up and kicked Dapper in the chest. Puff. Dapura spit out a large mouthful of acid water. Pa. Broly grabbed Dabura's head and slammed it to the ground. Boom. The mountain behind Dabura collapsed, raising a large cloud of dust and rocks rolling down. Swish. Broly held Dabura's head and slid through the mountain area. Dabura's head was like a bulldozer, leaving a long mark on the ground and rolling up a large amount of earth and rocks. Then Broly raised Dabura high with his hand. Looking at Dabura again, he looked a little dizzy. Sun Wukong. Vegeta. Sun Gohan. Kaishin. So cruel. Is Broly so powerful? Even the Demon King Dapper can be beaten so easily. This is too scary. Bang. Broly kicked Dapper. With a muffled sound, Dapper rushed into the sky like a sky-piercing monkey and turned into a small black dot. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, Dapper's arms and legs in the sky disappeared. After about a minute, Dapper's body fell rapidly. Boom. Dapura's body hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole on the ground. Kaishin hurried over to take a look. As a result, Kaishin and others made a tragic discovery that Dapper's limbs had all disappeared. Now Dapper has become a human stick, revealing a look of despair. Dabura seemed to be saying, "What did I do? Where are my arms? Where are my legs? Why are they all gone? I was beaten up by a human? Why don't I believe it? Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, let it wake up soon. I really want to go home." Kaishin immediately looked at Fang Yun. "I will not show mercy to those who are rude to me." Fang Yun smiled. Kaishin. Then, Kaishin was frightened and his face turned pale for a moment. It seems that I was not very friendly to Fang Yun before. Will I become like Dabura? Ha ha ha, Broly is worthy of it. He defeated Dabura easily. Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at Broly with a smile. "I will make anyone who provokes my boss 027 live a life worse than death," Broly said lightly. Fang Yun nodded with satisfaction. After 7 years of getting along, Broly and himself have been working better and better together. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, Fang Yun plans to decide on the candidate for this guard. Tisk, if I take action, I can also easily defeat him. Vegeta snorted. Broly glanced at Vegeta and said nothing. It's a pity that Jebit is too fast, and we didn't react in time. Sun Wukong sighed. Wukong, it's okay, don't we have the Dragon Balls? We can revive Jebit with the Dragon Balls. Krillin suggested. Yes, Krillin, you are right. Sun Wukong nodded. Lord Kaishin, don't be sad, when we gather all the Dragon Balls, we will revive Jebit. Resurrection. Kaishin was a little confused. How can a dead person be resurrected? Why don't I know? Lord Kai, you don't know, do you? Vegeta smiled. Don't tell me that as the greatest god in the universe, you don't even know about Dragon Ball. Cold sweat slid down Kai's face. I really don't know. These humans actually have secrets that I don't know. Chapter 144, I'm just here to eat melons. What are your plans for Bu? Kai asked, looking at Son Goku. After asking this question, Kai suddenly realized that Fang Yun should be the most powerful one here. Why am I asking Son Goku? Kai quickly looked at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, what do you mean? Kai asked. Don't ask me, I said, I'm just here to eat melons. Fang Yun replied indifferently. Kai. You answered so directly. Humph, didn't you say that, King Kai? Majin Buu will also wake up after a severe impact. Vegeta smiled lightly and pointed his hand at the spaceship buried deep in the earth. I will wake that guy up and fix him up. What did you say? King Kai's face changed again and again, and he quickly stood in front of Vegeta and stretched out his arms. Get out of the way! Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, don't be impulsive. King Kai said hurriedly, I know you are very powerful, even far beyond me, but you don't know how terrible Majin Buu is. No matter what, don't let him wake up. Humph, Majin Buu is only at the level of Dabura, right? We can easily kill that kind of stuff. Vegeta sneered. Vegeta, Majin Buu is much more powerful than Dabura. If he really wakes up, all of us here will be killed by him. King Kai advised again earnestly. Do you think I will believe you? Vegeta said, shaking all over, clenching his fists and shouting loudly, tears almost flowing down, 7 years. 7 years. The earth has been at peace for 7 years. During these 7 years, I have been practicing hard for this day. Me. Vegeta. The genius warrior of the science. I am the most powerful being in this universe. King Kai God. Why are you still crying? Vegeta, don't get excited. Sun Wukong hurriedly advised, perhaps, Buu's matter is really more terrible than we thought. Get out of my way, Kakarot, it's none of your business here. Vegeta shouted. In the spaceship. Babadai hummed a tune and inserted the energy obtained by Yamu and Subbaiki into Buu's seal. Swish. The scale pointer of Buu's seal turned clockwise about 90 degrees. What? How many people's energy did they absorb, and Buu's energy was replenished by about a quarter. Babadai couldn't help but be slightly surprised after seeing the scale. I don't know, they didn't say it, the younger brother replied respectfully. Damn it. If I had known this, I shouldn't have killed them in advance, Babadai regretted it a little. But Lord Babadai, after absorbing the energy of those guys, Buu should be able to wake up smoothly. The younger brother replied. You're right. Babadai nodded slightly, Dabura should have attracted those guys to the spaceship now, right? It should be no problem. Master Dabura will definitely catch them. The younger brother replied. Barbara. Babadai put his hands on the crystal ball and chanted a spell. Suddenly, the crystal ball showed the internal image of the first floor of the spaceship. Hey? Where are the people? Not on the first floor. Babadai was stunned. On the first floor of the spaceship, there was no one except Pepe who was holding on there. Pepe. Pepe was still wondering there. Why didn't they come down? I've been waiting for a long time, okay? How could this be? Could it be that they secretly entered the second floor under the leadership of the Kai King God? Babadai's face changed slightly, and he quickly switched the screen to the second floor. No one on the second floor. Third floor. Babadai's cold sweat slid down his face. Still no one. This is strange. There was no one on the first, second, and third floors. Where would they go? Could it be? Babadai's pupils shrank slightly, and he chanted the spell again. Snap. Suddenly, the picture on the crystal ball switched to the scene outside the spaceship. What? Sure enough, they are outside. Babadai was stunned, his face a little cold. Dabura, what are you talking about? Didn't I ask you to attract them into the spaceship? Hey? Where is Dabura? Only then did Babadai realize that Dabura was gone from the scene. Why was Dabura gone? Bafidi controlled the magic ball and checked the outside of the spaceship carefully. Then, Babadai saw Dabura, who had become a human stick, in a big pit. Dabura looked hopeless, his eyes were dull, and he looked like he wanted to die. What? How is it possible? Why did Dabura become like this? Babadai's body began to tremble, and he clenched his fists. Who is it? Who did it? After a short silence, Babadai saw something strange again. In the crystal ball, in addition to the people at the scene, Babadai also saw a bright flame. What's going on with this light? Babadai widened his eyes, looking surprised. Master Babadai, it seems to be a person. I said hurriedly. Babadai turned his head and glanced at me, with a bit of anger in his eyes. I was startled and lowered my head quickly. You are right, it is indeed a person. Babadai squinted his eyes and said, but who is this guy? Why can't I see him from the magic ball? Outside the spaceship. I told you, this is the simplest and quickest way. Vegeta snorted coldly, blow up the spaceship. Whether it's Babadai or Majin Buu, I'll destroy them all when they come out. Vegeta, how many times do you want me to tell you before you understand? King Kai said angrily, I told you, Majin Buu's terror is definitely not comparable to Dabura. Humph, the more you say that, the more I want to see it. Vegeta smiled, and the energy flame in his hand began to condense. King Kai's face became more and more ugly. Goku didn't say anything else. Since Goku didn't say anything, Gohan and Piccolo naturally didn't say much. As for Krillin, he was a weak person and knew that what he said would not matter. King Kai, if you don't plan to get out of the way, I won't be polite. Vegeta smiled lightly. King Kai gritted his teeth, and his face changed again and again. Chapter 145, I am a magician. Inside the spaceship. Damn it! This guy wants to destroy my spaceship. Babidi gritted his teeth in hatred. I can't let him succeed, I have to think of a way. Then, Babidi immediately issued an order. Babidi ordered Pepe on the first floor and the monster Yego on the second floor to go out immediately to stop Vegeta. Although Babidi knew that the two of them might not be effective, at least they could buy themselves some time. Just when Vegeta was about to destroy the spaceship, the door outside suddenly opened. Then, Pepe walked out of the spaceship. Hey, it's wrong to destroy other people's spaceships without authorization. Pepe shouted at Vegeta. Oh? Someone came out from inside. Vegeta whispered. He smiled, you're just in time. I'm a little bored. Let's start with you. What did you say? You said you want to kill me? Don't be ridiculous. I'm an elite warrior selected by Lord Babidi from the universe. Pepe looked very proud. However, Pepe was a little puzzled. Where did Lord Dapra go? Didn't he say that he would attract these people into the spaceship? Fighting inside the spaceship would be more useful to Lord Babidi. In that case, let's start with you. Vegeta sneered. Wait a minute, fighting here is too annoying. You are the guardians of the earth, right? If people see you fighting here, or destroying the buildings here, or accidentally killing innocent people, you will have a hard time explaining it, right? Pepe quickly persuaded, so, let's fight inside the spaceship. There, Lord Babidi can change the environment through magic. Guardians of the earth. Vegeta's mouth curled up, you're wrong, I'm not. Swish. Vegeta said, and appeared in front of Pepe in an instant. At the same time, Vegeta put his hands on Pepe's chest. What? Pepe's face became extremely ugly, and his pupils shrank together. Boom! Flames burst out from Vegeta's hands. With a loud bang, Pepe exploded on the spot, was blown into pieces, and various parts of his body fell to the ground. Kai's eyes widened. Is this Vegeta? In just one moment, the elite little brothers that Babidi collected in the universe died just like that. Crack! Just after Vegeta killed Pepe, the hatch of the spacecraft opened again, and a monster walked out of it. Monster Yego. Swish! Monster Yego didn't say any extra nonsense, and swung a claw at Vegeta. With a light sound, the claws of Monster Yego left a shallow mark on Vegeta's armor. It was also because Vegeta dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been hit just now. Be careful. Vegeta. This guy is Monster Yego. Don't take it lightly. Kai reminded loudly. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and flew towards Yego. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Yego. 10 seconds later. Bang. Yej grabbed the back of Vegeta's head and hit him hard in the face with his knee. Vegeta. King Kai was shocked. Don't worry, Lord King Kai, Vegeta hasn't really done anything yet. Sun Wukong comforted. Bang. Yej kicked out and kicked Vegeta away. Pa. Vegeta jumped up from the ground, golden light bloomed around him, and turned into a Super Saiyan. Yej was stunned for a moment, and looked at Vegeta in surprise. Inside the spaceship. Babidi was also surprised to see Vegeta after the transformation. Go get the energy detector. Babidi called. The energy detector was brought over quickly. When he saw the pointer on the detector, Babidi's face became more and more ugly. Damn, this guy is not just glowing. Babidi bared his teeth, his energy has increased a lot. Yego is not his opponent at all. The younger brother was trembling with fear. This energy value is too terrible. However, his energy value is not as strong as Doppula's. Babidi frowned, then the question is, who beat Doppula into that state? The younger brother did not say anything, this question is not easy to answer. This is bad, Yego will definitely die. Babidi clenched his fists and his body trembled violently. Lord Babidi, I found that this person looks very evil. Do you want to try? See if you can find a way to control him? The younger brother suggested cautiously. Babidi glanced at the younger brother behind him, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Shua. Yego ate the light on Vegeta's body directly. Vegeta's body returned to normal. What's the situation? Vegeta is not a Super Saiyan anymore. Sun Wukong was stunned. It is said that the demon beast Yego can devour light energy. King Kai gritted his teeth. Is it so magical? Sun Wukong was amazed. Gaga, it's so delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious light energy for a long time. Yego pouted and looked at Vegeta with interest. Don't be so proud of yourself. Let me see how I deal with you, you ugly monster. Vegeta snorted coldly, and golden light burst out all over his body. After a few flashes, he appeared behind Yego. Yego couldn't turn his eyes around and looked for Vegeta everywhere. Puff! Vegeta's heavy punch directly penetrated Yego's back and passed through his chest. Puff! Yego's body trembled violently and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Pa! Vegeta pulled his fist out. Boom! Then, Vegeta's hand burst into flames and blew Yego to pieces. Humph! The monster Yego Ge, that's all. Vegeta smiled lightly and returned to normal. Kai was completely stunned. This Vegeta, is he too powerful? He is almost as powerful as Broly, right? Besides, Kai could see that Vegeta should not have used all his strength yet. Perhaps, as Vegeta said, even if Bu wakes up, they can still defeat Bu, right? Kai's mentality began to change slightly. Very good, this guy is indeed the embodiment of evil, his appearance and image are already associated with evil. Babadai pointed his hand at Vegeta in the magic ball and began to chant a spell. Barbara! Follow my orders! Vegeta's body trembled violently and his face changed color. What did you say? Vegeta shouted. I am the magician Babadai, and now I order you to become my little brother and do things for me. Babadai's spell flooded into Vegeta's mind again. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists and trembled. Chapter 146, Vegeta. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong was shocked and asked quickly. Uncle Vegeta. Sun Wuhan was panicked. No, he's going to be controlled. Piccolo shouted. What? Controlled? Sun Wukong widened his eyes. Quick, Vegeta, stay calm, don't be controlled by Babadai. Kaishin shouted. Shut up! Vegeta shouted. Boom! Energy surged wildly from Vegeta's body, and golden light shot up into the sky. Very good, Vegeta, you have become my little brother. Babadai had a proud expression on his face. Since you are mine, let me stimulate your potential energy. Swish! Babadai chanted the spell again. Boom! Suddenly, Vegeta's body surged with more powerful energy, and arcs of electricity emerged and filled his body. Sizzle, sizzle. On Vegeta's forehead, there was already a McDonald's symbol. At the same time, Vegeta's expression was even more cold. Not good. Vegeta is controlled. Piccolo said loudly. Vegeta Sun Wukong also sighed. This is bad, the most worried thing has happened. Kaishin said in a deep voice. Vegeta's aura is too terrible. It is much stronger than when he was Cell. Krillin was shocked. What a powerful spirito. Breath of sweat dripped down Vidal's face. Only Fang Yun and Broly had calm expressions, as if nothing had happened. Such a powerful energy, I guess we need to transform to defeat him. Broly whispered beside Fang Yun. This is a Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, referred to as Super Saiyan Stage 2. Fang Yun smiled. Super Saiyan Stage 2. Broly was also slightly stunned. Very good, Vegeta, now I order you to throw them all into the spaceship and kill them one by one. Babadai's voice came to Vegeta's mind again. Wow! Vegeta held his head and showed a painful expression. Then, Vegeta slowly raised his head. I refuse. Vegeta said coldly. What? Strange guy, he refused. Babadai was stunned. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. He can actually disobey my orders. I am a scion from the fighting nation. How can I be willing to be controlled by you? Even if my body is controlled by you, my heart will never compromise. Vegeta shouted loudly. This guy's self-esteem is really strong. Babadai wiped his sweat. My opponent is him. Vegeta pointed at Fang Yun and then at Sun Wukong, and Kakarot, except for the two of them, what others want to do has nothing to do with me. Vegeta, you didn't let Babadai control you on purpose, did you? Sun Wukong's face changed slightly. Kakarot, Fang Yun, who of you two will go first? Vegeta snorted coldly. Sun Wukong. Why do you want to challenge me so much? Kakarot, this time, I, Vegeta, will never lose to you. Vegeta clenched his fists. I am the high and mighty Scion Prince, but what I never thought was that you, a low-ranking warrior, could actually come from behind and even surpass me in the battle with Cell. Me? Vegeta. I will never allow this to happen. I will defeat you. I will become the strongest Scion. Sun Wukong did not say a word. And you? Fang Yun. Vegeta pointed at Fang Yun again. Now my strength has far surpassed that of the perfect Cell, can you wipe me out? Boss, I will take care of him. Broly volunteered. Okay. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Broly stepped forward and looked at Vegeta with a smile. This idiot. I am afraid you don't know how terrifying Boss Fang Yun is. I am so powerful, but the boss can still knock me down with one finger. Who do you think you are? What? Is Broly the first one to be bullied? Vegeta snorted coldly. Broly, how about I go first? Sun Wukong suggested. Boom. Broly didn't mean to say any more nonsense. His body suddenly doubled in size, and energy surged wildly. What? He transformed. Vegeta widened his eyes. Sun Wukong also widened his eyes. This was the first time Broly transformed in front of everyone. Zero, please give me flowers. When dealing with Cell, Broly could easily beat him in his normal state. 7 years have passed, and Broly's strength has also improved a lot. However, no matter how much he improves, his normal strength is limited. Compared with the current Super Saiyan second stage Vegeta, there will be a little gap. Broly absorbing the power of the giant ape. Broly smiled lightly and whistled towards Vegeta. What? How can this guy be so fast? Vegeta was stunned. Bang! The next moment, their fists collided. Puff! Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if his fist was broken. What a terrible guy! 0-0. Wow! Vegeta shouted, punching and kicking Broly. Broly looked calm, as if nothing had happened. After Vegeta's attack ended briefly, Broly grabbed Vegeta's head and slid quickly on the ground. When he looked again, he saw that Vegeta's head had left a long mark on the ground. Pa! Broly grabbed Vegeta's ankle and threw him back and forth. Vegeta screamed miserably. Bang! Broly kicked Vegeta to the ground, grabbed his hair and lifted him up high. Pa! Broly slapped him twice. Several of Vegeta's teeth fell out, and the golden light on his body trembled, returning to normal. Except for Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. No one thought that Broly would be so powerful. Moreover, Broly could actually transform. Although he looked a little burly after the transformation. But anyone could sense the powerful energy. What a scary guy! The face of King Kai changed again and again. When did such a scary guy appear beside Fang Yun? Too powerful. King Kai thought Vegeta was already very powerful. But after seeing Broly's performance, he was really a little confused. Goku, are you sure you can defeat Broly? Krillin whispered to Dai. Chapter 147, Whis, if you don't come out, Beerus will die. I don't know who is stronger, my Super Saiyan 3 or Broly now. However, Sun Wukong is a person who takes the overall situation into consideration, so he won't fight Broly now. Vegeta, are you still fighting? Broly smiled. Vegeta was completely hopeless, his body trembling. Snap! Broly let go. Vegeta fell to the ground, looking depressed. You can't even beat me, and you still want to challenge my boss. Broly smiled coldly. NNN. Vegeta cried. Broly. I'm just telling the truth. Why are you still crying? Are you a woman? Broly was speechless. In the spaceship, Barbitti's face was pale. It was so hard to control Vegeta, but he was defeated by that guy in a few moves. Lord Barbitti, do you want to try to control that guy named Broly? I suggested. Barbara. Barbitti chanted a spell and cursed this little brother to death. Let you talk too much. If I can control Broly, do you need me to say it? In fact, Babadai was trying to control Broly just now. However, Broly's energy was very strange, as if it was protected by something and could not be controlled at all. Babadai gritted his teeth. Shua. Then, Babadai chanted a spell. In just a flash, Babadai and the Bu seal beside him disappeared together. Shua. The next moment, Babadai appeared in front of Fang Yun and others with Bu seal. It's Babadai. King Kai's eyes lit up, and he was about to kill Babadai on the spot. Wait a minute. King Kai. Babadai shouted hurriedly, I have been bound to Bu seal through magic. If I die, my magic will automatically wake up the sleeping Bu. King Kai's face changed again and again, and he dared not act rashly again. He, King Kai, I believe you don't want Bu to wake up, right? Babadai smiled, in fact, I don't want Bu to wake up without full energy. Babadai, you should stop it. King Kai shouted angrily. Stop it. King Kai, you killed my father back then, and the hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. I will definitely avenge this hatred. Babadai said coldly, how about this, King Kai, as long as you commit suicide now, I can promise you that I will leave the earth immediately and never wake up Bu again. How about this deal? I think it's fair. Lord Kai, don't be fooled. Piccolo said coldly, even if you commit suicide, he will still find a way to wake up Bu. King Kai God. Lord Kaishin, you don't really want to commit suicide, do you? Piccolo was speechless. Lord Kaishin, Piccolo is right, don't do anything rash. Son Goku also advised. Lord Kaishin, this is your only chance to save the universe. Otherwise, once Bu is awakened, you should know what the consequences will be. Babadai laughed. Lord Kaishin. Don't listen to him. Son Gohan hurriedly advised. Yes, he must be lying to you. Krillin also said. Fang Yun, is the king of the kings not smart? This kind of words can only deceive children, and he seems to believe it. Videl whispered beside Fang Yun. When people encounter an unsolvable crisis, they will do such crazy things. It is a very normal phenomenon. Fang Yun smiled. That's right, the king of the kings may think that Bu is unbeatable, right? Videl nodded. I'm talking about Babadai. Fang Yun corrected. Videl. Why are you talking about Babadai? Aren't you talking about King Kai? Why am I a little overwhelmed? I think this is the only way to save the universe. King Kai seemed to have made up his mind. Fang Yun shook his head. Whis, if you don't come out, Beerus will die. Fang Yun suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. Why can't I understand the specific meaning of Fang Yun's words? Who is Whis? Who is Beerus? Isn't King Kai going to commit suicide? What does it have to do with the man named Beerus? It's so confusing. King Kai also looked at Fang Yun with a confused face. Fang Yun, you are going too far. I am the one who wants to commit suicide. Not the man named Beerus. Also, who is Beerus? Does it have anything to do with me? I am committing suicide now, isn't it for the peace of this universe? Do you really think I want to die? I am a god. The greatest god in the universe. I sacrificed myself for all of you humans. Planet Beerus. WIS obviously heard Fang Yun's words. WIS. What's going on? Why did Fang Yun say that Lord Beerus was going to die? What happened? After learning from the high priest that Fang Yun was not the great All-King, Whis has not paid attention to Fang Yun in recent years. Since you are not the reincarnation of the great All-King, it has nothing to do with me. But now that Whis heard Fang Yun's call, he couldn't help but start observing the situation on the earth from the crystal ball on the scepter. Swish! Soon, the face of King Kai, who was righteous and ready to die, appeared on Whis's crystal ball. WIS. WIS covered his forehead and didn't know what to do for a while. Why do you still want to commit suicide? Ahem, Lord Kaishin, I'm Whis, I hope you don't do anything stupid. Whis advised. The Kaishin, who was about to commit suicide, was stunned at the time. Whis? Who is it? I don't know you. Who said I was going to do something stupid? I'm going to sacrifice myself to save the entire universe, okay? Whis. I don't know who you are. The Kaishin smiled, thanks 5.7 for your kindness, but I've made up my mind, you don't have to persuade me. The magician Babadai was a little confused. What's going on? Where did this person's voice come from? Forget it, whatever. Anyway, my main goal now is to let the Kaishin die. This way I can avenge my father. After the Kaishin dies, I will wake up Bu. Wakakaka. Let Babadai rule this universe. Goodbye, everyone. The Kaishin smiled at Fang Yun and others, and was about to choose to self-destruct. Wait a minute. Fang Yun waved his hand. King Kai was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Fang Yun meant. You don't need to persuade me, Fang Yun, I know that this is the only way to save this universe. King Kai smiled and showed an expression of fearlessness. Chapter 148, Kick Bu Seal Away. Your understanding is really unique. Will I worry about you? I'm just a little worried that the cat suddenly disappeared. The reason why Fang Yun didn't want Beerus to die was that he was worried that when he advanced to the All-King Avatar again, he would have to do a task to erase Beerus. Who the hell would he find to play with? Let's save Beerus. Besides, if Beerus died, the gods of the entire 7th universe would almost lose their function. Fang Yun always felt that a universe without the god of destruction and King Kai might have some weird things. Of course, even if the universe was destroyed, Fang Yun would be fine. But the problem is, if the universe is really destroyed, Bulma and Tais will die. Even if they can be taken to another universe to live, the problem is, what about Sun Wukong and the others? Fang Yun doesn't want to watch Sun Wukong and the others die. If even Sun Wukong and the others die, is this still Dragon Ball? Fang Yun walked towards Buffy step by step. Did walk towards him. What? Boy, what are you doing here? Babadai looked at Fang Yun who was walking up and shouted, stop right there. If you dare to attack me, I will release Majin Bu immediately. Oh? Really? Fang Yun smiled. By the way, Fang Yun is also a magician. Krillin scratched his head, I wonder whose magic is more powerful. What? Magician? Babadai was stunned for a moment, pricked up his ears, and looked at Fang Yun with interest. Krillin, you are talking nonsense again. Fang Yun said to Krillin without turning his head. Krillin was so scared that his mouth twitched, and he wanted to slap himself in the face. Why am I so mean? Aren't I just attracting hatred? What should I erase from you this time? Fang Yun thought. Don't, I promise I won't dare to do it again next time. Krillin promised quickly. If you always expect to avoid doing something next time, what's the point of the police? Fang Yun said with a smile, for example, if you are just an ordinary person, you killed someone, and you told the police that you would never dare to do it again next time. Do you think the law will forgive you? Krillin. I just said it casually, why are you talking to me about the legal level? Forget it, considering that we have a good relationship, I will wipe off your ears. Fang Yun said, and waved his big hand gently. Swish. Krillin's 2 ears disappeared out of thin air. Of course, Krillin only lost his ears, just his ears. Fang Yun did not wipe off his hearing. Without hearing, you have to explain everything. Therefore, Fang Yun wiped off Krillin's ears this time, which is basically similar to wiping off Frisia's ears that year. It just makes their image a little bit worse. Krillin burst into tears when he felt that his ears disappeared. I don't have a nose to begin with. Now my ears have also disappeared. How can I find a girlfriend? Sun Wukong and others were stunned for a while, not knowing how to persuade him. For Fang Yun, who was so stubborn, they really didn't know where to start. Although Sun Wukong had a good relationship with Krillin, he also understood that Fang Yun was only punishing him and would not harm his life, so he would not make trouble for it. It's really a magician. I underestimated you. Babadai smiled like a dog-tail grass when he saw the magic performed by Fang Yun. Fang Yun looked at Babadai indifferently, still walking towards him step by step. Fang Yun's pace was neither fast nor slow, just like the second hand of a clock slowed down 10 times. Magicians have all kinds of magical powers. I finally understand why I can't see you in the magic ball. All I see is a ball of light like a diamond. Babadai smiled and looked at Fang Yun with interest. Fang Yun didn't speak. Hey, I'm talking to you. Babadai was angry. Being ignored. This feeling of being ignored is really too frustrating. If we two join forces, the entire universe will be ours. Don't you think so? Babadai still had a glimmer of fantasy and advised Fang Yun earnestly. At this time, Fang Yun had already walked to the place where Bu was sealed. What are you doing? Babadai shouted, "Do you want Bu to come out?" Bang! Fang Yun kicked Bu Seal into the sky with a flying kick. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially King Kai Shin, who was so frightened that his soul flew away and his teeth were bared. "You asked me to wait? Then, you just want to let Bu out?" Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. "I was going to sacrifice myself to save the entire universe. Why are you still kicking Bu Seal like a ball?" King Kai felt that he was not calm at all. Swish! Bu Seal turned into a small black dot. Then, the small black dot in the sky split into two. "No! The seal is broken!" King Kai shouted loudly, "Majin Bu is about to appear." Gaku and others immediately prepared for the battle. They waited for a full minute. Bang! Bang! The two shells on Bu Seal fell to the ground one after another, and made a bang-bang sound on the ground. Gaku and others were alert again and looked for Bu everywhere. "Wow, 030 Kaka, you are finished. Fang Yun, this is your own fault. You released Majin Bu." Babadai laughed and danced. However, after Babadai finished speaking, he made a tragic discovery that Bu did not appear. What appeared were only the two empty shells. Babadai's face became extremely interesting. Bu, where are you?" Babadai's body trembled. "I know, Bu must have been sealed for too long and disappeared on his own." King Kai smiled and pointed at Babadai. Babadai glanced at King Kai. "Babadai, your conspiracy will not succeed." King Kai the King God was so proud. Babadai's face changed again and again. "It's over. Bu is gone." Dabura turned into a human stick. "Am I going to die here today?" "Kaishin, Kaishin, you are really unqualified as a god." Fang Yun sighed, "How could a monster like Bu disappear because of the washing of time?" "Kaishin." "Fang Yun, which side are you from?" "What do you mean?" Babadai was slightly startled. "Do you see the pink cloud above?" Fang Yun pointed to the sky. Sun Wukong and others looked closely. Sure enough, above this sky, a pink cloud appeared at some point. The pink cloud was condensing and deforming. Chapter 149, If you release Bu, our universe will be destroyed. Pop! In a moment, the pink cloud condensed into a fat man. Bang! The fat man fell from the sky and hit the ground, causing a slight earthquake. Bu looked left and right, moved his body, and showed an innocent but somewhat evil smile. Gaku and others were also stunned. "What's going on? Is Bu like this?" "This guy is Bu?" Videl asked with a wry smile. "This image is a bit different." "Is it really Bu?" Gaku asked curiously. "Only Lord Kai has seen Bu, right?" Piccolo said, and glanced in the direction of Lord Kai. God Kai was shaking all over, his face was pale, and he was scared. "It's really Majin Bu. Everyone be careful!" Gaku shouted loudly. All of a sudden, Gaku, Vegeta, and Gohan were all ready for battle. "Fang Yun, this is your fault." King Kai clenched his fists. "You released Bu, our universe is doomed." "You worry too much, King Kai." Fang Yun smiled, "It's just a Bu, I can easily wipe him out." "What did you say?" King Kai widened his eyes and looked at Fang Yun in disbelief. "However, your attitude makes me very unhappy, so, whatever, I don't plan to care about Bu's affairs." Fang Yun smiled. "King Kai. You released Bu, why don't you care? Hurry up and wipe Bu out." "Hey, Bu, I'm Babadai. Come and see me." Babadai called to Bu. Bu glanced at Babadai and didn't bother to pay attention. Babadai was tired. Why doesn't this fat guy listen to advice? "Hey, Bu, listen to my orders." Babadai shouted loudly. "Bulu bulu bulu." Bu suddenly turned his head and made a face at Babadai. Babadai was startled and almost sat on the ground. Gaku and others were speechless. "Is this Bu? This guy's personality is too different, right? Lord Kai, is he really Bu?" Piccolo asked. "No doubt. I will always remember his evil look." Cold sweat slid down Kai's face. "Bu, my father created you. I saw some information about you in my father's diary. I also know how to seal you or put you to sleep." Babadai said to Bu with a dark face. Bu's pupils shrank sharply and his face became extremely ugly. Then, Bu hurriedly appeared in front of Babadai, bowed his head, and saluted. That's right, this is my good baby. Babadai laughed. Bu. Baby, your mother is a bitch. Bu really wants to crush Babadai to death now. Very good, now listen to my orders, kill him first. Babadai pointed his hand in the direction of Fang Yun. Pa. Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan first and appeared in front of Fang Yun. Hehe, Bu finally showed up. I'm very interested in him. Let me play with him first. Vegeta smiled, then turned his head to look at Fang Yun. You don't object, do you? Fang Yun. Come on. Fang Yun nodded. Vegeta. Your attitude of cheering is really perfunctory. I must defeat Bu. This way, the situation where I was controlled by Babadai just now can be cleared. Me. Vegeta. Fighting Nation Saiyan. The most talented warrior. How can I let a little magician control me? I just want you to increase my potential energy. Vegeta. Get out of here. You are my subordinate now. Have you recovered from your injuries? Come to my side and protect me. Babadai ordered Vegeta. Humph, who do you think you are? Vegeta smiled coldly. What? Babadai was stunned. This Vegeta must have let Babadai control him because he knew that Babadai could trigger the potential energy in his body. Son Goku said. Son Gohan. In that case, kill him. Bu. Babadai ordered Bu. Bu looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta also had golden flames blooming around him, and arcs of electricity emerged. Super Saiyan Stage 2. Wow! Vegeta bloomed his aura to the extreme and rushed forward. He punched and kicked Bu. For a moment, Bu was beaten, and it seemed that he had no chance to resist. A minute later, Bu's body looked horrible, and he looked like a human being. His body was covered with fist and footprints. Babadai was shocked. Boom! Flames burst out from Vegeta's hands. Swish! A beam of energy pierced Bu's heart directly, leaving a hole in his chest. Pa! Bu fell straight to the ground, and there was no movement. The scene was silent. Babadai was so scared that his face turned pale. That was Bu, was he finished like this? Are you kidding? It's not like that. It's not like that. It must be a mistake. Humph, Majin Bu, there's nothing great about him. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Lord Kaishin, is Bu so weak? Krillin asked, looking at Kaishin. How is it possible? That's Majin Bu? Do you really think you've defeated him? Kaishin shouted. As he was talking, Bu got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Bu bared his teeth. Pa! The blood hole pierced by Vegeta suddenly returned to normal. What? Vegeta's face changed slightly. Hehe. Bu looked at Vegeta with a smile. Babadai was also relieved for Bu. You fat guy, you're really good at pretending. I thought you were dead just now. Damn it, why don't you attack quickly? You're beaten into this state, I'm really helpless, okay? Why, you fat guy, do you want to continue? Vegeta said coldly. A fierce look flashed in Bu's pupils. You dare to call me a fat guy? Swoosh! White gas shot out from the exhaust holes on Bu's head and shoulders. At the same time, Bu's breath increased significantly. The strong breath made Vegeta's face change color. Son Goku and others also felt that the situation was not good, and their faces were extremely ugly. How can his Spirito be so strong? Videl sweated from her face. Chapter 150, Son Goku. Bang! Bu punched. There was only a muffled sound, and Vegeta was hit in the nose by the opponent. Vegeta felt sour in his nose, and his eyes were dizzy. Bang! Bu kicked out again, hitting Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta slid backwards, his feet rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. Puff! After Vegeta's body stopped, he couldn't help but kneel on one knee on the ground and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Damn it! Vegeta bared his teeth, and the breath on his body surged out crazily. Bang bang bang! Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Bu. Bu became a sandbag again. Huff huff. After a series of attacks, Vegeta was tired and panting. Looking at Bu again, the marks on his body quickly returned to their original appearance. Bu had a faint smile on his face. What? He's fine. Vegeta's face was not so calm. Pa! Bu grabbed his big belly casually and pulled a piece of meat off it. What does he want to do? Vegeta's face changed again and again. Is this guy made of plasticine? Sun Gohan said in a deep voice. Not good, Vegeta may be dangerous. Sun Wukong's expression was serious. 030. Slap. Suddenly, Vegeta was trapped for several laps like a dumplings. Bu made a brunt against Vegeta. No. Vegeta is in danger. Sun Wukong was shocked, rushed up and kicked Bu in the face. Bang! Bu's body flew backwards, his head rubbed the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. Bu! Babadai exclaimed with a worried look. No one paid attention to Babadai. Vegeta, are you okay? Sun Wukong stepped forward and grabbed Bu's meat strip. Sun Gohan flew over quickly and helped to rescue Vegeta from inside. Tisk, stop meddling in my business, Kakarot. Vegeta bared his teeth. This guy is very powerful, Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Vegeta didn't say anything, his face was a little ugly. Hee, hum hum hum. Bu came back from the ruins humming a tune, shook his head, and squinted at Son Goku. Did you kick me just now? Bu asked. This is bad, the hatred is on me. Son Goku scratched his head. Boom. Son Goku didn't hesitate any longer and turned into a Super Saiyan 2. Awesome. Dad, can you become like this too? Son Gohan looked at his father in surprise. Yes. Son Goku nodded gently, in fact, I could become like this before going to Yardrat. Vegeta. Are you a low-class warrior? You could transform like this before going to Yardrat? That was when you just finished fighting Cell, right? In other words, you had already mastered such a high-level transformation 7 years ago? Puff. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling aggrieved. Me. Vegeta. A genius warrior of the Saiyans. I just mastered this level of transformation in the past year. And you? Kakarot, you are a low-class warrior. You are 6 years ahead of me. Fortunately, I, Vegeta, am smarter. I let Babadai control it and channel the potential energy in my body. Otherwise, although we have the same transformation, I may not be your opponent. Kakarot, it's useless. I can sense that your strength is not much different from mine. Vegeta shook his head gently, since I am not his opponent, I am afraid you can't do it either. Son Goku. Dad, let's go together. Son Gohan said, and golden flames burst out around him. Swish, swish. Arcs of electricity also emerged around Son Gohan. What? Vegeta's face was not very calm. Even this kid has realized this level of transformation? How the hell is this possible? Am I seeing right? Is that Gohan? Piccolo was surprised and happy. Hehe, actually I realized this transformation 4 years ago, but later I was delayed by my studies and didn't change for a long time, so I'm not very proficient. Son Gohan scratched his head. Vegeta was about to cry. Even a Saiyan hybrid could easily become this level? Am I going to live? However, the only thing that made Vegeta feel fortunate was that Son Gohan's transformation seemed to be weaker than his own and Kakarot's. However, after Vegeta thought about why this kid was weaker than him, he became a little uneasy. Vegeta knew that the reason why Son Gohan was weaker was because he put all his energy into studying. Vegeta believed that except for taking a little time to accompany Emily shopping, the rest of his time was spent on training. Even so, he was only a little stronger than Son Gohan. It's unfair. I am the most talented warrior. How could I lose to them, father and son? Dad, let's fight side by side. The three of us can definitely defeat Bu. Son Gohan is full of confidence. No, Gohan, I want to challenge him personally. Son Goku shook his head gently. Ah. Son Gohan was stunned. What? Kakarot, what did you say? Vegeta was also stunned. Don't you know that our level of transformation is still far behind that fat man? I carefully weighed it, and my strength should be about the same as Bu. Son Goku said confidently. What? Vegeta widened his eyes. Bu looked at Son Goku in surprise. Goku said that his strength is not much different from Bu's. Krillin scratched his head. Vegeta is a lesson learned, and their transformations are the same. Old Son said it's not a big problem, so there shouldn't be any problem. Pico smiled. Chapter 151, creating senzu beans. This group of warmongers. Do you really think Bu can be defeated so easily? When King Kai said this, he glanced in the direction of Fang Yun. Fang Yun put his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. Did this guy really come here to eat melons? No, if you want to eat melons, just eat them well. It's you. It's all you. You kicked Bu awake. And Broly, you are so powerful, why don't you go and fight? Why are you still standing behind Fang Yun like a telephone pole? Shameless. Bu, I know that with my current transformation, no matter how hard I try, I can never be your opponent. Sun Wukong looked at Bu with a smile. Bu nodded seriously. You are right, how can you be my opponent? Very good, then let me show you my true strength. Sun Wukong smiled. Boom. As he spoke, the energy around Sun Wukong surged out crazily. Layers of energy storms spread around as if they were free. Endless breath penetrated the atmosphere and wandered in the universe. Looking at Sun Wukong again, it was even more, his whole body flashed with golden flames. What? What is he going to do? Vegeta trembled all over. Dad, what happened to you? Son Gohan was also scared. Old Son Piccolo was also worried about Son Goku. Goku, are you okay? Krillin exclaimed. Snap. The next moment, Son Goku's hair was waist-length, and his eyebrows became a line, deeply embedded in his eye sockets. Super Saiyan 3rd Stage. Transformation. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Bu. Son Goku had a smile on his face. Oh. Bu was also surprised to see Son Goku's current transformation. If the previous transformation is called Super Saiyan 2nd Stage, then my current transformation can be called Super Saiyan 3rd Stage. Son Goku smiled. Vegeta's whole body was trembling, and his face became extremely ugly. Son Gohan was surprised. Pico had a smile on his face. Krillin's eyes widened in shock, at a loss. Broly. This guy is really powerful. Can we start? Sun Wukong looked at Bu with a smile. Swish. Sun Wukong's figure flashed and quickly appeared beside Bu. The next moment, Sun Wukong grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head and lifted him up. Sun Wukong took Bu to the sky. Bang bang bang. Sun Wukong grabbed Bu's tentacles with his left hand, clenched his right fist and punched Bu's head one by one. Bu was like a sandbag, being beaten by Sun Wukong. Bang. Sun Wukong kicked Bu into the air. Kameha. Sun Wukong's hand burst into flames, and a Qigong wave flew over. Bang. The Qigong wave blew off the left half of Bu's body on the spot. Pa. But soon, Bu's body recovered through regeneration. Swish, swish, swish. Energy burst out from the fingertips of Bu's hands, and energy bombs shot towards Son Goku. Bang, bang, bang. Son Goku slapped them one by one, and immediately knocked away the flying energy bombs. Hey! Bu's arm suddenly stretched several times longer, and punched Son Goku in the face. Son Goku leaned back slightly, turned his head, and looked at Bu with a smile. Bu's eyes widened. Swish! Son Goku's figure flashed, and suddenly appeared in front of Bu. Bang! Son Goku's knee hit Bu's face heavily. Suddenly, Bu's fat face was hit with a concave surface. Pa! Son Goku grabbed Bu's arm and spun rapidly on the spot. Swish! As soon as Sun Wukong let go, Bu flew out and hit the ground heavily, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground. Bu! Babadai panicked. NNN. Vegeta felt 10,000 points of critical damage. Super Saiyan 3? How come I didn't know that Super Saiyans could transform like this? This is impossible. I am the most powerful Saiyan. What a joke. King Kai's eyes flashed with brilliance. Originally, King Kai naively thought that Bu's appearance was the end of the road. What he didn't expect was that Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 could be so powerful. Zero, please give me flowers. Pa! Bu flew out of the pit and bared his teeth at Sun Wukong. This guy is really tough. Sun Wukong smiled at Fang Yun. Okay, if you two continue to fight at the current level, it will probably take an hour or two to decide the winner. Fang Yun spoke. Ah? What do you mean? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Bu also looked at Fang Yun silently. Shua. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a senzu bean appeared in Fang Yun's hand. This is Fang Yun's new research skill. Creating senzu beans. Bu. Fang Yun said, throwing the senzu bean to Bu. Bu was stunned for a moment, took the senzu bean, and looked at Fang Yun in confusion. Eat it, and your energy will be restored to its peak. Fang Yun smiled at Bu. 00. Et. Bu was stunned for a moment, but still ate the senzu bean in one gulp. Boom. Suddenly, extremely powerful energy emerged from Bu's body. Endless aura burst out from Bu's body. Sun Wukong. Vegeta. Sun Wuhan. Kaishin. Fang Yun, what do you want to do? Who can defeat him now? Can Sun Wukong do it? Sun Wukong finally has a chance to win, but you gave Bu a senzu bean? You are a good person. I can order Bu to kill you last. Babadai also laughed and felt very good. Don't you want to see the real Scion? Fang Yun ignored Babadai and dealt with him later. He immediately looked at Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta. Real Scion? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Broly, show them what a real Super Saiyan is. Fang Yun said with a smile. Okay, boss. Broly nodded gently. What? Broly is a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was stunned. No way. Broly is also a Super Saiyan. Krillin exclaimed. Vegeta has always said that Broly is not a Saiyan, but the tale behind him can explain his identity. Piccolo said lightly. Wow. Powerful energy spread out from Broly's body. Endless breath, with Broly as the center, madly emerged. Chapter 152, Fang Yun. Snap. Broly's hair stood up high and turned into a Super Saiyan. Ape Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan with the power of ape. What? He is really a Saiyan. Vegeta was shocked. He became a Super Saiyan. Krillin exclaimed. Why? Why is his aura so much stronger when they are both Super Saiyans? Piccolo's face was covered with cold sweat. This is impossible. This is impossible. How come I have never heard of such a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was trembling all over. Bu's eyes widened, and he felt an unprecedented crisis. Swish! After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Broly flew towards Bu at a high speed. Bu's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. Snap! When Bu reacted, he felt his head tighten. Bu looked closely and found that his head had been pinched by the other party. Bang! Broly pressed Bu's fat head and smashed it heavily on the ground. Puff! Bu spurted blood from his mouth at that time. Bang! Broly put his hand on Bu's mouth, and a flame emerged. Poor Bu, just about to spray blood, was hit back by Broly's energy. Puff! The next moment, blood sprayed out from behind Bu. Sizzle! Broly pressed Bu's head and slid on the ground. It seemed that after sliding for a distance, Broly felt that it was not enough, so he pressed Bu's head again and rubbed it hard on the nearby rocks. Bu's head was rubbed flat. Then, Broly grabbed Bu's neck and lifted him up high. Looking at Bu again, he looked listless. Bang! Broly threw Bu heavily to the ground. Bu fell to the ground. Goku, King Kai, and others were completely stunned. Is it over? Isn't this too easy? It took less than a minute in total, it was simply a beating. Bu had no ability to resist at all. I told you, even if Bu is released, he can be easily beaten. Fang Yun stepped forward and patted the King of the Kai on the shoulder. King of the Kai. Is it true? Am I dreaming? Is that guy really Bu? Why do I have a feeling that it's unreal? Will Bu be defeated so easily? Bu, my Bu! Babadai shouted Bu's name in fear. Bu narrowed his eyes. Don't call me. You idiot. Call me now. Should I wake up or continue to pretend to be unconscious? This guy is not easy to deal with. I'd better pretend to be unconscious. As for you, Babadai, how should I punish you? Fang Yun looked at Babadai with interest. Bu pricked up his ears. Is Babadai going to be punished? This hateful guy dares to control me? It's better to kill him quickly. Do you dare not let your little brother take action? Let's compete in magic ourselves. Babadai shuddered, gritted his teeth, and looked at Fang Yun. Oh? Compete in magic? Fang Yun smiled. Yes, you and I are both magicians. Let's compete in magic in the way of magicians. Babadai said. Bang! Fang Yun slapped Babadai into a meat pie with a slap. Babadai didn't even react before he turned into a pool of meat paste. However, Babadai, a strange creature, is not completely dead yet. Why? Why? Babadai asked Fang Yun through his magic thoughts. Didn't we agree to compete in magic? Why the hell did you do it? When did I say I was a magician? Fang Yun asked in front of everyone present. Sun Wukong and others were stunned. Now thinking about it carefully, Fang Yun seems to have never admitted that he is a magician. No one knows who first said the magician thing. Fang Yun did not refute or admit it. Clin vaguely remembered that at the beginning, some people said that Fang Yun was a magician. I don't know when Fang Yun evolved into a magician. Since then, Fang Yun has always kept the title of magician. Think about it, did I say I am a magician? Fang Yun looked around and asked Sun Wukong and others. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Krillin also shook his head vigorously. Hurry up and give me back my ears. I have behaved so well. Indeed, I didn't. Piccolo replied. Yeah, I didn't say that. Sun Gohan laughed dryly. You are just a little magician, and you dare to shout in front of me. Fang Yun said, crushing the last bit of magic vitality of Babadai with one foot. Babadai, dead. Bew. So cruel. I'd better continue to pretend to be unconscious. I can't afford to offend this guy. No, to be precise, I can't afford to offend this guy's younger brother. You'd better leave quickly. I can't beat your younger brother. Boring, I thought that after the birth of Majin Buu, there would be something interesting, but it turned out to be just like that. Fang Yun sighed, okay, the rest is up to you, I'm leaving. Speaking, Fang Yun flew into the sky. Broly has also returned to normal and followed behind Fang Yun. Videli did not hesitate at all and walked side by side with Fang Yun. The three of them disappeared without a trace in the sky. Leaving now? King Kai was a little confused. Fang Yun, my ear. Krillin suddenly reacted and shouted loudly. However, Fang Yun had already walked away. Don't worry about your ear now, find a way to get rid of Buu first, his existence is an unstable factor after all. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Krillin. It feels that it is not your ear. It's okay if I don't have a nose. How can I find a girlfriend in the future if I don't even have ears? Pico, you are too much. Kill him while he is unconscious. King Kai said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, hurry up and destroy him. But how to destroy him? He can regenerate. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Use Qi, use the purest Qi, and he will not be able to regenerate. King Kai guessed. Okay, I'll try. Sun Wukong nodded, and the golden flames around him bloomed, and he turned into a Super Saiyan 3 again. The next moment, Sun Wukong pointed his hand at Buu's body. Boom. However, just when Sun Wukong was about to kill Buu on the spot, Buu's body suddenly swelled up. Accompanied by a loud bang, Buu's body was blown into pieces at that time. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Buu, it seems that he blew himself up? Why is he so depressed? Chapter 153, The Earth also has a magic sword. Not good. Buu's regeneration ability is particularly strong. He chose to self-destruct in order to hide and let himself be reborn. King Kai reacted suddenly. Then, we will immediately find the pieces of meat after his self-destruction and destroy them. Piccolo made a prompt decision. Piccolo is right, act immediately. King Kai called out. Everyone present took action to destroy the pieces of meat left by Buu's explosion. However, there were too many pieces of meat left by Buu's explosion, so how could they be found one by one? 10 minutes later. Kaishin, Son Goku and others gathered together again. There should be some pieces of meat left that have not been destroyed. Kaishin shook his head, this is troublesome, Buu will definitely regenerate. It's a headache, Son Goku scratched his head and comforted, but it's okay, Lord Kaishin, even if he regenerates, I will find a way to defeat him. Kaishin took a deep look at Son Goku and nodded gently. Yes, the strength of these Saiyans has exceeded my imagination. They do have the ability to kill Buu. It seems that I, Kaishin, am ignorant. Besides, even if they can't kill Buu, don't they still have Fang Yun's little brother Broly? Goku, if you go all out, can you really defeat Buu? Krillin asked. It's hard to say. It should be similar to what Fang Yun said. It's hard to tell who will win between the two of us in a short time. I calculated that maybe I'm a little stronger than him. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. What about Fang Yun? Is he going to ignore this matter? Asked King Kai. Everyone present nodded solemnly. King Kai. Really ignore it? King Kai is tired. How can there be such a weird person? Bu is about to destroy the earth, and you still don't care? Forget it, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. King Kai has a new understanding of life. By the way, there is a way to improve the strength of everyone present. King Kai suddenly thought of something and said to Sun Wukong. What way? Asked Sun Wukong. Although Vegeta didn't say anything, he also pricked up his ears and listened carefully. In our King Kai realm, there is a magic sword. It is said that as long as the magic sword is pulled out, you will have endless power. King Kai said. Excalibur. Sun Wukong was stunned. Tisk, what did I think it was? It turned out to be that kind of boring thing. Vegeta snorted. Excalibur? What's the difference between it and the Excalibur we know? Sun Wuhan muttered. On Mr. Mutant's island, the Excalibur was moved by someone. Krillin said. Sun Wukong and others immediately looked at Krillin. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Krillin shook his head. Vegeta felt a little proud. I picked it up. I'm awesome, right? I, Vegeta, picked up the sword that you couldn't lift. However, Vegeta was only proud for 2 seconds, and soon felt inexplicable sadness. Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan 3. And me. Vegeta. The Scion of the Fighting Nation. Super Genius Warrior. Now it's just a transformation named Super Saiyan 2 by him. Vegeta's mood is extremely complicated. Why? Why can't I surpass him? And that Broly. How can he be a Saiyan 2? How can there be such a strange Saiyan? Why is his transformation completely different from ours? Just an ordinary Super Saiyan 1, can he beat Bu? I don't believe it. This is not true. Vegeta was shouting in his heart. Is there a divine sword on earth? King Kai was stunned and asked. Yes, the divine sword on earth is similar to the story of the divine sword told by King Kai. Sun Wukong explained, the divine sword on earth says that whoever can pick it up will gain the powerful power of the divine sword. So many years have passed, and no one has been able to pick up the divine sword. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong tried to pick up the divine sword, but the divine sword still could not be moved. From that time on, Sun Wukong gave up trying to get the divine sword. Even the Super Saiyan could not pick it up, which meant that the divine sword was not for him. Although Son Gohan's strength had also been greatly improved, he also wanted to pick up the divine sword, but Son Gohan found that even his father could not pick it up, let alone himself. Therefore, Sun Wukong and his son, Son Gohan, did not try to touch the divine sword again. As for Piccolo, he did not believe in this weird legend at all. Besides, even if Piccolo believed it, he could not pick up the divine sword. Really? It's quite a coincidence. King Kai didn't think much about it, nodded lightly, and sighed again. It's a pity that the sword in King Kai's world is lost. If I can pull out this sword, I think I will have no problem dealing with Bu. Lost? How did it get lost? Krillin asked curiously. A flash of inspiration flashed in King Kai's mind, and he suddenly thought of something. Oh my god! This must be Fang Yun who took the sword away, right? Fang Yun took away his ring that year. The sword and earrings were also taken away by this guy, right? In this case, the sword they are talking about is probably the one in the God realm. Can you take me to see the sword on earth? King Kai asked. Of course it's no problem. Sun Wukong nodded, but it will take us some time to fly from here, the distance is a bit far. If Grandpa Kame is at home, we can teleport there. Then fly over. Kaishin smiled, with our speed, I believe we will be there soon, right? That's right. Sun Wukong replied. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone flew into the sky and flew quickly towards the island of Kame. Since we can't find Bu and we know that Bu is still alive, let's improve our strength as soon as possible. Lest Bu really recover, we will be blind at that time. Sun Wukong also wants to improve his own strength as soon as possible. After all although he will become a Super Saiyan 3, he is only a little stronger than Bu. After careful consideration, Sun Wukong feels that he may not be able to successfully kill Bu. After all, Bu's physique is extremely special. At the end of the battle, it may be himself who suffers. Swoosh! At this time, a golden flame broke away from the team and flew away quickly. Hey, Vegeta, where are you going? Sun Wukong asked hurriedly. It was Vegeta who flew away. Vegeta ignored him and increased his flying speed. Old son, don't worry about him. He must have been greatly stimulated today. Piccolo sighed, I guess he went to find a place to practice. Chapter 154, Whis, where is your sister? Yeah, Goku, your Super Saiyan 3 Broly beat Bu. I think Vegeta must be very desperate. Krillin sighed and looked at Son Gohan again, also, even Gohan can become Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta must feel bad. Krillin, you are right. Sun Wukong nodded, I didn't think so much. The most miserable person today is Vegeta. Krillin sighed to the sky. No, you're wrong. The most miserable person today is not Vegeta. Piccolo replied, looking at Krillin silently. Krillin. Don't look at me. What do you think I mean? Although I, Krillin, have no ears, I am definitely not as miserable as Vegeta. Whis, I haven't seen you for so many years. What are you busy with? Fang Yun talked to Whis directly. Fang Yun knew that Whis could hear his voice. What else can I be busy with? I'm taking care of Beerus's daily life. Whis laughed. Actually, I don't want to ask about your affairs. I'm just being polite to you. You don't have to explain so much. Fang Yun smiled. Whis, you are so honest. I don't know how to respond. Where is your sister, is she still alive? Fang Yun asked again. Wise. How can you talk like that? My sister is an angel after all. Yes, yes, Wise smiled. Where is Makarita? Fang Yun asked again. They are not in our universe either, they are far away, and they all have their own things to do. Wise replied. I ask you Wise, am I not the great king of all? Fang Yun asked directly. Fang Yun felt strange just now. In the past, when Wise talked to himself, he would respectfully say Lord Great King of all. Now this title is gone. Fang Yun is not stupid, he quickly reacted, and took this opportunity to ask a question. Wise. How should I respond to your words? If I say that you are not the reborn Lord Great King of all, how embarrassed would my sister and I be when we licked you before? You are the reincarnated Great All King, but you are not. Forget it, I'd better keep silent. Since you don't say anything, I basically know. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Please forgive me for not being able to speak clearly about this matter. Whis did not answer this question directly. Okay, I understand. Fang Yun didn't have anything to be sad about. And when he heard that he was not the reincarnation of the Great All King, Fang Yun was relieved. What if he was really the reincarnation of the Great All King? Then, am I really myself? Or is it the Great All King himself? At that time, the Great All King had independent consciousness and erased his own consciousness. That would be really tragic. Ahem, Fang Yun, you are wrong about one thing. Even if the current Lord Kaishin dies, Lord Beerus will be fine. Whis quickly changed the subject. When Whis said this, he couldn't help but take out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. The situation was urgent before, and you almost fooled me. What do you mean? Fang Yun asked with a smile. The one who has a life connection with Lord Beerus is the one sealed in the sword, not the current Lord Kaishin. Whis smiled. I know. Fang Yun nodded. No. Whis was stunned for a moment. I just want to detect and talk to you. Can you sense it immediately? Fang Yun replied. Whis. Do you really think I care about the life and death of this guy, Lord Kaishin? Fang Yun smiled. Whis was silent. After so many years, Whis felt that Fang Yun had become more mature than before. No, more shameless. Why didn't I think this kid was shameless before? That's right, I thought he was Lord Daquan before, how could I think he was shameless? Ahem, I have something else to do, let's do this for now. After Whis finished speaking, he directly terminated the call. Who is Whis? Videl asked curiously. Videl, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Fang Yun touched Videl's hair, knowing too much is not a good thing. Beidle didn't say anything. Mysterious. Forget it, don't ask. Broly followed behind silently, without saying a word. Broly has developed the ability to ignore the outside world and only care about Fang Yun's little brother. Are we going back to the martial arts conference? Beidle asked. Yes, go back to pick up Bulma. The earth is not safe for the time being. Take this opportunity to take her out for a walk. Fang Yun pondered. The earth is not safe? What do you mean? Beidle was stunned. Bu is still alive. If he destroys the earth directly, you will not be able to survive in the universe. Fang Yun said. Beidle smiled bitterly, what about you? I'm fine. I can survive in the universe. Fang Yun replied. Videl. Broly. A short silence. Even Broly can't do it. Videl looked back at Broly. I can't do it. Broly shook his head. It would be better if Broly could just kill Bu, so there would be no trouble. Videl suggested. Let Broly do everything, why do Son Goku and the others? Fang Yun smiled slightly, they are the guardians of the earth, I'm just here to eat melons. Videl. Then where are we going? Videl asked again. Let's go to Idrit. Fang Yun suggested. Videl was silent. Videl remembered that Elder Pibala of Idrit said that he never wanted to see Fang Yun again. Idrit, Fang Yun is not welcome either. I really don't know how Fang Yun offended these kind people of Idrit. 5 minutes later. Son Goku and the others landed on Master Kame's island. When he saw the sword lying on the ground, the eyes of the King of the Worlds turned red and tears were about to fall. This is really the sword of the King of the Worlds. I didn't expect it to be here. Fang Yun. It's you again. If it's not you, who else could it be? It's so abominable. However, this thing was lost and found again, the world the King God was still very happy. Yes, this sword is the one from the Kaishan realm. The King God announced. Ah! This is the sword from the Kaishan realm. Sun Wukong was quite surprised. No wonder no one has been able to pick it up for so many years. Krillin exclaimed. This explains why no one has moved the sword so far. Piccolo smiled. But, how did the sword from the Kaishan realm get to Earth? How did it come to Master Kame's island? Krillin asked in confusion. Chapter 155, Fang Yun gains the power of the sword. I suddenly remembered that several years ago, Fang Yun said he wanted to borrow it, and then I guessed that he brought it here. I forgot about it later. The King God scratched his head and laughed dryly. I won't tell you that it was Fang Yun, that shameless guy, who attacked me, knocked me out, and stole the sword. If that were the case, wouldn't I, the King God, be ashamed? However, no one cared about how King Kai got the sword. That was not important. Is this sword really so magical? Sun Wukong was even more curious. There is indeed such a legend in the God realm. King Kai smiled. No, Wukong, have you ever thought of a question? Krillin suddenly thought of something and his face changed color. What question? Sun Wukong asked. How do I remember that Fang Yun looked like this when we were very young several years ago? Krillin pondered, that is to say, Fang Yun could get this sword a long time ago? If the sword was really placed here by him. Sun Wukong's eyes also flashed. Yes, such a simple question, why did I figure it out now? The people present were speechless. But, what exactly does Fang Yun mean by bringing the sword here? Let's not worry about what Fang Yun means. Let's try to see if we can pick up this sword. Sun Wukong suggested, and then turned to look at Sun Wuhan. Gohan, you go first. Ah? Me first. Sun Wuhan pointed to his nose, then nodded slightly, his expression became solemn. Okay, I'll try first. Snap. Sun Wuhan turned into a Super Saiyan, put his hand on the hilt, and gently exerted force. The sword was moved a little. It really can be moved. Sun Wuhan was surprised, and then exclaimed, but it's so heavy. Gohan, turn into a Super Saiyan 2 and try. Sun Wukong suggested. Yeah, okay. Sun Wuhan nodded. Snap. Sun Wuhan's hair stood up high, and he turned into a Super Saiyan 2, with arcs jumping around him. Hey! Sun Wuhan gently exerted force and picked up the sword. Kaishin widened his eyes, looking surprised. You picked up the sword right away? How amazing! Is this the Super Scion? This sword is so heavy. Although Gohan picked up the sword, he had a hard time swinging it. Gohan, how do you feel? Do you feel a strong force? Asked King Kai. No, this sword doesn't seem to have any energy enhancement except that it's very heavy. Gohan shook his head. Wukong, why don't you try? King Kai looked at Goku again. Okay. Goku nodded and took the sword from Gohan. Dad, it's really heavy. You'd better be careful not to get hurt. Gohan said. Although Gohan had given a reminder, Goku was slightly dodged by the sword after taking it. It's really heavy. Goku was also staggering with the sword, as if he was drunk. There is no special energy enhancement. This sword has no other function except that it's heavier. Goku was a little disappointed. King Kai. How can a legend be false? No, it must not be like this. You think, when Fang Yun picked up this sword, did he get powerful energy from it, which led to his current achievements? For example, his erasure was not obtained from the sword, right? Krillin suddenly had an idea and expressed his doubts. After hearing Krillin's words, King Kai's eyes lit up. Krillin is right. Yes, it must be Fang Yun. Fang Yun must have obtained energy from the sword to have his current strength. Otherwise, how did Fang Yun grow so fast? Now that I think about it carefully, what Krillin said seems to make sense. King Kai nodded gently. It is precisely because Fang Yun has obtained the energy in the sword that he threw the sword here casually. That's not right. Before Fang Yun came to Earth, it seemed that he could erase Frisia's ears. Sun Wukong said. This, maybe it's some other ability. Krillin hesitated and replied. Since this sword is no longer useful, what should we do now? Sun Wukong returned the sword to Gohan. There is another way, and it is the only way. King Kai pondered. Goku, you and Gohan follow me to King Kai realm. I will think, if this sword still has energy, maybe it can be released in the Kaishin realm. Maybe, this is our only chance. Kaishin realm? Sun Wukong was stunned. Krillin. Pico. You might as well just say that you don't want us to go. I'll take you there now. Kaishin responded, and looked at Krillin and Piccolo. You two should find a place to hide first. There can't be so many people in the Kaishin realm at one time. It's against the rules. Please forgive me. It's okay. Krillin smiled. Even if we go, we won't be able to help. Then, I wish you good luck. Kaishin called out. Shua. Then, Kaishin teleported, took Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and the sword, and appeared in the Kaishin realm in a flash. We're here, this is the Kaishin realm. Kaishin announced. We're here already? Was that teleportation? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Yes. Kaishin nodded. There's no one around here, how did you do it? Sun Wukong became even more curious. I can teleport too, but I have to sense that person's breath, that is, I can't teleport to a place where there's no one. My teleportation is unique to Kaishin, and it's different from yours. Kaishin smiled. Wukong, did you learn teleportation from the Idrit people? Ah, yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Haha, I've known for a long time that the Idrit people can use some special skills, and their control of Qi is also very remarkable. Kaishin smiled slightly, and a bright spot suddenly flashed in his mind. The question of how Fang Yun came to the Kaishin realm outlined a preliminary outline in Kaishin's mind. By the way, Lord Kaishin, how are we going to try this sword? Sun Wukong asked. Try swinging the sword. Kaishin interrupted his train of thought and looked at Sun Wuhan and said, speaking of which, I don't know much about this sword, but there is such an ancient legend in the God realm. I hope Fang Yun didn't absorb the special energy of the sword. Chapter 156, The Earth is about to be destroyed, and you still have the mind to travel. Gohan, let's start. Sun Wukong called to Gohan. Yes, Dad. Sun Gohan nodded solemnly, waving the sword on the land of the Kaishin realm. Half an hour later. Sun Gohan was panting heavily, and the energy in his body was only increased a little bit. This little increase was also obtained by Sun Gohan's weight-bearing training. So, the power of the sword was really taken away by Fang Yun. King Kai said in a deep voice. Is there really such a magical power? Sun Wukong was a little unconvinced. Anyway, even if there is such a power, I don't think it may be a good thing to get it. I still like the energy I get from my own practice. King Kai was silent. You are so confident. Since we can't get that kind of power, let's not waste time on it. I think the weight of this sword is a good choice, which can be used for practice. Sun Wukong suggested, Gohan, you continue to skillfully control this sword. Or, this sword is extremely sharp, and it may not be able to regenerate Bu by cutting off Bu's body. What you said seems to make sense. King Kai nodded. How about this, let's try the sharpness of this sword first. Sun Wukong said, and went to the side to lift up a stone mountain, and said to Wuhan, Wuhan, I'll throw this rock over, and see if you can cut it. I think it will be as easy as cutting tofu. Sun Gohan nodded. King Kai. That's the sword. What do you think of the sword? Use it to cut stones? Isn't it embarrassing? Isn't it embarrassing? Shua. King Kai waved his hand lightly, and there was already a cube-shaped black block in his hand. Try this, it's the hardest thing in the universe, and its name is fine steel. Shen Kai said, throwing the steel to Son Goku. Shen Goku's knees softened slightly, and his body sank slightly. It's so heavy. Son Goku laughed. Let's get started. Shen Kai smiled. Okay, Gohan, get ready. Son Goku said, throwing the steel in his hand. Shen Gohan swung his sword and chopped on the steel. Crack! Suddenly, the sword made a crisp sound and broke in the middle. Gohan! Goku! Kaishin! What's going on? This is the sword. Why did it break like that? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? Kaishin felt that he was not calm at all. The scene of the world's first martial arts tournament. After the final agreement of the organizing committee, the tournament continued, but because of Satan's proposal, it was finally changed to a team competition. All the remaining players came to the ring to decide the winner. The three androids easily eliminated everyone except Satan. Satan was so scared that he was shaking all over and his face turned pale. This guy's family seems to be quite rich. How about blackmailing him? Asking him to give us more bonuses? Then, we give him the first place. Number 17 suggested. Whatever you want. Number 18 smiled. I don't care. Number 16 nodded gently. Then, number 17 rushed up and clamped Satan's neck. Satan's face turned pale. If you don't want to die, just listen to me honestly. Number 17 said with a smile, as long as you give me an extra 20 million, I will let you win the championship. In fact, the champion can get 10 million, you only need to pay another 10 million. Is this a fair deal? Okay, I agree. Satan quickly agreed. Next, number 17 deliberately lost to Satan. Number 16 and number 18 also pretended to accidentally fall off the ring. Satan successfully won the championship again. Dad won the championship. Videl appeared in the sky above the martial arts competition, a little excited, and then whispered, but since Broly and Son Goku are not at the martial arts competition, it will be easy for Dad to win. Go find your dad. Fang Yun patted Videl's shoulder. Yeah. Videl nodded. Swish. Videl fell from the sky and landed next to Satan. Satan was a little confused, staring at Videl who fell from the sky without blinking, his face full of disbelief. Videl? How did she appear? Why don't I know? Dad, congratulations on winning the championship. Videl said hurriedly. Videl, what have you been doing these months? Satan grabbed Videl and asked. Nothing, I just went to Yadrid to practice. Videl smiled. Zero, please give me flowers. What Yadrid? Satan had never heard of such a place. It's the planet Yadrid. The people on that planet are very nice. Bidalai replied. Bidalai, did you hit your head? My Bidalai, what happened to you? Satan looked worried. Dad, now is not the time to talk about this. Fang Yun said that the earth may be in danger. We have to leave the earth as soon as possible. Bidalai said, pulling Satan into the sky. Satan was confused. Who is Fang Yun? Hey? Why am I flying? No. It's my daughter who is flying? How come I don't know? Swish. Bidalai quickly appeared on the platform built by Fang Yun with Satan. Zero. All the spectators in the stands were also stunned. Satan flew? No, it seems that he was flying under the traction of his daughter. Then, they flew above the ring and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? What happened? Where did that guy called Satan go? Number 17 also found that the situation was not good. There is energy fluctuation above the ring. Number 16 frowned. Above the ring? There is nothing. Number 18 raised his eyes and shook his head gently. There must be something. Let's go up and take a look. Number 17 suggested. Since you are worried, let's go and take a look. Number 18 did not object. The three of them immediately flew up and appeared on the circular platform. Just when the three appeared in the sky above the platform was suddenly revealed. And on the platform, it was Fang Yun, Bulma, Kikai, Master Roshi, Beidel, Satan and others. Even Tais, after Fang Yun left, quickly rushed over after finishing the work at hand. Is it Fang Yun and them? Number 18 found Fang Yun. What are they doing? Number 17 didn't quite understand. You're here too. Fang Yun greeted with a smile, it's good that you're here. The Earth will probably face a catastrophe soon. Do you want to follow me to travel to other planets first? Number 17. Number 18. Number 16. The Earth is about to face a catastrophe, and you still have the mind to travel? Chapter 157, King Kai, are you there? What happened? Number 17 asked. A monster more terrible than Cell has appeared. There is a 90% chance that the Earth will be destroyed by him. Fang Yun said. Are you kidding? The Earth is going to be destroyed. Satan didn't believe it. Dad, don't talk. Beidel quickly stopped Satan. The three androids were silent and nodded in agreement. It's better to be careful about this kind of thing. If the Earth is really destroyed, although they are androids, they can't survive in space. King Kai, are you there? Fang Yun suddenly shouted. King Kai's planet. King Kai was lying on a recliner looking at the sky. Suddenly, Fang Yun's voice came from afar. King Kai sat up from the recliner at that moment. What happened? How did Fang Yun's voice appear? When did this kid have this ability? I am King Kai, Fang Yun Yuri looking for me. King Kai replied. Notify my relatives and friends and ask them to gather above the martial arts tournament arena immediately. Give them 5 minutes. No more waiting. Fang Yun said directly. What happened? King Kai asked curiously. In the original work of Dragon Ball, because Son Goku died during the Buu period, he usually wandered around and played with King Kai in the underworld. Therefore, during the period when Son Goku participated in the world's first martial arts tournament, King Kai had been observing the movements on Earth. But in the era where Fang Yun lives now, Son Goku did not die in the battle with Cell, so King Kai did not focus on Earth. King Kai did not know that King Kai had come to Earth. Naturally, King Kai would not know that a terrible monster had been born on Earth. Don't ask so many questions, just notify them. Fang Yun did not explain. King Kai. Your tone of voice really annoys me. What happened? Where's Goku? King Kai was looking for Goku on Earth. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find Sun Wukong. I've already informed Tien Shinyan and Yamura. While looking for Sun Wukong, King Kai also told Tien Shinyan and Yamura about Fang Yun. Thank you for your help. Fang Yun nodded. By the way, Fang Yun, where's Goku? King Kai asked. It seems Gohan is not on Earth either. They must have gone to the Kaishan realm. Fang Yun guessed. What? The Kaishan realm? King Kai's face changed color. Kaishan? Is it Lord Kaishan? Why did he appear on Earth? Fang Yun ignored him and took out the amethyst that Pibara had given him and crushed it on the spot. Swish! Pibala is indeed the best teleporter. He appeared beside Fang Yun in a flash. Fang Yun, is there something wrong? Pibala asked with a dark face. It's not a big deal. The Earth may not be peaceful recently. I want to transfer them all to Adrit Brigade for tourism. Fang Yun called. What happened on the Earth? Pibala asked nervously. Have you heard of Majin Buu? Fang Yun asked. What? Majin Buu? Pibala shuddered, the guy that even Frisia dared not provoke? Did he appear on the Earth? Yes. Fang Yun nodded. The Earth is in danger. I'm afraid that just as you said, the Earth will really face a catastrophe. P-Bala said in a trembling voice. Yeah, that's right. Fang Yun replied with his hands behind his back. Where is Bu now? P-Bala asked. I don't seem to sense his spirito, which is what you call aura. He was beaten by Broly and exploded out of anger. Fang Yun replied. P-Bala was stunned at the time. Then, P-Bala looked at Broly behind Fang Yun without blinking. Bu was beaten by him? Are you kidding? Is this man so powerful? The question is, if you can beat Bu, why do you want to leave the Earth? The reason I left the Earth is to give Bu a fighting space. If Broly and I are here, he dare not do evil. Fang Yun smiled. P-Bala. What do you mean? It feels like you want to indulge Majin Bu to do whatever he wants? You are so evil. In 5 minutes, we will officially set off. Fang Yun said. P-Bala felt that he was not calm at all. Departure in 5 minutes? You called me here so early, what do you mean? I am very busy, okay? I am the great elder of Yadrit, I have a lot of things to do. 5 minutes is enough for me to make a cup of coffee. By the way, you came at the right time, P-Bala, go to Taiza's house to pick up her parents. Fang Yun ordered. It is not far from Bulma's house, right? Fly there and fly back. P-Bala muttered in a low voice. Fang Yun just looked at P-Bala with a smile, and did not speak. P-Bala shut up quickly. What the hell am I talking to Fang Yun about? Do we still want the sun of Yadrit? Last time Fang Yun wiped out a sun, which made Yadrit fall into a cold winter. Until now, people on our planet are still in the shadow. Swish! P-Bala quickly left by teleporting. In less than a minute, P-Bala came back. However, P-Bala did not bring Bulma's parents with him. Sorry, they refused to come, saying that they couldn't bear to leave the dinosaurs and small animals at home. P-Bala scratched his head. Mom and Dad are just like that, Tai-Sai sighed. It's time, and you still miss those dinosaurs and small animals. Bulma said loudly, and looked at Fang Yun, why don't you just wipe Bu out, brother-in-law, and we won't have to go through so much trouble. It's not us who are in trouble, it's Elder P-Bala who is in trouble. Fang Yun corrected. P-Bala. You are really real. Elder P-Bala, go again, don't talk nonsense with them, just bring them here. Fang Yun ordered. P-Bala went again with a dark face. Swish. This time, P-Bala used teleportation to forcibly bring Bulma's parents over. Bulma's parents were also helpless. 5 minutes later. Okay, time's up, let's go. Fang Yun looked at the time and said to P-Bala. Okay. P-Bala nodded, performed instant movement, and appeared on the land of Yadrit with Fang Yun and others. Just when Fang Yun and others had just left, Krillin, Piccolo, Leaping, Tien Shinyan and others also came one after another. We're late. Piccolo bared his teeth. Leaving? Fang Yun, you're not kind. You didn't even wait for us. Krillin exclaimed, 5 minutes, we can't get back at all. Chapter 158, You don't understand my creation. 5 minutes, from where we are, unless we fly at full speed, it's impossible to catch up. Piccolo's face was covered with cold sweat. Fang Yun, you're too much. Krillin sighed to the sky. I hate it so much, I don't want to die yet. Leaping raised his orchid finger, and his voice became much thinner. Krillin quickly distanced himself from Leaping. Yadrit. Everyone, welcome to Yadrit. P-Bala greeted. Bulma, Tais and Videl had all been to Yadrit before, so they were not unfamiliar with it. Dad, this is Yadrit. Videl explained to Satan. Yadrit? Is it really an alien planet? Satan looked up at the sun in the sky and found that it was indeed different from the one on Earth. Why does the sun here have double images? What a strange phenomenon. Also, the color of the plants here is not green, most of them are red. Could it be that I really came to an alien planet? Satan felt like he was dreaming for a while. The 3 androids were much calmer. We are now people who have seen the world. The place we went to, KE01, is a very magical existence. This kind of planet is simply not comparable to the Beerus planet we have been to, okay? The 3 androids watched coldly and felt that this planet was nothing special. Please feel free to come here, just treat this place as your home. P-Bala greeted enthusiastically. By the way, send me back, why did you bring me here? Fang Yun looked at P-Bala and said. P-Bala. If you don't come, why are you dragging them? You are so shameless. Have fun here, and I will come to pick you up after Bu is destroyed. Fang Yun waved his hand. Swish. The next moment, Fang Yun returned to Earth with the help of P-Bala. Broly was confused. Why didn't you take me back with you? I still want to continue to beat Bu. I haven't had enough yet. This time, Fang Yun left Broly in Yadrit and didn't bring him back to Earth. If Broly is brought back, even if Fan Bu is born, he will not be Broly's opponent. Go back, you've worked hard, P-Bala. Fang Yun patted P-Bala's shoulder. P-Bala was secretly happy. You didn't ask me for amethyst? So, I don't have to come to pick you up? However, P-Bala was only secretly happy for 3 seconds, and then he felt a little tired. If Fang Yun didn't give him the amethyst, Fang Yun would directly erase himself and then recover on Earth. Wouldn't he be even more miserable? Ahem, Fang Yun, did you forget to ask me for something? P-Bala asked with a dry laugh. You should take the initiative to give it to me, instead of me asking you for it. Fang Yun looked at P-Bala and said. P-Bala. How cheap am I that I should take the initiative to give it to you? Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't give it to me, I have it. Fang Yun smiled. You have it. P-Bala was stunned for a moment. Pa. While talking, a purple flame flashed in Fang Yun's hand. Suddenly, Fang Yun had a purple crystal in his hand, exactly the same as the one P-Bala gave him. P-Bala widened his eyes, with an incredible look on his face. Look, can I establish a connection with you? Fang Yun smiled. I didn't give you a new amethyst. How did you do it? P-Bala was stunned. Do you think I've been idle all these years? Fang Yun smiled. I've been studying a magical ability called creation in the past few years. I can easily create your amethyst and establish a connection with you. P-Bala. This person is amazing. He can even create my special amethyst. And not only your amethyst, but also many other things. I can create them. Fang Yun smiled and waved his hand gently. Swish. Suddenly, Fang Yun had a handful of magic beans in his hand. What is this? P-Bala's eyes rolled. Beans? Why did you create this thing? This is called magic beans. No matter how serious your injury is or how much physical energy you consume, eat one and you will recover immediately. Fang Yun said with a smile. What? So magical. P-Bala looked at the magic beans in Fang Yun's hand with envy. P-Bala, you have worked hard over the years. I am giving you this handful of magic beans to express my gratitude, Fang Yun said earnestly. Haha, it's my duty, P-Bala was overjoyed. Who can guarantee that he will not get hurt in his life? Although many people on Yadrit can perform healing, doesn't healing consume spirito? Now that we have senzu beans, we can quickly restore spirito. Well, since it's what I should do, I'll give you 3. Fang Yun said, took out 3 senzu beans and handed them to P-Bala. P-Bala took the 3 senzu beans with tears. You only gave me 3? How stingy you are! Since you can create so many senzu beans, just give me more. Look at you, P-Bala. Fang Yun sighed, you are the great elder of Yadrit, you shouldn't be greedy, I can provide you with endless senzu beans, but doing so will make the people on your planet have no scruples anymore, and maybe one day they will go to extinction. P-Bala. Forget it, I'll stop talking. You have raised the level to the extinction of the race. But P-Bala, I really appreciate you these years. If it weren't for your help, it would be troublesome for me to teleport back and forth here. Fang Yun wiped off the extra beans and looked at P-Bala and continued, so, in order to repay you, I also prepared a special gift for you. Haha, Fang Yun, you. P-Bala was about to say Fang Yun, you are too polite. However, P-Bala swallowed his words halfway. I just said something that I shouldn't have said, and I only got 3 beans. If I am polite to him now, I might lose this special gift. Haha, Fang Yun, you are really nice. P-Bala changed his words. Shua. A person suddenly appeared in Fang Yun's hand. This person looked exactly like a Yadrit, but looked a little weaker. P-Bala's pupils shrank at that time, and his face changed again and again. It's for you. Fang Yun sent this person to P-Bala's arms. P-Bala. You're welcome. Take it. Fang Yun greeted, I created it with great difficulty. I should be the most beautiful woman on your planet. P. Bala. Chapter 159, Vegeta, have you heard of Super 4? A short silence. Fang Yun, we Adrit people are hermaphrodites. P. Bala said with a dark face. Oh? Why don't I know? Fang Yun was stunned. So, your gift P. Bala was tired. I thought you were going to give me some good gift. The result is such a thing? Are you bored? In that case, Fang Yun said, and with a wave of his hand, the created Yadrit was wiped away. P. Bala's tears were about to fall. Tell me, what gift do you need? I'll see if I can create one for you. Fang Yun said generously. Ahem, no thanks. P. Bala wiped his sweat, I'll go back first, call me anytime if you need anything. When you figure out what you need, be sure to tell me. Fang Yun said, don't be polite with me. Okay. P. Bala nodded and left quickly. Kaishan realm. What? The sword is broken. Kaishan's face became extremely ugly, and he cried out. That's the sword. It just broke like that? It was Kaishan who insisted on using the hardest stone in the universe to try it. Sun Wukong was speechless. But don't worry, Lord Kaishan. I feel my strength has been greatly improved. If my father and I join forces, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Bu. Sun Gohan said confidently. I wonder if Bu has recovered. Sun Goku asked curiously. I didn't sense Bu's breath. I guess even if he has recovered, he has hidden his breath. King Kai pondered. Ahem. What are you talking about? Suddenly, an old voice sounded from behind the three of them. Kaishan was startled and looked back quickly. The person behind Kaishan was a very ugly old man, but the long robe unique to Kaishan on him was very eye-catching. Who are you? King Kai asked in amazement. I am King Kai, the King Kai before the 15th world, so I am your ancestor. Old King Kai said. What? Old Lord. The Kai opened his eyes wide and asked hurriedly, how did you appear? Idiot, I came out of that holy sword. If the holy sword hadn't been broken, I might never see the light of day again. The old Kai shouted. The Kai Shin scratched his head. The holy sword? How could the old Kai be in it? So, the guy named Bu has awakened now. The old Kai put his hands behind his back and pondered. Yes, the old ancestor also knows Bu. Do you have any good way to defeat him? Shin asked respectfully. You have found the right person. I am very powerful. Old Kai smiled proudly, I have a magical ability. You must be surprised when I tell you. What is it? Shin asked. That is to help people tap into their potential energy. Old Kai said confidently, back then, that person was afraid of my special ability, so he sealed me into the sword. Son Goku. Son Gohan. Shin. So, it's just to help people tap into their potential energy? This is also a special ability? What's that expression on your face? I'm talking about deep digging and guidance. Do you understand? Old Kai shouted angrily. Okay, then, ancestor, can the energy you tap into for people defeat Bu? Shin asked. Of course there is no problem. Old Kai nodded confidently and pointed at Son Gohan, you, the kid wielding the divine sword, come here. That's right, it's you. You will make great progress under my guidance. Gohan, go ahead, come on. Son Goku nodded. Son Gohan walked forward with a serious look. Well, yes, I can see that you have a huge potential energy hidden in your body. If you guide it well, your strength will definitely double. Old Kai smiled with satisfaction, stand still, I'm about to start guiding your energy for you. Yes. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Before that, I'll have a cup of tea. Old Kai said. Earth, a mountainous area. Boom. Endless powerful energy burst out from Vegeta's body. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud rose up and raised the area to the ground. Ho, ho. Vegeta gasped for air, sweat dripping down his face. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Vegeta trembled and repeated these 4 words. I, Vegeta, was actually surpassed by Kakarot by so much. How can I accept it? How can I surpass Kakarot? NNN. Thinking of his tragic fate, Vegeta couldn't help but shed tears. Pa! Just then, Vegeta suddenly heard a sound nearby. Vegeta turned his head and looked towards the location of the sound. Who are you? Vegeta saw a completely unfamiliar face. This person had purple skin, silver white hair, pointed ears, and looked a bit weird. With Vegeta's vision, he knew very well that this person was not from Earth, but from outer space. Vegeta couldn't help but frowned. Vegeta, the genius warrior of the Science, it's nice to meet you. The purple-skinned man smiled slightly. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? If you don't have anything, get out of here. Vegeta said coldly. Vegeta, do you want to become stronger? The purple-skinned man didn't get angry, and asked with a smile. What? You mean, I can become stronger under your guidance? Vegeta smiled lightly. Didn't the Kakarot you mentioned claim to have become a Super Saiyan 3? What if you can become a Super Saiyan 4? The purple-skinned man smiled. What did you say? Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's eyes widened. Yes, Super Saiyan 4, are you looking forward to it? The purple-skinned man nodded. Vegeta was silent. I can't even become Super Saiyan 3, can I directly become Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta asked curiously. These two are not contradictory. The other party replied with a smile. Why should I believe you? Vegeta sneered. You cannot believe it, but now your existence has lost any value. The purple-skinned man smiled. Vegeta's body began to tremble again. This person is right. Yes, my existence is indeed not worth a bit. Chapter 160, Vegeta taken away. Okay, as long as you can make me become the Super Saiyan 4 you said, I can do something for you. Vegeta nodded and clenched his fist. Deal. The other party nodded and stretched out his hand, take my hand. Vegeta reached out his hand. Shua. The other party's figure flashed, and disappeared with Vegeta. In the distance. What happened to Vegeta's aura? I have a bad feeling. Piccolo frowned and asked curiously. Maybe he hid his aura. Krillin guessed, no big deal, right? Maybe. Piccolo nodded gently, let's go to the temple first, where we can better observe Boo's situation. Shua, Shua, Shua. Pico, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi and others all rushed into the sky. A day passed quickly. Bu, who everyone was waiting for, never showed up. At noon the next day. In a corner of the earth, Bu's body regenerated and returned to his chubby appearance. Bu looked left and right, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Broly. Fang Yun. I won't spare you. Bu he squeezed out these words from his teeth. The next moment, a look of pain appeared on Bu's face. Wow. Bu held his head and gasped. Swish. Then, pink gas spurted out from the exhaust holes on Bu's head and shoulders. Huff, hi, hi. After spurting out these gases, Bu looked even more tired. Swish. The gases that were spurted out quickly condensed together and condensed into a thin Bu. Pa. Skinny Bu fell to the ground and appeared opposite Fat Bu. Should I absorb you myself, or do you take the initiative to come and become a part of my body? Skinny Bu looked at Fat Bu and asked. Fat Bu. Your existence is because of the obsession of the Great Kai, right? Skinny Bu sneered. Hey. Fat Bu ignored it and punched Skinny Bu. Skinny Bu dodged. Why bother? Since you separated me, don't you want us to become stronger? Skinny Bu smiled lightly. Swish. A huge piece of meat suddenly wrapped Fat Bu tightly. Swish. The piece of meat flew to Skinny Bu and merged with Skinny Bu into a hole. Suddenly, Skinny Bu's appearance changed. In just a flash, Skinny Bu turned into Big Bu. Bu just stood there calmly without saying anything. Boom. Then, amazing energy burst out from Bu's body, an endless breath spread around him. Crack. Crack. The earth trembled, and cracks appeared. Hee hee. Bu was very satisfied with his current strength and smiled. Bu believed that he should be able to defeat Broly now, right? Bu immediately released the sense and tried to sense Broly's breath. However, what surprised Bu was that he did not sense Broly's breath. Where is Broly? Not only Broly's breath disappeared, but also Son Goku and Son Gohan's breath disappeared completely. Fang Yun had no breath fluctuations, so it was normal that he could not sense it. And the scion named Vegeta also had no breath at all. What did they do during my rebirth? Bu was a little puzzled. But soon, Bu keenly captured several breaths on the temple. Swoosh! Bu turned into a pink figure and flew quickly towards the direction of the temple. Temple! Pico's face suddenly changed color. Krillin also sensed Bu's powerful breath, and cold sweat slid down his face. What's going on? This powerful breath is... Tian Xinyan was stunned. Brother Tian Jiaozi shivered. Is it Bu's breath? Li Ping raised his orchid finger. Is he coming? Damn, I don't want to die, I don't have a boyfriend yet. What about a girlfriend? God of heaven, Mr. Bobo's face showed worry. Dandy was also pale with fear. He is coming. Bu is coming. Now Bu can sense our breath. Piccolo shouted loudly. Shua! Just after Piccolo's voice fell, Bu's figure suddenly shook and appeared on the temple. Pa! Bu fell to the ground and looked at Piccolo and others with a smile. Piccolo and others were trembling with fear. Don't come to us. Go find Fang Yun. We are not in the same weight class as you. You have changed. Piccolo was stunned and couldn't help saying when he looked at Bu. Hee hee. Bu sneered. Pico and the others immediately prepared for the battle. However, Bu did not take them seriously at all. Where are the people? Where are they? Bu asked sternly. Who are you talking about? Piccolo asked. Broly and Fang Yun. Bu shouted. I believe you have sensed it, right? Broly's breath has disappeared. Piccolo tried to calm himself down and looked at Bu and said, as for Fang Yun, I'm sorry, there is not a trace of breath fluctuation on his body, and I can't find him. Bu. Then, where are Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan? Bu asked. I don't know about Vegeta. Piccolo answered truthfully, Son Goku and Son Gohan went to the Kaishin realm to practice, in order to defeat you who have been reborn. Kaishin realm. Bu raised his head and was stunned. Sorry, that world is completely different from our world. It should not be in the same plane, so I can't go there either. Piccolo said. Bu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Piccolo, and a beam of energy flame emerged from his index finger. Boom! With a muffled sound, Bu's energy flame directly penetrated the temple. After dozens of seconds, Bu's penetrating energy flame bombarded a town on the earth. Boom! The town was reduced to ruins at that time, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the shock wave spread rapidly in all directions. The whole earth was shaking violently, as if it was the end of the world. Pico and others were so scared that their faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. I'll give you 3 minutes to find someone who can beat me. Bu said coldly. 3 minutes. Piccolo's face became more and more ugly. 3 minutes, where can I find someone? Old son, can you hear me? Chapter 161, Mysterious Gohan. No news at all. Pico tried to contact Son Gohan again. Still nothing. By the way, how long is 3 minutes? Bu asked. Pico. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. This idiot, doesn't even know how long 3 minutes is? Swish. The power of Piccolo's big hand emerged, and an hourglass appeared out of thin air. When the sand in the hourglass falls completely to the bottom, it will be 3 minutes. Piccolo heaved a sigh of relief and put the hourglass in front of Bu. Bu squatted on the ground, silently watching the sand flowing down. We will find a way to find them, don't worry. Piccolo said hurriedly. Bu glanced at Piccolo, said nothing more, and continued to look at the hourglass. Piccolo and others quickly distanced themselves from Bu. Piccolo, how long did you set this hourglass? Krillin asked in a low voice. It can't be set too long, 30 minutes. Piccolo whispered. Krillin. You are 10 times longer than 3 minutes, and you still say it can't be set too long? Piccolo, you are really shameless. Now is not the time to talk about this. Piccolo said with a dark face, we have to find a way to find Lao Sun and the others as soon as possible. It's okay to find Fang Yun. Krillin suggested. Do you think Fang Yun will care if we find him? If he would have killed Bu long ago, and he wouldn't have been reborn. Piccolo said. Krillin sighed. Yes, Fang Yun should not care. Since Fang Yun will not care, Broly will not destroy Bu either. Piccolo said coldly, now the only person we can rely on is old Sunday. But where is the Kaishan realm? Krillin scratched his head. Kaishan realm. Old Kaishan pointed his right hand at Sun Gohan and flipped through a comic book with his left hand, reading it with great interest. Sun Gohan felt unwell. I don't know if Buu has recovered after so much time. Son Goku pondered. Want to see it? Here. Old Kaishan threw a crystal ball. Swish. The full picture of the earth appeared on the crystal ball. Then, the earth in the crystal ball rotated rapidly, zooming in. Soon, the camera was focused on Buu. What? Buu? He's changed. He's really recovered. Sun Wukong exclaimed. This guy's aura seems to be stronger than before. Sheen gritted his teeth. Not good. The place he went to is the Temple of the Earth. Piccolo and the others are in the temple. Sun Wukong's face became extremely ugly. They are in danger. Sheen nodded. Damn, his aura is obviously much stronger than before. I'm afraid I'm not his opponent now. Sun Wukong's face was covered with cold sweat. Sheen glanced at Sun Wukong. Didn't you say that even if Buu recovered, you could get rid of him? Where is your confidence? Wukong, are you really not his opponent? Sheen asked unwillingly. He is much stronger now than before. My Super Saiyan 3 is not enough to compete with him. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. So, apart from Fang Yun and Broly, we have no hope at all. Sheen said in a deep voice, I wonder if Gohan, who was promoted by the ancestor, can defeat Buu. What are you talking about? I personally guided the energy to this kid, do you think you can't deal with Buu? Old Kai heard it and glared at Sheen. Sheen scratched his head and apologized. Old Kai, how long will it take for Gohan to finish? Son Goku asked anxiously. It's ready, and I can challenge Buu. Old Kai smiled. What? It's ready? When did it happen? Son Goku asked strangely. It was ready 5 minutes ago. Old Kai nodded and smiled. Why didn't you say it earlier? Son Gohan was speechless. It's more dramatic to appear when encountering a crisis. Old Kai laughed. Son Gohan. Son Goku. Sheen. What time is it? You are still joking like this. Do you know? If we delay any longer, the Earth will probably be destroyed by Buu. How can we release the energy we have channeled? Son Gohan asked. Just follow the way of becoming a Super Saiyan. Old Kai stood up and patted the dust off his body. Zero, please give me flowers. Super Saiyan? Okay, I'll try. Son Gohan nodded, clenched his fists and placed them on his waist. Wait a minute, the face of Old Kai changed color slightly. Boom. Powerful energy suddenly burst out from Son Gohan's body, an endless breath spread wildly around him. Old Kai was blown into the sky by this powerful energy and spun several times in the air. Bang! Old Kai fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Who told you to experiment next to me, kid? Old Kai stared. Looking at Son Gohan again, white flames bloomed all over his body, his hair stood up high, and his breath was extraordinary. 00. Is this Gohan? Son Goku was surprised and happy. What a powerful breath! Sheen was also excited. It's amazing, it's stronger than the breath of my third-level Super Saiyan. Son Goku was happy for Son Gohan. Super Saiyan is the embodiment of evil, not the right way. Old Kai smiled. Without further delay, I will take Gohan to the temple on Earth. Son Goku looked solemn. Go ahead. Old Kai waved his hand, it's just a Buu, no big deal. Sheen looked at Old Kai deeply. One Buu? That's all? Old ancestor, don't you know how terrifying Majin Buu is? Well, thank you, Old Kai. I'll take Gohan first. Son Goku put his left hand on Son Gohan's shoulder, and put his right index and middle fingers together and touched his forehead. Swish! Son Goku disappeared in a flash through teleportation. You see, I'm useless. Don't you know the God of Destruction? Old Kai turned his head and asked Sheen. God of Destruction? What is it? Sheen was stunned. What have you been doing all these years? Old Kai was speechless. Observe Buu. I've been worried that Buu would wake up, and as I expected, he woke up. I didn't expect that the magician Bibidai had another son. I was too careless. Sheen lowered his head, looking self-blaming. Old Kai. You have been observing Bu for so many years? Chapter 162, Kai. Hehe, you are the Kai, you don't know even the most basic duties, right? Asked the old Kai. The most basic duties? Isn't it to maintain the peace of the universe? Sheen looked at the old Kai in surprise and asked back. Old Kai covered his face and cried. Forget it, it's too early to say these now, let's guide him slowly in the future. This kid is really embarrassing for our 7th universe. Earth. Just when Bu was silently waiting for the long 3 minutes, Son Goku took Son Gohan through instant teleportation and appeared near Bu. Bu turned his head and looked at Goku and Gohan. Goku! Krillin exclaimed. Old Goku, you're back. Piccolo was also surprised. How come he's back after just 1 day? How's it going, Goku? Did you absorb the power of the sword? Krillin asked with concern. The sword doesn't have much power, the legend is false. Goku laughed, but Gohan also got a better opportunity because of it. I'll tell you about it after this is over. Bu stood up and looked at Goku and Gohan with interest. You guys, come on together. Bu waved at the two. Shua. While Bu was talking, 2 pieces of meat on his calf quietly slid down, crawling on the ground like a worm, and hiding behind the flower bed. Bu admitted that with his current strength, he might not be Broly's opponent. However, as long as he absorbs both Son Goku and Son Gohan, he can beat Broly. Then, he can find a way to absorb Broly and torture Fang Yun. Bu was excited just thinking about it. How can I be so smart? Bu was excited. Okay, I'll deal with him. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Boom! The aura of Son Gohan suddenly burst out, and a powerful energy storm suddenly raged in the temple. Except for Son Goku, everyone present was stunned. Son Gohan, are you going to defy the heavens? Piccolo was surprised and happy. Is this Gohan? Is this the Gohan I know? How did he become so powerful? Bu was stunned and looked at Son Gohan without blinking. After feeling this powerful energy, Bu was even more frightened. How is it possible? Why is this guy's aura so powerful? Even scarier than Broly. However, Bu had no idea how terrifying Broly really was. Although Broly had become a Super Saiyan, the energy he displayed was only the tip of the iceberg. Just like Frieza's final form, with a combat power value of 120 million, he only displayed a combat power of 3 million. This was how Broly beat Bu before. It's just the tip of the iceberg, and it can completely defeat you. Bang! Gohan punched Bu in the nose. Bu's nose bleed immediately. Bang! Gohan kicked Bu in the chest. Bu's chest was deeply sunken at that moment, and he took 3 steps back, almost falling to the ground. Bu with eyes wide open, he looked at Son Gohan in surprise. Bang! Then, Son Gohan kicked Bu with a big kick. Bu was kicked into the sky. Swish! Son Gohan's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In just a moment, Son Gohan appeared right above Bu. Bang! Son Gohan kicked Bu in the back with a hook. Bu fell heavily on the ground of the temple, shaking the entire temple violently. Bu gritted his teeth, climbed up from the ground, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, Bu raised his head and looked around for Son Gohan's figure. Behind. Son Gohan's voice sounded behind Bu. Bu's pupils shrank sharply, his mouth opened wide, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't say anything. Piccolo was completely stunned. Krillin was also dumbfounded. Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi were dumbfounded. Yakahei's eyes also lit up. Son Goku smiled. As a father, Son Goku was very happy that Gohan could achieve such success. What? Bu's face changed again and again. Bu knew that there was a gap between him and Son Gohan, which could be judged from his aura. However, Bu never thought that the gap between him and him would be so big. My strength has obviously increased a lot. You are just like that, Bu. Son Gohan smiled confidently. Bu bared his teeth and his whole body was trembling. Goku, how did Gohan practice? How did he become so powerful? Krillin hurriedly came up curiously. Well, to put it simply, he was guided to potential energy by an old Kai. Son Goku lowered his voice, but he was not stupid enough to let Bu hear it. Ah? Guide potential energy? Is it the same as the guidance of the Great Elder of Namek? Krillin asked. No, Old Kai can deeply tap into the potential energy. Sun Wukong smiled. Anyway, without Fang Yun and Broly this time, we are sure to win. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief. Yet. Sun Wukong nodded. I underestimated you. Bu's face became more and more gloomy. Bu, you are finished, you can't make waves anymore. Sun Wuhan's face was full of endless confidence. Bu didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth raised an evil arc. Swish. Then, a ball of pink meat suddenly flew over and wrapped Sun Wuhan like a dumpling. What? Sun Wukong's face changed color. Swish. Just when Sun Wukong felt something was wrong, another piece of pink meat quickly covered Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at the meat slices flying down quickly, and quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the meat slices. Pa! Sun Wukong dodged, and the meat slices directly covered Piccolo's body. It's okay to absorb you. Bu said, waving at the two meat slices. Swish! Sun Wuhan and Piccolo's bodies, together with the meat slices wrapped around them, quickly flew to Bu's body. The meat slices and Bu quickly merged together. Looking at Bu again, his image has also changed. The face that originally had no nose has a strong nose and a well-shaped outline. Fan Bu. Birth. Fan Bu just felt his body calmly, with endless pride on his face. Then, Fan Bu looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong's face turned pale. Chapter 163, Use Potara earrings quickly. Krillin and the others are also completely finished. It's over. This is bad. Sun Gohan was actually absorbed by Bu? Even Broly can't be this guy's opponent, right? After all, the aura Broly showed at that time is still different from Bu now. No one knows that Broly's aura was only released a little bit. Besides, Piccolo was also absorbed. This guy looks a lot smarter than before. Son Goku, should we continue? Bu looked at Son Goku with a smile, as if he was looking at a little ant. Pop! In a hurry, Son Goku directly turned into a Super Saiyan 3. It's useless, Son Goku. Do you think your Super Saiyan 3 is a match for your son Son Gohan? Bu smiled, you can't even beat your son Son Gohan, let alone me who absorbed him. Son Goku. Bu was right. He was no match for him at all. Do you know the whereabouts of Fang Yun and Broly? Bu asked with a smile. I don't know. Son Goku shook his head. I knew you would say that. Bu smiled, turned around, and ignored Son Goku. Then, Bu circled around the edge of the temple, and while circling, he also looked down. Son Goku and others didn't understand what Bu was going to do, and they all raised their vigilance. Hehe, let me show you something exciting. Bu grinned, and raised his right hand suddenly. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, energy flames shot towards the ground below. Puff, puff. Many humans were pierced through the heart by the energy flames and died instantly. In less than 30 seconds, almost all humans on Earth were ruthlessly killed by Bu. What did you do? Dandy exclaimed. As a god on Earth, Dandy was very sad to see that humans were almost extinct. Stop! Sun Wukong was even more furious and shouted loudly. While saying this, Sun Wukong raised his energy to the extreme and punched Bu's head with a powerful punch. Bang! Super 3 Sun Wukong's fist hit Bu's head directly. To be precise, Bu didn't even dodge. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. Look at Bu again, he stood still. Bu looked unaffected by Son Goku's attack, as if nothing had happened. Son Goku, is this your attack? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Bu smiled. Son Goku's expression changed again and again. The gap was too big. Bang! Bu smiled lightly and slapped Son Goku on the chest. Bang, bang, bang. Son Goku's body bounced several times on the ground of the temple, and stumbled away. Boom! Son Goku hit a building behind him, and the building collapsed, raising a large cloud of dust. Wukong! Krillin exclaimed. Damn it! Tien Shinyan clenched his fists and prepared for a fight. Jiaozi was so scared that he was shaking all over. How terrible! Yamping was so scared that he was at a loss. Bu simply ignored them. If Sun Wukong was a small ant, then Krillin and the others were even smaller ants in the eyes of the ants. Not worth mentioning. Sun Wukong got up from the ground with a dusty face and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Sun Wukong was not beaten back to his original form by Fan Bu, and still maintained the image of Super Saiyan 3. Not bad, you can still stand up after taking my blow. Bu smiled lightly and looked at Sun Wukong with interest. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and felt unprecedented pressure. What should I do? I am not the opponent of this guy at all. This is bad. Sun Wukong, the humans on Earth have been killed by me, but now there is no messy breath. Can you help me find where Fang Yun and Broly are? Bu said to Sun Wukong, if you can find them, I can spare your life. Sun Wukong frowned. So you killed all the people on Earth just to find Fang Yun and Broly? How evil are you? The Kaishan realm. The ancestor is finished, completely finished. Kaishan held his head and sighed to the sky. In the past, Bu could at least find a way to defeat him. How can Bu now be destroyed? He has absorbed Son Gohan and has become so powerful that he is against the sky. Things are indeed beyond my expectations. The old Kaishan put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, there is still a way at present, which is to find a suitable person to merge with Son Goku, and there may be a certain chance to defeat Bu. Fusion? What is it? Kaishan was stunned. Have you heard of Potara earrings? Asked the old Kaishan. Why does this name sound a little familiar? Sheen quickly picked up a book and looked through it carefully. Old Kaishan. You are flipping through the book at the last minute? Do you think it is appropriate? By the way, where are your earrings? The old Kai suddenly discovered that Zine's earrings were missing. A long time ago, a friend borrowed them. Zine scratched his head. How could I tell the ancestor that my earrings were secretly taken away by Fang Yun? I would be so embarrassed. Idiot, how can you lend something like that out casually? The old Kai shouted angrily. This Zine smiled bitterly. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Old Kai also knew that now was not the time to pursue the matter, so he immediately took off his 2 earrings and handed them to Sheen. Give this pair of earrings to Son Goku, let him wear the earrings on his left ear, and then find a strong person to wear them on his right ear, and then the 2 of them can fuse. After the fusion, their strength will be greatly improved. I dare not say anything else, but there will be no problem in defeating the current Bu. Really? Sheen asked in surprise, how about? I will try to fuse with Son Goku. Idiot. With your level, even if you fuse, you are not Bu's opponent. Old Kai shouted. Sheen smiled awkwardly. What I mean is that it would be best to find a guy whose strength is not too different from Son Goku to fuse. Old Kai pondered. By the way, Vegeta. That guy named Vegeta, if he fuses with Goku, he must be very powerful. Sheen's eyes lit up. Yeah. Old Kai nodded. Great. Sheen clenched his fists. Where is the Vegeta you mentioned? Asked Old Kai. Sheen. Chapter 164, Ask the God of Destruction for help. Yes. Sheen responded quickly. But where can I find him? Actually, there is another way. Old Kai put his hands behind his back and sighed. What way? Old Ancestor. Sheen asked. Please ask Lord Beerus to come over. He can destroy Bu in a few minutes. Old Kai said in a deep voice. Beerus? Lord? Who is it? Sheen asked again. Of course it's the God of Destruction. Old Kai shouted unhappily, what have you been doing all these years? Don't you study? Sheen scratched his head awkwardly. Forget it, if Lord Beerus is willing to help, he would have done it long ago. Even if we go and ask him, I don't think he will respond. Old Kai shook his head. Besides, a long time ago, the concepts between the King of the Kai and the God of Destruction were different, and their personalities were not very compatible. It's better not to provoke him. Sheen. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? It's so confusing. Don't just stand there, keep looking for the Vegeta you mentioned, or someone who is as powerful as Goku, it's all fine. Old Kai urged. I'm looking, Sheen nodded. Earth, Temple. Since we can't find them, there's no need for this planet to exist. Bu smiled lightly, pointed his hand at the ground below, and the flames in his hand were brewing, ready to destroy the Earth on the spot. It's over. The Earth is going to be destroyed. Krillin's face became extremely ugly. Goku clenched his fists, and there was nothing he could do. Too powerful. This guy called Bu is really too strong. Fang Yun, Broly, I know you are hiding. You didn't expect that I would become so powerful, did you? Bu had an endless smile on his face, then, let you and the earth you are hiding in disappear together. Swoosh. Bu said, without any extra nonsense, with a huge energy in his hand, whistling towards the direction of the earth. Krillin, Tian Xinyan, come here quickly, we will leave the earth immediately through teleportation. Sun Wukong shouted hurriedly. Bang! Bu smiled lightly and waved his other hand lightly. Suddenly, a strong airflow rushed over and hit Sun Wukong and others. Sun Wukong and others flew backwards on the spot and fell heavily to the ground. Want to run? Don't dream. At this time, shouldn't you watch the earth being destroyed by me with your own eyes? Bu smiled, of course, I will also appreciate the beautiful moment when you suffocate to death in the vacuum. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and his face became more and more ugly. Kaishan realm. It's over. This damn guy. Is he going to destroy the earth so soon? Sheen exclaimed. All hope is lost. Old Kai sighed to the sky. I'll go and bring Goku back. Sheen suggested. If you go now, Bu will definitely leave you behind. Old Kai shook his head slightly. Earth. Swish. The energy bomb released by Bu was towards the direction of the earth, at a moderate speed, but giving people an endless sense of suffocation. However, just when Bu's energy bomb was about to destroy the earth. Swish. Bu's energy suddenly disappeared. Bu was stunned for a moment. Fang Yun. It's you. After a brief shock, Bu's face was full of surprise, finally found you. Sun Wukong and others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Bu's energy bomb had disappeared. At least for now, the earth should be fine. It seems that Fang Yun wiped out Bu's energy bomb. Fang Yun, come out. Bu shouted loudly. However, after the voice fell, there was still no sign of Fang Yun. You won't come out, right? Then, try this. Bu said, raising his right hand high. Swish. A huge energy bomb was condensed by Bu. The energy bomb swelled with the wind, and in just a blink of an eye, it had expanded to a diameter of 50 meters. The huge energy bomb was suspended in the sky and expanded several times again. At this time, the energy bomb had covered the entire temple. Sun Wukong and others were frightened and pale. Can Fang Yun wipe out such a huge energy bomb? If it can't be wiped out, then there is no hope at all. Go. Bu waved his hand, and the huge energy bomb bombarded the ground fiercely. Fang Yun, can't you wipe out my energy? Such a powerful energy, can you wipe it out? Bu laughed. Swish. Just as Bu finished speaking, the huge energy bomb mysteriously disappeared under his gaze. Bu's smile gradually froze. Son Goku and the others also learned something new, looking at the disappeared energy bomb in astonishment. Kaishan realm. What is Bu saying? Old Kai widened his eyes. I can't hear it, so I don't know what it's saying. Sheen shook his head. Your crystal ball doesn't make any sound, so it's hard to tell what they're saying by the changes in their mouth shapes. I mean, why is Bu's energy bomb gone? Old Kai asked. It should be Fang Yun who did it. Zine breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fang Yun did not give up the earth after all. Old Kai glared at Zine. All the people on earth are dead. The existence of earth now has no meaning. How did he do it? Old Kai asked curiously. Well, I heard a long time ago that Fang Yun was a magician who could erase a lot of things, but now Fang Yun has personally clarified that he is not, Zine explained. However, before Zine finished speaking, Old Kai widened his eyes, pricked up his ears, and his face became extremely ugly. Even, Old Kai's body began to tremble. What's wrong with you? Old ancestor? Zine asked hurriedly. What did you say? Erase. Old Kai asked tremblingly. Yes, erase. Zine nodded. Is there anything strange? Why are you so scared? See the bare flat land over there? It was wiped out by Fang Yun back then, and there is no grass growing on it now. Zine pointed to the flowers and plants in the distance that had been wiped out by Fang Yun. As soon as Zine finished speaking, the old Kai had already taken a step and ran over quickly. Zine! Why are you running? After looking at the place where Fang Yun was wiped out, the old Kai came back. By the way, what does Fang Yun look like? When he brought the sword to the earth, I fell asleep. The old Kai scratched his head. Zine. You have been sealed up, and you have plenty of time to sleep. Why did you fall asleep at the critical moment? Chapter 165, Old Kai. What does Fang Yun look like? He is no different from an ordinary earthling, right? Xin held his chin and pondered, why is the old ancestor so interested in Fang Yun? No different from an ordinary earthling. Old Kai breathed a sigh of relief. I said, it shouldn't be him. Him? Not him? Who is it? Xin asked. Nothing. Old Kai glanced at Xin. It's better not to let this kid know about the matter of Lord Omni. Besides, Fang Yun should not be Lord Omni. How could Lord Omni appear on Earth? Besides, Lord Omni looks completely different from Fang Yun. However, what puzzled Old Kai was that how could the person named Fang Yun be erased? Perhaps, it was just the fur erased by Lord Omni. Bu's face froze, and his expression was extremely ugly. The huge energy bomb I released with all my strength was actually wiped out by Fang Yun? Are you kidding? How is it possible? Is there anything you can't wipe out? No. I don't believe it. Fang Yun, come out. Bu shouted loudly. As you wish, I'm out. Fang Yun smiled, and his figure appeared above Bu. Bu quickly raised his head and looked at Fang Yun in astonishment. How did he 040 appear? Why didn't I feel anything at all? You can absorb Sun Gohan to this level, Bu, you didn't disappoint me. Fang Yun smiled. What do you mean? Bu looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Why do I feel that this guy is eager for me to absorb Sun Gohan? Bu, you shouldn't have a brain twitch to challenge me. Fang Yun sighed. What do you mean? Bu asked. Because you can't beat me. Fang Yun smiled. What did you say? Bu was stunned at the time. I know your erasure is very powerful, but with my current strength, you can't erase me. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, Bu's limbs disappeared magically. Pa! Bu was left with only his head and torso, and fell straight to the ground like a tumbler. Bu's face was full of fear. Now, do you know how terrifying I am? Fang Yun smiled. Bu was completely stunned. He can actually erase me. How is this possible? I am so powerful, how can he erase me? Vegeta didn't come. Fang Yun looked at Sun Wukong and others and asked casually. I didn't sense Vegeta's breath. I don't know where he went. Sun Wukong replied, and Broly's breath has also disappeared. Broly was taken away by me. You mean, Vegeta's breath is gone? Fang Yun asked again. Sun Wukong nodded. In fact, if Vegeta comes, you and him will combine and defeat Bu easily. Fang Yun smiled. No Vegeta's breath? This is not fun now. In this case, Vegeta will not appear. Boring, you continue. Fang Yun said, and waved his hand again. Swish. Instantly, Bu's limbs returned magically. Sun Wukong. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. You are bored, so why did you restore Bu? This is over. Bu looked at himself in surprise. The face of the recovered limbs became hideous and terrifying. Fang Yun. I want to kill you. But how can I kill him? By the way, why should I kill him? Why don't I find a way to absorb him? Thinking of this, Bu's mouth curled up into a smug smile. Swish. The pink flesh on Bu's legs melted, and the meat slices quickly found a place to hide like insects. Fang Yun, have you eaten chocolate? Bu looked at Fang Yun and asked. Oh. Fang Yun was slightly startled. Turn into chocolate. Bu said, and the tentacles on his head aimed at Fang Yun, shooting out a pink flame. Swish. Fang Yun waved his big hand gently. Instantly, the pink flame was wiped out by Fang Yun. Hee hee. Bu smiled. At the same time, Bu's pink flesh turned into a big net, covering Fang Yun's body. Not good. Bu is going to absorb Fang Yun. Son Goku exclaimed. However, the position where Son Goku was located was not suitable for attacking the meat slice. Also, Son Goku was injured and was a little powerless. Be careful, Fang Yun. Krillin also reminded loudly. If Fang Yun is absorbed, will Bu also be erased? What else can't he erase? Maybe he will directly erase the sun, and all the creatures on the earth will die. There is no way to survive. Qigong Cannon. Tian Xinyan did not hesitate at all, and fired the Qigong Cannon in his hand. Bang! The Qigong Cannon hit the piece of meat. However, it was useless. Tian Xinyan's attack did not cause any damage to Bu, and even the meat slice did not break the defense. Humph, useless. Bu turned his head and glanced at Tian Xinyan, smiling contemptuously. Boom! Just when Bu naively thought that he was going to absorb Fang Yun, a beam of energy suddenly emerged and hit the meat. The meat was shattered into pieces. What? Bu widened his eyes and looked at the meat that was blown into pieces in surprise. Then, a familiar face appeared in front of Bu. What? Is it Vegeta? Bu narrowed his eyes and looked at Vegeta. Hehe, your situation doesn't seem good. Vegeta rubbed his nose and looked at everyone at the scene with a smile. Vegeta? When did you appear? Why didn't I feel your breath? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. I just need to hide my breath. It's normal that you can't sense it. Vegeta smiled, glanced at Sun Wukong, and then looked at Bu. This fat guy, is he like this now? Damn it! Vegeta ruined my good thing. This is bad. Bu's face changed again and again. Originally, Bu thought that he should be able to absorb Fang Yun this time. As a result, Vegeta's appearance completely disrupted his plan. No, I have to find a way to leave here. If I am wiped out by Fang Yun. Bu felt chilled when he thought of Fang Yun's horror. Is it Vegeta? Fang Yun looked at Vegeta and found that this guy was a little unusual from before. Chapter 166, Old Kai. As for the idea of being absorbed by Bu, Fang Yun simply disdained it. The meat slice that Bu just used, Fang Yun could easily wipe it out, or slap it away with a slap. However, the sudden appearance of Vegeta made Fang Yun a little curious. Fang Yun discovered that Vegeta's momentum had become extraordinary. Fang Yun took a closer look and saw that Vegeta had a fluffy tail on his waist. Tail? When did Vegeta's tail grow? Fang Yun, don't wipe out Bu first, let me deal with him, how about that? Vegeta looked at Fang Yun and asked with a smile. Go. Fang Yun nodded. That's great. Vegeta smiled, but sneered in his heart. Wait, Fang Yun. After I kill Bu, the next one will be you. I want to see if you can wipe me out. Bu, don't think about running away, Fang Yun will not wipe you out for the time being, I will deal with you. Vegeta smiled. Bu looked at Fang Yun deeply. I like to watch the fun, so you can rest assured. If I wanted to wipe you out, I would have wiped you out long ago. I won't give you a break. Fang Yun smiled. Bu thought about it and felt relieved. A short silence. If I can defeat Vegeta, can I leave here? Bu looked at Fang Yun and asked. That's possible. Fang Yun nodded. Bu. What do you mean by possible? You should give a positive answer. However, Bu can at least be sure that he will be fine for the time being. No matter what, beat Vegeta first. Then, take the opportunity to find a way to escape. Of course, it would be best if Fang Yun could be absorbed. You have to find an opportunity. Find an opportunity later and find a way to absorb Fang Yun. Well, let's do it. King of the Gods' Realm. My lord, it's Vegeta. Vegeta is here. Sheen pointed at Vegeta and explained to Old Kai. Is that the Scion Prince you mentioned? Old Kai the god nodded gently, it's really outstanding. I can sense that he has extremely huge energy hidden in his body. No way. He is not as strong as Goku. Zine replied. Feel it carefully. He is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. Old Kai said in a deep voice. Really? Zine was surprised. No way. He was tortured to death by Bu a day ago. Let's take a look first. Don't rush to send earrings. Old Kai pondered and pointed to the crystal ball. Also, what is this ball of light? That should be Fang Yun. Zine wiped his sweat. Strange guy, I can't see it. He is Fang Yun. Old Kai was surprised. I saw Bu's limbs missing before. Did he wipe them off? It should be. Zine nodded. Forget it, ignore him for now. Old Kai replied with his chin in his hand. Earth, temple. Did I hear you right? Vegeta, you said you want to challenge me. Bu looked at Vegeta and asked. You're wrong, I'm not going to challenge you, I'm going to beat you. Vegeta snorted coldly. Oh? Do you know who you are talking to? Bu was almost amused. In Bu's view, even the second Son Gohan is not his opponent now. Goku, is Vegeta's brain broken? Krillin leaned close to Son Goku's ear and asked in a low voice. I always feel like something happened to Vegeta. Son Goku frowned. Can Vegeta defeat Bu? Tien Shinyan said to himself. Vegeta's aura seems to have become very different from before. Krillin pondered. Kakarot, watch carefully. Vegeta turned his head and glanced at Son Goku. Bu. Are you challenging me or Son Goku? Kakarot, today I will let you see what a real Saiyan is. Vegeta snorted coldly. Pa. A ball of light flashing with flames appeared in Vegeta's hand. What does he want to do? Sun Wukong was a little confused. I seem to have seen that somewhere. Krillin scratched his head. Watch it. Vegeta chuckled. As he said that, Vegeta suddenly threw the flashing ball in his hand into the sky. Bang! However, the killing ball had just flown into the sky and had not yet reached the highest point, when a beam of energy flashed and hit the surface of the flashing ball, directly piercing the flashing ball. Zero, please give me flowers. Boom! The flashing ball condensed by Vegeta shattered on the spot and exploded in the air. Vegeta! Vegeta, you hit the wrong opponent. Your opponent is me, not the stars in the sky. Bu blew the white smoke on his index finger. Just now, it was Bu who shot out a beam of light and destroyed Vegeta's flash ball. Vegeta! What are you in such a hurry for? I haven't condensed the artificial full moon yet. What? Didn't you just say you wanted to challenge me? Where's your courage? Bu sneered. Wait a minute. Vegeta waved his hand. Wait for what? Bu asked with interest. I don't have the patience to wait. Bu couldn't wait to destroy Vegeta and escape from here as soon as possible. Zero. Fang Yun was watching from the side. I was under a lot of pressure, okay? Although Fang Yun said that he liked to watch the fun. But if he wiped himself out, how could I play? Damn, it was a mistake. Who knew that Fang Yun could even wipe out such a powerful me? Swish! Bu disappeared immediately. In just a moment, Bu appeared right in front of Vegeta. What? Vegeta's face changed color. Pa! Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan 2 without any hesitation. Bang! Bu's head hit Vegeta's forehead heavily. Ouch! Vegeta screamed miserably and flew backwards, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a mark on the ground. Pa! Vegeta gritted his teeth and jumped up from the ground. Behind! Bu's voice sounded from behind Vegeta. Damn it! Vegeta snorted coldly and kicked Bu behind him. This kick hit Bu's head directly. Looking at Bu again, he looked at Vegeta coldly as if nothing had happened. What? Vegeta, is this your level? Bu chuckled. Bang! Bu punched lightly. With a muffled sound, Vegeta flew backwards again. Puff! Vegeta fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 167, Vegeta's New Transformation. Damn it! Vegeta staggered to his feet. Vegeta is no match for Bu. What is he thinking? Krillin looked strange. I don't know, maybe Vegeta has his own ideas. Sun Wukong guessed. But Vegeta is stronger than before. Krillin pondered. Yet, I really don't know how Vegeta trained. In just one day, his aura actually improved to a higher level. Sun Wukong laughed. But compared with Bu, he still has a big gap. Tien Shinyan shook his head. Fang Yun, he is not my opponent. Let's stop here today. What do you think? Bu looked at Fang Yun, his eyes turned, and he controlled the broken meat before, quietly lurking in a nearby corner. Swish! As soon as Bu's voice fell, a flash ball suddenly shot out of Vegeta's hand. Bu looked at Vegeta with a strange face. Are you not smart? Why do you always like to shoot energy bullets into the sky? What do you want to do? Bu looked at Vegeta with a smile. Hehe, there will be a result soon. Vegeta stood up from the ground with an endless smile on his face and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh? What do you want to do? Bu sneered. At the same time, Bu controlled his meat again, looking for an opportunity to absorb Fang Yun. Bu, watch carefully. Vegeta smiled lightly and suddenly clenched his fist. Pa! A golden light suddenly burst out from the sky. Vegeta looked up at the sky with an endless smile on his face. Ha 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 ha! Vegeta laughed wildly. While Vegeta laughed wildly, his body also grew rapidly. There were more golden hairs on Vegeta's body. That's the giant ape transformation! Krillin exclaimed. What? Is he going to become a giant ape? Tien Shinyan was also surprised. Giant ape transformation? Is Vegeta going to become a giant ape? Sun Wukong muttered curiously. Golden gorilla. So disgusting. Le Ping screamed. Krillin and others hurriedly moved their feet and distanced themselves from Le Ping. Bu also looked at Vegeta, who had transformed into a giant ape without blinking. Bu, you must be very interested in my new transformation, right? Vegeta looked down at Bu like a mountain. Bu's face changed color slightly. Bang! Vegeta took a big step and stepped on Bu. Shua! Bu was startled and rushed out. Boom! The temple shook violently and was directly stepped in half by Vegeta. Temple God Dandy exclaimed. Hey, Vegeta, be gentle. Krillin almost fell and immediately flew into the sky. Vegeta glanced at Krillin. Krillin was scared and quickly covered his mouth. Bang! Vegeta stepped on Bu again. Bu quickly turned into a pink shadow and dodged around. Pa! Vegeta opened his big hand and slapped. Bang! This slap hit Bu directly. Instantly, Bu was like a cannonball, penetrating the temple and falling rapidly towards the earth. Hee, he was slapped away by me. Vegeta chuckled. Swish! Vegeta chased in the direction where Bu fell. Sun Wukong and others also hurriedly followed. As for the temple, it was already broken by Vegeta's 2 hits. Fang Yun also fell slowly and wiped off the pieces of meat that Bu was about to attack him. This guy is really stubborn and still wants to absorb me? Fang Yun shook his head. Boom! Vegeta fell from the sky like a mountain, shaking the entire earth violently. Even this made a volcano in the distance spew out flames. Vegeta's huge body looked at the bottomless pit on the ground. This pit was left by Bu. Hey, Bu, come out! Vegeta shouted. However, there was no movement in the pit. Bu, you won't be killed by me, right? Vegeta smiled lightly. Still no sound. Vegeta. Vegeta released the induction again. Under this induction, Vegeta's face changed slightly. Because Bu's breath had completely disappeared. This guy must have found a place to hide. Vegeta looked around, but where could he find Bu? In the distance, behind a mountain. Bu turned into a snake-like appearance, secretly observing the tall and mighty Vegeta. I absorbed Son Gohan, but I'm not the opponent of this Vegeta? What's going on? Bu said in a deep voice. Then, Bu's pupil shrank. I understand. I learned from Son Gohan's memory that Vegeta's giant ape transformation is 10 times stronger than normal. On this basis, his strength increased by at least 1000 times when he became a Super Saiyan 2. Bu bared his teeth and whispered, no wonder I am not his opponent. Bu raised his head and glanced at the artificial full moon in the sky. Bu knew very well that the reason why Vegeta could transform into a giant ape was because of the artificial full moon. As long as the artificial full moon, Vegeta will return to his original appearance. However, even if Vegeta recovers, there is still Fang Yun. It is better for me to hide. A short silence. If I absorb Vegeta, Bu's face showed a smile. However, when Bu saw Vegeta's huge body, he was speechless again. How to absorb such a big guy? However, observe it first. From Piccolo and Son Gohan's memory, I can see that Vegeta seems to have been hostile to Fang Yun. Maybe you will have an internal conflict later. Bu hid his body and secretly looked at Fang Yun, Vegeta, and others. Damn, this cunning guy actually hid. Vegeta looked around, looking for Bu. Son Goku and others also helped to look for him. A minute later. Still nothing. He's hiding it quite secretly. Vegeta said coldly. He probably wants to take the opportunity to absorb us, right? Sun Wukong guessed. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong with a bit of pride on his face. Vegeta, are you turning into a Super Saiyan based on the giant ape? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Chapter 168, Vegeta, who did you learn this half-baked transformation from? How about it, Kakarot? Do you think my current transformation is stronger than your Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong. Need I say that? What can you compare with me? He, Kakarot, the third stage of Super Saiyan that you are so proud of is just so in my eyes. Vegeta smiled and showed his sharp fangs. Yes, Vegeta, I admit that your strength has surpassed mine. Sun Wukong nodded. I didn't expect you to improve your strength in this way, it's really not simple. I'll tell you, I'm the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. Vegeta announced. What? The fourth stage of Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong widened his eyes. Unexpected, right? Kakarot. Vegeta looked proud. Ha, it's amazing. Sun Wukong nodded and praised. Vegeta felt that he was really happy at this moment. Me. Vegeta 01 Tower. Fighting Nation. The Prince of Science. The most talented warrior. I finally surpassed Kakarot. Thinking of this, Vegeta couldn't help but burst into tears of excitement. Sun Wukong. Why is this guy still crying? Super Saiyan 4? No wonder I'm not his opponent. Bu said in a deep voice. Fang Yun. Vegeta turned his head and looked at Fang Yun. Now, I, Vegeta, officially challenge you. Vegeta, you've made up. Fang Yun sighed. Humph, stop saying those high-sounding words to me. Vegeta snorted, I've had enough of your condescending attitude. You have the courage to challenge me head-on. Fang Yun smiled. What? Just tell me if you dare or not. Vegeta snorted coldly, I don't believe it. I'm so powerful, you can still wipe me out. Really? Fang Yun smiled lightly and waved his hand. Swish. The artificial full moon in the sky disappeared out of thin air. Vegeta's smile also gradually solidified. At the same time, Vegeta's body shrank rapidly and returned to its original appearance. Vegeta. You are shameless. You won't wipe out the moon. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Yeping. Jiaozi. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you are still too young. You can't even protect your own artificial full moon, and you challenge Fang Yun? Where's your brain? Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others all shook their heads gently, thinking that Vegeta's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Vegeta, you learned a half-baked transformation and came to challenge me? You really have made up your mind, hey? Fang Yun walked towards Vegeta step by step. Vegeta was so scared that he trembled all over and hurriedly stepped back step by step. Wow! In a hurry, Vegeta quickly burst out a huge energy, making this area full of smoke and miasma. Then, Vegeta's hand flashed with flames, and a glittering energy bomb rushed into the sky. Pa! The energy bomb burst into golden light. Vegeta's body turned into a golden giant ape again. Shua! Fang Yun waved his hand gently. The artificial full moon in the sky mysteriously disappeared again. Vegeta's body also quickly recovered from the giant ape form to normal. Vegeta! Fang Yun smiled, and his figure emerged from the diffuse smoke with an endless smile on his face. Damn it! You don't dare to confront my Super Saiyan 4 head-on! Vegeta said tremblingly. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yun smiled. If you have the ability, wipe me out. Vegeta gritted his teeth and looked at Fang Yun. If you can't beat him, don't waste time. Vegeta knew that he's normal state, it is impossible to defeat Fang Yun. If someone waves his hand, your energy may be gone. If that happens, it will be worse than death. Let me ask you, who did you learn this half-baked transformation from? Fang Yun asked with interest. Humph, I figured it out by myself, do I need to learn it from others? Vegeta snorted. Oh? You can figure it out by yourself. Fang Yun smiled. What do you mean? Why can't I figure it out by myself? Vegeta was angry, his whole body was shaking violently, and he shouted loudly, I am a Saiyan from the Fighting Nation, and I am the most talented warrior of the Saiyans. Why can't I figure it out by myself? You seem very excited. Fang Yun said. Vegeta was furious and kept baring his teeth. In that case, wipe off your tail so that you can never transform into what you just looked like. Fang Yun pondered. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply. Don't wipe off my tail. Just wipe me out. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the tail behind Vegeta magically disappeared. Vegeta was stunned, and his face became uglier. Let me see if you can still turn into what you were just now. Fang Yun smiled and waved his hand gently. The next moment, the artificial full moon that was wiped out by Fang Yun reappeared in the sky, emitting golden light. Vegeta also looked at the artificial full moon reflexively. Then, Vegeta tragically discovered that he couldn't transform at all. Really can't transform. Fang Yun shook his head. Kill me if you can. Vegeta bared his teeth. Just now you provoked me again and again, do you really think I can easily forgive you? Fang Yun smiled and pointed his hand at Vegeta. What part of your body should I erase? Otherwise, erase your memory and turn you into an idiot. Vegeta's face froze on the spot. Just kill me. Just kill me. I don't want to become an idiot. Wow. Vegeta shouted and was about to self-destruct. Shua. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly and directly wiped out the energy when Vegeta self-destructed. You can't die in front of me just because you want to. Fang Yun smiled. Fang Yun, why don't you forgive him? Anyway, Vegeta is not a bad guy now. Sun Wukong came over to plead. Get out of here, Kakarot, I don't need you to plead for me. Vegeta said angrily. Look, he still doesn't appreciate it. Fang Yun smiled. It's his business if he doesn't appreciate it, but I really don't want him to die. Please, Fang Yun, let him go. Sun Wukong put his hands together and begged bitterly. Sun Wukong is such a kind-hearted person. Fang Yun knows this better than anyone else. Chapter 169, very similar to the erasure of the Lord of the Omni. Fang Yun is also a little strange about Vegeta's half-baked transformation. How did Vegeta comprehend this transformation? Is there someone helping secretly? Fang Yun guessed that it would be difficult for Vegeta to comprehend this level of transformation. But, if someone helped, who would it be? Whis? No, it shouldn't be Whis. If it was Whis, Vegeta would not change to a gorilla, but should become a Super Saiyan God. If it's not Whis, then who is it? Fang Yun didn't kill Vegeta not entirely because of Sun Wukong's plea, but mainly wanted to see who took Vegeta away. After all, Vegeta mysteriously disappeared for a day. In addition, what was the purpose of the person who took Vegeta away? It's a bit brain-racking. Next time, if that person shows up, I will definitely torture him. This guy didn't play by the rules and disrupted my plan. Not far away. Bu silently looked at the situation here. Vegeta, you lost too miserably. It turns out that as long as the artificial moon is broken, Vegeta can be prevented from becoming like that. Bu's mind flashed. Hey? Why don't I just destroy this planet? If the planet is destroyed, will Fang Yun die? As long as Fang Yun dies, I, Bu, will become the most powerful existence in this universe. Bu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Then, Bu pointed his right hand at the earth. As long as Bu's energy is slightly released, the entire earth will turn into cosmic dust. Kai King Shin Realm. Vegeta, who easily defeated Gohan Bu, was wiped out by Fang Yun and turned back to his original appearance. Shin said with a wry smile. How did he wipe it out? Old Kai asked curiously. Because in the crystal ball, you can't see Fang Yun's appearance at all, you can only see a bright light. It seems to be just waving your hand, Shin explained. What? Waving your hand? Old Kai said in a lost voice. Very similar. And the Omni King's it looks like erasure. Is it really the Omni King? However, the image of the Omni King will not change easily. What's going on? Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? Shin asked curiously. Isn't it just a skill similar to magic? What's so surprising? But when Shin thought about it carefully, it was quite magical. Some things disappeared with a wave of his hand. It seems that Dapra is still alive as a human stick. The group attack released by Bu above the temple killed almost all the people on Earth. Although it penetrated his body, he was the king of the demon realm after all and would not die so easily. Such a magical ability is still excellent. Nothing. The old Kai smiled. Old ancestor, look, that's Bu, right? Shin pointed to Bu who turned into a pink rope in the crystal ball. This guy is hiding in this place. Old Kai nodded, it's him, no doubt. As he was talking, a small hand suddenly appeared on Bu's snake. The small hand was placed on the ground. What does he want to do? Sheen suddenly had a bad feeling. I saw Bu in the crystal ball had already put his hand on the ground. In Bu's hand, the energy flame was slowly condensing. Not good. He wants to destroy the earth. Sheen exclaimed. Go, and inform Fang Yun and the others. Old Kai hurriedly said. Oops, it seems too late. Sheen said in a deep voice. Take them over. Old Kai urged. Earth. Boom. Accompanied by a silent loud noise, the whole earth trembled violently. In just a blink of an eye, the earth turned into dust in the universe. The earth was destroyed by Bu. Such a sudden change made Sun Wukong and others have no time to react, and they were placed in the broken starry sky. The air also became thinner at the moment of the destruction of the earth. Fang Yun, Vegeta, hurry. Hold me, we will instantly move to the Kai King God realm. Sun Wukong quickly stretched out his hand. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, and subconsciously held Sun Wukong's hand together. Oh no, it's too late. Fang Yun is too far. Sun Wukong looked at Fang Yun's position, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice. Then, Sun Wukong looked at Krillin and others again. In the previous explosion of the earth, Krillin and others didn't know where they were blown. Bu controlled the energy very well, making the explosion of the earth look very rhythmic. In this way, at the moment when the earth disappeared, Sun Wukong and others would not die immediately. However, the air at this time has become thinner and thinner. Sun Wukong even had some difficulty breathing. No. My brain is blank, I can't teleport. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Swish. At this critical moment, the figure of King Kai Shin suddenly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Wukong, hold me. Shin stretched out his hand and held Sun Wukong's hand together. Swish. Xian teleported and disappeared in a flash. In just a moment, Shin appeared in the King Kai realm with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Huff, hi. Sun Wukong and Vegeta took a big gulp of the fresh air in the King Kai realm. It was a close call, I almost died just now. Sun Wukong was still frightened. What happened? Vegeta asked. Isn't it Bu? He secretly destroyed the earth when you weren't paying attention. Shin sighed. What? This abominable guy. Vegeta clenched his fists. While saying this, the two saw through the crystal ball that Krillin, Tien Xinyan, Jiaozi, Yamsha and the god Dendi and others in the crystal ball had become stiff. After the destruction of the earth, the surrounding air had completely disappeared. Without air, both the earthlings and the scions would die immediately. Oops, it's too late to save them. Sheen said in a deep voice. Krillin. Tien Xinyan. Yamsha. Jiaozi. Dendi. Sun Wukong knelt on one knee and punched the ground of the Kaishin realm. The ground trembled. And Fang Yun. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Humph, Fang Yun probably didn't expect it. He will die with the earth. Vegeta was a little gloating. Old Kaishin glanced at Vegeta and said nothing. Will Fang Yun die because of this? Will it really be like this? Chapter 170, I will create the earth. The pink pieces of meat that were shattered by the explosion of the earth were condensing towards one position. Pop! In less than a minute, all the pink pieces of meat condensed into a whole. The pink pieces of meat were like plasticine, changing their shapes. Pop! The next moment, the pink pieces of meat turned into the shape of Bu. He recovered. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Damn it! Fang Yun wiped off my tail, and I can't transform, otherwise I will definitely die. Vegeta snorted. There is another way, said the old Kai, give them the earrings. Yes, ancestor. Sheen nodded and handed the Patara earrings to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, you can wear this, and it will be fine. However, Sheen was interrupted by Vegeta before he finished speaking. You can merge after wearing it, right? The guy after merging is called Vegeto. Vegeta snorted. You know. Sheen was stunned for a moment. Humph, I merged with that guy 7 years ago. Vegeta bared his teeth. Crack. Then, Vegeta crushed the Patara earring 047 that Sheen handed over. Sheen. Old Kai. What a waste of resources. I just want to be myself, I don't want to merge, you should take back your thoughts. Vegeta snorted. Crack. Sun Wukong had to crush the other earring. It will take time for Bu to find this place, right? Vegeta smiled, as long as I can find a way to grow a tail, it will be more than enough to destroy Bu. Vegeta is right, this may not be a solution. Old Kai nodded. Sheen, quickly find a way to make Vegeta grow a tail. Sheen. How the hell can I do it? I remember there are Dragon Balls on Namek, which can fulfill any wish. If Vegeta can go to Namek, can we ask the dragon to let him grow a tail? Sun Wukong suggested. Dragon Ball. Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Well, this is a good idea. You mean the Dragon Ball of Namek? Sheen suddenly realized, okay, I'll look for Namek now. Look. Something's happening. Old Kai suddenly said to a few people. Sun Wukong and others also looked at the crystal ball immediately. There was indeed something happening in the crystal ball. I saw that in this crystal ball, a bright flame appeared at some point. What is this light? Sun Wukong asked. This is Fang Yun. He's still alive. Sheen said. What? Fang Yun? He can survive in the universe. Vegeta shuddered. Ha ha ha, amazing, Sun Wukong scratched his head. That's Bu over there. Bu hasn't found Fang Yun yet, right? Sheen said. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and take Fang Yun over. Old Kai urged. Yes. Sheen nodded, and disappeared in a flash through teleportation. Soon, Sheen came back again. However, Fang Yun did not come back with him. Where is Fang Yun? Old Kai asked. He said he didn't want to come yet. Sheen wiped his sweat. What do you mean? Old Kai looked confused. Why didn't he want to come yet? Is it interesting to stay in the starry sky? He said, Sheen continued to wipe his sweat. What did he say? You are really anxious. Old Kai shouted. He said he wanted to recreate the earth. Sheen smiled bitterly. Old Kai widened his eyes, his face incredible. Recreate the earth? Who is this guy? Can you create the earth? Create the earth? Really? Sun Wukong was also dumbfounded. Humph, he is bragging. How could the earth be created so easily by a human being? Vegeta snorted. Look. What is that? Sheen pointed to the core of the planet in the crystal ball. That's the core of the planet. Old Kai widened his eyes. He won't really create the earth, will he? Will he create the earth? Sheen was stunned. Old Kai was speechless. This is our job, okay? Are you going to replace our job? The universe, the Milky Way, the solar system. The destruction of the earth has become a fact. The entire earth has now turned into cosmic dust. The moon, because it lost the attraction of the earth, became a wandering asteroid and was soon sucked away by the nearby Mars. The rest of the earth's fragments turned into meteorites and smashed towards Mars. At this moment, Fang Yun was in the starry sky, creating a new earth with his own hands. The new earth should be stronger and can no longer be easily destroyed. Fang Yun decided to change the geological structure of the earth. I want to make this planet stronger. At least, a person with a combat power of only 20,000 cannot destroy the earth. Even if it is to be destroyed, it must be an angel-level god. Swish! Fang Yun first created the core of the earth, and then covered the core with a layer of liquid and protective layer. Soon, the basic shape of the earth has been revealed. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Fang Yun had just created a rough shape of the earth, Bu was also wandering around here. Bu turned his head and saw Fang Yun creating the earth. Is it Fang Yun? He is still alive? How is it possible? Bu's face was full of shock. This guy can actually survive in the universe? What is he doing? Creating the earth? Are you kidding me? Bu was stunned, staring at Fang Yun's back without blinking. At this time, Fang Yun had already created the entire earth. Shua! Fang Yun with a wave of his hand. There are more mountains and rivers on the earth. Shua! Fang Yun waved his hand again. There are more blue sky and white clouds on the earth. Looking back in this vast space, the earth now is no different from what it was before. Next, it's the destroyed buildings. Fang Yun whispered. Shua! Fang Yun waved his hand again, and the buildings on the earth were immediately created by him. Fang Yun was a little excited for a while. I actually became the creator. Think about the ancient myths in the previous life, Pangu created the world. Today, I, Fang Yun, will create a brand new earth. Bu. Chapter 171, New Earth. Bu just looked at Fang Yun's back and the earth rebuilt by Fang Yun stupidly, and was a little confused for a while. But then, Bu's face was full of coldness. Now, isn't it the best opportunity to destroy Fang Yun? He didn't find me, right? While this guy is creating the earth, I will give him a fatal blow and destroy him and the earth together. Thinking of this, Bu's mouth curled up into an evil arc. Then, Bu pointed his hand at Fang Yun. Looking at Fang Yun again, he seemed to have no idea of the danger he was about to encounter. Kai Wangshen Realm. Fang Yun really created the earth. Sun Wukong was extremely surprised. This is impossible. Who is he? Vegeta's whole body was trembling. It's amazing that he can even create the earth. The old Kai Wangshen laughed dryly and wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. Even our Kai Wangshen can't create a planet so easily. How did you do it? Kai Wangshen can also create planets, but the creation time is relatively long, not like Fang Yun, who created the earth in less than a minute. Not only that, Fang Yun seems to have created the buildings that were once destroyed on the earth. No. That's Bu. Bu has found Fang Yun. Xin exclaimed. He's going to sneak attack Fang Yun. Find a way to stop him. Old Kai urged. I'll go over now. Xin said as he was about to perform teleportation. However, just as Xin was about to perform teleportation, Fang Yun's big hand suddenly waved back gently. Snap! Bu's body twisted and deformed at that moment. Bang! Then, Bu's body exploded. Shua! A shocking scene happened, and two people jumped out of Bu's body. It's Gohan and Piccolo. Did Fang Yun separate them? Xin exclaimed. Gohan! Son Goku shouted loudly. Dead old Kai shook his head. They are in a vacuum environment, and I'm afraid they died on the spot when they separated from Bu. Vegeta widened his eyes. Can Fang Yun separate the absorbed people so easily? Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Bu's body regenerated again and returned to the original shape of Big Bu. Bu felt the changes in his body with a look of shock on his face, and his face was full of horror. Fang Yun looked back and smiled. Bu was immediately scared to death, and turned around and ran without any hesitation. This is a demon. Why the hell did I provoke this guy? Bu flew very fast. Swish. However, no matter how fast Bu flew, he was not as fast as Fang Yun's erasure. Fang Yun waved his big hand gently. Bang! Bu's body exploded again. A pink fat man jumped out of Bu's body. It's Bu. Another Bu. The Bu who absorbed the Great Kai. Xin said quickly. What do you mean? Old Kai asked puzzled. At first, Bu was not in this form. West Kai, South Kai, North Kai, and I went with the Great Kai to fight Bu. Later, South Kai and Great Kai were absorbed by Bu, and West Kai and North Kai were killed by Bu. Bu, who absorbed the Great Kai, became the fat man. Perhaps it was because the Great Kai was kind and honest, so Bu became more obedient after absorbing him. Xin explained, this is also the reason why Bibidai was able to control Bu later. Hey, Bu is going to recover again. Vegeta suddenly said. Several people stared at the crystal ball closely. Swish, swish, swish. Sure enough, the pink pieces of meat that exploded quickly condensed together. The pieces of meat changed. In a moment, the pieces of meat turned into a small Bu. Is it him? Xin's pupils shrank sharply. What? Asked the old Kai. That's him. The original Bu was like this. He is the embodiment of evil. Xin explained hurriedly. Swish. As soon as Xin finished speaking, Bu in the crystal ball suddenly disappeared. What? Disappeared. Xin's face was covered with cold sweat. I guess he's afraid of Fang Yun. Then wipe him out, so he ran away first. Sun Wukong guessed. This is the only explanation. Old Kai nodded gently. Shua. As he was talking, a pink shadow flashed in the Kaishan realm and emerged. The faces of everyone present changed color. Not good. This guy may have learned to teleport. Sheen exclaimed. Zero, please give me flowers. This is bad. Old Kai was so scared that sweat broke out on his face. Humph, it's nothing great. Compared with the past, he is weaker. Vegeta smiled. Yeah, maybe I can deal with him without Fang Yun. After sensing Bu's breath, Sun Wukong also had a smile on his face, and turned his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta, can you really not transform into a giant ape again? Kakarot, don't say such nonsense. Vegeta shouted. So, who will go first? Sun Wukong asked. Humph, it doesn't matter who goes first. Anyway, as long as I grow a tail, you are no match for me. Vegeta snorted. Okay, I'll do it. Sun Wukong nodded. Boom. 0. Sun Wukong directly turned into a Super Saiyan 3, with long hair down to his waist and golden light all over his body. Swish. Sun Wukong flew towards Bu at a high speed. Bang bang bang. The two fought fiercely in this Kai King God realm. Wukong is not a simple guy. Old Kai King God sighed, he can reach this level with his own efforts. Yes, Wukong is really amazing. Xian nodded. Hey, you two, don't be idle either. Take me to Namek right now and summon the dragon of Namek, so that I can grow a tail, so that we can avoid any accidents. Vegeta appeared beside Xian and Old Kai and said to them. Xian turned his head and looked at Old Kai. It's possible. Old Kai nodded, but you'd better not have too much hope. What do you mean? Vegeta was puzzled. Let's go to Namek first. Old Kai ordered Xian. Yes, old ancestor. Xian replied. Swish. The next moment, Xian took Vegeta and Old Kai and appeared on Namek. Greetings to the two Kais. The great elder of Namek, Mulai, led many Namekians to salute. Solar System. After 2 long minutes, Fang Yun finally completed the creation of the Earth. New Earth. 1,000,000 times the strength of the Kaishan realm. I always feel that something is missing, Fang Yun pondered. Looking carefully at the Earth spinning rapidly around the sun, Fang Yun's eyes flashed with brilliance. Chapter 172, Diamond. By the way, the moon is gone. The Earth without the moon is imperfect. Fang Yun smiled. No wonder I felt that something was missing on the Earth just now. Shua. Fang Yun began to create a new moon again. The creation of the moon is much easier than the Earth. Fang Yun only took 10 seconds to complete the creation of the moon. By the way, there are also artificial satellites. Fang Yun waved his hand and created a satellite. Looking at the satellite orbiting the Earth, Fang Yun smiled. Finally done. Now all that's missing is the creatures on Earth. Currently, Fang Yun can't create life. It can be said that the Earth is now a dead star, with no life. In the boundless ocean, there is not a single fish or shrimp. I won't participate in creating life, leave it to the dragon of Namek. Fang Yun pondered. However, at this moment, Fang Yun suddenly saw a prompt from the system. Complete the hidden task, create the Earth. Get the upgrade of the erasure magic in advance. Diamond magic, Beerus's body strength is 100 times, can erase a galaxy, erasure and creation coexist, can erase the king of the worlds and the god of destruction. Upgraded just like that? Fang Yun felt that happiness came too suddenly. I haven't found a guard yet. I just found a Broly. I didn't expect to create an Earth, and actually completed the task ahead of time and obtained the diamond magic. Fang Yun was very happy. That is to say, I can now easily erase a galaxy. The Milky Way? Can I erase it with a wave of my hand? Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the entire Milky Way disappeared at this moment. Fang Yun suddenly found that he was in a chaos. Really disappeared? Oh my god, so magical. Even the Earth that Fang Yun had just created disappeared with it. Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Mel's was reporting the latest work to the King of the Galaxy. However, at this moment, Mel's suddenly felt a powerful divine power. Shua. When Mel's reacted, he tragically discovered that the entire Milky Way was gone. The whole space was in chaos. This Myers turned pale with fear. Is the Omni King going to wipe out the 7th universe? It's too scary. Are you kidding me? I'm still training at the Galactic Patrol Headquarters in the Milky Way. Swish. The angelic attire appeared on Myers' body, and he held the scepter tightly in his hand. Then, the crystal ball on the scepter in Myers' hand showed pictures one by one. Myers was looking for the reason why the Milky Way disappeared. After a short investigation, Myers found that only the Milky Way disappeared. Other galaxies still exist. The only thing that made Myers feel fortunate was that the seventh universe was still there. That's right, it doesn't make sense. If the Omni King wanted to wipe out the seventh universe, my father would at least let me know, right? You can't just say nothing, right? Is not saying anything also a kind of training? Myers was a little confused. Fortunately, it was only the Milky Way that disappeared. Myers shook his head vigorously again. The Milky Way disappearing is not a good thing. Who made the Milky Way disappear? Was it the Lord of the Omni? In the flowing chaos, Fang Yun just floated quietly in it, without any complicated expression on his face. Is this the diamond-level erasure ability? With a wave of his hand, a galaxy disappeared. If it is upgraded to Star Glory, it will probably directly erase the universe, right? It's just like the Lord of the Omni, waving his little hand, and a certain universe disappeared. In addition to erasing galaxies, Fang Yun now has two other abilities. The first one, erasing the King of the Worlds and the God of Destruction. That is to say, the gods of the level of the King of the Worlds and the God of Destruction can be erased after upgrading to Diamond. Fang Yun couldn't erase the King of the Worlds and the God of Destruction before. But now, it's no longer a problem. Yet, I must find a King of the Worlds to try to erase it later. How can you not try such an advanced skill? What if it doesn't work at the critical moment? Of course, it doesn't matter even if you can't wipe them out. Now Fang Yun's physical strength has reached 100 times that of Beerus. This physical strength should be more than enough to surpass the angel, right? Fang Yun didn't expect that he created a brand new Earth on a whim, and actually activated the hidden task, allowing himself to upgrade in advance. Diamond Avatar. You know, Fang Yun spent a lot of effort in upgrading Diamond Avatar in the past 7 years. It's not that easy to find a suitable guard? What? You said you want to find Sun Wukong as a guard? Sun Wukong's personality is obviously not suitable for being a guard. Sun Wukong is the kind of unrestrained type. If you tie him up by your side and make him a guard, he will not agree. Vegeta is even worse. Let's not talk about Vegeta's strength, just his arrogant character makes Fang Yun want to fight him every time. Among so many scions, Broly is barely suitable. As for the angel, Fang Yun's strength seemed to be not as strong as the angel before. But it's different now. Now my strength is 100 times that of Beerus, so it should be no problem for me to take an angel as a guard. There is no need to worry about the angel suddenly turning against me. The second special ability of the Diamond Avatar is teleportation. Fang Yun, after decades of experience, finally mastered teleportation. From now on, Fang Yun no longer needs to find a means of transportation. Swish! Fang Yun used teleportation, and in a flash, he left the Milky Way that he had wiped out. It really works. So cool. In addition to these two special abilities, Fang Yun gently waved his hand, and a bright little light suddenly appeared in his hand. This little light spot is exactly the same as the 1.5.7 True God Realm that Bardos provided to him. From now on, I, Fang Yun, have mastered the creation of the True God Realm. The True God Realm that only angels have. Fang Yun wiped off the True God Realm with a smile on his face. Then, Fang Yun looked at the disappeared Milky Way. The Milky Way cannot disappear because of me. The meeting of the cowherd and the weaver girl on the Magpie Bridge cannot be seen. Let the Milky Way recover. Fang Yun muttered to himself and waved his big hand gently. Swish! The disappeared Milky Way was restored in an instant. Even the disappeared Galactic Patrol headquarters was restored to normal. Even the Galactic King reappeared opposite Mel's. Mel's was confused. What's going on? Swish! Mel's quickly changed himself into the uniform of the Galactic Patrol. Am I dreaming? Am I hallucinating? Chapter 173, High Priest. Mers, why did I feel like my brain was short-circuited just now? The Galaxy King scratched his head with his fish tentacles and looked at Mel's in confusion. Maybe the weather has been bad recently, Mel's made up a random excuse. The Galaxy King. The weather is really bad. This is a space station, okay? The Galaxy King didn't know what to say. Am I sick? I need to find a doctor to check my body. The king of the galaxy muttered. Mel's was silent. You are not sick. It is the Milky Way that suddenly disappeared. You disappeared with it. It is normal for your brain to short-circuit. But, who wiped out the Milky Way? It is so confusing. Forget it, let's observe it first. Looking at the Milky Way that has been restored to its original state, Fang Yun showed a satisfied smile on his face. This is the Milky Way. What was that just now? It looks a bit like the realm of nothingness. God realm, the palace of the High Priest. The High Priest. The High Priest 01 was silent. Why are you still wiping the Milky Way for fun? After a short silence. Swish. The High Priest appeared in the palace of the King of All. High Priest, what's wrong? The King of All asked. It's not a big deal. The Milky Way in the 7th universe was suddenly wiped out. The High Priest smiled. It's really not a big deal. There are countless galaxies in a universe. It's no big deal if a Milky Way disappears. The King of All nodded gently. Yes, it seems that Fang Yun wiped it out. The High Priest smiled slightly. It's him. Has his erasing ability become stronger again? The King of All thought. Yes, before, his erasing ability could only wipe out a planet. Now it seems that a galaxy is not a big problem. The High Priest replied. The King of All did not say anything, as if he was thinking about something. After a short silence, the King of All looked up at the High Priest. High Priest, tell me honestly, is Fang Yun the reincarnation of the great King of All? The King of All asked. Yes and no. The High Priest's answer was a bit ambiguous. The King of All. Fang Yun silently looked at the Milky Way. It's quite interesting to admire the Milky Way from this position. At present, there is no problem in erasing and restoring galaxies. I have tried teleportation. Well, let's try again to see if we can erase the Kaishan. Swish. Fang Yun performed teleportation and appeared in the Kaishan realm in a flash. How cool! Teleportation is really fun. Fang Yun quietly appeared above Namek, looking down at the earth, looking at Xin, the old Kaishan, and many Namekians below. Swish. Fang Yun waved his big hand gently. 2 Kaishins, we have learned everything about what happened on Earth. The Dragon Balls are ready. We can summon Porunga at any time to fulfill our wishes. Elder Mulai said to the 2 Kaishin. You have collected them all? That's great. Vegeta was overjoyed. When I grow a tail, what will a little Bew be? I want to kill him, isn't it just a matter of minutes? Then please summon the dragon. Zine nodded. However, just as Zine's voice fell, his figure flashed and disappeared. Everyone present was a little confused. What's going on? Are you leaving? If you leave, at least say hello. Why don't you say anything and just disappear? The old Kai also widened his eyes, with an incredible look on his face. This kid is getting more and more unruly. Above the sky, Fang Yun looked at the wiped out Kai, feeling happy. It turns out that Kai can be wiped out. Shua. With a smile on his face, Fang Yun waved his hand again, and the wiped Zine came back again. Zine looked around, confused. What happened to me just now? Why did I feel endless darkness? No, it should be an endless void. It's so scary. Bang. Just when Xin was a little confused, old Kai slapped Xin on the head. What are you doing, kid? Old Kai shouted angrily. I didn't do anything, old ancestor, why did you hit me? Xin asked depressedly. You suddenly disappeared. At least say hello. Old Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Xin. I don't want to disappear either. What happened to me just now? So weird. Hey, summon the dragon quickly and let me grow a tail. Vegeta shouted, look. Kakarot is already at a disadvantage. Kai King Realm. Although Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan 3. However, in the battle with Bu, Sun Wukong was in danger and there was a possibility of defeat at any time. Not good, Goku didn't have much energy before, right? It's normal that he can't match Bu now. Xin nodded. Eska, summon the dragon Porunga. Elder Mulai nodded. Yes, Elder. Eska responded, shouting loudly in Namek, Dragon, come out, fulfill our wish. Suddenly, the 7 dragon balls gathered into a golden beam of light and rushed into the sky. 047. The sky also became dark in an instant. The dragon Porunga was suspended in the sky. The one who gathers the dragon balls, tell me your wishes, I can fulfill any 3 wishes. The dragon Porunga said. The first wish is to get my lost tail back. Vegeta said. Although the Namekians did not have a good impression of Vegeta, they also knew that he was doing this for the safety of the entire universe, so there was nothing to worry about. Immediately, Eska made a wish to the dragon and asked Porunga to let Vegeta's tail grow out. Sorry, I can't fulfill this wish. Porunga said. What did you say? Why? Vegeta was stunned and his eyes widened. This wish has exceeded my energy range. I can't fulfill wishes that are beyond my ability. Please change a wish. The dragon Porunga replied. Vegeta's face changed again and again. Even the dragon can't fulfill this wish? Damn it. Fang Yun, you wait. One day, I, Vegeta, will reach a level that you can't erase. I guess so. Old Kai sighed and shook his head. Since this wish cannot be fulfilled, let's change a wish. Mulai suggested. But, what wish should we change to? Sheen felt a little blind and asked, can we make Bu disappear directly? Chapter 174, Shenlong, give me a bottle of Coke. Old Kai punched Sheen. You are such a talent as a Kai. Ahem, no. Elder Mulai smiled awkwardly. Pa. Just then, Fang Yun fell from the sky and landed near everyone. Are you fulfilling wishes? Fang Yun smiled. Everyone was stunned. When did Fang Yun fall from the sky? Why don't we know? Can you give me the wish? Fang Yun asked. Ahem, yes. Elder Mulai nodded. You are so generous. Fang Yun praised and looked at the dragon Porunga. The first wish is to revive all the people on earth who were killed by Bu. Okay, this wish is fine. Porunga breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there is a normal wish. Porunga immediately activated the dragon power to realize this wish. Soon, all the humans killed by Bu were resurrected. The humans on Earth felt like they were dreaming. It's just that this dream was so real. However, when humans were resurrected, they found that this world was a little unreal. It seems that there are no other creatures in this world except humans. No animals or plants. The second wish is to restore the lost creatures on Earth, including animals, plants, and various microorganisms. Can you do it? Fang Yun asked. Yes, no problem. The dragon replied. Swish. Soon, the animals and plants that once existed on Earth were restored. And the humans on Earth finally felt that it was more real. The second wish has come true. Porunga said. Very good, what's the third wish? Fang Yun held his chin and pondered, and looked at the Kaishin and others present. What do you wish for? Everyone shook their heads together. He is Fang Yun. The old Kaishin asked Zine in a low voice. Yes, old ancestor. Zine nodded. The old Kaishin looked at Fang Yun silently. There is no resemblance to the Lord of all. Strange, it's really strange. Since you don't have any wishes, then give me a bottle of Coke. I just created the earth, it's really tiring. Fang Yun said to the dragon Porunga. Muley. Ask. Ask was a little confused. Do you want a translation? You just asked the dragon Porunga for a bottle of Coke? Are you kidding? What? Is there a problem? Fang Yun glanced at Iska. The elder nodded to Iska. No problem. Eska responded quickly and made a wish to the dragon Porunga in Namek. Okay. Cold sweat slid down Porunga's dragon face. Pop. A bottle of Coke fell from the sky. Your wish has come true. Goodbye. Porunga turned into 7 golden rays and quickly disappeared. Namek regained its light. Fang Yun opened the bottle of Coke and gulped down a sip. It tastes good. The Coke made by the dragon tastes better than the ones I usually buy. Fang Yun smacked his lips and praised it. He handed over the bottle of Coke and asked, do you want to drink it? Old Kai shook his head. The elder smiled awkwardly. Can I try it? Sheen swallowed his saliva and asked. I'm just being polite to you. You really don't know what's good for you. Fang Yun glared. Zine. Shameless, shameless. Vegeta gritted his teeth in the distance, and after a struggle, he finally made up his mind. Swish. Vegeta quickly came to Fang Yun and bowed. What's the matter? Fang Yun looked at Vegeta. Jita asked. Fang Yun, please let me grow a tail. Vegeta gritted his teeth and begged. The tail is the window to the soul, you say it will grow, so grow it. Fang Yun scolded. Vegeta. Vegeta lowered his head. The tail is the window to the soul? What is this? Why do I remember that the eyes are the windows to the soul? Also, how much connection does this have with the windows to the soul? However, this time Vegeta learned his lesson and didn't dare to talk nonsense with Fang Yun. At least, Vegeta's attitude of admitting his mistakes was quite orderly. Do you know you are wrong? Fang Yun asked. Vegeta lowered his head and nodded slightly. Tell me, who took you away during the time you disappeared? Fang Yun asked. Vegeta raised his head, gritted his teeth, and shook his head again. Don't want to say. Fang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. I promised him that I would not tell him his identity or his appearance. Vegeta said calmly, Vegeta, keep my word. Even if you erase me, I will not tell you. Yet, you are ambitious. Fang Yun nodded and praised, this is the Prince of Science, Vegeta. Vegeta didn't know how to respond for a while. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Go to the Kaishin realm to challenge Bu. If you win, I will restore your tail. Fang Yun smiled. Fang Yun also considered it. If Vegeta doesn't want to tell, then let him do whatever he wants. Fang Yun has other ways to find this person. Of course, no problem. Vegeta agreed readily. Go, send Vegeta over. Fang Yun called to Shin. Yes. Shin replied. Swish. Shin took Vegeta and returned to the Kaishin realm in a flash through teleportation. Come on, Vegeta. I'm going back first. I'll cheer for you over there. Shin waved to Vegeta and left in an instant. Vegeta. What the hell is the use of cheering? At this time, Son Goku was being beaten by Bu. Bang. Bu kicked Son Goku and sent him flying backwards, landing next to Vegeta. Vegeta? You're here too? Where's your tail? Son Goku asked. Let's not talk about my tail first. Vegeta bared his teeth. Kakarot, isn't your Super Saiyan 3 very powerful? How come you can't even deal with this guy? I don't know what happened. Maybe using Super Saiyan 3 in another world will cause energy leakage. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Vegeta, help me delay for a minute, I will gather energy for myself. Humph, a troublesome guy, 1 minute is 1 minute, watch how I beat Bu in the form of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta said, golden flames blooming around him, his hair stood up high, and arcs surged around him. Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan 2 and flew towards Bu. In the next 2 minutes, Vegeta was beaten up by Bu. Chapter 175, Look, there is a demon. Although Vegeta's strength has been greatly improved, there is still a gap compared to Bu. Besides, Vegeta is not in the giant ape form now. Damn it! If I, Vegeta, had a tail and could become a Super Saiyan 4, I would never lose to you. Vegeta shouted loudly. Hee hee. Bu sneered and attacked more vigorously. Kakarot, you guy, are you ready? Vegeta said angrily. Swish. Goku, who was gathering energy, suddenly lost his energy. The energy that was finally gathered disappeared all of a sudden. Hey! Kakarot! What are you doing? Vegeta was stunned. I don't know what's going on. The energy can't be gathered. Goku was also panicked. What did you say? Vegeta didn't know what to say. Bang bang bang. Then, Vegeta was beaten up by Bu again. Bang. Bu kicked Vegeta, and Vegeta fell beside Goku. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Bu seemed to be looking at the two of them with a playful look on his face, and he was not in a hurry to attack. Kakarot, how many times have you saved humans so far? Vegeta asked. 050. I don't know why you ask this question. Sun Wukong was puzzled. It's time for those humans to pay. Vegeta said in a deep voice, just now on Namek, all the earthlings have been resurrected by the dragon. What do you mean? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Spirit bomb. Vegeta smiled. Spirit bomb? The power of the spirit bomb can't destroy Bu, right? Sun Wukong asked. Of course, Ordinary spirit bombs won't work. What if all the earthlings provide you with energy? Vegeta smiled. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Let's start. Vegeta urged. Okay. I'll try. Sun Wukong nodded and began to condense the spirit bomb with both hands. Looking at Bu again, he seemed a little tired from the battle, or maybe he was sleepy. He actually fell asleep standing there and blew a bubble. Hey, King Kai, are you listening? Vegeta shouted loudly. What's the matter? Shin's voice came over. Can you let me talk to all the humans on Earth? Vegeta asked. No, I don't have the ability. Shin scratched his head, looking aggrieved. What? You are a god? You don't even have this ability. Vegeta's face changed color. Idiot, God is not omnipotent. The old Kai King God stood up for justice. This is troublesome, what should I do? Vegeta was entangled. If I grow a tail, will I still have to go through so much trouble? I can kill Bu in a minute. Let me do it, I am King Kai. King Kai's voice came over, and he said respectfully, Greetings to the two lords of the Kai King God, I am the North King Kai. Yes, King Kai, thank you for your hard work. Shin nodded and replied, then, the next step is up to you. Okay. King Kai replied, Vegeta, you are right to choose the spirit bomb. Just say it, I will convey your words directly to everyone on Earth. Great. Vegeta smiled and said, humans on Earth, listen to me, you should feel a little confused, right? It's normal, because you died, and we resurrected you. Before that, a very scary monster was born on Earth, his name is Bu, he can easily kill you. King Kai. This guy really can't talk. Vegeta said a lot of things, and finally asked for spirit energy from all mankind. It's very simple, just raise your hands, and we can collect the spirit bomb. Vegeta said. However, no one raised their hands, even if there were only a few. You want us to help, and you still have this attitude, who are you? Maybe he is a demon. Don't be fooled, maybe he wants to absorb our souls. The humans were talking. Damn it! Do you know that if we delay any longer, the Earth will be in great danger? Vegeta shouted. My friends on Earth, please give us your vitality. Sun Wukong also begged. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, the people on Earth suddenly felt that the tone of this guy's speech sounded more upright. Many people began to try to deliver vitality to Sun Wukong. Of course, most people still don't believe Sun Wukong and Vegeta, because some people will feel inexplicably weak after releasing their vitality. These are far from enough. Not enough to kill Bu. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Is there no other way? Vegeta gritted his teeth. As he was talking, Bu took a nap, woke up from his sleep, and looked at the vitality bomb condensed in Sun Wukong's hand with surprise. Is this guy awake? Vegeta's eyes widened. Oh no, this is trouble. Sun Wukong was shocked, we've been discovered. He. Little Bu pounded his chest hard and flew towards Sun Wukong. Vegeta gritted his teeth, turned into a Super Saiyan 2, rushed up, and started a fierce battle with Bu again. However, Vegeta was no match for little Bu at all. He was beaten black and blue by Bu and cried out in pain. This is not a solution. What should we do? There is no way to condense the spirit bomb. Old Kai said in a deep voice. There is a way. Find someone to go to the Earth. Fang Yun put his hands behind his back. It would be best if this person could become a terrifying appearance, so that everyone would raise their hands involuntarily after seeing him, and point at him and shout monsters or something. Old Kai. Shin. Grand Elder. However, after thinking about it, several people thought that this might be a solution. You go. Old Kai ordered Shin. Why me? Shin smiled bitterly. Do I look like a monster? If not you, then me? I'm so old, how can you bear to let me run errands? Old Kai shouted. But how can I go? I just gave all my vitality to Goku. Shin scratched his head. Here, eat this senzu bean and get going quickly. Fang Yun created a senzu bean and threw it to Shin. Shin. Old Kai. You clearly have the ability to wipe out Bu, but you insist on watching the fun here. You are too much. Shin quickly took the senzu bean and ate it. Suddenly, Shin's physical strength recovered to its peak. Chapter 176, Instant Movement. Then I'll go. Xin said, performing instant movement and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Xin's figure appeared above a large city on earth. Change. Xin made his body huge, looking like a demon. Xin was speechless. I am the great Kai, the god of justice in the universe, but now I have to turn into a demon? Look. What is that? Seeing Xin appear in the sky, someone couldn't help but point at Xin and exclaimed. But as soon as this person raised his hand, the energy was automatically sucked away. Then, more and more people raised their heads and pointed at the devil incarnated by Xin, shouting. This large wave of energy was absorbed cleanly. Everyone! How shameless! It really works, thank you. Xin called out and went to another city. About 10 minutes passed. The energy bomb finally collected enough energy to kill Bu. In fact, in just 10 minutes, not all Earthlings would provide energy to Sun Wukong's energy bomb. It was mainly because Fang Yun injected a little destructive energy into the energy bomb. With this little destructive energy, it is still very easy to kill Bu. Done. Sun Wukong's pupil shrank, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Swish. Sun Wukong no longer hesitated, and with a flicker of his hand, the energy bomb blasted in the direction of Bu. Bu was horrified and quickly blocked the attacking spirit bomb with both hands. Then, Bu pushed the spirit bomb towards Sun Goku. Everyone on Namek was dumbfounded. Isn't this Bu too powerful? Is this possible? No, Goku doesn't have much energy left, so there's no way to kill Bu. Eska exclaimed. Xian, go give Goku a senzu bean. Fang Yun said, and created another senzu bean and threw it to Xian. Xian. I just came back, can't you let me rest? Although he thought so in his heart, Xian also knew that time was running out. Swish. Xian teleported and appeared next to Son Goku in a flash. Goku, come on, this is the senzu bean. Xian handed the senzu bean to Son Goku. Senzu bean? Great. Son Goku hurriedly thanked him, took the senzu bean, and ate it in one gulp. Bu's pupils shrank sharply. Pa! Goku turned into a Super Saiyan 2. Bu's face was full of despair. Bu, you did a great job. I hope you can be a good person in your next life. Goodbye. Goku said, and shouted, and the spirit bomb also rushed towards Bu. Wow! Bu screamed miserably. Shua! Bu disappeared. All of Bu's cells were killed. Bu, dead. After sensing that Bu's breath had completely disappeared, Xin immediately danced a clumsy dance. Finally, Bu was eliminated. The universe finally restored peace. Grand Elder of Namek, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Xin hurriedly thanked him. You're welcome, Lord Kaishin, this is what we should do. Grand Elder Mulai smiled slightly. Then, we'll go back first. Xin said. Okay. Elder Mulai nodded. Fang Yun, what about you? Do you want to return to the Kaishin realm together? Xian turned his head and looked at Fang Yun. No, you guys are busy. Fang Yun smiled. Shua. As Fang Yun said this, he teleported and appeared on the planet Yadrit in a flash. Elder P. Bala widened his eyes, looking shocked. Fang Yun actually learned to teleport? When did he master it? P. Bala, my teleportation is okay, right? Fang Yun smiled. Ahem Fang Yun, when did you learn it? P. Bala asked with a wry smile. Just now, I had an epiphany. Fang Yun replied. P. Bala. Epiphany? Who are you kidding? Why don't I believe it? How is their travel? Fang Yun asked. Fang Yun, has Bu been eliminated? In that case, I'll let them come back. P. Bala suggested. Let them wander around here for a while. It's not easy to come to an alien planet. Let's go back after we have enough fun. Fang Yun smiled. P. Bala. You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Kai King God Realm. Hey. Both Son Goku and Vegeta let out a long sigh. Zero, please give me flowers. Finally, Bu was destroyed. Shua. At this time, King God Shin and Old Kai also came back from Namek. The four smiled at each other. After a short rest. By the way, was the earth really created by Fang Yun? Shin asked curiously. I don't know, but the earth has indeed been fully restored. Old Kai replied. The earth was created by Fang Yun. Vegeta was so surprised. Ha ha ha, Fang Yun is so powerful that he can create the earth. Son Goku smiled bitterly. By the way, where is Fang Yun? Vegeta asked. Vegeta is still waiting to get his tail back. He should go to Idrit. Zine said. Damn it, what about my tail? Vegeta gritted his teeth. A month later, Fang Yun returned to Earth with everyone who was traveling in Idrit. During this month, everyone had a lot of fun in Idrit. Especially the 3 androids, who already liked the original ecological environment of Idrit. Even, the 3 of them wanted to stay and continue living in Idrit. However, P-Bala didn't welcome them very much. If you stay, Fang Yun will trouble us for no reason. You should leave. Just it wasn't long before Fang Yun returned to Earth with his family. Vegeta flew over quickly soon. Fang Yun, where's the tail you promised? Vegeta asked. Is it just a begging attitude? Fang Yun frowned. Vegeta shuddered and bowed quickly. Since you are quite tactful, I'll give you the tail back. Fang Yun smiled and waved his hand gently. Swish! Vegeta's disappeared tail also grew back. Looking at his lost and recovered tail, Vegeta was so excited that tears almost fell. Emily, let's go. Vegeta stopped Emily and flew into the sky. Vegeta disappeared without a trace soon. Swish! Just as Vegeta left, Sun Wukong also teleported and brought Sun Wuhan to the scene. Sun Wukong came to take his wife Shishi home. Come to think of it, it's been a month since we last met, right? Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Chapter 177, Myers. Gohan Chi-Chi looked at her son Gohan. Then, Chi-Chi and her son Gohan hugged each other. Fang Yun, do you have a way for me to grow a tail? Sun Wukong stepped forward and asked Fang Yun. Why do I want to grow a tail? Fang Yun smiled. I also want to become like Vegeta and become more powerful. Sun Wukong chuckled. I'm afraid this is not your true idea. Fang Yun took a deep look at Sun Wukong. Hey? How did you know? Sun Wukong was stunned. Can you follow the same transformation route as Vegeta? This is not your style. Fang Yun smiled and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, besides, you should be very clear that Vegeta's current transformation has great flaws, right? Haha, yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Although Vegeta can transform into a giant ape, he first needs to condense an artificial full moon. The condensation process is too complicated and can be easily interrupted. In addition, even if the artificial full moon is condensed and hung in the sky, it will be knocked down by others. After the artificial full moon is destroyed, he will also recover from the form of a giant ape. So, what do you really mean? Fang Yun smiled. I want to practice with you. Sun Wukong chuckled. You don't need to follow me. I can recommend someone to you to train you. Fang Yun smiled. Who? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Mers. Fang Yun said the man's name. Mers? Who? Sun Wukong had never heard of this name. An outstanding galactic patrolman. Fang Yun smiled. Galactic patrolman? Like Jack. Sun Wukong was stunned and scratched his head. It doesn't seem that great. He is different. Fang Yun said. Okay, I believe you. Since you, Fang Yun, recommended him, he must have his strengths. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Fang Yun shook his head secretly. Just be content. He is an angel. You are already very good to practice with an angel. When are we going to find that what? To express our gratitude, we specially let number 18 stay to accompany you. Number 17 said with a smile. No 18's face turned red at that moment, and he glared at number 17. I don't object. Fang Yun nodded. Number 18. You are so honest. Let's all go back. Fang Yun waved his hand, then leaned close to No 18's ear and whispered a few words. No 18's face flushed immediately, and he lowered his head shyly. Swoosh. Number 18 soared into the sky and left first. On the way back. Hey, number 18, what did Fang Yun say to you? Number 17 asked. What do you care? Number 18 glared. Number 16, did you hear it? Number 17 asked gossipingly. No, number 16 shook his head. After the 3 androids left, Master came, Oolong and others also said goodbye one after another. Now, only Bidalai and her father, Mr. Satan, are left. Fang Yun, we should go too. Bidalai said to Fang Yun, thank you, I've learned a lot. You're welcome. Fang Yun smiled. Fang Yun, I've betrothed my daughter to you, please cherish her. Satan took Fang Yun and Bidalai's hands, let them lead together, and said solemnly. Satan is not stupid, he has long seen Fang Yun's potential. If Bidalai can follow such a man, it will definitely be a good destination. Dad! What are you talking about? Bidalai shouted with a red face. Fang Yun is a good man, Bidalai will be the best choice if she follows him. Satan smiled. Dad, you are annoying. Bidalai shouted and flew into the air. At the moment when Videl flew away, she looked back at Fang Yun. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Hey, Videl, wait for me, I can't fly. Satan ran wildly behind. However, Bulma was kind enough to give Satan a universal capsule for airplanes. Satan drove the plane and flew towards home. Halfway through, Satan was intercepted by 3 people. The money we agreed on can't be less. Although we have traveled together for a month, one thing is one thing, don't you think? Mr. Satan. Number 17 looked at Satan with a smile. Yes, yes. Satan replied with a sad face. How sad? How come you still remember the money? Aren't we getting along very well in Yadrit? 3 days later. Sun Wukong appeared in Fang Yun's house again. Fang Yun, can we set off? Sun Wukong looked excited. Okay, let's go. Fang Yun nodded and said to Taisai and Bulma, I'll be back soon. The 2 sisters did not object. Shua. Fang Yun and Sun Wukong performed instant teleportation, and in a flash, they appeared in the Galactic Patrol headquarters, in Mel's room. Instant teleportation. Mel's was startled and hurriedly stood up and looked at Fang Yun and Sun Wukong who appeared in his room. Is this Mel's? Sun Wukong greeted him friendly. Hello, I'm Mel's. Mel's nodded, who are you? My name is Fang Yun, he is Sun Wukong, we are from Earth. Fang Yun smiled at Mel's. What? Fang Yun. Mel's was stunned for a moment, and his face changed slightly. Is this person the reincarnation of the great king of all kings that was circulated in the God realm 7 years ago? Because Mel's was training in the 5.7 side of the Galactic Patrol, he didn't know much about the news of the God realm. But it is impossible to say that I don't know anything. Mel's is a real god after all. Oh? From your expression, it seems that you have heard of me. It seems that this is the first time we meet, right? Fang Yun smiled. Ahem, yes, it's the first time we meet. Mel's nodded quickly and explained, but I did hear a little about some of your things. Did you hear it from your brother or sister? Fang Yun asked with interest. While saying this, Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Sure enough, it didn't work. The diamond level erasure ability cannot erase angels at present. Even trainee angels cannot be erased. It's a headache. Chapter 178, Sun Wukong challenges Mel's. Mel suddenly remembered. Could it be that Sister Bardos has been to Earth? Sister, you are too much. Last time you came, I treated you with delicious food. You went to Earth to find Fang Yun, and you didn't even tell me. I was wondering what you wanted the spaceship for, so that's it. Fortunately, Fang Yun is not the reincarnation of the Great King. Fortunately. Forget it, it's not important. Fang Yun smiled. Well, okay. Myers smiled. I came to you this time to ask you to help train Wukong. Fang Yun said to Myers. Train Wukong. Myers was slightly startled and glanced at Sun Wukong. Yes, greatly improve his potential strength. Fang Yun said. Okay. Myers hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Fang Yun, is he really powerful? Sun Wukong was a little unsure. This blue-skinned guy, like Fang Yun, has no aura fluctuations on his body. Is he really powerful? Try to attack me with all your strength. Myers smiled. Really? I'm very powerful. Sun Wukong looked excited. 01. This place is not suitable, let's change places. Myers looked at his room. If they fight here, the room will be damaged. If they are not careful, a corner of the space station may fail. No need to be so troublesome. Fang Yun waved his hand gently, muttering, reinforce the room. Increase the strength 100 times than before. Swish. Suddenly, the strength of the whole room changed. Creation is so magical. As long as a certain strength is created, they can fight without changing the environment. Myers widened his eyes and walked over to knock on the wall of the room gently. Sure enough, the wall of the room was stronger than before. Myers widened his eyes. How come this person named Fang Yun is more mysterious than I thought? Is he really not the reincarnation of Lord De Quan? This reinforcement is simply amazing. With my divine power, I can't reinforce it to this extent. Okay, let's just have a simple exchange here. Myers nodded and looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Okay, I'm coming. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. However, Sun Wukong did not transform, but just faced Myers normally. Swoosh. Sun Wukong flew towards Mel's quickly, punching Mel's with his fist. However, when Sun Wukong was about to hit Mel's, shua! Mel's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. What? Sun Wukong was stunned. Mel's quickly appeared behind Sun Wukong, kicked him and made him stagger. Sun Wukong stood up and scratched his head awkwardly. It's fast, but it looks a bit stiff. Mel's smiled. Okay, I'm going to get serious next. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and his expression became serious. Pa! Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan. Mel's was slightly stunned, and then smiled softly. Here I come. Sun Wukong flew towards Mel's again. Bang! Before Sun Wukong could make a move, he was slapped to the ground by Mel's. Your transformation has indeed improved your strength a lot, but you rely too much on your own energy. Myers reminded. However, Sun Wukong could no longer listen. Sun Wukong's eyes were shining, and he looked at Myers without blinking. Then, I will be serious next, I hope you don't get hurt. Sun Wukong said. Just come on. Myers nodded. Okay, Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong said, golden flames bloomed around his body, and his hair grew back. Sun Wukong became Super Saiyan 3. If the room had not been reinforced by Fang Yun, I am afraid that the process of Sun Wukong's transformation alone would cause the room to collapse. This is my strongest transformation, let's start again. Sun Wukong looked at Myers and said. Okay. Myers nodded. Swish. Sun Wukong flew towards Myers at a speed much faster than before. However, in the eyes of the trainee Angel Myers, it was nothing. Pa! Myers lightly raised his hand and blocked Sun Wukong's attack. What? Sun Wukong was stunned and widened his eyes. It is really amazing to raise the energy to this level. Myers smiled, and then quickly appeared behind Sun Wukong. Bang! Myers slapped Sun Wukong on the back. Suddenly, Sun Wukong lost consciousness, and his hair turned from golden to black. Sun Wukong fell softly to the ground and fainted. Well, not bad, worthy of being the son of the high priest. Fang Yun nodded. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Myers smiled, you are amazing, and your ability is very similar to that of the Lord of the Omni. You knocked Wukong unconscious, do you have something to say to me alone? Fang Yun smiled and looked at Myers. Yet. Myers nodded, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask, how does Mr. Fang Yun want me to teach him? Will he continue to improve his energy? Or will he develop towards the direction of God? To develop towards the direction of God. Fang Yun said. I understand. Myers responded. Next, he will be handed over to you. Fang Yun said. No problem. Myers nodded and smiled, in fact, Mr. Fang Yun can train Mr. Sun Wukong by himself. I believe that the Sun Wukong taught by Mr. Fang Yun should be better than me. I'm very busy. How can I be so idle as you? Fang Yun smiled. Myers. I'm the one who's busy, okay? I'm a galactic patrolman after all. You're the idle one. Myers was really speechless. Fang Yun ignored Myers, walked to Sun Wukong's side, and woke him up. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and suddenly jumped up from the ground. I remember that I was knocked out by Myers. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. Sorry, I was a little heavy. Myers smiled. It's okay, I will work hard to practice. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, his expression full of expectation. My training is very hard. Myers said. Don't worry, I will be strict with myself. Sun Wukong replied, scratched his head, and added, but I have to leave in 2 months. Don't worry, I will come back soon and may borrow a spaceship. Chapter 179, Myers. Leave? Is there something wrong? Myers asked. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and Piccolo are all dead, I have to save them. Sun Wukong said. What? Didn't they revive through the Dragon Balls on Namek? Fang Yun asked. Ahem, the wish at that time was to revive the people killed by Bu. They were not killed directly by Bu, but died in the explosion of the earth. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Oh? I remember Gohan also died in the explosion of the earth. Fang Yun thought. Gohan was resurrected by the Dragon Balls of Earth, Sun Wukong explained. In this month, I gathered all the Dragon Balls of Earth and resurrected Gohan and the people who died in the Bu incident, except for the bad guys. But because Krillin and the others died once, there is no way to revive them with the Dragon Balls of Earth. Why bother? Do you have to wait another 2 months to revive Krillin and the others? Fang Yun smiled. Yes, there is no way. The Dragon Balls of Namek can only be resurrected in 2 months. Sun Wukong replied. Don't bother so much, let Myers revive them. Fang Yun looked at Mels. Mels. I don't want to reveal my identity, okay? Mels can revive them? Is that true? Sun Wukong's face was full of shock. How can what I said be false? Mels has great magical powers, and it is too easy for him to revive Krillin and others. Fang Yun smiled. Mels. Fang Yun, you are forcing me to do something. I can't play with you like this. Great, Mels, I thank you on behalf of Krillin and others. Sun Wukong said while holding Mel's hand. Mels felt aggrieved. I didn't say I would help you save people. Let's go, Mels, I just want to see how you revive people. Fang Yun said. Mels was tired. He really wanted to watch the fun. Mels really didn't want to revive the dead. Although, for Mels, this was a very easy thing. But it was immoral to do so. Dead is dead, and using Dragon Balls to revive is already a destruction of the universe's ecology. You asked me, an apprentice angel, to personally help revive them. Ahem, I'm really sorry, this is a bit against the rules. Mels was a little embarrassed. Hey? What is this? So magical. Fang Yun suddenly said. While Fang Yun said this, there was already a bright light spot at the tip of his index finger. The small light spot was about the size of a sesame seed, and it looked very eye-catching. When he saw this bright little light spot, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Mel's eyes. True God Realm. Mel's face was full of surprise. What? Fang Yun was stunned for a moment and looked at Mel's. This is the True God Realm. Mel said excitedly. While speaking, Mels was surprised to see that the True God Realm in Fang Yun's hand was getting bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it became the size of a soybean. This size of True God Realm is at least about 10 points. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. Fang Yun generously threw the created True God Realm to Mels. Really? Thank you so much. Mels was very excited. Shua. Mels took the 10 points of True God Realm and quickly absorbed it into his body. Fang Yun clearly saw that when Mels absorbed this thing, it was as if he was enjoying a super delicacy, and his face was filled with a different kind of happiness. By the way, what did you say just now that was against the rules? I didn't hear it clearly, please say it again. Fang Yun said. Forget the rules, I'll take you to the underworld now. Mels replied with a serious look. Fang Yun. Sun Wukong. You change so fast. What is the realm of the true God? Why is it like seeing your biological father? Mels. Sun Wukong, what are you talking about? Do you know who my biological father is? If you know, you will regret thinking so. Mels wanted to get angry, but thinking that this was Sun Wukong's inner thoughts, it seemed that it was not appropriate to cause trouble for him. Besides, Sun Wukong was protected by Fang Yun, so it was not good to make things too difficult for him. Shua. A set of angelic clothes quickly appeared on Mel's body, and there was a scepter in his hand. Ah! 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 Sun Wukong was stunned. What kind of outfit is this? Oh, I remember now. Isn't Patrolman Bear also with the Galaxy Patrol? Is she there? Sun Wukong asked. Who is Patrolman Bear? Myers was stunned. Okay, Wukong, is it more important for Krillin to be resurrected? Or is Patrolman Bear you mentioned more important? Fang Yun said. Haha, yes. Sun Wukong nodded and looked at Myers and said, but, how to resurrect Krillin and the others? Is it really possible without Dragon Ball? Let's go, I'll take you there. Myers said, and the scepter in his hand drew a transparent square in the void. Sun, go in. Fang Yun said. Sun Wukong nodded and walked in. Then, Fang Yun and Myers did not come in. Aren't you coming in? Sun Wukong asked. I'm sitting outside. Fang Yun smiled, jumped to the top of the block and sat down. Myers also followed suit and sat next to Fang Yun. Sun Wukong. You are going too far. You let me stay in here, but you are outside. Let's go. Myers waved his hand. Swish. The flying block quickly flew into the starry sky. What? Such a fast speed. Sun Wukong widened his eyes. Myers glanced at Sun Wukong below. Swish. Then, Myers set up a barrier. Don't mention it, Mr. Sun Wukong, who was found by Mr. Fang Yun, is a kind person with a simple heart. Myers said. Just say it directly if you want to say he is stupid, no need to beat around the bush. Fang Yun replied. Myers. I really don't think so. Ahem, Myers changed the subject. In fact, it is very simple to revive a dead person, just he needs to be resurrected through the true God realm. I know. Fang Yun nodded. Fang Yun had long guessed that the angels resurrected people directly through the true God realm. Fang Yun also tried to use the true God realm he created to see if he could resurrect the dead. For this reason, 3 days ago, Fang Yun accidentally found an old lady who maliciously destroyed the signboards of tourist attractions and slapped her to death. Then, Fang Yun used the true God realm to act on the old lady. As a result, Fang Yun was depressed that the old lady did not resurrect because of this. This matter. I just want to give you a little punishment, I didn't expect you couldn't be resurrected. Chapter 180, Angel's Scepter. Still no effect. Fang Yun thought about it. Could it be that I can create the true God realm, but I can't use the true God realm? Maybe, the way to open the true God realm is wrong? Maybe it's opened on the soul? That's why Fang Yun looked for Mel's. Fang Yun planned to see how Mel's resurrected people through the true God realm. Tell me more in detail. Fang Yun said. Mel's. Didn't you say you knew? Why do you still want me to tell you in detail? Mel's was tired. In fact, you only need to attach one point of the true God realm to the soul of the dead to revive him. Mel's said, after the death, the soul of the dead will enter the underworld, so we must first go to the underworld to find their souls. But if they are reincarnated, there is no way to revive them. It really needs to act on the soul to work. So this one point of the true God realm is consumed like this? Fang Yun asked. No. Mel's replied, after 1050 points of the true God realm are resurrected, only a small part is consumed, about 1%. When saying this, Mel's looked at Fang Yun deeply. Mel's was a little puzzled. Where did Fang Yun's true God realm come from? Could it be that he cultivated it himself? You are not an angel, but you can cultivate the true God realm? You are so weird. Father said that Fang Yun is not Lord De Quan Wang, but it seems that only Lord De Quan Wang can create the true God realm, right? If Fang Yun is not Lord De Quan Wang's reincarnation, who is? Mel's was a little confused. Swoosh. The flying cube was very fast and passed through a barrier and entered the underworld. Hey? This is the underworld. I've been here before. Sun Wukong exclaimed. At this time, Mel's had already removed the barrier between himself and Fang Yun. So, you died once too? You were resurrected through the Dragon Ball, right? Mel's asked with his head down. Haha, yes, a long time ago, when my brother came to Earth, I died with him. Sun Wukong scratched his head. The companions you mentioned have been dead for a month, right? They should be in heaven now, right? Let's go directly to heaven. Mel's controlled the flying cube and streaked a ray of light over the underworld. In the King Yama's hall below the underworld, several working ghosts and many souls waiting in line looked at the cube passing by in surprise. However, Mel's cube was too fast, so how could the people present see it? That's heaven over there. Mel's pointed to a floating city in front. Well, I've been there. Sun Wukong nodded, so heaven is in this location. Swoosh. The cube entered the floating city and landed steadily on the ground. Next, Mr. Wukong, you have to find your companions in heaven and bring them here. Myers smiled. Can we revive as long as we bring them here? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Yes. Myers nodded. Understood. Sun Wukong immediately released the induction. Hey? It's Krillin's breath, and Piccolo is with him. Great, Tian Xinyan is also here, as well as Leaping and Jiaozi. Swoosh. Sun Wukong disappeared in a flash through teleportation. Heaven, a certain town. Pico and the other 5 people were walking together. Pico, do you think Wukong and the others have forgotten us? Krillin looked worried. I died like this and I don't even have a girlfriend. Pico didn't say anything. Krillin, there's nothing we can do about this. We've all died once, so the dragons on Earth can't revive us. Only Gohan has never died, so he's resurrected. Tian Xinyan said. Yes, unless we go to Namek to gather all the Dragon Balls, there's no way we can revive. Piccolo nodded. Namek is so far away. Will Goku go there? Krillin had a headache. Swish. As they were talking, Son Goku's figure flashed and appeared in front of Krillin and the others. Goku. Old son? Why are you here? Krillin and the others were stunned. How did Goku come to heaven? Did he die too? Everyone looked at the top of Sun Wukong's head. There is no golden halo. It means Wukong is still alive. You are all here, that's great, I will take you to revive. Sun Wukong called. Resurrection? How? Krillin asked. I don't know how to revive. Fang Yun found a mysterious guy for me. He is very powerful. Sun Wukong smiled and explained, Fang Yun said he can revive you. I think since Fang Yun said so, it should not be a big problem. Pico was shocked and confused. Someone can revive us? Is it true? If it is true, is Dragon Ball still useful? It's amazing. In less than 10 seconds, Sun Wukong brought the dead Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi to Fang Yun and Myers. 5 people in total. Myers nodded and looked at the 5 people present. Pa! A brilliant flame emerged from the scepter in Mel's hand, and hit Piccolo and the other 5 people directly. Suddenly, the halos on Piccolo's and the other 5 people gradually dissipated. Okay, it's resurrected. Mel smiled. Resurrected just like that. Sun Wukong was stunned. Piccolo and the others widened their eyes. Today they have learned a lot. This magical guy resurrected us with something like a scepter. Then, let's go back. Mel said. Can I send Piccolo and the others back first? Sun Wukong suggested. Go. Fang Yun nodded. Okay, thank you so much. Sun Wukong thanked him again. Piccolo and the others also bowed to Mel's to express their gratitude. You're welcome. Mel smiled. Shua. Sun Wukong took Piccolo and the others and teleported to the temple on Earth, next to Dendi. I'm going to practice with Myers. Take care of yourselves. I'll be back when I surpass Vegeta. Sun Wukong waved to Piccolo and the others. Piccolo and the others widened their eyes, looking surprised. Who is Myers? Is he the mysterious man who resurrected us? Yes, that's him. Sun Wukong nodded and put his finger on his forehead, ready to teleport. After more than 10 seconds. Oops. I can't sense the breath of Fang Yun and Myers. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Piccolo and the others fell to the ground. Chapter 181, King of the Worlds. What should I do? I can't teleport if I can't sense their breath. Sun Wukong was anxious, this is troublesome. Old son, you can ask King of the Worlds for help. Can't he teleport? Piccolo suggested. Yes, Piccolo, you are so smart. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Swish. Sun Wukong disappeared. Welcome back everyone. God Dandy smiled and greeted friendly. Everyone looked at Dandy together. Why are you looking at me with this expression? Dandy was stunned and asked. No, Dandy, didn't you die twice? Why didn't you stay with us? Did you revive in advance? Krillin asked curiously. Dandy lowered his head. After a short silence. I was killed by the powerful breath released by Bu. It was Porunga from Namek who resurrected me. Dandy's face was sweating. Krillin. Pick. Goku teleported and appeared in the Kaishin realm, next to Kaishin Shin. The breath of Kaishin is between true gods and energy, so Goku can sense his breath. Goku. Shin looked at Goku who appeared here in surprise. What? A human entered the Kaishin realm. Jebbit looked stunned. Hi, hello, Jebbit, have you also been resurrected through the Dragon Ball? Goku waved at Jebbit. Dragon Ball? What Dragon Ball? I was indeed resurrected, but I don't know how I was resurrected. Jebbit scratched his head. Didn't the old Kaishin tell you? Goku glanced at the old Kaishin who was reading a comic. No, Jebbit wiped his sweat. Goku, are you looking for me? Shin asked. Yes, I want the Kaishin to send me to heaven. Goku smiled. Heaven? What are you going there for? Shin was a little confused. To find Fang Yun and Myers. Sun Wukong explained. Fang Yun? Is he dead? While Shin was surprised, he was a little happy in his heart. You just sat back and watched Bu's affairs. Now you are getting retribution, right? You will die someday. As for who Myers is, let him be. Who cares who you are? I don't know him. Let's go, I also want to see Fang Yun after he dies. Shin was looking forward to it. This him Sun Wukong was about to say, Fang Yun was still alive, but was pulled by Shin to perform instant movement and disappeared directly. What a big hatred and grudge this is. The old Kai King looked through the comics and shook his head and sighed. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Does Lord Kai King have a big grudge with Fang Yun? Jeppet asked curiously. Don't say nothing. I only know that Bu is dead. But I was confused during the whole process, okay? Did I say he and Fang Yun? Old Kai blew his beard and glared. I was talking about the hero and heroine in the comics, you don't understand. Jebbet. Why? Why did the whole world seem to have changed after I was resurrected? Lord Kai has also become mysterious. So strange. Did I travel to a parallel universe? Swish. King Kai Shin brought Sun Wukong and appeared in the territory of heaven in a flash. Soon, the two found Fang Yun and Mel's. Ha 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 ha, Fang Yun, you have come to this day too. Shin laughed. However, as he laughed, Shin's smile gradually solidified. Xian found that there was no golden halo on Fang Yun's head. So, he is still alive? What's the situation? Isn't he dead? Oh? Why are you here? Fang Yun asked. It's like this. I can't sense your breath, so I asked Lord Kaishin to help. Sun Wukong explained quickly. Kaishin, your expression makes it seem like I'm dead. Fang Yun looked at Zine and said. Zine's face changed color. However, Zine still reacted quickly. Ahem, I mean, Fang Yun, the weather is so good today, why did you come to heaven for a trip? Zine smiled awkwardly. Mers, what did he think just now? Let me hear it. Fang Yun turned his head and looked at Mels. Mers. Don't look for me. I don't want to interfere in your affairs. Mers, the scepter in your hand is good, can you lend it to me for a few days of research? Fang Yun smiled. Mer's face changed color. This is my angel scepter, I have been nurturing it for a long time. I won't give it to you. However, just when Mels didn't know how to answer. Zero, please give me flowers. Shua. Mers was surprised to find that the scepter in his hand had mysteriously disappeared. What? Mel's face changed color. Shua. Then, Mel's eyes widened and saw that the disappeared scepter suddenly appeared in Fang Yun's hand. Not bad, it is indeed a divine weapon. Fang Yun tapped the scepter with his nails and praised it. Fang Yun is currently unable to erase the angel. However, Fang Yun can erase the scepter in the angel's hand. Then, Fang Yun used the recovery magic to restore the scepter to his own hand. In this way, it feels to others as if Mel's scepter suddenly ran into Fang Yun's hand. Ahem, Lord Kaishin thought Mr. Fang Yun was dead just now and seemed very happy. Mels replied with a sad face. 0. Lord Kaishan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to target you. I just don't want my scepter to disappear. I just want my scepter back. I didn't say that. Sheen was startled and shouted immediately. At the same time, Sheen was also shocked. Who is this kid? How can he see through my inner world? I am the king of the worlds, the greatest god in the universe. Only I can see through the inner world of others, how can someone else read my mind? By the way, I just don't admit it, what can you do to me? Bang! Fang Yun would not be polite to the king of the worlds, and knocked him out with a slap. Then, Fang Yun stepped on the king of the worlds with his big feet and rolled back and forth on the ground. Bang! Then, Fang Yun swung the scepter, as if playing golf, and hit the king of the worlds with a stick. Sun Wukong! Mers! So cruel! That's the Lord King of the worlds! Is it appropriate for you to torture him like this with my scepter? Forget it, forget it. It's none of my business. My scepter is still the most important. Yeah, this thing seems to be a good weapon. Fang Yun waved the scepter in his hand. Chapter 182, Sun Wukong. Mr. Fang Yun, the function of the scepter is actually an amplifier of the true God realm and angel power, Myers explained hurriedly. Is that so? Fang Yun nodded, and simply observed the scepter in his hand for a moment, and threw it to Myers. Myers felt like he had lost it and quickly put it away. Creation! Fang Yun muttered to himself. Pa! Suddenly, an angel's staff appeared in Fang Yun's hand. It was very similar to Mel's, but the color was a little different. Mel's was dumbfounded. See what's the difference with your staff? Fang Yun threw the staff over. Mel's took it and looked at it carefully. Well, the angel's staff needs to be nurtured. The longer it is nurtured, the greater its power will be. Mel's explained. Shideo, Mr. Fang Yun's scepter is indeed an angel scepter, but it has never been nurtured, so it has only a little ability to amplify angel power in the realm of the true God. It needs to be nurtured. Fang Yun seemed to be thinking. Ahem, yes. Myers nodded. If Mr. Fang Yun doesn't mind, I can help you nurture the scepter. If you have a 100-point realm of the true God, the effect will be better. You might as well ask me for the realm of the true God directly, it will be more convenient. Fang Yun smiled. That's not what I meant. Myers lowered his head, a little embarrassed. Forget it, I have a mysophobia. Fang Yun shook his head. Myers. Shua. Fang Yun temporarily wiped out the angel scepter he created. This thing, just create it when you need it. It's not difficult. Okay, you guys go back. Fang Yun waved his hand. I'll leave Gaku to you, I hope you can teach him well. No problem. Myers nodded solemnly. When Beerus wakes up, I hope Gaku can beat him. Fang Yun added. Just when Myers was about to take Sun Wukong away, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground after hearing Fang Yun's words. What? Is there any difficulty? Fang Yun asked. Who is Beerus? Who is Beerus? Who is Beerus? Sun Wukong circled around Myers and asked curiously. Bang! Myers knocked Sun Wukong unconscious with one punch. Too noisy. Myers sighed. Then, Myers looked at Fang Yun with a bitter face. Defeat Beerus? Are you kidding? That's the god of destruction. What? Is there any difficulty? Fang Yun asked. This is very difficult, okay. Myers wiped his sweat. If the difficulty is divided into 3 levels, difficult, hell and purgatory, Mr. Fang Yun's is the peak of purgatory. Forget it, just teach casually. Fang Yun replied. Myers. You are too casual, aren't you? Myers was tired. Swoosh. The next moment, Myers took the fainted Sun Wukong away. Looking at Sun Wukong who fainted on the ground, Myers was speechless. It seems that my temper has become not so good. I am an angel. I have to have a good attitude. Myers took a deep breath. Fang Yun turned around in heaven and met an acquaintance. After seeing Fang Yun, this person was so scared that his whole body was shaking and he knelt down at that time. This acquaintance was the demon king Dopura. After Dopura died, King Yama judged him and entered heaven. If Dopura is sent back to hell, he will inevitably cause trouble in hell. Heaven is safer. Dopura, how is life in heaven? Fang Yun asked. To be honest, I have gotten used to life here. I suddenly realized that I wasted my time in the demon world. Dopura burst into tears. Yet, knowing your mistakes can improve you. Fang Yun patted Dopura's head. Then, Fang Yun injected a little bit of the true God domain into Dopura's body. Fang Yun waited silently to see if Dopura could be resurrected. However, Fang Yun waited for a minute, and the halo on Dopura's head did not disappear. Fang Yun frowned. Is Mel's lying to me? Fang Yun quickly denied his idea. No, Mel's did not want to deceive himself. There was no need to lie about this kind of thing. Fang Yun guessed that if he wanted to resurrect the dead, he would have to be an angel. He could not do it yet. Forget it. If you can't revive, then you can't revive. If it doesn't work, you can only recruit an angel as a guard and use it directly when needed. Who should I choose? Fang Yun was thinking seriously. Little did he know that Fang Yun was silent here for more than a minute, but Dapper was so scared that he almost peed. Fortunately, the soul cannot urinate or defecate. Even so, Dapper was scared to death. It's terrible. You should say something. If you keep silent like this, I will disappear. Fang Yun still didn't say anything, patted Dapper's shoulder, and disappeared. Dopura was confused. What? What do you mean? You disappeared without saying a word, what do you want to do? Dopura knelt there for several days, and when he saw that he was safe, he stood up and left in fear. Fang Yun had already returned to Earth. This time, Fang Yun upgraded to Diamond Divine Power, but found that the system did not give a clear upgrade task. How to upgrade to Star Glory? Anyway, the 2 guards have not been found yet. If it doesn't work, find 2 guards first. Maybe, it may be possible to activate a certain task. Take it slowly. Haste makes waste, Fang Yun still understands this truth. Just like before, in order to upgrade to Diamond Divine Power, Fang Yun also thought of various ways. I even found another guard to try it, but it still didn't work. Finally, it was because Fang Yun recreated the Earth that he completed the hidden mission and obtained the upgrade of the Diamond Magic. Will Fang Yun's newly created Earth have an impact on the humans living on the Earth now? The answer is no. If you compare an egg to the Earth, with the human technology level of 5.7 in Fang Yun's previous life, how deep do you think you can mine underground? Egg yolk? Egg white? Or? The answer is that we didn't even break the eggshell. The technology in the Dragon Ball world is so advanced, but it just broke the eggshell. If we go deeper, the temperature of the egg white is simply not something humans can contend with. Fang Yun just reinforced the egg white and yolk under the eggshell of the Earth to 1,000,000 times that of the Kai King God realm. The surface is still the same. The buildings are also the same. Therefore, the entire Earth's appearance looks no different from before. Bulma's home. Speaking of which, the Earth's experience is really dangerous. I might as well write a novel with Dragon Ball as the background. Taisai sighed slightly, and suddenly felt that Avengers and the like were just so compared to the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 183, Myers, your expression is really asking for a slap. Majin Buu is dead, will the Earth return to peace next? Taisai looked at Fang Yun and asked. You have only been in contact with humans before, and next, the Earth will usher in the era of gods. Fang Yun smiled slightly. The era of gods? Kaishin. Taisai asked curiously. What is Kaishin? Too weak. Fang Yun shook his head. What kind of god is that? Taisai became even more curious. You will know after a while. Fang Yun smiled mysteriously, waved his big hand lightly, and a scepter appeared in his hand. Seeing the scepter in Fang Yun's hand, the Bulma sisters were stunned. Fang Yun never uses weapons, so what does it mean to bring out a scepter now? I'll leave for a while. Fang Yun said, and took out the amethyst. Swish! The scepter in Fang Yun's hand disappeared. Crack! Fang Yun crushed the amethyst. Swish! P-Bala also appeared beside Fang Yun at the first time. P-Bala looked at Fang Yun with a dark face. Aren't you able to teleport? Didn't you have an epiphany? Why are you still looking for me? 01. P-Bala, can your teleportation take me to the 11th universe? Fang Yun asked. No. P-Bala was silent for a short time, and quickly replied, I can't teleport across the universe yet. I can. Fang Yun smiled. P-Bala. P-Bala, your teleportation is not good, you must have the ability to cross the universe. Fang Yun patted P-Bala's shoulder. P-Bala was about to cry. Did you call me here to show off your teleportation? Don't be depressed, there is nothing insurmountable. Fang Yun said. Can I go back? P-Bala said with a dark face. Go ahead, I thought you could help. Fang Yun sighed slightly. Swish. P-Bala disappeared quickly. Fang Yun, you are too much. Fang Yun smiled. However, Fang Yun currently has no way to go directly to the 11th universe. The main problem is that Fang Yun does not know the location of the 11th universe. Of course, as long as he has been there once, Fang Yun can teleport there next time. Swish. Fang Yun used teleportation and first went to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Patrol is easier to find here, which makes it convenient for Fang Yun to use teleportation. At this moment, Mel's training of Sun Wukong officially began. Just when the two were about to compete, they saw Fang Yun appear through teleportation. Mr. Fang Yun? What's up? Myers asked hurriedly. Hi, Fang Yun, you're here. Sun Wukong also greeted him eagerly. Wukong, how's your training going? Fang Yun asked. Just getting ready to start. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Come on. Fang Yun nodded in encouragement, you can do it. Well, I'll try my best. Sun Wukong replied. Try to take my move. Fang Yun suggested. Ah? Take your move? Fang Yun, don't joke, I can't stand your erasure. Sun Wukong laughed. I don't need to erase. Fang Yun said. That's fine. Sun Wukong nodded, and immediately prepared for the battle, looking at Fang Yun with a smile. By the way, I wanted to challenge you a long time ago, but your erasure is too terrible, so you know. Don't talk nonsense, pay attention, I'm going to attack. Fang Yun said. Pa. Sun Wukong did not dare to be careless and immediately turned into a Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong always felt that Fang Yun's strength seemed a little unfathomable. Back then, Fang Yun easily killed Frisia. Shua. Fang Yun shook lightly and appeared behind Sun Wukong. Bang! Fang Yun slapped him. Sun Wukong fainted on the spot and fell softly to the ground. Mers. Fang Yun, are you boring? Really boring fight. Fang Yun sighed. Mers wiped his sweat. A short silence. By the way, Mr. Fang Yun, you are looking for me? Mels asked. It's not a big deal. I came to you to ask you to send me to the 11th universe. Fang Yun said. The 11th universe? What for? Mels couldn't help asking. You'll know when you get there. Fang Yun said. Mers. By the way, go to the realm of the god of destruction in the 11th universe, which is the realm of Makarita. Fang Yun added. Mers was silent. Fang Yun, you are going to find Makarita. Can't you just say it directly? Mr. Fang Yun, the 11th universe is very far away from our 7th universe. It will take at least an hour for me to fly there and back. Mel sighed. If you want the realm of the true god, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Fang Yun shook his head, and directly created 5 points of true god domain, and threw them to Mels. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Mels coughed a few times, excitedly took over the true god domain, absorbed it into his body, and showed an intoxicated look. Fang Yun looked over silently. Mels's expression was really unique. As for the true god domain, Fang Yun could easily create it. First use this thing to bribe the son of the high priest. Anyway, there is no loss for Fang Yun. 053. Creation is so magical. By the way, your expression when you absorbed this thing was really too annoying. Fang Yun smiled. Mels. I don't know how to respond to what you said. Ahem, to be honest, Mr. Fang Yun's true god domain is really great. If the true god domain has a purity, Mr. Fang Yun's true god domain purity can reach a full score of 100. Mel said with a smile. So, what about yours? Fang Yun asked curiously. We have about 80 points. Myers scratched his head, because if I want to absorb the true god realm of other angels, half of the true god realm will be lost, and the true god realm provided by Mr. Fang Yun will not be lost. Okay, let's go, don't worry about the true god realm. Fang Yun called. Myers wiped his sweat. Sure enough, he was grateful. Just absorbed 5 points of Fang Yun's true god realm, and now Fang Yun spoke to him in an imperative tone. So sad. I'm an angel, okay? Swish. Mers took Fang Yun out of the window and flew into the vast universe. After flying for half an hour, Mels didn't know how many cosmic wormholes he had passed through, and finally entered the territory of the 11th universe. Chapter 184, Makarita. Mr. Fang Yun, look, the destroyer god realm of the 11th universe is ahead. Mels pointed to a strange planet suspended in the starry sky and explained to Fang Yun. This strange planet has some similarities with Beerus planet. Okay, you go back, I'll fly the rest of the way by myself. Fang Yun greeted. Okay. Mels nodded, turned around, and flew quickly towards the direction of the 7th universe. Fang Yun slowly went towards the destroyer god realm of the 11th universe. About 3 minutes later, Fang Yun landed in the destroyer god realm of the 11th universe. Hello, Mr. Fang Yun, welcome. Makalita seemed to know that Fang Yun was coming, and greeted him cordially near where Fang Yun landed. Makalita, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. Fang Yun stepped forward and took Makarita's hand with an excited look on his face. Makarita. Makarita was a little confused. Is this Fang Yun? It doesn't look like it. Fang Yun's attitude should not be like this. Back then, Makarita went to find Fang Yun. However, Fang Yun's attitude at that time was very cold. Now compare it with Fang Yun in front of him, it's like two different people. What's going on? Makarita couldn't keep up with Fang Yun's rhythm for a while. Little did she know that this was a different time. At that time, Fang Yun was only a platinum supernatural power, and his physical strength was only 10 times that of Beerus. Fang Yun was not sure whether he could be the opponent of the angel at that time, so he was much more low-key. After upgrading to Diamond, Fang Yun's physical strength reached 100 times that of Beerus. Fang Yun still didn't believe it. With this physical strength, he couldn't beat an angel? Ahem, Mr. Fang Yun, what do you want to talk to me about? Makalita quickly pulled back her hand and smiled. I used to think you were the reincarnation of the Great King, so I went to find you. Now I know it's a misunderstanding, I have to be reserved. It's not a big deal, I just want you to help me nourish a scepter. Fang Yun said, taking out the angel scepter he created. Nurture an angel scepter. Makarita smiled bitterly, Mers can do this kind of thing. Makalita knew that it was Mels who brought Fang Yun to her planet. I have a mysophobia, so Mels is fine. Fang Yun smiled slightly. If I nourish you, you won't have mysophobia? Makarita was tired. You are a beauty, how can I dislike the scepter nurtured by a beauty? Fang Yun smiled. Makarita. You are so honest, I don't know how to respond. Ahem, actually I am very busy. As an angel, there are still many things to deal with. I am afraid that I don't have enough time. Makarita was a little embarrassed, lowered her head, and sighed softly. Hey? What is this? Fang Yun exclaimed. Shua. Then, a bright flame the size of a soybean appeared on the tip of Fang Yun's index finger. The flame was suspended in the air, which looked very eye-catching. Makarita's beautiful eyes blinked, and her pretty face changed color. True God Realm! Makarita exclaimed. Shua. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the soybean-sized True God domain was divided into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Makarita was still waiting to continue dividing. Then, the True God domain was symbolically divided twice. Makarita counted and found that there were 100 points of True God domain in total. I'll give it to you. Fang Yun said. Really? Thank you so much. Makarita was excited. Then, Makarita saw with a speechless face that Fang Yun took out 10 points of the True God domain and threw them to her. 10 points is 10 points. Let's try it first to see if it's true. Without any hesitation, Makarita directly absorbed the 10 points of the True God domain. Then, Makarita's face showed an intoxicated look, her face flushed, and she even moaned softly. This voice sounded a bit meaningful to Fang Yun. Come again. Fang Yun said, and gave Makarita another 10 points of the True God domain. Makarita absorbed the True God domain into her body again intoxicatedly, and made a pleasant cry. Continue. Fang Yun nodded with satisfaction and threw another 10 points of the True God domain. Makarita stared and looked at Fang Yun with a red face. What's wrong? Fang Yun asked. Are you feeding the dog? Makarita shouted tenderly. Don't say that about yourself, it's so inappropriate. Fang Yun said. Both are absorbing the True God domain, but Mel's looks like he deserves to be beaten, and you look really good. Fang Yun smiled. Makarita's face flushed at that moment. You really know how to praise people. Hehe, leave the remaining 80 points of the True God domain to me, and I will nourish the Angel Scepter for you. Makarita said directly. How long does it take to nourish? Fang Yun asked. It must be at least 100 years, right? Makarita pondered. 100 years? Isn't that too long? Fang Yun said. How long do you want? Makarita asked back. 3 years. Fang Yun replied. Makarita wiped her sweat. You really dare to think. 3 years is too short, unless you can provide a large amount of the True God domain. Makarita replied. How much do you need to provide? Fang Yun asked. If you want to cultivate the scepter in 3 years, you need at least 10,000 points of True God realm. Makarita pondered. In other words, only 300 points of True God realm are needed per month. Fang Yun calculated and asked. Makarita. Makarita was silent. Only 300 points of True God realm are needed per month? How dare you say that? Do you know that the True God realm we get after a year of training is only 100 points at most? Just tell me if there is any problem. Fang Yun asked. You are right, 300 points per month is enough. Makarita nodded. Okay, it's settled. Find a time every month to ask me for the True God realm. Fang Yun said. No problem. Makarita smiled slightly, but she was secretly happy in her heart. This is a very good deal. Am I a little bit shady? To nourish this scepter, only 8,000 points of True God realm are enough. I also coveted 2,000 points of True God realm from Fang Yun. No, I am not greedy. This is the handling fee. Yes, handling fee. You are nurturing the scepter here, can you not pay a little? Makarita was very happy in her heart. By the way, do you think the High Priest knows about this? Fang Yun leaned close to Makarita's ear and asked in a low voice. I don't know. Makarita smiled bitterly. Do you care whether the High Priest knows it or not? This is a secret between the two of us, you know it and I know it, don't tell the three of you. Fang Yun exhorted. Chapter 185, Makarita, Spring is Coming. After saying this, Makarita kissed Fang Yun on the face. Fang Yun touched the marks on his face and put it on his nose to smell it. Makarita. Makarita's face turned red at that time. What do you mean? There is a faint fragrance. Fang Yun smiled. Makarita was silent. Okay, let's go. After Fang Yun finished speaking, he waved at Makarita. Shua. Fang Yun moved instantly and disappeared in a flash. Makarita quickly absorbed the remaining 80 points of the True God realm. So comfortable. Makarita stretched, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. Swoosh. Just then, the god of destruction Waimei fell from the sky and landed beside Makarita. Lord Waimei, you are back. Makarita saluted. Makarita, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Waimei looked at Makarita a little strangely. Nothing. Makarita shook her head. Look, Makarita, spring is coming. Waimei pointed to a planet. Bang. Makarita hit Waimei's head with a scepter. Waimei almost fainted, and there was already a big bump on his head. Hey, Makarita, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Waimei shouted. Whose spring are you talking about? Makarita was so angry that her chest rose and fell. I am an angel, you are teasing me? I usually respect you because I have good self-cultivation. Whose spring? I said that the newly created planet Lolado by the King of the Worlds has already had 4 seasons, and now it is spring. Waimei rubbed his head, looking depressed. Oh? You said so, it is really the case. Makarita glanced at the planet and laughed. What are you doing? Women are really strange. Even angels are no exception. Waimei gritted his teeth in pain, waved his hand, and a destructive energy went over to destroy the newly born planet. Kai, the king of the 11th universe. Waimei-eyed, what are you doing? Is it easy for me to cultivate a planet? Shua. Fang Yun teleported and appeared directly in Mel's room. Sun Wukong had just woken up and was covering his head and shouting. Seeing Fang Yun appear, Sun Wukong hurriedly greeted him. Fang Yun, are you so powerful? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. I can't fight. Fang Yun sighed. For example, I can't learn the Qigong waves and energy bombs like yours. Can't learn? Why is that? Sun Wukong was puzzled. But then, after thinking about his fight with Fang Yun just now, Sun Wukong was speechless. You can't do this, you can't do that, but you can knock me down with one move. Why can't I do it? Is this called not being able to fight? I really can't fight, I'm just a little stronger than normal people. Fang Yun said. Sun Wukong laughed dryly. You continue. Fang Yun said to Sun Wukong. By the way, where is Myers? Did he go out? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, he left for something, and he will be back in 10 minutes. Fang Yun looked at the time and said to Sun Wukong. Okay, then I will practice first. Sun Wukong nodded. Fang Yun smiled. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Myers flew back. When Myers saw Fang Yun, his eyes widened. Myers, you just came back? You are so slow. I have already had several cups of tea. Fang Yun said. Myers. Fang Yun, you are too much. How free are you here? I have been drinking tea here. Why don't you come to pick me up? Mr. Fang Yun, are you waiting for me for something? Myers asked. You said, I gave Makarita 100 points of True God Domain and asked her to help me nourish the scepter. Is it worthwhile? Fang Yun pondered. Myers. You are so generous. You only gave me 10 points and 5 points. You provided Makarita with 100 points of True God Domain at once. However, thinking that Makarita was going to nourish Fang Yun with the scepter, it seems that 100 points of True God Domain is really nothing. It's okay. 100 points of True God Domain is not much. Myers nodded. Well, do you think so too? Fang Yun looked at Mel's. Haha, yes, after all, nurturing a scepter is not an easy thing. Mel's laughed. Actually, I thought so too, so I promised Makarita to give her 10,000 points of True God Realm and let her help me nurture the scepter in 3 years. Fang Yun said. Mel's thought he had heard it wrong, and stared at Fang Yun without blinking. After a short silence. How many True God Realm did you say? Mel's asked. 10,000 points. Fang Yun smiled. Mel's face was full of shock. Where did you get 10,000 points of True God Realm? Are you kidding? Of course, I didn't take out all the 10,000 points of True God Realm at once. I gave her 300 points a month, which is about 10,000 points in 3 years. Fang Yun smiled. Give Makarita 300 points of True God Realm a month. Mel's was stunned. Then, Mel's felt like crying but had no tears. Why not give it to me? We are all from the same universe. We have the same universe and the same dream, okay? Do you think it's a good deal? Fang Yun asked. It's not bad. Although Mel said so, he quickly calculated the income that Makarita would get from it. It takes 3 years to cultivate a scepter and make it play the most basic effect. At most, it takes 8,000 points of the True God Realm. According to this calculation, in these 3 years, Makarita can still make a profit of nearly 3,000 points. Realm of the True God. It's not fair. Since you said it's okay, I understand. Fang Yun nodded, patted Mel's on the shoulder, and left quickly. Mel scratched his head and was silent for a while. Mel's, shall we continue? Sun Wukong asked. Mr. Wukong, you should practice on your own first. I have something to do. Mel smiled. Is it because of the realm of the True God that Fang Yun mentioned? Is that thing good? Sun Wukong asked puzzledly. Mel smiled and didn't explain. Is this thing good? You asked this question. This is a magical ability unique to angels, and it is also the decisive ability of the angel rankings. Forget it, why should I bother with a human? Mel's left the practice room and returned to his bedroom. After thinking about it, Mel's finally got in touch with Sister Bardos through the scepter. Mel's? You're looking for me. Bardos had established a video call with Mel's through the scepter. Sister Bardos, are you doing well recently? Myers asked. Chapter 186, High Priest. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Bardos was more straightforward. Ahem, here's the thing, Sister Bardos, do you still remember Fang Yun? Myers laughed dryly and told Bardos the story between Fang Yun and Makarita. What? 3 years, 10,000 points of True God Realm. Bardos was stunned at the time and said in a lost voice. Yes, Myers nodded. Such an important thing, why did you tell me now? Bardos glared. This, Myers didn't know how to answer. Blame me? How could Fang Yun have so many True God Realms? Bardos quickly calmed himself down. It seems that he created it himself. Myers pondered. Father said that Fang Yun is not the reincarnation of the Great King, but I remember that only the Great King can create the True God Realm. When I saw him last time, he didn't know how to create the True God Realm. Bardos whispered. Myers was stunned. Okay, I know. Bardos nodded, and then smiled. Actually, Myers, you can dress up as a beautiful girl and let Fang Yun provide you with some True God Realm. Sister. This joke is not funny at all. Myers shouted loudly. After ending the call, Bardos fell into deep thought. I can also give you the scepter of nourishment. Fang Yun, you are too much. You are looking for Makarita, but not me? Swoosh. Bardos turned into a bright flame and flew quickly towards the direction of the 7th universe. Fang Yun returned to Bulma's house, made himself a cup of coffee, and silently waited for Bardos' arrival. The reason why Fang Yun told Mel's about himself and Makarita was mainly to attract Bardos. Sure enough, after drinking a cup of coffee, Fang Yun saw Bardos falling from the sky. Bardos? What wind blew you here? Fang Yun pretended to be surprised. You let me come here on purpose, right? You can fool Mel's, but you can't fool me. Bardos smiled. The High Priest once said that smart girls can't get married. Fang Yun replied. Bardos. The High Priest. Did I say that? Bardos was even more speechless. Am I a girl? I am an angel. Do I need to get married? Fang Yun, I haven't seen you for 7 years. Why have you become so slick? Bardos, what is the relationship between us? Can I do without you? Fang Yun said, and took out a scepter and threw it to Bardos. Help me nourish this scepter. The conditions are the same as Makarita's. I will give you 300 points of True God Realm every month. Bardos. I haven't said anything yet. You are so generous. First, I will give you 100 points of True God Realm to warm up. Fang Yun said, and created another 100 points of True God Realm and handed it to Bardos. Bardos widened his beautiful eyes. Bardos suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly. I don't know how to take it. Okay, my scepter will definitely be better than Makarita's. Bardos nodded solemnly, and absorbed the 100 points of True God Realm with an intoxicated look. Fang Yun looked over silently. Bardos's expression when absorbing the True God Realm was also unique. Bardos opened his eyes and was overjoyed. These True God Realms are really exciting. Then Bardos said, and was ready to get up and say goodbye. All that should be said has been said, and it is better to go back to nourish the scepter now. Bardos believes that as long as the scepter he nourishes is better than Makarita's, Fang Yun will definitely think of himself first when doing something in the future. Just when Bardos was about to say goodbye, he found Broly flying from a distance and landed beside Fang Yun. Then Broly shook his head gently at Fang Yun. Still haven't found it. This is strange. Fang Yun frowned. Who is Mr. Fang Yun looking for? Bardos had just received 100 points of True God's domain. After absorbing it, I felt very satisfied. Seeing that Fang Yun seemed to be looking for someone, I felt embarrassed to leave immediately. A woman named No 21. Fang Yun pondered, she is also a man-made human created by Dr. Gero, and she also fused Boo's cells. I heard that she is also an outstanding female doctor. Number 21? I have never heard of this. Bardos shook his head slightly. After all, Bardos is not an angel of the 7th universe, and he doesn't know much about the 7th universe. Forget it, it's a pity. Fang Yun sighed. Mr. Fang Yun, I wonder what your plan is to find this No 21. Bardos asked casually, maybe you can't find her, but you can find someone else to replace her. For example, in terms of appearance, we have many beautiful girls in the 6th universe. As he said, Bardos blinked at Fang Yun with a playful smile on his face. It's not a big deal. I think this number 21 is the most suitable candidate for the guard. Fang Yun pondered. What? Guard selection? Bardos's beautiful eyes widened at that time. Forget it, let's take a long-term view on this matter. Fang Yun shook his head and sighed, it's been 7 years, and I still haven't found a suitable guard. How embarrassed am I? 00. Bardos. Back then, I wanted to be your guard, but you didn't agree. Humph, you got retribution, right? Bardos, do you think I got retribution? Back then, you said you wanted to be my guard, but I didn't agree. Now you see, I don't even have a suitable guard. Fang Yun sighed. Bardos immediately became more alert. What a joke. Can Fang Yun see my inner world? Why did Fang Yun know my inner thoughts? Something's wrong. Father said that he was not the reincarnation of Lord De Quan. But why do I look more and more like the reincarnation of Lord De Quan? Ahem, Mr. Fang Yun will find a suitable guard. Bardos smiled. Yeah, come on. Fang Yun nodded. Bados. You are the one who is going to come on. What do you mean by coming on to me? Well, I'll take my leave first. Bardos said. Go ahead. Fang Yun waved his hand. Swoosh. Bados turned into a bright flame and disappeared quickly. Bados went straight to the palace of the high priest. 10 minutes later. Bados appeared in the palace of the high priest. Greetings, Lord High Priest. Bardos saluted. No need to be polite. The high priest smiled and looked at Bardos and said, you came here because of Fang Yun's matter, right? Chapter 187, High Priest. Yes, Lord High Priest. Bardos nodded, I just want to ask, is he the reincarnation of Lord De Quan Wang? This question is a bit complicated. The high priest sighed. Bardos. Yes, yes, no, no. What's so complicated about this? I can only say, yes and no. The high priest said the same thing. Bardos was speechless. What does yes and no mean? So confusing. You have to figure out whether it is or not. It is also a kind of practice for you. The high priest smiled. Bardos. I won't tell you the real answer. The high priest said. Bardos was silent. This question is really maddening, okay? Do what you think is right. The high priest added to Bardos. I understand. Bardos nodded, with a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. Okay, let's go back. The high priest smiled. Yes, Lord High Priest. Bardos replied. 3 days later. Bardos turned into Patrolman Bear and landed beside Fang Yun. Fang Yun, I have decided that I want to be your bodyguard. Said Bardos. Ah. Fang Yun pretended to be surprised, are you sure? You are not an angel, why do you want to be my bodyguard? Father told me to do what I think is right. Bardos said solemnly, so, I will be your bodyguard, let number 21 go and have fun. Fang Yun. This Bardos also has a domineering side. If you become my bodyguard, what will happen to my scepter? Fang Yun asked. The scepter will not affect it. I will cultivate the scepter by your side, and the effect will be better. Bardos smiled. Are you sure you don't regret it? Fang Yun asked again. How can I regret something I decided? Bardos smiled. In that case, let's try it for a few days. If you satisfy me, I will appoint you as my bodyguard. Fang Yun nodded. Okay, no problem. Bardos' heart was beating. I am an angel. I can easily complete any of your tests. What else can I do that will not satisfy you? God Realm, Palace of the High Priest. Seeing his daughter Bardos coming to Fang Yun, the High Priest didn't know what to do for a moment. I asked you to do what you think is right, not to be Fang Yun's bodyguard. It's just that it's not easy for the High Priest to personally come forward for such a matter. Forget it, let it go. The 6th Universe. After the God of Destruction Xiangpa came back, he found that Bardos was missing. Xiangpa naively thought that Bardos might have gone out to play and would come back automatically in a few days. However, 2 months had passed and Bardos was still nowhere to be seen. Xiangpa was anxious. Where is my angel? Where did you go? Why did you leave without saying hello? The 7th Universe, the Milky Way, the Earth. Very good, Bardos, I am very satisfied. From now on, you are my bodyguard. Fang Yun nodded solemnly. Bardos. It was agreed that I would try it for a few days, but you tried it for 2 months. You are too much. However, Bardos also got a lot of benefits because of following Fang Yun. At least, it was too easy for Bardos to obtain the realm of the true god. Bardos really tasted the many conveniences that being Fang Yun's bodyguard brought to him. By the way, if you come to be my bodyguard, what will happen to the angels in the 6th universe? Fang Yun looked at Bardos and asked. Angels from the 6th universe? Does it have anything to do with me? Bardos chuckled. Fang Yun. What do you think the people in the 6th universe think? Women, women. Boom. Suddenly, a violent boom was heard from a certain position in the distance. At the same time, an extremely powerful breath came from afar. Oh! There is a huge energy fluctuation over there. Bardos turned his head and looked to the northeast. Broly also looked in that direction, his face slightly moved. Fang Yun looked calm. Who could it be? Bardos said, taking out the scepter. Snap! Bardos gently wiped the crystal ball on the scepter. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the crystal ball. Projection! Bardos muttered something. In a moment, a 3D projection was separated from the crystal ball, revealing the face of this person. Broly! What is the origin of this woman? This thing can actually directly show the other person's appearance? It seems to be Vegeta Zero. Bardos said to Fang Yun. Vegeta has transformed again. Fang Yun pondered. The energy intensity of this transformation is not low. Bardos pondered and glanced at Broly, but compared with Broly, it is still a little worse. In the far northeast, a remote town. Red hair has grown on Vegeta's body, and there is a red tail behind him. Super Saiyan 4th stage. 3 months after the Cell incident, Vegeta finally completed the real Super Saiyan 4th stage transformation. My energy is increasing crazily. Vegeta's heart surged, and his expression became more and more excited. Me. Vegeta. Fighting Nation. Saiyan Prince. The most talented warrior. Today, I finally completed the real Super Saiyan 4th stage transformation. Fang Yun. Kakarot. Your good days are over. I, Vegeta, will become the most powerful warrior in the universe. Vegeta silently felt his own powerful energy and kept shouting in his heart. After trying to calm himself down, Vegeta began to make plans. Then, let's start with Kakarot. Vegeta's mouth curled up a shallow arc. Swoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of Baizai Mountain, where Sun Wukong's family lived. 5.7. Kakarot, 3 months have passed. I wonder if your strength has improved? Now I no longer need an artificial full moon to transform. Vegeta laughed and released his energy to the extreme without restraint. Temple. Piccolo. Dandy. The two of them looked at Vegeta after his transformation on the temple, and were speechless. Silence for a moment. Vegeta's aura is too terrifying. Is he going to fight me? Piccolo said in a deep voice. Looking at the direction he is going, he is indeed heading towards Goku's home. Dendi wiped his sweat. Didn't I go to practice with some mercer? He doesn't seem to be on Earth. Piccolo sweated. Oh no, Vegeta won't do anything wrong, will he? If he can't find Goku, he might go after Gohan. Dendi said in a lost voice. Chapter 188, Vegeta. What? Gohan. Piccolo's face changed color. Swish. Piccolo flew towards Goku's home without any hesitation. Vegeta. I will never allow you to hurt Gohan. Piccolo shouted. Vegeta and Piccolo appeared at the door of Goku's house almost one after the other. Gohan had already sensed Vegeta's powerful aura, and his face changed again and again. He had already moved his mother Chi-Chi to a new location and was waiting near the door of his home. Who could it be? Uncle Piccolo shouldn't be a bad guy if he's with him. Son Gohan didn't know it was Vegeta's aura. Until Vegeta landed in front of him, Son Gohan's eyes widened with astonishment. Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan was shocked. You changed again. Stop. Talking nonsense. I'm not interested in you. Where are the Kakarots? Vegeta smiled and glanced behind him. And that name Kian, Why are you here to join in the fun? I can get rid of you with just a wave of my hand. What did you say? Piccolo was furious. You look down on me so much. Bang! Vegeta waved his hand at Piccolo behind him. Suddenly, a strong wave of air arose and rushed over Piccolo. With a muffled sound, Piccolo flew backwards, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. When Piccolo stopped, he spit out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. With a wave of his hand, Piccolo was seriously injured. Son Gohan was shocked and angry. Swish! Son Gohan appeared beside Piccolo and helped him up. Uncle Piccolo, are you okay? Son Gohan asked with concern. It's okay, I won't die. Piccolo smiled at Son Gohan comfortingly. Vegeta, what are you doing? Son Gohan said angrily. Where's Kakarot? You have no interest in your little brat. Vegeta smiled lightly. My dad went to practice on an alien planet, he's not at home. Son Gohan snorted coldly. Who is the little brat? I'm taller than you, okay? Oh? Went to practice? Can you tell me where he went? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and asked with a smile. Kakarot went to practice on an alien planet? How come I don't know? Who will this guy practice with? Yard Rat? Yes, he must have gone to Yarat. Maybe Fang Yun asked Kakarot to go to Yarat. The people on that planet seem to have a unique way of studying Qi. Vegeta, you hurt Uncle Piccolo, I will never forgive you. Son Gohan was so angry that his whole body was shaking. My Uncle Piccolo will never allow others to bully him. Pa! White flames burst out around Son Gohan, and he turned into a mysterious form. Gohan, don't be impulsive. Piccolo quickly grabbed Son Gohan. Can't you sense his powerful aura? Do you have to compete with him? Uncle Piccolo, don't worry, I will get justice for you. Son Gohan said. Pico! I told you not to go up and get beaten. Well, it is said that you are now better than Kakarot. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and smiled lightly, then, let's start with you. This will also give Kakarot a warning and let him come back to me quickly. Swish! After Vegeta finished speaking, Son Gohan had already appeared in front of him in a flash. At the same time, Son Gohan's fist also hit Vegeta fiercely. Looking at the fist that was bombarding him, Vegeta's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Pa! Vegeta's big hand reached forward and grabbed Son Gohan's wrist directly. And Son Gohan's fist stopped less than a millimeter away from Vegeta. Not bad, you can increase your energy to this level, which is indeed much better than I thought. Vegeta smiled lightly. What? It's so easy to block my attack. Son Gohan's face changed color slightly. Bang! Vegeta's knee hit Son Gohan's abdomen heavily. Puff! Son Gohan spit out a mouthful of acid water, and felt that the whole person was not good. Bang! Vegeta kicked out again. Son Gohan flew backwards, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. Boom! Gohan's body hit a mountain behind him, and the mountain collapsed, burying him in it. Gohan! Piccolo was shocked and flew over in a hurry. Tisk, with such little strength, you dare to challenge me, Vegeta. Vegeta smiled disdainfully, but did not continue to embarrass Gohan. He spit and flew into the sky. Piccolo had already rescued Gohan from the ruins. Gohan was injured and recovered to normal. Tell Kakarot that I, Vegeta, am waiting for his return at any time. Vegeta pointed his thumb at his nose in the sky. Damn it! Gohan bared his teeth. Ha ha ha! Vegeta laughed wildly and left the scene quickly. This arrogant guy! Piccolo gritted his teeth. Vegeta has become so powerful. Son Gohan said in a deep voice, I don't know if Dad can defeat him. Don't worry Gohan, I will defeat him. Piccolo comforted. High in the sky. Vegeta was so excited. Son Gohan 060, who is stronger than Kakarot, was knocked down by me in one move. I have indeed become extremely powerful. Vegeta's face was full of excitement. Sure enough, the real Super Saiyan 4th level has extraordinary strength. A short silence. Next, I'm going to challenge Fang Yun and Broly. Vegeta's eyes flashed with endless confidence. However, when he thought of Fang Yun's wipe, Vegeta couldn't help but shudder. No. Although I am very confident that my transformation will not be erased by Fang Yun. But, what if he can erase it? Or, if he can't erase my body, but erase my tail, will I change back? Or, he can also erase my energy. Vegeta's confidence just now collapsed. Snap! Vegeta stopped in the sky. Originally, Vegeta was flying in the direction of Bulma's house. At this time, after thinking of Fang Yun's horror, he didn't dare to provoke him easily. By the way, Broly. I will challenge Broly first. It's a side-by-side way to observe Fang Yun's actions. If he can't erase me, Vegeta's mouth gradually raised an arc. That's it. Me. Vegeta. I have practiced hard for so long. What is it for? I want to defeat Fang Yun. I want to stand at the top of this universe. Chapter 189, Bardos. Swoosh. Vegeta drew a white arc in the sky. Bulma's home. Vegeta is coming towards us. Bardos knew it clearly through the projection on the scepter. Becoming a 4th level Super Saiyan? It's really not easy. Fang Yun sighed. Yes, he has indeed raised his energy to the extreme. Bardos nodded gently, but unfortunately, his brain is not very good, always thinking about challenging you. He naively thought that I couldn't wipe him out after he became a 4th level Super Saiyan. Fang Yun smiled, little did he know that no matter how powerful his energy was, I could make him disappear with a wave of my hand. Bardos said nothing and looked up to the back. Vegeta's speed was very fast. In almost the blink of an eye, he had already appeared above where Fang Yun and the other two were. This is the courtyard of Bulma's house, which covers a large area. Bulma was not at the scene, she was doing research at the institute. Tai's was not there either, she was continuing to write a new novel. Writing novels is Tai's hobby, although she has no shortage of money or anything else. Pa! Vegeta turned into a white light, fell from the sky, and landed next to Broly. Broly, I'm here to challenge you. Vegeta looked at Broly and said. Then, Vegeta looked at Bardos in surprise. Why is this woman here? It is said that this woman was very powerful in the past, and she kicked Cell unconscious with one kick. It's all old news. Now, I can kill Cell with just one fart. Vegeta then smiled lightly and no longer took Bardos seriously. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Bardos was so angry that his nose was crooked. Shut up. It's not your turn to speak. Vegeta said coldly. Bardos. Should I kill him? This guy is too arrogant. Broly wiped his sweat. It's over. Vegeta is going to be in trouble. If you knew how terrible this woman was, you would regret saying such a thing. I don't even dare to provoke this woman. Although Bardos didn't show off during the 2 months of internship with Fang Yun, Broly knew very well how terrible this woman was. Broly secretly concluded that this woman's identity must be extraordinary. Especially when Bardos took out the scepter to show Vegeta's whereabouts, Broly understood a truth even more. This woman seemed to be a god, a real god. Fang Yun, I challenge Broly, you don't object, right? Vegeta turned his head and looked at Fang Yun, with endless fighting spirit on his face. I thought you were going to challenge me. Fang Yun sighed. Vegeta. That's what I thought, but your erasure is too powerful, so I'll start with Broly. He was going to challenge you, but he was afraid of your erasure. Bardos said to Fang Yun. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately turned his head to look at Bardos. This woman can actually read minds? She knows all my inner thoughts? Who is she? I don't like fighting, and I'm not warlike. Fang Yun shook his head. In that case, Broly, you should have fun with him. Let him understand why flowers are so red. Yes, Lord Daquan. Broly nodded. Bardos. You really dare to define your own name. You let Broly call you Lord Daquan. Broly rarely speaks. This is the first time Bardos has heard Broly call Fang Yun like this in 2 months. Usually, it is basically a simple answer such as yes, good, understood. The more Broly understood Fang Yun, the more he knew how terrifying Fang Yun was. Broly's character also gradually changed with the passage of time. Broly's experience from the ignorant boy to the mature and steady man is a textbook. There was a time when Broly talked a lot, but now he feels that there is no point in talking so much. It would be better to do things well by Fang Yun's side, maybe one day he will have a great opportunity. As for his father Paragus, Broly knew that he was evil. He deliberately controlled himself so that he could become his weapon. Broly was in a complicated mood. He wanted to revive his father, but he didn't want to. So Broly put aside the matter of Paragus, Broly's father. Many years passed. By the time Broly made up his mind to revive his father had already been reborn. Create. Fang Yun waved his hand. Suddenly, a large transparent barrier appeared on the scene. The barrier was about 2 meters above the ground and was hemispherical. It was equivalent to a ring. You two go fight in there. Fang Yun called out. Humph, there's no need for that. I can beat him soon. Vegeta snorted. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand. Suddenly, Vegeta felt that his energy disappeared in an instant. What? Vegeta's face was full of shock. Shua. Vegeta also immediately recovered from Super Saiyan 4 to normal. Vegeta's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Fang Yun can really erase my energy? I'm already Super Saiyan 4. Why? Why is this happening? Vegeta, it's still time to go in now. I might consider returning the energy to you. Fang Yun smiled. NNN. Vegeta's body trembled violently and crawled into the barrier. Shua. Fang Yun waved his hand and restored Vegeta's lost energy. Snap. After feeling the energy restored, Vegeta immediately turned into Super Saiyan 4. Broly slowly flew into the barrier of the ring, looking at Vegeta opposite with a calm expression. Vegeta was trembling. I'm already a Super Saiyan 4, and Fang Yun can still erase my energy. What should I do? Should I still challenge this guy named Broly? Vegeta, if you can defeat my trainee guard Broly and my official guard Bardos, I will never use the erasure on you again. I keep my word. Fang Yun looked at Vegeta and said, this promise will be valid for you for a long time. What did you say? Vegeta was stunned. Lord Daquan said that if you can defeat me and then defeat Bardos over there, Lord Daquan will never use the erasure on you again, and will not erase any part of your body, nor will it erase your energy. Broly smiled and explained on behalf of Fang Yun. Chapter 190, Defeat my guards first. Absolutely true, you can ask everyone to come and be the notary. Fang Yun nodded. Forget the notary, I believe you. Vegeta smiled slightly, and his face regained confidence. As long as you don't use the erasure on me, I'm not afraid of you. Bardos. Poor Vegeta. Don't mention me, it will take a long time for you to surpass Broly. Besides, the premise is that Broly is stagnant. Even if you surpass Broly, do you think you can surpass me, an angel, as an ordinary person? Fang Yun has set a big trap for you to fall into. Tragic guy. Bardos felt much better when he thought of this guy's tragedy. Okay, then, let's start with you. Vegeta's white aura burst out, and he looked at Broly with a provocative face. Pop. Broly did not hesitate at all and turned into a Super Saiyan directly. Of course, Broly's Super Saiyan is different from ordinary Super Saiyans. Broly's Super Saiyan is transformed after absorbing the energy of the giant ape. In fact, Broly's Super Saiyan and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 have similar effects. 060. Both sides further transformed in the form of a giant ape to increase their energy. However, if we simply calculate the basic combat power, Broly is much stronger. Broly, it's hard for me to understand where you, a Saiyan, came from. Vegeta smiled lightly, let's not talk about anything else, take a good look at your transformation, is there a Super Saiyan like you? Broly didn't say anything, his expression was calm. You weren't created out of thin air by Fang Yun. Vegeta rubbed his nose. In 732 AE, you and I were born in the same year. Broly looked calm and said to Vegeta. Oh. Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Not long after I was born, your father, King Vegeta, exiled me to the distant planet Vampa. Broly said. Now that you mention it, I really want to hear about this matter. Vegeta thought, back then, some people were indeed sent to the planet Vampa. So, you and Kakarot were both low-ranking warriors and were sent to a distant planet, right? No, the reason I was sent was that my energy was too strong, which exceeded your father's expectations. Broly smiled slightly. These things were what he heard from his father. Oh? The energy is too strong. Vegeta smiled lightly. Who are you kidding? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? That's the combat power you mentioned. Broly said. Oh? Then tell me, How much was your combat power when you were just born? Vegeta asked with interest. Broly stretched out a finger. Vegeta's pupil shrank. What? 1000? My combat power was only 800 when I was born. This guy is 200 higher than me? If what this guy said is true, it's no wonder that my father sent him to an alien planet. Why? 1000. Vegeta smiled and started to brag, if it's 1000, it's really outstanding. My combat power was 1200 when I was just born. Anyway, no one knows my combat power when I was just born. I just said I was 1200, what can you do about it? You are wrong. Broly said lightly. What? Not 1000? Is it 100? Vegeta smiled slightly. 10,000. Broly said in a flat tone. Vegeta pricked up his ears at that time, his expression gradually solidified, his pupils shrank sharply, and he thought he had heard it wrong. What did you say? Vegeta's voice became hoarse. You didn't hear it wrong. My combat power when I was born was 10,000, 1 followed by 4 zeros. Broly smiled. This is impossible, this is impossible. Vegeta's body trembled violently, looking at Broly with an unbelievable face. Broly smiled. I am the most talented warrior among the Scions. Vegeta gritted his teeth and shouted. I also heard that I am the legendary Super Saiyan, a super warrior born only once every 1000 years. Broly smiled. As for the legendary Super Saiyan and the news that he was born with a combat power of 10,000, Broly heard it from Fang Yun. What? The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's face changed color again. Yes, you and Sun Wukong's transformation can only be regarded as ordinary Super Saiyans. Broly smiled, and I am the real legendary Super Saiyan. Pa! After Broly finished speaking, golden flames burst out around him. Then, Broly flew towards Vegeta at a high speed. Damn it! I, Vegeta, am the most talented warrior. I will never allow you to seek fame. Vegeta was furious and shouted. Boom! Vegeta's white flames burst out around him, raising his energy to the extreme. Bang! The next moment, Broly and Vegeta's fists collided. The two energies collided backwards, bursting out extremely powerful airflow and shock waves. However, these airflows and shock waves were offset by themselves after encountering the barrier created by Fang Yun. Puff! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood at that time, and his face turned pale. Broly also took a step back. Of course, it was just a small step back. Snap! Broly reacted quickly, stretched out his hand, and directly pressed his big hand on Vegeta's head. What? Vegeta's pupil shrank. This guy's reaction speed is really quick. While Vegeta was still sighing, Broly had already pressed Vegeta's head and slammed into the ground. Not good. Vegeta was panicked. In a hurry, Vegeta quickly supported the ground with his right hand. Crack! With only a crisp sound, Vegeta's arm was broken on the spot because he was forcibly supporting the ground of the ring. Ah! Vegeta let out a shrill cry. Boom! Broly did not show any mercy, holding Vegeta's head and slamming it heavily on the ground of the ring. Vegeta felt dizzy. Sizzle! Broly held Vegeta's head and slid on the ground. Vegeta let out painful howls. Oh my arm is broken, Bardos covered his forehead, speechless. The price of arrogance, Fang Yun sighed. Chapter 191, Bardos. Bang! Broly held Vegeta's head, turned around on the circular ring, and punched Vegeta in the abdomen again. Vegeta's legs and other arm were slightly raised as a reflex because of the impact. Snap! Broly grabbed Vegeta's ankle. Bang! 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 Broly grabbed Vegeta and threw him forward, backward, left and right. Then, Broly casually threw Vegeta into the air. Bang! When Vegeta was about to fall, Broly kicked Vegeta high up. Bang! Vegeta's body came into close contact with the top of the hemispherical barrier, and after a rebound, he fell heavily to the ground. Shua! Vegeta quickly returned to normal, and he looked as miserable as he could be. Vegeta was in a mess, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, crawling out of the ring. Broly glanced at him lightly, turned around and flew out of the ring. Bang! Vegeta crawled out of the ring and fell to the ground, his face a little dazed. Damn it! Vegeta looked up at the sky, Tears couldn't help but flow down. I lost again. I actually lost to this guy named Broly? How is it possible? I'm already a 4th level Super Saiyan. This guy is just an ordinary Super Saiyan. Goku's home. Vegeta lost. Piccolo said. The person fighting Vegeta seems to be Broly. Gohan widened his eyes. Even though Vegeta has become so powerful, he is still no match for Broly. Piccolo's face was covered with cold sweat. We have always underestimated Broly's strength. What a joke. With Broly's strength, he can easily kill Buu, right? Son Gohan smiled bitterly. Yes, the strength Broly showed at that time was just the tip of the iceberg. Piccolo said in a deep voice, Vegeta is the best example, he can easily defeat Vegeta. Moreover, Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan added. I wonder if I can surpass Broly by training with that man named Myers. Piccolo shook his head. Dad will surpass Broly. Son Gohan clenched his fists. Piccolo glanced at Son Gohan, his expression a little ugly. Surpass Broly? It's just a dream. Dad will definitely surpass Vegeta. Son Gohan also felt that it was not easy for his father to surpass Broly, so he changed his words. I hope so. Piccolo sighed. Anyway, I can't surpass him. Old son, come on. Your opponent is too strong. But then again, Broly is Fang Yun's bodyguard. If the bodyguard is so strong, how strong must Fang Yun be? Piccolo's face changed again and again. Uncle Fang Yun? Didn't he always say that he can't fight? Son Gohan said in surprise. Gohan, do you believe this? Piccolo sighed. Son Gohan. Bulma's home. Pop. A senzu bean appeared in Fang Yun's hand and was thrown to Vegeta, who almost fainted. Vegeta gritted his teeth and didn't want to eat the food that was given out of pity. However, his body was too seriously injured. If I don't eat it, I'm afraid I'll die? Vegeta finally couldn't help but eat the senzu bean with tears. Suddenly, Vegeta's injuries were completely healed. At the same time, Vegeta's aura also recovered to its peak. Are you still fighting? Vegeta. Fang Yun looked at Vegeta with a smile. NNN. Vegeta trembled all over and looked at Broly with horror. How could this guy be so powerful? Why is it like this? Practice well, you still have a long way to go. Fang Yun smiled. One day, I will surpass him. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Swoosh. Then, Vegeta turned into a white flame and quickly left here. Watch Vegeta's movements closely and see who he has contacted. Fang Yun ordered Bardos. Okay. Bardos readily agreed. Fang Yun was happy. It's really convenient to have an angel as a guard. This way, we can know who took Vegeta away. However, after several days of observation, Bardos did not find any strangers in contact with Vegeta. That's strange. Can your scepter show what happened back then? Fang Yun asked. Zero, please give it a try. Bardos nodded gently, and projections appeared on the scepter in his hand. These projections were exactly what happened when a stranger came into contact with Vegeta. Found it, look here. Bardos pointed to a projection and said to Fang Yun. Fang Yun looked over. I saw a ball of purple flame in the projection. What was inside the flame could not be seen. Then, the purple flame and Vegeta disappeared together. Bardos frowned slightly. Fang Yun, can't you see him either? Bardos asked. No, it's just a ball of purple light. Fang Yun replied truthfully. What the projection can't see can only mean one thing, he is a god. Bardos said in a deep voice, if even I can't see it, he is at least an angel-level god, and it is very likely that his ability has surpassed me. 00. Oh. Fang Yun looked at Bardos in surprise. This person actually surpassed Bardos? This is too awesome. But who could this person be? What does he mean by looking for Vegeta? The problem is that Vegeta at this time is not very useful. What are you talking about? Bulma came over after finishing her work. Seeing the two people's expressions so solemn, she casually interrupted. Fang Yun did not hide anything and simply told Bulma about the god who took Vegeta away. Of course, Fang Yun did not tell Bulma that the other party was a god. I have a way. If we travel through time and space and return to that time point, we can see him. Bulma said excitedly, I have been doing research recently, and I finally succeeded in making the first time machine. Bardos. Humans on Earth can actually build a time machine? Use this time machine, brother-in-law, you can go back to the past and see who took Vegeta away. Bulma laughed. Aren't you afraid that your time machine will have problems and leave me in a certain time and space and I can't come back? Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, what you said makes sense, why don't you let Bardos go and have a look? Bulma nodded. Bardos. I am just Fang Yun's guard, I am not a mistress. Why do you look at me with your eyes, always treating me as a mistress? Bardos was tired. Chapter 192, Angel Level God. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Things I invented cannot fail. Bulma said confidently, I have simulated it 100,000 times. It's useless. Even if he goes back to the past, we can't see him if he wants to hide his identity. Bardos shook his head gently, moreover, easily changing time and space will also have a great impact on our main time and space. Fang Yun knew what Bardos meant. If he went back to the past now, with that person's ability, he should be able to hide himself. Moreover, if the other party really belongs to the angel level god, Fang Yun's current erasure ability has no way to erase him. Hide identity? What do you mean? Bulma was a little confused. At present, it seems that this person cultivates Vegeta, and it is not clear what the intention is, at least there is no malice. Bardos pondered. Forget it, whatever. Fang Yun will definitely ignore it for now. The truth will always come to light. Besides, it is impossible for one Vegeta to stir up a storm. At worst, when I am in a bad mood, I can just wipe out Vegeta and see what the mysterious god will plan. 1 year later. Sun Wukong returned to Earth and his home through teleportation. Sun Wukong learned some news about Vegeta from his son Gohan. The real Super Saiyan 4th stage? What does it look like? Sun Wukong suddenly became interested, but then again, Vegeta is really amazing, he can increase his energy to this level. Dad is training over there, can he defeat Vegeta? Sun Wuhan asked. I haven't fought with him, so I don't know how strong Vegeta is. Sun Wukong said and stood up, I'll go and see. Wukong, are you leaving just after you come back? Shishi's face was filled with anger. Shishi, I'm just here to take a look and I'm sure I won't fight. Sun Wukong raised his hand to assure. Shua. Sun Wukong hurried away and disappeared in a flash through teleportation. Shishi put her hands on her waist, her chest heaving with anger. A remote town far away. This is where Vegeta lives with his wife Emily. Vegeta is currently training in the gravity training room. This gravity training room was built for him by Vegeta, who found several famous scientists from all over the world. Today's training was the same as usual, and Vegeta was very strict with himself. No, I want to surpass Broly. Vegeta clenched his fists. Shua. Just then, Vegeta suddenly felt a wave of energy coming from behind him. Oh? Kakarot? Is that you? Vegeta turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong behind him. Ouch! Sun Wukong screamed at that time and stumbled to the ground. Vegeta! It's so heavy, Sun Wukong exclaimed, gritted his teeth, and stood up from the ground. Is this a gravity training room? How many times is the gravity? 300 times. Vegeta said lightly. What? 300 times? I said it felt so heavy. Sun Wukong exclaimed and stood up from the ground. However, although he exclaimed, Sun Wukong seemed to have quickly adapted to the 300 times gravity. Vegeta felt that Kakarot was not out of breath and his heart was not beating. He was calm. Vegeta. This is 300 times gravity. Kakarot is just in his normal state and has not transformed. Is he so calm? I have been practicing for a long time to be able to have such a relaxed performance under normal circumstances. Then, there is only one truth. Kakarot, this guy, must have been training in the gravity training room this year. Yes, that's it. But then again, I don't think I have used the gravity training room for a long time. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. It was Bulma's father who helped me build the gravity training room in the spaceship. At that time, the highest gravity was 100 times, right? What did you say? Vegeta pricked up his ears, and he was not calm at all. Who are you kidding? You said you haven't trained in the gravity training room in recent years? Then how could you be so calm under normal circumstances? This is 300 times the gravity of the Earth. 300 times the gravity of Vegeta. You are really amazing. Sun Wukong praised. Vegeta's face darkened instantly. You are talking nonsense. You said you have never used gravity training? I don't believe it. Vegeta shouted. I really haven't used it. The highest gravity I have been to is the planet of Lord Kai. That planet is 10 times the gravity of the Earth. Besides, I haven't been to Lord Kai for a long time. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Well, I think training with Lord Kai should be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Vegeta was silent. How can you say it as if it were true? You really only trained under 10 times the gravity? Kakarot, stop talking nonsense to me. Since you are back, let's have a good fight. Vegeta snorted, but the training room will collapse if we fight here. Let's go outside. As he said that, Vegeta rushed out first. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment and followed him. Soon, the two stood opposite each other in the stone forest outside Vegeta's house. Kakarot, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I want to see how your training results are. Vegeta's face was full of fighting spirit, and he looked at Sun Wukong expectantly. Okay, I have the same idea. Sun Wukong nodded, looked at Vegeta and said, I heard that you can become a real Super Saiyan 4th level, and you defeated Gohan easily. Humph, of course. Vegeta smiled. Let me see your Super Saiyan 4th level. Sun Wukong was a little expectant. Watch carefully, you will definitely be shocked. Vegeta laughed wildly. Boom. Powerful energy condensed on Vegeta's body, an endless breath spread out from him. Vegeta's body changed rapidly. Super Saiyan 4th stage. Transformation. After seeing Vegeta's changes, Sun Wukong widened his eyes. Is this Super Saiyan 4th stage? Sun Wukong said in a lost voice, then raised his head and looked at the sky. Can I transform without the moon? Of course. Vegeta chuckled, now I can transform into Super Saiyan 4th stage without any external power, even if I don't have a tail, I can still transform. Is that so? That's amazing. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay, stop talking nonsense and let's get started. Vegeta snorted. Chapter 193, Bulma's birthday. Ding ling ling. However, just when Sun Wukong was about to transform, a cell phone rang suddenly on Vegeta's body. Vegeta quickly took out his cell phone and looked down. I'll answer the call first. Vegeta said to Sun Wukong. Vegeta, when did you carry a phone with you? Sun Wukong smiled. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong fiercely. Damn it, mind your own business. My wife gave me the cell phone, why do you have to be so nosy? The call was from Vegeta's wife Emily. Hello, Emily, what's up? Vegeta asked quickly. After saying this, Vegeta snorted coldly and threw the phone directly to Sun Wukong. Looking for you. Vegeta shouted angrily. Pa. Sun Wukong took the phone, looking confused. Looking for me? Who? Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked the phone, who is looking for me? It's me. Kikai's voice came from inside. Ah? Kikai. Sun Wukong lost his voice. Wukong, you promised me that you would go and see and come back, and you won't fight. Kikai said. Yet, haha, yet. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly. Go home immediately. Otherwise, there will be no food to eat. Kikai hung up the phone angrily. Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at Vegeta silently. What? Vegeta raised his head. Vegeta, we will fight next time. Kikai called me home for dinner. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Shua. The next moment, Sun Wukong disappeared through teleportation. Vegeta. Kakarot, you are asking for a fight. I have already transformed, you said next time? Vegeta was so angry that he stared blankly. After a short silence. No, my phone. Damn Kakarot, give me my phone back. Vegeta shouted. Swish. Sun Wukong returned to his home in Bayesian through teleportation. Kikai Sun Wukong scratched his head. Wukong, we agreed not to fight. Kikai put her hands on her waist and glared. There was no fight, I just went to see what Vegeta looked like after his transformation. Sun Wukong smiled, but cold sweat broke out on his face. It's best if there is no fight, humph, fighting right after returning. How bad? Kikai said. Well, Kikai is right. Son Goku laughed dryly. Son Gohan smiled apologetically. Gohan, do your homework. Shishi ordered. Son Gohan. By the way, Goku, it's Bulma's birthday the day after tomorrow, are you going? Shishi asked. It is said that there will be very delicious food and a lot of lucky draws. Bulma's birthday, okay, no problem. Son Goku nodded. Vegeta's home. During dinner. How do you have Kakarote's wife's phone number? Vegeta asked out of the blue. We keep in touch often, is there a problem? Emily was stunned and asked back. No question, I don't know what to do. Vegeta bared his teeth. My phone was also stolen by Kakarote. This damn guy. Vegeta, Bulma is holding a birthday party the day after tomorrow. She will be on a luxury cruise ship, and there will be a lot of lucky draws. Should we go? Emily suddenly thought of something and said to Vegeta excitedly. Humph, I'm not interested. Vegeta snorted. But I really want to go. Emily said coquettishly. Just go, I won't stop you. Vegeta snorted. Emily just looked at Vegeta silently, without saying anything. Vegeta. Why are you looking at me like that? After a short silence. Tisk, move your eyes away, I'll go with you. Vegeta bared his teeth. Hee hee. Emily smiled. Temple. Yes, that's right. Bulma's birthday is the day after tomorrow. I invite everyone to go on a yacht and there will be a lot of lucky draws. Vados took a deep breath and greeted Piccolo, the god Dandy, and Mr. Popo in the temple. Vados was really speechless. I am an angel, and I came here to run errands in person. Vados was going to use the crystal ball on the scepter to notify Piccolo and the other three. However, Bulma said that this way of notification was not very polite, and it would be sincere to invite them in person. Vados didn't want to go. However, when Bulma whispered a few words in Fang Yun's ear, Fang Yun looked at Vados with a smile. The meaning in Fang Yun's eyes was too clear. If you don't go, who will go? You let Broly go. Vados looked around and found that Broly had gone out a long time ago. So, Vados had to go there in person. I didn't expect Patrolman Bar to be with Fang Yun all the time. Dandy smiled, but was shocked in his heart. Why? Why do I feel a palpitation when I see this woman? You can call me Bardos from now on. I have resigned from the Galactic Patrol and now serve as Fang Yun's bodyguard. Bardos explained. Okay, we will definitely go. Piccolo nodded gently. Then, see you the day after tomorrow. Bardos waved his hand and flew into the sky. Swoosh. Bardos quickly appeared at the door of Sun Wukong's house. Hey? You, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Sun Wukong couldn't help being a little surprised after seeing Bardos. Bardos smiled and told about Bulma's birthday. Bardos was really speechless. 063. You are just a small human, and it's just a birthday. Why do you have to be so grand? Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't had a birthday for a long time, right? Bardos was a little emotional. Bulma's birthday? I understand. Chi-Chi told me that our whole family will go. Sun Wukong nodded. Oh? Your wife Chi-Chi already knows about Bulma's birthday. Bardos's face darkened instantly. Everyone knows, I made a wasted trip. Yes, Bulma has already informed by phone. Sun Wukong scratched his head and suddenly pointed at Bardos. I remembered, you are the patrolman bearer. Call me Bardos from now on, I am Fang Yun's guard now. Bardos smiled. You used to be a galactic patrolman, right? Sun Wukong asked. You can think so. Bardos nodded slightly. This man named Sun Wukong, you really like to ask questions. I have been practicing with galactic patrolman Mels for a year. Don't say, he is really strong. I still don't know the depth of his strength. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Bardos. It's normal that you don't know. He is my brother, an apprentice angel, how can he not be powerful? Although he is only an angel in the internship period, he is still a member of our angel family. You are a small human, you are still far from it. Chapter 194, Bardos. Okay, remember to come. Bardos greeted, and no longer said nonsense, turned into a bright light and disappeared. The next moment, Bardos landed at the door of Vegeta's house. Hello, who are you looking for? Emily opened the door and saw such a beautiful girl. She was a little nervous, afraid that she came to snatch Vegeta from herself. Bardos explained his purpose with a dark face. In the future, I'd better try to use mind reading as little as possible. Humans' ideas are too weird. Understood, I will definitely go the day after tomorrow. I just talked about this with Vegeta. Emily nodded. Bardos. Bulma, you're going too far. You've already notified everyone, and you're asking me, an angel, to run errands. Swoosh. Bardos then went to Master Kame's island again. Seeing such a beautiful woman running to his island, Master Kame didn't dare to show any blasphemous intentions. For some reason, Master Kame felt that this woman was very dangerous. If he teased her, he might die miserably. It turns out that it's Bulma's birthday. I must go, I must go. Master Kame nodded vigorously. Thank you, Patrolman Bar. Krillin was also polite. Said, I'm sorry to bother you to come here. Actually, you can just make a phone call. It's okay. Vados waved goodbye. Looking at Vados' leaving back, Kame-sensei breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Master Mutant? Krillin asked curiously, you seem very nervous. This woman is scary. Kame-sensei said in a deep voice. Yes, she kicked Cell unconscious back then. Krillin laughed dryly. What? She kicked Cell unconscious? Didn't you say she returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Kame-sensei was stunned. I don't know, maybe she came back recently. Krillin smiled bitterly. Fortunately I didn't provoke her. Kame-sensei was still frightened and sighed, I wanted to ask her if there was a bikini dance at the birthday party. It's a good thing you didn't say it in front of her, otherwise you would be kicked away. A certain mountainous area. Vados landed where Tien Shinyan and Gyoza lived. That's the thing. Bulma's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Remember to come. There will be a lot of lucky draws. Bardos said. Okay, I'll definitely go. Tien Shinyan wiped his sweat. We live in such a remote place, how can you find us? Besides, we have hidden our aura. It's not that Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi deliberately hide their aura. In fact, there are no enemies in the past year, and there is no fighting. Therefore, the warriors usually hide their aura and will not release it easily. It's like a soldier fighting on the battlefield. Soldiers usually carry equipment all over their bodies. But in peacetime, soldiers will also return to the countryside. These warriors in the Dragon Ball world basically hide their auras on their own in normal times. This is why in the anime version of Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku was shot. Although Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi hid their auras, it was too easy for Bardos to find them with his magical powers. See you the day after tomorrow. Bardos waved goodbye. A primitive island. Aren't you the Bardos? Number 18 still remembered Bardos very clearly. Back then, this woman had transformed into her own appearance. As for what she did, number 18 didn't know. However, after number 18 returned to Earth, he didn't find anything unusual, and guessed that Bardos would not do anything bad. I have become like this, and you still recognize me. Bardos smiled, then told the purpose of coming here, and added, I will be Fang Yun's guard in the future, you can just call me Bardos. The three androids knew clearly how magical Bardos's ability was. Thank you for coming here specially. Number 17 thanked him. Thank you for curing me back then. Number 16 also bowed to thank him. You're welcome, see you the day after tomorrow. Bardos waved his hand. Then Bardos notified Li Ping, Wulong, Pool, and others. In short, everyone who could be notified was notified. Even Fat Bu, who was separated from Evil Bu, was included. Of course, even Satan and Videl were not spared. A birthday is so grand. Women on earth are so vain. Bardos sighed slightly. After Bardos finished his work, he went straight back to Bulma's house. Miss Bulma, you are too much. When I went to inform them, they almost knew it. Bardos said unhappily. They know it, but if we don't go over, it means we don't pay enough attention. Bulma smiled and pondered, this is my first 40th birthday. Speaking of which, I am so old. Fortunately, my brother-in-law keeps me young through Dragon Ball. Otherwise, women of this age must have a lot of wrinkles on their faces. At this time, although Bulma also cares about the issue of age, there is nothing to hide in front of her family. Bardos. By the way, Bardos, how old are you this year? Bulma asked. How old am I? In Earth terms, I'm tens of millions of years old. Bardos pondered. Bulma's eyes widened at the time, looking at Bardos in astonishment. A short silence. Haha, Bardos, you like to joke more and more. Bulma patted Bardos on the shoulder. Bardos. I'm telling the truth, why don't you believe it? On the third day, all the friends invited by Bulma gathered at her home. In the harbor where her home is located, a huge yacht is ready. Bulma kindly invited her friends to board the yacht first. The yacht set sail and sailed into the endless blue sea. The birthday party was just about to begin. Everyone laughed and sang to their heart's content, and ate and drank to their heart's content. For a moment, it was a scene of joy. As expected of the world's richest man, he is really rich. How much does it cost to celebrate a birthday? A few $100 million, right? Number 17 sighed. It's more than a few $100 million. It's tens of billions at least. Master Roshi interjected. I asked Mr. Satan too little last time, and I've spent almost all my money recently. No. 17 glanced at Master Roshi and whispered to number 18. Satan is over there, why don't you go and ask him to borrow some? Number 18 smiled. Let's find a chance later. Number 17 nodded. But then again, you see Bardos has changed again. Number 18 had noticed Bardos a long time ago. Chapter 195, Beerus wakes up. At the same time, Bardos's clothes are more common women's styles on Earth. In short, Bardos looks more sociable. At this time, Bardos is eating and drinking. Fang Yun, you are too much. There are so many delicacies on Earth, and you have never told me. Bardos' eyes lit up with food, and he came to Fang Yun and said unhappily. Aren't you powerful? I thought you knew it a long time ago. Fang Yun smiled. I am powerful, but I can't know everything. Bardos was speechless and ate a big mouthful of ice cream. Then, Bardos' eyebrows began to dance. This is so cool and refreshing. Bardos showed a little woman's attitude, which made Fang Yun couldn't help but look at her twice more. What is this? Bardos saw the pizza that had just been baked. Bulma. This woman, how unsophisticated you are. You'd better not say you are your brother-in-law's bodyguard. Not far away. Kakarot, where is my cell phone? Vegeta grabbed Sun Wukong's arm and said with a dark face. Cell phone? What cell phone? Sun Wukong scratched his head. You answered the phone last time, and then you took my cell phone away. Vegeta said angrily. I remembered that I thought it was useless, so I threw it away. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. What did you say? You said you lost my cell phone. Vegeta was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He grabbed Sun Wukong by the collar and was ready to fight. Even, golden flames began to bloom around Vegeta. Emily. Sun Wukong looked behind Vegeta in surprise. What? Vegeta was startled and looked back angrily. However, where was Emily behind him? When Vegeta turned his head again, he found that Kakarot had already run away. Damn it! Kakarot! Vegeta bared his teeth. Planet Beerus! Boom! Suddenly, bursts of explosions sounded on the planet. The explosions came one after another and spread throughout the planet. Not long after, the god of destruction Beerus woke up with his eyes narrowed. Lord Beerus, you are awake. Whis stepped forward and said. Beerus yawned, cleaned his face with his paws, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Whis, prepare something for me. Beerus ordered. Okay, this is Beerus-sama's breakfast. Whis said, holding a breakfast and handing it to Beerus. Beerus took a few bites and felt a little hard to swallow. In order to allow Beerus-sama to eat well, I will sing a song for Beerus-sama. Whis said, and the microphone in his hand had already emerged. Then, Whis's lame singing came out. Beerus covered his ears. It's so ugly. Shut up. Beerus couldn't help it and shouted loudly. It sounds good, right? Whis said with a smile. Beerus. What a joke. If you keep singing like this, people will die. By the way, how is Frisia? During the years I was asleep, did he work hard for me? Beerus hurriedly changed the subject, fearing that Whis's singing would disturb his nerves. Frisia? Dead. Whis replied. What? Dead. Beerus widened his eyes. I remember that during the time I was asleep, with Frisia's strength, it was impossible for him to be killed. Whis didn't say anything. Whis, do you know who killed Frisia? Beerus asked. To be precise, Frisia was defeated by this person. Whis said, and a projection immediately appeared on the scepter in his hand. The person in the projection was Sun Wukong. Because Fang Yun could not be displayed, Weiss did not switch the camera to Fang Yun. Whis thought about it. What I said was not wrong. It was indeed Sun Wukong who defeated Frisia back then, and Frisia destroyed Namek when he was desperate. Whis did not tell Beerus how Frisia died. There is no need to explain this kind of thing in such detail. Besides, Frisia did not die, but was wiped out by Fang Yun. Oh? Who is he? Is it the Sun Wukong you mentioned? Beerus was slightly startled, and silently looked at the Sun Wukong in the projection. Looking at him, it seems that there is nothing great, right? With his strength, can he defeat Frisia? This man named Sun Wukong is a scion. Whis explained, he can become a super scion, and a super scion can defeat Frisia. Scions? I remember asking Frisia to destroy Vegeta's planet and those rampant scions. Beerus pondered. It was precisely because of Beerus's order that the conflict between the scions and Frisia became more and more serious. Whis nodded, and Frisia really didn't let Beerus in despair. Lord Beerus destroyed planet Vegeta several years ago. Currently, the surviving scions basically live on a planet called Earth in the Milky Way. Scion? Super scion. Beerus seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. After a short silence. I remember. A guy called Super Scion God appeared in my dream. He is very powerful. Beerus' eyes lit up. Oh? Super Scion God. Whis smiled slightly. Yes, Super Scion God. Beerus nodded, I have to meet this Super Scion God. Is it Mr. Sun Wukong? Whis asked. I don't know, but judging from the name, it should be a scion. Beerus smiled, maybe, this Super Scion God is among these scions. So, let's go to Earth now? Whis asked. Good, let's go. Beerus nodded. Swoosh. The two turned into a brilliant flame, rushed into the sky, broke through the void, and disappeared in a flash. Earth. After eating the food for a while, Sun Wukong felt a little bored, so he sneaked away through instant teleportation. At the same time, Sun Wukong also brought a lot of food to King Kai's planet. Wukong? What are you doing here? King Kai was speechless. It's really a headache. Bulma held a birthday party, and the scene was too noisy. Vegeta was going to challenge me, but Chi-Chi didn't let me fight, so I brought the food here. Sun Wukong grinned. King Kai. That's enough. Chapter 196, Tell the cat not to make trouble. No, no appetite. King Kai shook his head. Then I won't be polite. I have to continue practicing after eating. Sun Wukong smiled. Didn't you just come back from practicing at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Do you want to continue practicing? King Kai asked in surprise. Yes, I want to become stronger. Sun Wukong nodded. That's right, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 is very terrifying, and his aura can be easily transmitted here. King Kai nodded slightly, it's not that easy to surpass him. Haha, yes, Vegeta is really a genius. Sun Wukong smiled. Wukong, do you want us to find a way to make you grow a tail? This way you can also become a Super Saiyan 4 like Vegeta, right? King Kai suggested. Lord King Kai, don't forget, if I grow a tail, I will lose my mind after becoming a giant ape. While eating, Sun Wukong explained to King Kai, I heard Vegeta say that only a few scions can keep their sanity after transforming into giant apes. It seems to be the case. King Kai nodded and sighed slightly, but if you don't grow a tail, it will be a long time before you can surpass Vegeta. The difference between the third and fourth stages of Super Saiyan is not a little bit. Don't worry, King Kai, even if I don't have a tail, I may not lose to him. Sun Wukong smiled. Oh. King Kai was stunned, did you learn some new skills from the Galactic Patrol? Yes, Myers is very powerful. Sun Wukong nodded, I did learn a lot of skills from him. But Goku, let's talk about it again. King Kai continued, although Vegeta can already become a Super Saiyan 4, there is still a big gap compared to Broly, and he is almost beaten by Broly. Broly is indeed very powerful. Sun Wukong had heard about Broly beating Vegeta a long time ago. The road ahead is long, come on, Goku. King Kai said. The gorilla Bobris made faces on the side to show his presence. Swoosh! Whis and Beerus turned into a ball of bright flames, fell from the sky, and landed directly on the huge yacht. Oh! They seemed to be holding a banquet. Beerus saw the food piled on the table in front from a distance. Yes, today is Miss Bulma's birthday. Whis pointed to Bulma standing in the center. So that's how it is. Beerus smiled, walked over, grabbed a piece of cake and tasted a small bite. After taking this small bite, Beerus felt as if he had been electrocuted, and was indescribably surprised. What a delicious food! 9th grade food! That's right! This is 9th grade food! There is such exquisite food on earth. In the God realm, food is divided into different levels. Food ranges from the lowest level 1 to the highest level 9. And now the food Beerus tasted is actually 9th grade. Beerus felt as if he had discovered a new world. Let the Super Saiyan God go to hell. Wouldn't it be nice for me to eat my 9th grade food? Beerus is here. Bardos looked over from a distance and recognized Beerus at a glance. This guy finally woke up. Fang Yun smiled. I'm afraid he didn't do anything good here. Bardos smiled bitterly. With you here, there's nothing to worry about. Fang Yun smiled. Bardos glanced at Fang Yun. What you said makes sense, I don't know how to refute it. Forget it, forget Beerus. Whatever you want to do. Just pretend not to know him. Hello, sister. However, when Bardos decided to ignore Beerus, Whis came over and greeted him with a smile. What's the matter? Bardos glanced at Whis. Sister is not staying in the 6th universe, why did she run to the 7th universe? Whis asked. Don't you know? I am now Mr. Fang Yun's bodyguard. Bardos smiled. Whis. Hello, Mr. Fang Yun. Whis said politely. Beerus is here to find the Super Saiyan God, right? Fang Yun looked at Whis. Ahem, Mr. Fang Yun knows everything. Whis smiled. Today is Bulma's birthday party. I don't want any weird incidents to happen, especially fights, so as not to spoil Bulma's fun. Fang Yun said to Whis, go tell Beerus to take it easy. 0 Please give flowers. This Whis wiped his sweat. Go. Bardos said. Whis, this time the matter has become a big deal. I hope Lord Beerus doesn't make trouble. But fortunately for Whis, Beerus doesn't seem to have any intention of making trouble. After all, Beerus is now focusing on eating. If you don't eat such high-quality food, you will be sorry for yourself. Lord Beerus, is it okay? Whis came over and asked with a smile. WIS, 9th level food, why didn't you tell me earlier? Beerus stared. What? 9th level food? Are you kidding? Whis was stunned. 0. Just now, Whis saw Beerus enjoying the food. Because Beerus had slept for too long, Whis was a little hungry. Now when he heard Beerus say 9th level food, Whis widened his eyes, picked up an egg tart, and tasted it silently. Whis felt so intoxicated that his eyebrows began to dance. It's so delicious. There are such delicious food on earth. Sister, you are too much. There are such good food, why didn't you tell me earlier? Vados was speechless. I just found out about it, okay? Whis, do you know each other? Beerus just noticed that Whis was greeting Fang Yun and the others. Ahem, I came to Earth once before and met him once. Whis laughed dryly. Whis, you are too much. You didn't tell me earlier that there are such high-level food, and you had to make me go to some Katrama planet to taste some flavor meal. Beerus said unhappily. Lord Beerus, I didn't get to taste the food on Earth last time I came here. Whis smiled. Really? Beerus didn't believe it. Absolutely true. Whis said. Well, judging from the way you eat, you don't seem to be lying. Beerus looked at Whis deeply. How could I lie to you? Whis smiled. By the way, the guy called Son Goku you mentioned doesn't seem to be here, right? Beerus pondered. Chapter 197, Beerus. Lord Beerus, don't worry about Mr. Son Goku, just enjoy the food. Whis smiled bitterly and handed over a fish ball. Try this, it tastes very special. Yet. Beerus nodded and tasted it. It was indeed extraordinary. Not far away, Fat Bu was also tasting food. Seeing Fat Bu eating happily, many people present were speechless. Who invited him here? Krillin wiped his sweat. It seems to be Bardos. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face. The question is, how is this guy still alive? Tian Xinyan asked with a look of horror. Don't worry, Bu was separated into two people by Fang Yun. The evil Bu has been eliminated by Mr. Goku. This Bu is just an innocent and good man. Bardos came over and explained to Krillin and others who were trembling with fear. Is it really just an innocent Bu? Krillin was a little bit unbelievable. Don't worry, aren't there Broly and Vegeta? Bardos smiled slightly. Krillin and others thought about it carefully. Yes. With Broly and Vegeta on the scene, what else is there to worry about? With Vegeta's current strength, can he easily kill Bu in seconds? Even if Fang Yun and Broly like to eat melons and don't care about things, Vegeta should not let it go. Bu has indeed changed. Apart from eating and drinking to his heart's content, he hasn't done anything excessive. Others don't know Beerus, but the three androids know how terrible he is. Why is he here? Number 17 said in horror. The guy who can make a star disappear with a sneeze. Number 18 also changed color. Maybe Bulma invited him here. Number 16 said in a deep voice. Stay away from him. I hope he doesn't destroy the earth. Number 17 lowered his voice. The three androids quickly distanced themselves from Beerus. It's so scary. This cat is really powerful. The three androids are still sad. The discovery of the show, many people are still arm in arm with the cat. Do you want to die? Ignorance is sometimes a very lucky thing. Dear friends, welcome to my sister's birthday party. Taisai took the microphone and suddenly walked onto the stage, smiling and saying to everyone, then we will enter the important link. Everyone looked up and looked at Taisai. Our lottery event is about to start, with a total of 3 prizes, the third prize, a cash reward of 20 million, the second prize, 30 million in cash, plus this luxury yacht, the first prize, 7 Dragon Balls, you can make a wish to realize any wish. Taisai smiled and explained, today, all our friends on the scene have the opportunity to win these 3 prizes. Next, we will issue number plates, and finally determine the final prize by drawing lots for the number plates. Everyone present pricked up their ears, and after hearing this good news, they were all excited and expectant. However, Beerus had no interest in these prizes. As the god of destruction, what can't he get? Beerus now stares at the pudding on Bu's table. SN is furious, holding Bu is a fat. Where is Bu's opponent? Bu was kicked into the sea after being beaten by Beerus, and he was shocked by everyone. Just provoke me once, don't you let Beerus cause trouble. Badu sighed. Forget it, since we have already started, let's continue. Fang Yun shook his head and looked at Whis and said, it just so happens that we can also hone Sun Wukong and the others. Whis. You change so fast. I can't keep up with your pace. Let the cat pretend for a while. Fang Yun smiled. Whis covered his face. Beerus is in trouble. Bu was beaten by Beerus, which shocked everyone present. I have had enough fun, now let's get down to business. Beerus was suspended in the sky, looking down at everyone, and said coldly, I came here to find the Super Saiyan God Zero. Tell me, where is he? Super Saiyan God? Everyone was stunned. What Super Saiyan God? Why haven't we heard of it? What? Haven't you heard of it? Beerus snorted coldly, if that's the case, then I will destroy this planet. As he said that, Beerus pointed his hand at the earth, and destructive energy emerged in his hand. Stop! Gohan was the first to jump out, flew up, and appeared in front of Beerus. Oh! Beerus glanced at Gohan with contempt in his eyes. I won't allow you to destroy the earth. Gohan's white flames bloomed and turned into a mysterious form. Not bad, you are also a Saiyan? You are a hybrid of Saiyans and Earthlings, right? Beerus was slightly stunned, your way of increasing energy is a bit different. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to destroy the earth, you have to get through me first. Goku pointed his thumb at his nose. You don't know how high the sky is. Beerus snorted coldly and waved at Gohan. Swish! Gohan flew quickly in the direction of Beerus. Bang! Gohan threw a punch, hitting Beerus' palm. Looking at Beerus again, he was like nothing happened, even under the powerful energy attack of Gohan, his body did not shake at all. Pa! Beerus held Gohan's fist. Gohan was stunned. Bang! Beerus grabbed Gohan's fist and swung it gently. Suddenly, Gohan was like a cannonball, hitting the sea in the distance heavily, raising a huge wave. Gohan! Piccolo was furious. My Gohan was beaten. Bang bang bang! Piccolo rushed up and punched and kicked Beerus. Beerus easily caught Piccolo's attack with one finger. You are Namek, right? It's not easy to cultivate to this level. Beerus grabbed Piccolo's head and punched him in the chest with his left hand. Puff! Blood spurted out of Piccolo's mouth. Chapter 198, Vegeta. Go! Beerus kicked Piccolo away. Krillin and others were so scared that they didn't dare to challenge Beerus. Even Gohan and Piccolo were easily defeated by this cat. Wouldn't it be a waste for us to go up and fight, below? Vegeta looked at Beerus floating in the sky with a shocked face, and a light flashed in his mind, as if he thought of something. This guy seems to be the god of destruction Beerus. Vegeta recognized Beerus. Has this scary guy awakened? Oh, I remember. Back then, Frieza was looking for the Dragon Balls to wake up this guy, right? I heard that Frieza's real backer is Beerus. Beerus, are you here to seek revenge on us today? Vegeta thought a lot at once. I'll deal with him. Lord Grandmaster. Broly volunteered. Whis glanced at Fang Yun deeply. Then, Whis was speechless. You actually let others call you Lord Grandmaster. How dare you call me that? No, I'm afraid you are not his opponent. Fang Yun said. Broly, 01. I'm not his opponent? Is it true? Let Vegeta go first, you take a good look. Fang Yun ordered. Yes. Broly nodded. Hey, the guy named Vegeta, it's your turn next, right? Beerus cast his eyes on Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth and immediately soared into the sky. I'm a 4th level Super Saiyan now. Would I be afraid of a god of destruction, Beerus? Shua. Vegeta appeared right in front of Beerus, full of confidence. Saiyan Prince Vegeta, it's you, isn't it? Beerus smiled. Yes, you're right. Vegeta nodded. Tell me, do you know about the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked. I'm not interested in you. Vegeta. You're still not interested in me? Don't you know I'm a 4th level Super Saiyan? Of course, if you are the Super Saiyan God, I would be more interested in you. Beerus smiled slightly, but unfortunately, you are not. I don't know what the Super Saiyan God you are talking about is, and I don't want to know. But, I am the 4th level Super Saiyan. Vegeta said, and suddenly an amazing energy burst out from his body. Endless breath, with Vegeta as the center, spread to the surroundings, and set off a storm on this luxurious yacht. Oh! Beerus was slightly startled, and looked at Vegeta with some surprise. Beerus didn't expect that a Saiyan could increase his energy to such a level. Swish! Vegeta was like a cannonball, rushing towards Beerus, increasing his speed to the extreme. Bang! I saw Vegeta's fist hit Beerus' head heavily. Boom! Beerus flew backwards and hit the sea in the distance, causing a wave. Da-da-da! The flames in Vegeta's hands kept flashing, and energy bombs hit Beerus's position in the distance. For a moment, the sea seemed to be crying and wailing. Son Gohan and others were stunned. This Vegeta is too scary, right? Whis covered his forehead and said nothing. Shua! The next moment, Beerus' figure flashed and appeared in front of Vegeta. Vegeta was slightly startled, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, Vegeta, much stronger than I thought. Beerus smiled. I didn't expect that during the years I was asleep, Saiyans could actually increase their energy to this level. Vegeta didn't speak. If your 4th stage Super Saiyan is so powerful, then the Super Saiyan God will probably be even more powerful, right? Beerus smiled. Tisk! Super Saiyan God! Vegeta snorted, even if there is one, he is just seeking fame. So, you really don't know about the Super Saiyan God? Beerus's face turned gloomy. I don't know. Vegeta replied simply. Very good. Beerus smiled lightly. Swish! Beerus quickly appeared in front of Vegeta and punched Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta was faster, and his fist collided with Beerus's fist. Boom! Extremely powerful energy emerged from the fists of the two. Bang bang bang! In the next minute, the two were evenly matched, and they seemed to be equally matched. Bang! The next moment, Vegeta punched Beerus in the chest. Beerus slid back a distance and smiled indifferently. Beerus, I know you. This is not the first time I have seen you. Vegeta suddenly said. You still remember the things from your childhood? Beerus smiled. I remember when I was very young, you came to planet Vegeta. You asked my father to entertain you and gave my father to. Vegeta trembled all over. That scene, I still feel like it happened today. Vegeta did not say in front of everyone that his father 067 was stepped on by Beerus and did not dare to make a sound. This is the humiliation of the Scions. If you don't say it, I will almost forget it. Beerus smiled slightly. Fu, you are the one behind Lisa, right? Vegeta snorted. Frieza? He's just working for me, you're overthinking it. Beerus said lightly. Hehe, I know you hid your strength just now. Vegeta smiled slightly and pointed to his nose with his thumb, me too. What do you want to say? Beerus glanced at Vegeta. If I get serious, do you think you're my opponent? I just want to have fun with you. What I want to say is that I, Vegeta, will make you feel the power of the Scions. Vegeta said, and the energy on his body spread out crazily again. Vegeta's aura once again rose to a new height. How is it possible? Vegeta's energy can be further improved. Krillin exclaimed. The strength of his aura is at least twice as strong as before. Piccolo also sweated on his face. Didn't Vegeta show his true ability just now? Son Gohan was stunned. What a scary guy, I didn't expect Vegeta to become so powerful. Tien Shinyan also widened his eyes. Men should be like this, I like you. Vegeta. Li Ping was very excited. Chapter 199, Beerus. Emily glanced at Li Ping and shuddered. That's my husband. You sissy. Krillin and others were even more shocked, and they all distanced themselves from Li Ping. After hearing what Li Ping said, Vegeta trembled and was so angry that his whole body was shaking. That sissy. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you immediately. Vegeta shouted. Li Ping was so scared that his face turned pale and he quickly shut up. Vegeta has become stronger again, Broly said. It's hard for him. He has practiced so hard, it's normal for his strength to improve. Fang Yun nodded. Should I practice hard too? Broly pondered. Do you still need to practice? Bardos wanted to slap Broly to death. Your energy will increase every day. You have already surpassed Vegeta by a lot without practicing. If you practice again, how will you make Vegeta feel? Broly laughed dryly and scratched his head. Swish. Just then, Beerus moved. Beerus flew towards Vegeta. Bang. Vegeta punched Beerus with a powerful punch. Beerus dodged, then held Vegeta's head with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and punched Vegeta in the chest. Puff. Blood spurted out of Vegeta's mouth. Bang. Then, Beerus kicked Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta's body rushed into the sky and turned into a small black dot. Humph, do you really think that you dare to shout at me just because your energy has increased? Childish guy. Beerus snorted coldly. About 10 seconds later. Boom. Vegeta smashed into the sea in the distance, causing a huge wave. Then, Vegeta was silent. He is no longer a Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo's face was covered with cold sweat. What? How is it possible? Krillin was stunned. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was kicked back to his original form by Beerus? What a joke! Why is the gap so big? I ask you again, where is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus looked around the whole place and pointed his hand at the huge cruise ship. Hey, come down first! Bulma shouted loudly. You know. Beerus snorted coldly. I'll tell you when you come down. Bulma put her hands on her waist and raised her head and shouted. What does Bulma want to do? Bardos smiled bitterly. Your birthday party was ruined, what would you think? Fang Yun asked back. I haven't celebrated my birthday for a long time, Bardos pondered, but if someone dares to mess up at my party, I will punish him. Bulma is going to be violent with Beerus, you go over to protect her. Fang Yun ordered. Okay, Bardos did not object. Bulma is an ordinary woman. If Beerus really hits her like that, she might die. When that time comes, Fang Yun might get angry. Be careful. If Fang Yun gets angry, Beerus will probably disappear. Pa! Beerus fell from the sky and landed opposite Bulma. Tell me, where is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked. Pa! Bulma slapped Beerus in the face. Beerus was a little confused. I was hit by a woman from Earth? And it was a naked slap in the face? Beerus was furious at the time. Do you know that this is my birthday party? You ruined my birthday party. I am very angry. Bulma shouted. Beerus could no longer listen to anything. Go. Beerus swung his hand and was about to slap Bulma away. Snap. However, at this moment, Bardoss stepped forward and grabbed Beerus' wrist. Who are you? Beerus was stunned, and looked at Bardoss with some surprise. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I know where the Super Saiyan God you are looking for is. Bardoss sighed slightly. Oh. Beerus squinted and looked at Bardoss. As for Miss Bulma, today is her birthday party. You ruined her birthday party. Do you feel embarrassed? Bardoss scolded. Besides, she also treated you to so many delicious foods. Beerus looked at Bulma deeply and said nothing. Bulma, I am the god of destruction, with the transcendent status, even one higher than the Kai King god. Bardoss whispered to Bulma. Ah? So powerful. Bulma widened her beautiful eyes. You slapped so loudly that I think you can brag about it for a long time. Bardoss smiled. Bulma. I actually slapped the god. He won't hate me, right? Can my brother-in-law beat him? By the way, no wonder my brother-in-law said that the future will usher in the era of God. Now, even the god of destruction has come out. The weather is so good today. Bulma looked up at the sky quickly to hide her inner uneasiness. Vados. What are you afraid of? With me here, Beerus can't hurt you. Besides, isn't there Fang Yun? If Beerus dares to attack you, Fang Yun will definitely wipe him out immediately. Beerus. Forget it, I still won't argue with this ignorant woman. After all, the food she provides is so delicious. I haven't eaten such high-level food for a long time. If I kill her, who will I find to eat in the future? After a short silence. I can ignore the matter of this Miss Bulma, but the premise is that the Super Saiyan God you mentioned must appear immediately. Beerus snorted. No problem. Vados nodded. Beerus couldn't help but frown. Who is this girl? Why do I feel familiar? Have I seen her somewhere? How strange. Beerus also felt that Bardoss was familiar, but he didn't think of the angel Bardoss for a while. Beerus would never have thought that the angel of the 6th universe would now run to the 7th universe to be Fang Yun's guard. Hey, Son Goku, come out quickly. Bardoss shouted. Swish. After the voice fell, Son Goku appeared at the scene through teleportation. Before, Son Goku had seen clearly through King Kai about Beerus' battle with Gohan, Vegeta and others. Son Goku was not in a hurry to come back. Until Vegeta was defeated by Beerus, Son Goku realized that things were a little beyond his budget. Son Goku quickly returned to the scene through teleportation. At this time, the injured Vegeta had been rescued by Yamcha. Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong who had just returned. This damn guy ran away at the critical moment. Chapter 200, God and God. Frisia? Speaking of which, this happened a long time ago. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Do you know the Super Saiyan God? Beerus smiled and asked. I do know the Super Saiyan God, but to be honest, the strength of the Super Saiyan God is not as strong as you think. In fact, it is about the same as Vegeta. You may be disappointed. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Oh. Beerus was stunned. What is that guy Kakarot talking about? Vegeta frowned. He said that the strength of the Super Saiyan God is not much different from yours. Piccolo said. Oh? Now I am curious, what exactly is the Super Saiyan God that guy said? Vegeta snorted. Does Goku really know about the Super Saiyan God? Why have we never heard of it? Krillin muttered in surprise. Goku is getting more and more mysterious. Tien Shinyan smiled. Did you notice? The patrol officer Bara, no, she should be called Bardoss now, easily grabbed Beerus' wrist. Krillin said. Maybe Beerus didn't do it seriously. Tien Shinyan guessed. 067, you have a point. Krillin nodded. What's your name? Beerus looked at Son Goku and asked. Son Goku. Very good, then Son Goku, tell me, where is the Super Saiyan God you mentioned? Beerus asked with some expectation. How do you say it? It's me. Son Goku scratched his head. Oh? It's you. Beerus looked at Son Goku in disbelief. The rest of Vegeta and others present were stunned. What is Goku talking about? Is he the Super Saiyan God? Krillin widened his eyes and looked at Son Goku, feeling a little unfamiliar with him. Goku is the Super Saiyan God. Tien Shinyan didn't believe it either. The Super Saiyan God should have the aura of God, but he doesn't have the aura of God at all. Piccolo frowned. Old son doesn't look like a Super Saiyan God. Dad isn't lying to him, is he? Son Gohan muttered to himself. What? Kakarot said he is a Super Saiyan God? Are you kidding me? Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, don't even know about the Super Saiyan God, how do you, a low-level warrior, know about it? You are really good at fooling people. If you keep fooling people, Beerus might destroy this planet. Now, Broly is the only one who can deal with Beerus. I guess even Fang Yun can't wipe out Beerus, right? That's the god of destruction. Can the god of destruction be wiped out easily? Don't be funny, you said you are a Super Saiyan God. Beerus was almost amused by Son Goku and rubbed his nose. To be precise, Super Saiyan God is a transformation that is completely different from the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong said, and suddenly the flames burned all over his body. At the same time, Sun Wukong's hair also turned bright red. The breath of God spread out from Sun Wukong's body. Oh! Beerus had obviously sensed the breath of God spreading from Sun Wukong, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. This is the Super Saiyan God transformation. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Vegeta and others were immediately stunned, watching Sun Wukong's new transformation without blinking. Red hair. Krillin was surprised. Not only red hair, the body seems to have become thinner. Tien Shinyan pondered. Dad's breath is completely gone. Sun Wuhan said. It's not that the breath has disappeared, it's the breath of God, you can't sense it. Piccolo's face was sweating. I used to be the god of the earth, so I can sense the powerful breath of God in Goku. What did you say? The breath of God? Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply. I can't sense it at all. I can only sense the power of energy. But, I can't sense the existence of God's breath. By the way, Vegeta, who is that cat? Piccolo frowned and asked. He is the god of destruction. Vegeta bared his teeth. What? The god of destruction? Son Gohan and others were stunned. Piccolo, whose god's breath is stronger, him or Goku? Krillin asked hurriedly. Different. Piccolo shook his head gently. What's different? What do you mean? Vegeta also asked curiously. I can't sense the god's breath on Lord Beerus, Piccolo said in a deep voice. What? Can't sense it, why is it like this? Krillin exclaimed. That's because the breath of Lord Beerus belongs to the breath of a true god. Son Goku's Super Saiyan God can only be regarded as just entering the realm of God. Bardoss smiled and explained. Vegeta and others immediately looked at Bardoss, wondering if what she said was true. It really has a bit of the flavor of Super Saiyan God. Beerus looked at Son Goku with a smile. I have also practiced hard, and I will fight you seriously. Son Goku responded. Come on, Super Saiyan God Son Goku. Beerus smiled and waved at Son Goku. Swoosh! Son Goku flew towards Beerus. Bang bang bang! The two soon started a fierce battle in the sky. About 5 minutes later. Bang! Beerus kicked Sun Wukong in the chest. Sun Wukong fell towards the yacht like a cannonball. With Sun Wukong's current speed, if he hits the yacht will be broken on the spot. Shua! At the critical moment, Whis quickly stepped forward and slowed down Sun Wukong's sinking trend. Thank you. Sun Wukong turned his head and glanced at Whis. You're welcome. Whis smiled. Shua! Sun Wukong soared into the sky. Whis, stop meddling in my business. Beerus shouted angrily. Whis. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. The problem is, if you keep doing this, be careful that Fang Yun makes you disappear. Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong and Beerus once again started a fierce battle in the sky. Vegeta's face changed again and again, and his body couldn't help shaking violently. Damn Kakarot! I finally became a Super Saiyan 4th level. It hasn't been long since you became a Super Saiyan God. And judging from the situation, how can you, the Super Saiyan God, be stronger than my Super Saiyan 4th level? Vegeta clenched his fists, his face was extremely ugly.